Hello and welcome to the 2024 British 24-hour kart race live here from Teesside Autodrome. We're going to have a walk around the owner-driver paddock. Tom, take it away.
Hello, welcome to Teesside. Look at our new kit as well. All shiny. Look, we're full branded. We're on message now.
Here we go. Let's have a chat with Sam. We're chatting with Sam.
Karting stuff. So,
Sam,
first of all, David is going to have a chat.
I'm having a chat with Sam Spinale, current British Pro Kart Sprint champion, current BPEC champion as well in the #1 red graphics kart. This weekend, team of 5. What are your chances?
Yeah, I think we have a good chance. I mean, it's always a bit of survival. A lot of us have done it before. It's just trying to be consistent, no mistakes, and then hopefully the last few hours battle for the lead.
Good. 2 years ago, your teammate Jess sent me an audio interview where you went back to your roots with the Apollo. Can we have that interview as well, please?
Yes, I think personally the Apollo suits me very well. I'm half Belgium, of course, and I think this weekend will be about the pure performance, of course.
Brilliant. Sam, thank you very much.
He's gone full Joey Barton.
Also, Sam's dog.
I found a dog.
It's Sam's dog.
Sam, what's the dog's name? Teddy?
His name is Theodore.
Oh, Teddy. Look, Teddy, what are your thoughts for this weekend? Is Dad going to win it? I thought so as well. Brilliant.
We're going in.
We're going in.
We're going in.
This is Rob.
This is Rob.
This is Rob. We're going to talk to him later on. You'll see a very lovely interview with him. In fact, while he's busy here, I'm going to grab Craig, because we haven't spoken to Craig, I don't think, on a paddock show or an interview ever.
Probably not. No, we haven't. Yeah.
First time for everything then?
Yeah, first time for everything. Yeah, missed last year, but we're doing it this year, so we'll give it a go. 4 of us this year, so we're up against it. But yeah, we'll give it a good whirl. We just don't want to do too much today. Just a bit of shakedown and. Yeah, hopefully park it, get some prep done, and then, yeah, take it easy for a change.
Tell us who's in the team.
So me, Gareth, Steve Nichols, and we've got Cassidy this year as well. So, yeah, doing it as a 4-man, so hopefully we'll get through it.
Well, we covered Le Mans last month, and Steve's team got done for speeding at least twice, and he's in the Met Police squad, so that caused us much hilarity, so hopefully he's learned a lesson.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll have to give him a brief about that a bit later, but yeah.
No speeding in the pit lane, no running, walking only.
Yeah, no, that's it, but yeah, he should know better after all these years, but I'm saying nothing.
Was that a dig at his age?
A little bit. He's as old as he feels.
Exactly, and he feels very, very young. We'll move on. Thanks for talking to us, Craig.
I'm going to go this way, have a quick chat with Alex Bomberg. Alex, practice this morning, which I've been watching from the commentary box. Tell me about the grip levels on the far outside of hairpin 1.
Suboptimal.
Suboptimal? Would that be because you put it on the grass?
Quite possibly.
Would that be because you went all the way across the grass into the tyres?
Arguably.
What was the cause?
Ran out of talent.
Okay, you ran out of talent. So, here we go. Here we go. For the avoidance of any doubt,
offending item.
That was straight an hour ago.
It looks straight there. You've got to turn it that way round.
Yeah, that way round. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm not showing the camera, not me.
Yeah, no, I'm showing the camera. Look.
Top work. That's been officially Bomberged.
I'm just going to back the bus up. David, I'm just backing the bus up that you've thrown him under, all right?
Okay, you back the bus up. That's fine. Mind the big hole.
Yeah. I'm going to move on after... I mean, he's properly thrown him under the bus there, hasn't he? But, yeah...
Look, just don't crash in front of the commentator. It's really, really simple. Right.
Right, we're moving across to Team Tate.
Yeah, we'll head out to Team Tate. We'll pop in. Let's have a quick chat with Mr. Jennings. Are we chief mechanic this weekend?
No, I'm just dog's body, but I'll do my best.
Dog's body. You look like we're holding an Allen key.
It's in one plus when I pick up a spanner too.
Oh, teamwork. Oh, honestly, like a knife and fork.
Look busy, everybody. Look busy.
Look busy. You should be. Top work there. Right. Oh, here we go. Team Principal's arrived.
Here he is, the big boss.
Here he is. Team Principal's arrived. Mark, At the moment, it looks like you're running about 7 teams, but we're just we're out practicing, so we're allowed multiple karts. Do we know which one we're racing, or are we just testing them all to find out what's best?
That's the one we're racing in the awning there. We've had that on test on Wednesday. It was good, so we're just getting the track, getting on the track as much as we can, get some dialed in to see how quick, and if we need any tweaks, we'll do them.
Yeah, happy days. I'd love to keep talking to you, but we have noticed a bit of an issue with the EDK-24T team behind us. Their kart's just being taken back in. Always disappointing when the driver is holding one of the wheels in his hands when he returns to the pit, yeah?
Hope it's not us
No,
tomorrow.
hopefully not. Brilliant, Mark. Thank you very much.
At least they know what's wrong with it.
Yes, it's fairly simple, isn't it, when one of them is holding one of the wheels?
Exactly, yeah. So the EDK-24T team that are just here, as you can see from the banner, they are all deaf drivers and team members. It's a full effort. They've run in the higher classes for, I don't know, 3-4 years, I think, maybe even more than that, as a team effort. And now they've moved into the full pro car owner classes. So they've a big step up this year. So it's going to be a big learning curve for those guys. David's over here. He's found Muzzer.
I know. I haven't found Murray. Murray can go. I found food. Yeah, I found food. Look, this is the behind the scenes of a British 24-hour race. Apollo being catered for. They've got a chef. Somebody didn't want their egg this morning. That's still in the pan. But everything just being prepared for the for a assault on a 24-hour race. This loads goes on. People need feeding. Tom's looking at the caramel bar.
Caramel wafers. Look.
Good.
Murray, you brought them down, haven't you?
Yeah, I did the shop.
That's the Scottish effort and the tea cakes. Can't miss the tea cakes. Do you roll them up into a ball or do you squash them flat?
I just eat them whole.
You just eat them whole?
Eat them whole, one go.
I'm in the wrapper.
Completely flat, and then fold it as many squares as possible.
Or triangles? Yeah. Do you liven it up? Do you mix it up?
Of course, yeah.
Brilliant.
I quite like the origami.
It's great content. Thank
Good.
you.
we go out and round, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to go out.
Yeah,
and
why
round.
not?
Yeah. So this is the bottom end of what's called the top paddock. So we're in the bottom of the top.
Yep, so we'll have teams running as we've got some teams running as privateers. We've got higher teams as well here this weekend. We'll have a look at those in a little while. We've got around 63 higher kart teams, so it's
VIP
massive.
parking down here.
Particularly there because that's mine and your car.
Yeah.
Definite VIP parking.
And over there. And you've got to have special permission to come and drive in here. So that was fun this morning. I got my team kit on, driving past Rowan.
You point to the badge. You get the badge in.
My name's down, I'm coming in. So over the back here, you've got some other bits that go on at Teesside as well. So you've got motorcycle training. There's a motocross track over the back of the circuit. There's is there still a speedway track here?
There is still a speedway track. Now, here we go. I'm just going to have a quick look to the right-hand side. All of our teams in owners are allowed to use up to 3 sets of tyres for the British 24-hour. As you can see, they're all currently being stacked up behind us there. They'll be allocated later on. And that's basically
and
tyres.
There's Rachel as well. We've got to get Rachel.
There's Rachel. Now,
resident photographer here.
Yeah, and also, Rachel is due to give birth, and by due, I mean the due date.
I mean, it could be in the
will
next
be
10 minutes.
the day
like,
of the race, pretty much as the flag drops. So if the flag,
that's
when the
something we're
flag
going to
drops,
keep you up
if
to
you
date
two
on.
could drop, that would be brilliant, and we can have a berth at the British 24-hour. That would be fantastic.
It would be the first one ever.
Yes, it would.
To our knowledge, anyway.
Yes.
But yes, definitely worth keeping an eye on that one, and we'll keep you up to date. She's clearly hoping that nothing is going to happen this weekend. We're hoping it all happens.
Yes.
Just for the content.
Right, let's plough in. We've got some work being done down here, so and when work's being done, they don't really want to talk to us. But I'm ploughing in anyway. Just set-up changes going on, or have we had some problems?
No, just doing a few little tweaks at the end, see where we can get a couple more temps.
Good.
So just playing, really.
Lovely. I do like it when Alessia come to the British 24-hour because they bring with them the 7 kart, which we don't normally see up here, which is brilliant. Looks very different on the front end, hence why we're just playing with some setup on this front. But a solid result for you guys last year, a first podium here in the British 24 with a third place in owner club. So looking to maybe go 2 better.
That'd be nice. Would be nice. You just need to speak to these boys. These are the drivers.
He looks happy. He looks like he wants to talk. Get yourself up, Callum. Go and speak to my friend Tom over there.
Come over this
He's
way,
standing
sunshine.
up. It takes me a while to stand up.
This is Callum Stern, I'm guessing, from the name on his jacket. Callum, what's your experience here? How many times have you been here? And just talk us through what this year's effort's going to look like.
I think this is my 3rd year here. We got 3rd last year in Clubman, but hopefully we're aiming for a 1st this year. It might be a bit of a push, but hopefully we get it.
Well, everybody's aiming for 1st. That's the thing. You've just got to beat everybody else.
It's in the expectations.
Well, that's good to see anyway. Good confidence going into the race. Time's looking good in practice?
Yes, we started off a bit slow, struggling for setup yesterday, but today we put new rubber on, found a lot of time with setup, so it's getting a lot better.
Constant tweaking.
Constant tweaking.
Good. And you're going to get there.
We are nearly there.
Do you reckon you'll be fully prepped and ready to rock and roll by close of play today, or will you do a bit more in the morning?
I think we'll be ready by about, what's the time now? I'd say give it 11:30, we'll be ready with setup, and then transferring it over to the race car, and then just getting everyone in it.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thanks a lot for talking to us.
Good. I'm going in here to have a chat with 2 of our teams. I've come to you because while we were talking to Callum, you kept looking over like proper interested, like I was coming. So you basically looked your way into an interview. Tell me about your teams.
Okay, so we've got 2 RF representative teams here, T-side. Kart 121 is their 2nd year, and Kart 122, which is the 1st year, made up of all of us guys from various stations across the whole of the UK. Marham, Bryce Norton, Valley, Leeming as well. There's lots of us, various different roles that we actually perform, and basically we want to finish. And I know these guys next to us are going to be fighting against us. We're going to be fighting against them, but against everyone else. So really looking forward to it.
But the RAF Pro Kart Championship is strong in its own right as well. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the Armed Forces Karting Championship, which myself and Ben Scott actually run, is now the biggest pro kart endurance championship in the whole of the UK, affiliated with Motorsport UK. So yeah, we've had 65 entries in the last couple of rounds, which is absolutely phenomenal, for pro karting. Yes, we don't race on the GX200s, but we do on the 160s, and we're just getting bigger and bigger. But it's not just all 3 services. We do have some associate teams as well that actually bring stuff into our championship, which is phenomenal.
Good stuff, wonderful. Thank you very much. We'll head back out if that's all right. I'm going to take a shortcut and head back out into the paddock.
David, what I would say is he's definitely got the RAF accent, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
He's there. He fits right in.
Yes, right. So we're going to head right into MS and then maybe have to come back out because they've blocked it off halfway, I think.
Okay.
So we'll head in and see what we've got.
It's certainly very busy in here today.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not blocked off, David.
No.
We're all right.
Just a quick question. Do you think this will be ready to go out in the next 10 minutes?
Give it 15, David.
Are we just prepping this one for the race, just stripping it back, pretty much back to a bare frame, get it cleaned up, ready for the race tomorrow?
Yeah, completely strip it. Every nut and bolt out. I'm going to clean every bolt of it as well, and then reassemble it tonight, and then off it goes for 24 hours.
That's the idea, isn't it? So prep already starting. Tom's had a walk through. I'm going to step through. Lewis on the camera, just be careful with that. That's fine. Who's Tom found? Who's Tom having a chat with?
I'm going to try and grab, first of all, Dan.
Hello.
Who we normally speak to on the grid, but I'm going to try and grab Josh as well in a second. So don't go anywhere, Josh.
Don't go anywhere,
We're
mate.
going to come and have a chat with you.
Sorry, you've caught me in the middle of breakfast.
So how was your dinner last night? Have you recovered?
Yeah, recovered. It was a lot of food.
It was a lot of meat, wasn't it?
It was a lot of meat. Yeah. We like it.
Yeah. So how's prep going for this weekend?
Yeah. Good yesterday. Really good pace yesterday. Not sure whether the other teams are really showing their full potential yet, but we're confident at the moment. See what happens. Long race, anything can happen. It's all about getting through the traffic and making sure you get the cart back in one piece. I've been at both ends of the scale of crashing carts and being at the front and coming home first place, so it's going to be tough. It always is.
Are you planning on quadruple stinting again this year, or is that something you're normally forced into?
It's a bit of column A, bit of column B. It's all right. at some point there will probably be a double, at least a triple stint somewhere. So yeah, we're used to it.
The man's a machine. Absolute machine. Thanks for talking to us, Dan. We're going to move on.
Tom, you're going to speak to him, but it's not the first time he's been interviewed, because as soon as you said I want to speak to him, he went and got the branding on. He knows what he's doing. It's not his first rodeo.
Very much on brand. He knows his message. How are you, Josh?
Hey, not bad, mate. You?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. So, talk us through your British 24-hour experience so far.
Pretty good. Bit steady in testing. I've obviously not been in the kart as much this year, so getting back up to speed has been a bit of a slow burner. But fingers crossed, all the traffic comes out later on, and tomorrow should be good.
And the obvious, blatant question: how does it transfer from sim racing?
Pretty good. I think the traffic management's going to be good. We're obviously with sim racing with multi-class. It's quite handy. So through the corporates and the Nyson, I think I'll be pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, so a bit different when you're pushing a corporate down the back straight to pushing an F1 world champion.
Yeah, a little bit. Bit of a speed difference, but yeah.
Bit of a thing. Yeah. Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Josh. Appreciate that. So Josh, part of Team Redline as well in sim racing. So we're going to move on.
Good. So let's head back to 36, and then we'll head and have a chat with some of our hire kart drivers, Tom. But we'll have a quick look in. Now, this one looks like it's been race prepped. And I can tell that it's being race prepped because it's clean.
It's clean and it's got all the stickers on it, and they've not been touched.
Yeah, they're race prepped. Now, what do you think the chances are of these stickers looking like this after the 24?
Zero chance.
Of course. There's a lot out there, isn't there? There's a lot going on.
I'd ask what they're like, what the chances of them being like that after qualifying.
Still zero. Yeah, still zero. Hopes for the 24 this year?
Well, I just really want to have a decent race this year. Like, we've done it 4 times now, and we've always done some sort of self-inflicted somewhere along the way. So this year we're just trying to be a bit more organised, just have a really steady race, and just generally try not to make a pig's ear of it, really.
Good.
Can I
Strong
ask
marker game.
What your numbers are? They're on both sides of the tank, so the camera can pick them up on that side. What do your numbers represent?
Litres.
Litres? It's as simple as that?
Yeah, it's as simple as that.
Okay, so it's not like percentages of the stint or anything? No, just litres?
Litres. Just litres. Nice and simple.
Okay, so the driver looks down the back straight and goes, oh, I've got a litre left, and you go, that is X amount of time.
Yeah, I think the key is, like, you really don't want to do any more stops than you need to, do you? So you want to try and finish each stint on fumes if you can, but it's always that trade-off between, like, pitting 5 laps too early and then doing an extra stint over the race and then getting caught once when you follow in 4 rental cars. Obviously, with the bunching up full course yellow, it does make it a bit different this year and last year, because you've got that whole, are you in front of the leader, are you behind the leader?
Yeah.
Do you get a free lap, can you get back out in front of them? Because if you can get back out in front of them, you can basically go full chat and catch back up, can't you? So
it's going to make a big difference, I think. I mean, we did it last year and it worked pretty well. Obviously, there are benefits and drawbacks for each team, really, for the bunching up side of things, but certainly for us as commentators, we think it makes it a lot safer.
yeah, I think it does. They did it at BPEC at Ella and it worked quite well, but the thing is, you've got to be careful because it's basically like makes every full course yellow a bit like a red flag. So if you're behind the leader, you're okay. If you've just, if you're in front of the leader, you're okay. If you've just been overtaken by the leader, which happened to us at Ella when they had a red flag, like we'd literally been overtaken on the lap before, like instead of being 2 seconds behind third, I think we were, you end up being, and like most of a lap in front of the car behind, you end up being on the bump. Yeah.
You'd hope in a race that's 24 hours rather than 6 that you'll win some, you lose some, should even itself out overall, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I think every year we've done this. I think you'll notice the same. Like, there's always a load of full course yellows at the beginning when the owner drivers forget they've got to put fuel in the car. So about an hour 45 in, there's always normally a couple where someone's like just not put fuel.
Forgotten to fuel up in qualifying or whatever.
No, well, because they like you'll have a load of the owners who won't have done it before. You always get at least 1 or 2 teams who forget to run out of fuel. They run out by the mountain section. You got to send the quad bike on the track. It's full course yellow, but that's normally about 1:45. And then the first stint's a bit banditory normally, isn't it? And then it
settles in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right. We'll head back out.
Thank you for that, though.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Now, just quickly before we head out, probably the nicest team attire we're going to see here all weekend. I think for 36 Motorsport.
Yeah, I
really,
agree with
really
that.
good.
They've all got matching jackets.
Yeah,
as well,
absolutely. Right. We are going to head out and we're going to have a chat with some of our hire kart teams here at the 2024 British 24-hour kart race. To my left, The hire kart teams are getting their karts prepped ready for practice. We're going to start this hire kart paddock show though on the track and explain, Tom, why this corner's got a name change for this year.
Yeah, it's one of the new additions for this year. The corners stayed exactly the same, but there are a few little changes from last year in terms of corner name. This one being now named Howell, or Howells as we're probably going to call it. So you're going to come through over the start finish line, through the D chicane, and then the entry to the international circuit, the much longer circuit here at Teesside, is now called Howells because he came first. Martin Howell, one of the pioneers in pro karting, in karting in general, really. First person to put 2 engines on a kart, first one to have an indoor kart circuit. The list goes on and on and on. We did a lovely tribute for him at Le Mans, and we'll probably do another one here this weekend
and obviously
as well.
Himself and Bob Pope, the original proprietor of this circuit, the circuit now run by Kat Franklin, his daughter. You know, him and Martin worked together on Playscape, that first indoor track. Martin unfortunately passed away a month or so ago now, and we're going to rename this corner in his honour.
We are indeed. So what you will do is go through the D chicane, through Howells, down to Rib Bend, and then up the mountain section and into the newly named Barbecue Bend, or as I'm going to call it, BBQ.
Barbecue, because at the Free Tech meeting, motorbike set on fire up there.
Yes, so BBQ Bend, and then down the Bob Pope Straight. And into the Wiggles. So we're going to make our way over to the hire karts now. Though some of them are having their steering wheels changed. We'll cover that a little bit as well as to what's going on and why with that. But David, let's get into it.
Let's tuck straight into the first one with an Ausio panel on. It's Mulsanne Racing. Are we all right, fellas?
Yeah.
Good.
Great.
Hopes for this year's event?
Better than last year.
Talk us through last year then.
We had a mechanical in what was it, lap? Stint 2, yeah. Changed the engine, everything. We ended up with a new kart, so about 20 laps down. Right. So hopefully keeping the race a bit longer.
So this is the chariot for this year. Steering wheel obviously in the seat, as Tom's just mentioned. Driver team's allowed to change the steering wheel, so you've got your lap timer on there as well. We'll keep it flowing because, as you can see, we've got nearly 63. I think full 63 hire kart teams, Tom, this year. So we'll
do our usual focus on the 66 and what's going on here with Paul Franklin's face plastered all over the front of it. Makes me laugh every year.
This is the thing with the hire karts, the Nazio panels. Everybody sort of tries to have a bit of fun with it, a little bit creative. You'll see bright ones, you'll see black ones, every colour.
You'll see checkered patterns.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And then at night time, when they put lights on them, it's even better.
Sorry, I just swallowed a seed.
Here we go. I'm going to get in here with the lads from Williams Esport. Gents, first 24-hour here at Teesside. Have we got any hopes, or are we just having some fun?
Obviously both. Obviously both.
We'll turn around. There's a camera. It's
yeah,
fine. There we
sorry,
go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So both. Are we? So obviously, a little bit of the background on it. Tell us a little bit about the team, what you do.
Yeah. So obviously we're the esports team for Williams F1. So obviously the big team. We compete in various racing games and simulators. So that's what we do. And we just coming back to the question. I think we came for both. Obviously we want to have fun, but we are also super competitive. So if we can get a good position, we're obviously going to be very, very happy.
Yeah, I hear that from loads of riders. They go, I want to have some fun. They put a helmet on, they put the visor down, they want to win.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, this is what we do like every day. We just compete every day, so we kind of used to it. But obviously, it's also quite cool to come here with meet with other teammates that we don't see each other that often, and just drive a bit real life as well. Because obviously, this is more fun than driving virtually.
Good stuff. The problem we have, thank you very much, whilst filming this pretty much live, is that some people just walk straight through the middle of the shot. Cheers, fellas. Where's Tom gone? Here's Tom.
I'm here. I'm trying to find somebody who's changing a steering wheel.
He's trying to find. I can hear a noise down there. Adrian's changing a steering wheel. Tom.
Okay.
Get yourself down there. He's getting. He's mid-change.
He's
mid-change on what I believe is the Kenty racing kart. He is.
It is. Okay, so let's have a chat with somebody from these guys. So what's the deal with the steering wheel change? Talk us through it. Why? What's wrong with the normal steering wheel? Why the nice comfy grip I can see on that with the velour, the Alcantara?
We're taking on the idea that our performance is going to be improved with any level of comfort that we can add to the kart. So we're anticipating a bit of discomfort. We've got rib bend, so we're preparing with that with some rib protectors, a bit of foam padding, if we can have our hands nice and comfortable on the steering wheel, then that's going to help us gain those tenths that we need throughout the whole race to keep us in contention.
Yeah, there are. It is very hard on the body as this circuit. So padding the seat out as well. So it's going to be like a trip to a furniture shop.
It's going to be luxury. Yeah, I'm going to be practically falling asleep in the car. I'm going to be that comfortable.
Yeah, well, try not to do that, especially about 2 o'clock in the morning when you will feel the need. Yeah. Especially as you come down the back straight, and then you'll just be going like that, and then you get to the wiggles, you go, oh my god.
Yeah, no, hopefully that's not happening. But yeah, just try and make it as good as we can for the team.
I'm running the Micron lap timer as well.
Yeah, that's a high-tech piece of kit. That's not mine, I will admit. Belongs to
okay.
That's off my Rotax.
It's straight out the Rotax, straight onto the car.
We're just going to get a load of flashing lights that really mean nothing for us.
Exactly
it's
that.
A bit of fun. There's a Christmas tree.
And how do you find the battery life on it? Is it all good?
10 hours, let's see what happens.
Perfect. Bang a new one in straight away. Thanks a lot for talking to us, guys. I don't know where David is. Oh, he's down here now.
I'm down here, Tom. I've found an incredibly strong mustache game. From
yes,
one of our
I
two American teams. He's trying to put the Nauseo panel on, but I'm going to stop him so I can try and have a chat with him. There we go. Can I grab a quick word? There we go. Wonderful. Two teams, yourself and T4 Autosport, over from the States. Tell us a little bit about the journey over, why you've come over here to do the British 24.
So we've talked about this for a couple years. Our home track closed about 2 years ago. So we're kind of doing this as a reunion of sorts for our team.
Good. I chose you as well because that is a strong mustache.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I can't get anywhere near that, but yeah.
Big, Dale Earnhardt energy.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant. I'm going to pass you back to Tom. I think he's found somebody else. We'll keep it going.
What I've found is probably the shiniest Bigfoot panel on the... Oh, hang on, I'm getting in the shot now. The shiniest Bigfoot panel on the grid. Highly reflective. If the sun is shining tomorrow as it's due to, then I'm sure there'll be some blinded people when they look backwards. Was that the thought behind
That's
it?
the plan. We've got some nice shiny lights on there, so hopefully they'll do the job as well. But
oh, so you're blinding people during the day, blinding people at night.
We need to get an advantage somehow. So
yeah, you've gone full James Bond style. Yeah, we can't put lasers and machine guns on it, but we can shine mirrors in people's eyes.
That's the plan. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, let's hope people have got tinted visors when they're in and around.
If he has a banana for breakfast as well, Tom, that'll go over his shoulder, won't it, down the back straight?
Definitely. Yeah, anything like that. Yeah, we can move down as well. Got this beautiful one here in the 961. Now these guys are all in full team kit.
Bright yellow as well.
Yes,
a proper good spot.
I was going to say you can't miss them, but I think we've literally missed them as they've walked off.
Yeah,
the grid.
when I said they're an easy spot, we've lost them.
You won't miss them at the side of the track. Definitely, they're all in full yellow kit, so that's a bit of a shame that we couldn't get to talk to those guys. We've got Apex Twin here. They were very kind enough to lend us their panel earlier for when we were doing the difference between the owners and the hire carts. We'll bring you that during the stream as well.
Good. So this team here, Kart 39, will be titled I Won This Kart. What happened at the Teesside owner-drivers presentation last year is that we had a bit of an auction. The best time to hold an auction is towards the end when everyone's had loads of beer, and they won the team. So we'll have a chat with the team. Andy, we've ended up running the kart. We've got some drivers. That's Andy, isn't it? Yeah. We're missing one. Where I thought we had the experienced head. Where's he? Is he at work?
He's currently stuck in traffic on the way here, yeah. So hopefully he'll be here in the next half hour or so.
Luckily, he has turned a wheel before.
He has, yes. He's had a bit of experience. Yes.
I need to speak to him later and find out his full resume. But yeah, he's done a bit, hasn't he?
He has, yes.
We've got some young guns. We've got Alex, we've got Jared, we've got James, we've got Isaac. Isaac's currently leading the championship here in Junior Pro Karts. Just won the British Junior Pro Kart Championship as well. So congratulations to him.
I was just admiring not only the Nazor panel here, but the amount of preparation that's gone into bringing the full trailer over. So let's talk about your trolley. Ryan's trolley. Ryan? He's fully thrown you under a bus.
He has. It is my trolley, yeah.
So what's the hopes for this weekend?
We have no idea. We got given the spare car.
Okay.
Number 17 was, where was number 17 now? Not there. No. That's what they said. It's not here.
Okay, but this is the rocket ship. Yes. That's why they kept it back, just to give it to you guys.
Yeah, hopefully. Yep, definitely. Missing the back.
Yeah. Or that's definitely lighter. Yeah, might need to add a kilo or so of lead to that one.
No, I don't need it.
You're okay. Lewis, on the other hand.
That's why you use that. If you want to have a go on it, it's very heavy. You want to try and pick that up? Yeah, there you go. There you go, mate. Have a go on that. Do a pit stop with that fella. Come on, no. Come on, time's against us. We're doing a quick pit stop now.
Bench it above your head.
Look at a gun show on this guy.
2 tickets to the gun show, ladies and gentlemen.
He may as well do my stint. I'll do his job, I think.
Tom, you're a bit. Is it Terminator where he says, "I want your trainers, I want you and your moped"? Well, your trainers, your jeans in there as well, and I want your cart as well,
and your 4-stroke engines. Cheers, guys. Moving down, we have got some empty carts here at the moment. Not quite sure why that would be. We've got the Lockwell Hill karting guys here.
2 entries for them. They'll run the 35 and the 37 for Lockwell Hill 1 and 2. It's all getting a bit tight. Here we go. We'll have a quick chat. Jump yourself up. It's easier for you to stand up than me to crouch down. It is. Look at this. Also, occasionally you need a makeshift hammer. Here we're using duct tape to hammer it in. Other brands are available. Preferably a brand that works, because that look like hard work. Here we go. Let's have a quick chat. Alan, normally it's Carl doing the racing.
Yep.
Now it's you doing the racing.
I thought it was my turn to bend some track rod ends, to be honest, and 24 hours to do it is a good time.
You're going to have to go well to break them on the robust hire carts. We're racing for a reason, though. Talk me through that.
Yeah, we're racing against dementia. It's a charity that we adopted for the family due to my father having dementia and Alzheimer's. So we always do a race every 24 hours for a chosen charity, and this year and last year it just kind of fitted the bill. And this year we've kind of pushed it out a bit further and got basically companies that we know and etc. just to basically, if you want a sticker on it, it's going to cost you, and that's how we've done it this year.
Absolutely, and we're up to $5,000.
5,500. So it's not bad at all, to be honest.
Yeah, wonderful, brilliant effort, guys. Tom's found someone.
Well, no, I've not really found anybody. I just wanted to give a big shout out to the Teesside Academy guys, and of course Mr. Channer as well, the hero of Le Mans. Gets massively understated. No one appreciates his effort.
Just behind Rob Mathershaw on Strategic Genius.
He is, but he's also the hero of Le Mans.
Oh, because he took you to the train station.
Exactly, because he drove me to the train station on the Monday morning. Yeah, so we're moving down. We've got 111 down here. We've got the DWS guys. 13. What else have we got here? Oh, it's UTR. It's up the rear.
UTR
up the rear. Barry R. My favourite.
My
favourite team.
Barry R, who clearly used this Nauseo panel at last year's British 24 Hour and haven't used it since.
And haven't cleaned
because it's
it
the
since.
same colour as it was last time it came out.
Horrendous. Should we have a chat with them?
Yeah, why not? Amy would love a chat.
Yeah, Amy's going to
love a chat.
Anyway, Amy, come on. Well, I've never interviewed you on a grid. I've never even spoke to you on a grid with a microphone. So let's get that out of the way.
Tom, it's because Amy doesn't like to chat, but she's been boxed in. That's why I sent you this way.
Exactly. Can't go anywhere now. So, Amy, hopes for this weekend?
Top 3 I'm hoping for.
In class, okay. Who have we got in the team? Run us through it.
Nathan, Danny, Alfie, Hayden, and then Cole.
It's a strong team bond, you can tell. We're still learning names down here. So, obviously, we're going to find out how the cart's going. You've got the new steering wheel on. Are you putting a lap timer on it as well?
I'll have to at home.
So, tomorrow?
Yeah.
So there'll be a lap timer going on it tomorrow. Right, so very well organised down here for Barry R Racing. Thank you for talking to us. We'll move on. I'm not sure where David is. He's down here.
I'm here with last year's outright hire cart winners, Core Blimey Racing. They'll be defending their championship. Last year's pole man, Ed Bars. Ed, we're back. We're back in hires this year once again. I'm sure I saw you doing a bit of warm-up yesterday, testing just a few. I'm sure it was your lid. It was either that or Gareth Plackett's new one, because it looks very, very similar. Hopes again this year, surely it's got to be to try and take another one.
Yeah, definitely. I think we got a good chance. We were out doing kind of the hire cart testing yesterday just to
kind of make sure the fleet's all as close as it can be. So yeah, see how today goes. Don't have to be the quickest car, it's just got to be reliable.
Exactly, that's the main thing. I just want to draw the attention down here to the nose panel. Again, another team that are raising a little bit of money, this time for the Stroke Association. There is a bit of a story about that. We'll come to it a bit more during the 24, but Matt and Ollie, the two guys that sort of run Core Blimey Racing, they unfortunately lost somebody earlier in the year. They're racing for the Stroke Association. Tom's over there with Cole Clark Racing.
I am. I'm over here with Cole Clark Racing, and the reason is that you are an official marshal for Formula One.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to sort of touch base with that. So you fly all over the world.
Yeah.
You obviously paid for by Formula One. Is it F1 management? Or?
Unfortunately, marshals are all funded themselves, so we have to...
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
Sorry.
Right, so you fly all over the world. So where is it taking you to this year?
So in October, I fly out and be working the Austin Grand Prix. And then the following week, I'll be marshalling at the Mexico Grand Prix.
And your wife does the same, and she's doing?
She's going to be going off from there and doing the Brazilian Grand Prix, and then we've got a week's rest in Acapulco before she goes off and does Las Vegas.
Acapulco, very nice indeed. Right, so that's why I wanted to kind of touch on this, because investing in marshalling and being a marshal at the circuit, at circuits all over the UK, can take you to amazing places all over the world. And I will see you in Austin. That's why I kind of wanted to touch on it, because I'm going.
You have to tell me where you are. And
I will. I'll pop over and I'll try and say hello from the other side of the barrier or wherever we are.
Bring your camera down and I'll take some pictures from the track side of the drivers for you.
There we go. Great stuff. Thanks very much indeed. And I'll see you there.
It's going to be a tight squeeze, but I'm ploughing on anyway. We'll make our way through. Here we go. Who have we got? Now, the nose panel says Pisa Racing Team, but they're not. They'll be Perfect Car this weekend. Let's see if we can have a chat. We'll plough in with the driver, who appears to be getting himself comfortable. Why? Well, because you're sat in the driver's seat, so it's an easy... You can't run away.
I'm just checking the quality of it to make sure it is ready to go on track.
Are you racing or are you just managing?
Both, actually.
Bit of both, lovely. Yeah. First British 24 under the current name, but it looks like we've seen Pisa here before. Just give us a bit of background.
Half of the team raced before in Ireland, and that's the second time we are here. Last time with really bad results in it, but this time we are hoping to be a little bit up in the field.
Wonderful. We love that when people just go, we just want to improve year on year. It's fantastic. I've lost Tom again. No, I found him. He's down there.
I'm down here with the Bonato boys, Rob. I've just wanted to show this out. Lewis is going to bring it up on camera as well if we can squeeze him through. One of my favourite things of the weekend is finding people who've got brilliant colour schemes, They've made a lot of effort with their panels, let's put it that way, with the Nassau panels, with these Bigfoot panels. This, of course, taking inspiration from historic racing or a more historic brand, a big famous oil brand, shall we say. Let's not mention them by name, but I love it. It's absolutely brilliant, and you guys always go over and above in what you do in the efforts in this particular race. So how's it been for you so far this weekend?
Great. I only arrived a couple of hours ago, but the guys have been here since yesterday. Wanted to do a new livery because we normally do Porsche liveries. We thought we'd make a bit of a change this year with, as you say, the oil brand, which we won't mention which one. But after last year's win in class, decided to stay in the same class and hopefully...
Go for the double.
Hopefully, yeah. Fingers crossed. See how it goes. We've got rid of my fat weight. We've got a lighter person in, so more competitive.
What I was going to ask is, obviously, there's a huge amount of prep goes into this. So when does the preparations for it start?
About 3.5 weeks before. Yeah, about 3.5 weeks.
Only about 3.5 weeks. I genuinely thought you were going to say about 3.5 hours after the race finishes last year.
Before we get ideas together, what livery do we want this year, and then about 3 weeks before it's
About 3 weeks before, okay. So come, because we can't really hear you on the mic. Right,
Sorry.
So come across to us.
Yes.
Right, so you get the liveries made up, and it takes about 3.5 weeks.
Yeah, so I think we sit on the computer. It's about 6 hours on the computer for that, and then the t-shirts probably about 4 hours or something, and then this company wrapped it for us this year, and yeah, it's about two months before we get designs together and just see what we want to use this year, and then yeah, decided on this one this year.
Brilliant, I like it, and it's got my initials on it as well. Look. Even better.
Tom,
it's like it's personalised.
Two things. First of all, TB stands for Tubby. No problem. Love you too, mate. Do you want to have a quick chat here with cartwheelers for two reasons? One, absolutely brilliant Nauseo panel. Second of all, he needs some tape over. If he can't make it, he can't be on the kart.
This is true, we can't, yeah, but it's last minute.
So I mean, if he has to work, we get him scrubbed off. White tape, put the replacement's name, write it on in pen. Brilliant.
We've not had a chance to do that yet, but that is the intention. We are going to cross him out, and we're going to put the replacement driver across down here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No excuse for working. No. We don't believe in that on British 24-hour weekend. Hopes for this weekend.
He's only had all year to plan for
Absolutely.
it, right? Absolutely.
Yeah. Hopes for this weekend.
First time that we've actually been in the clubman's class rather than rookies, so, and it's a big field. So, yeah, anywhere inside the top 10 we'll be happy, I think.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Brilliant. Tom's off in the search of somebody again.
I'm trying to have a quick chat with the Dr. Vapes boys. How's things?
Yeah, good.
Just about recovered from Le Mans?
Just about recovered from... Actually, we had a race weekend straight after at Club 100.
Did you?
Yeah.
Battered and bruised, was it?
We're used to it now.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Good. It's like when boxers have the medicine ball punched against their ribs enough.
We get that on our ribs,
Exactly.
on our legs, and our arms. It's just completely numb now.
You just come used to it. Yeah?
Exactly that. Yeah.
Okay, so this is obviously is it the second time you guys have done this one?
Yeah.
Second year in a row.
Second year in a row, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah,
We've got two teams as well this year.
Yeah.
So. Last year, to be honest, we did all right. We were up, we were pretty much on for a podium. But yeah, some mechanicals set us back, which, fingers crossed, hopefully we don't have many of this weekend.
Just keep it off the curbs.
Keep
it out the gravel.
Of course.
The big one.
Yes.
We don't want any trips to Gravel Bay.
No, we don't. That is indeed what we don't want to do, yeah.
Great stuff. All right, well, thank you for catching up with us and good luck for the race.
I do like that nose panel they've got.
I do as
yeah,
well. I was
Badger's
looking at
best.
that a moment ago.
Now, I'm sure that they've got a board on the front straight, and I spent all day walking past thinking it looked like an
Wondering
upside
what it
down.
was,
Yeah, I thought it was
yeah.
upside down pig.
Yeah,
I just couldn't
was the
figure it
same as
out.
well. I wondered what it was.
We climb over some tyres.
Yeah, we're struggling now. I think
Yeah,
a little
Tom's
bit. A lot
going
of
that
people
way.
have disappeared. But
I'm this way, Tom. I've found someone. He's the last
Got
one to
Bard Racing
escape
boys
as everybody
down here.
else jumped over. Who are you? Who are you racing with? What are your hopes?
So Random Racing 778. Our hopes are just to try and do good. To be honest, it's just compete and just try and get somewhere in the rookie class.
I'm not saying anything about your pace, but you were the last one to retreat when everyone else saw the camera coming. They all jumped the barrier and walked off and left you to talk to me. Yeah.
We were giving you room.
He was giving me room.
Yeah.
Wonderful. He was giving me room. Tom's got no room at all over there. He's boxed in.
I've got Phil from Metroplum, and you're going to see the Nassau panel in a minute. But what I really like about Metroplum, David, is the team name is just the sponsor. It doesn't have racing or karting or motorsport after it. It's literally just the sponsor's name.
Which Tom likes.
Which I do like a lot. Let's have a look at the steering wheel. It's going on. Yeah, it helps if we have it the right way around as well. Yeah,
it does indeed.
So, reasons for choosing this particular brand? And that just because it come off another car? Or?
It come off my car, yeah.
Come off your car, right, okay.
My X30, which has been sitting in the container for the last year and a half.
Okay.
I think I've only took it out once and ended up in a tyre wall just down there.
Okay, right, well, yeah, that's not the way to go around, is it?
Not today.
So going to swap that over, and then you're getting out for practice. Who's going out first? Is it yourself?
Yeah, me going out first today.
And you're going to check it all over, make sure everything's tickety-boo.
Yeah, the only thing
and
I'm checking
then
really...
if it isn't, they can all blame you.
Yeah, but the only thing I'm going to be making sure that I keep an eye on this weekend is the weather, because I want to literally do one, which doesn't rain. It would be lovely to get through a whole dry 24.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm looking at the clouds coming over, and it doesn't look great at the moment. It's sunny, but it's a bit mixed. We might get a few drops while you're out.
A few drops I can deal with, but not like it was in 22, which is when I did my last one.
Right.
Which is we called.
Yeah, that was
6 in the morning. It was biblical, that one.
It was mildly moist, that one. Yeah, it was. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, Phil. That's the Metro Plum guys. We've got our reigning champions
from Le Mans, yeah.
From Le Mans, yes.
Yeah,
indeed.
didn't do the British 24-hour last year, but won in Le Mans, did kart events Belgium, so they'll definitely be one to watch. Of course, their three-driver lineup is supreme as always.
DJ's here as well, DJ Jules Van Hall.
Absolutely, with Kenneth Nissens and Siver Verfail. They'll be a strong contender, I think, for this British 24-hour. They always are.
Yeah.
The main thing to discuss, Tom, before we head to the commentary box, where you'll be starting the race alongside Ewan O'Leary, we'll have Zach Sweeney joining myself as well on commentary, is that looking at the weather forecast, touch wood, fingers crossed, we might have a dry 24-hour, and that's almost unheard of.
Yes, it is. And the key phrase there, the key word is might. We're going to try. We're trying everything. Everybody's doing the dry dances rather than the rain dances.
Absolutely. Well, it's time to head to the commentary box where you'll find this man, Tom Butterworth, alongside Ewan O'Leary for the start of the 2024 British 24-hour kart race.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 British 24-hour race. Karts are being gridded up on the start-finish straight at the moment. All about ready to go on time for 12 o'clock. The weather looks set fair at the moment. Glorious conditions here. We did have a very, very wet qualifying and practice session for the owner drivers, and then it dried up towards the end of hire kart qualifying. So some very quick time set in hire karts. We had a bit of a mixed up grid, which we like to see, and I'm going to hand over for the first time this year to Ewan O'Leary. Welcome to the commentary box, Ewan.
Thanks very much. Glad to be here, and very much looking forward to 24 hours of racing. Yeah, as you say, really sort of mixed up qualifying session where actually the owners were slower in the end than the hires because of these weather conditions. We're not expecting much rain based on the weather we can see out the window, but the weather forecast telling us something different. We'll see what actually happens. On the pole position for overall will be MS Soko Select, so successful over the last few years in this event. They were a couple attempts quicker than Nexus Sport, who are alongside them, and second place. Red Graphics, the 01, will be third. Then you get into the Owners Pro. DWS are on pole there ahead of Max Plant. Team Keen are third ahead of MSJSR and ETL. Then the final of the Owners teams, or classes, sorry. The club class, Tocqueville Motorsport, have qualified on pole there with MSBE in the rest of the top 10. So that will be the top 10, not only for the overall and owners, but the overall for the entire field. Then you get into the higher karts. That will be led, of course, by the elites. CBR 113 have taken the pole position there by a couple of attempts of a second. XLR 8 Kent Brewery Racing are second, head of ABC Racing and Race for Ruben. Then you get the higher club class pole position at sitters. They are Tocqueville 1, the 128. Then we've got the number 1 higher pro kart. That's Teesside Tigers, who have taken pole, 6th overall in the higher division. Then Lockworth Hill are on pole in higher rookie. So those are the pole sitters in each of our 7 classes for today's race.
Yeah, as we've explained many times over the years at this event, we run 2 different types of kart, and we've actually got a video that will bring you through the stream as well, explaining what the differences are between what we call the owners and the hires, and then within them subdivisions of each. Just checking the weather report, it looks like we've got a 46% chance of rain for the first hour as well, so that's going to be interesting to see whether that falls. Of course, it wouldn't be a 24-hour race at Teesside without a little bit of rain somewhere through it. Yeah, so we've got pole sitters. We've run through the grid. What I'm going to try and do is just pull up who's going to be driving in some of the karts, as well as we bring you some footage from the grid. So we've got, starting for MS Soko Select on pole position, we've got Josh Falkus, and then we've got Asher Blythe is going to be starting in the 17 of Nexus Sport. Of course, Asher has put it on pole here before. Then we've got Jess Alexander will be starting the number 1 Red Graphics kart. Jack Morris is going to be starting the 181 Max Plant. I haven't gotten who's starting on pole in Owner Pro, which is DW8, but I'll try and bring that to you. Oh, in fact, I have. It's Cassidy. It's Cassidy starting in that one. So that is Sam Cassidy going from Owner Pole. Yeah, Jack Morris is going to start in the 181, and then we've got Lennon French starting in 3rd in Owner Pro for Team Keen. And then just coming down a little bit into hires, we've got Ed Bars is going to start in the 113, and then we've got, bear with me while I pull it up, Ollie Smith is going to be starting in the 55 for XLR8 Kent Brewery, and then Henry Trina is going to be starting for ABC, which is Advantage by Contact.
bring you over and have a quick look into the live chat as well, because of course we have got live chat available to you if you want to join us. If you're watching and you're unsubscribed at the moment and you want to leave us a comment, all you need to do is click the subscribe button, and around 5 minutes later you will be able to join us virtually here in the commentary box. So some comments coming in. We've got good luck for Coal Kart Racing coming from Trish Brindley. We've got Trishy Mack, good luck CBR 113. We've got MG Motorsport watching from Australia. Mike Barnard, great quali for Nexus Sport P2. Front row, yeah, well that's it's a place that Asher Blythe has become used to over the years. It's the front row of a British 24-hour grid. We've got support coming in for Apex Twin, Cara O'Loughlin and Dominica. Catherine Potter's been on. Welcome, Catherine, to the stream. Nice to have you with us as always. Watching the race from Fullbeck. And we've got Joe Scarrett, good luck racing for Ron as well, coming in. Looks like drivers are getting ready now. We've got a few in very relaxed positions on the grid. Some having a proper sit down as well. And we've got about 9 minutes to go. The start of the race will be heralded by Paul Franklin. He's going to hold the flag up. It'll be Union flag, and then that will drop. The drivers will do a Le Mans style start, which is why you can see them on the other side of the track at the moment. So what they're going to do is a classic Le Mans style start where they're going to run across the grid, jump into the karts, and then they're going to start the race that way. So it's a bit of a gamble as to, do you want to sprint across as fast as you can? Are you going to sort of jog across and get yourself in comfortable? You'll see some people who won't even properly be in karts. By the time they're in it, they just jump in with their right foot straight on the accelerator and it's going, and then they'll get themselves seated, Jamaican bobsleigh style.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how many of them been practicing 10-meter runs as well.
Yeah, there's been a few out there. You can
few
see
sprints,
them. Yeah, a few of them out there already, working up a sweat. I mean, it's warm out there now. It is, I think it's about 22 degrees out there at the moment. So if you're in a full suit and helmet, it's a pretty sweaty environment already. One other thing that we should cover as well, we've got a world record attempt again here this year. So for a gentleman called Chris Pedlingham is going for the longest distance covered in a go-kart solo in 24 hours, and raising money for the British Heart Foundation, and an excellent cause and excellent reasons why, which we will also cover at various points during the stream. But you can follow on live timing, so live.alphatiming.co.uk/24 hours. You can monitor Chris's progress and also make donations as well. We'll bring you the links or the link for that as well if you would like to support him in that way. As you can see, somebody just walking in front of the shop, but also, very relaxed.
Someone sat on the floor. We were talking about people being sat on tyre bar and stuff. Someone sat on the floor. Anyway, they'll be just trying to relax a little bit before getting this race underway. And they'll be glad as well. It's dry underfoot, which is not like some of the other previous years. In the last few, we've had rain affecting this race. I'm kind of deciding whether this is, we can call this a rain-affected race, because it is slightly damp, but it's not really raining, is it? So
it won't be a rain-affected race, but it was a very rain-affected qualifying.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, as I say, the owners' qualifying times were slower than the hires, which is unusual. So we've got a mix-up grid, but we have ordered them in what you would deem a sensible way, so that to just alleviate some of those first lap chaos things that could happen if we sent them out all jumbled up.
Yes, so we do this traditionally where it doesn't really matter where you qualify in the owners, you will always be put in front of the hires because you're around 6 to 8 seconds a lap quicker. So the theory is that by the time they come down the back straight into the wiggles, that there'll be a good bit of gap between them, and it normally takes around about 3 laps. That's all before the front of the owners are then into lap traffic.
Even forgetting about the difference in speed that you talk about, there's 89 of them. So just line them up nose to nose or sort of behind one another like that. You go a long way around the track, even just line them up properly.
I think David will be able to show us on camera just how far down the track the karts go. So what they do is they actually use the cut through. In fact, there you go.
Yeah.
So we use the cut through here. That's going to be what we call the exit of South Bank and then into hairpin 3. There is actually a cut through on the circuit there. We move the barriers out the way, and the karts are stacked all the way to South Bank corner.
Yeah, so it's all this massive long front straight is being used effectively end to end. Pretty much, I'm just trying to see down at turn 1. They're pretty much at the apex of turn 1 over in the pulsating area, or the position anyway. And further down the back, they're almost going round South Bank. So it's a very, very large grid, and that means excitement for us. Which
It certainly does. We've got around about a 5-minute warning just gone out now, so we'll keep our eyes open for that. Still be a few people, I'm sure, doing test runs. We've not got engines on yet, so the drivers will get a driver start your engines kind of signal, and then you will hear a very low grumble, like about 100 Spitfires will be coming through the microphones, and you'll be able to hear them. No revving up or anything like that allowed on the start line, and it's 1 helper per kart. So 1 driver and 1 helper. Not allowed to push the karts out either to meet the driver. It's got to be a static thing. You're just holding the kart in position to stop it rolling away. That's all they're allowed to do.
Yeah, so they will be quite some anticipation on the straight at the moment. You were saying there's some adjustments being made. Just looking at some of the chattering going on about 2/3 of the way down the grid. I can't think what they could possibly be talking about at this stage. But
I'm going to push you, and you're going to push me.
Maybe, yeah.
That's normally.
But there seems to be more than 1 helper for that kart at the moment, which is odd, and not allowed as well, as you say. So.
There'll be marshals down there monitoring that, but there will be a lot of teams, particularly in the owners, who will have strategies already worked out for if we find each other on circuit, how are we going to play this out. One will be a stronger pusher, one will be a better puller, and in fact the start engines board has now gone out. So we're going to get them underway. The other thing to bear in mind as well was because of the nuances of the qualifying regulations here, you have to be in a queue for fuel 15 minutes before the end of qualifying. You are then able to go back out if you have refueled, if there is still time in the session. You're able to go out and still continue qualifying. But if you aren't in that fuel bay 15 minutes before the end of the session, you have to start the race with whatever fuel is in the tank. So we might see some short stints for an initial first stint and get themselves off strategy, if you like, of everybody coming in sort of between an hour and 20 and an hour and 45. We might see a few short first stints as well, so something to watch out for there.
And because of that rule, it could mean that normally in 24-hour racing, you might watch, car racing, maybe 24 hours, Le Mans, Nürburgring, etc. They generally, the top guys pit at the same time from the beginning. It gets stretched out towards the end, of course, as everyone has trouble and whatever, but at the beginning, they all pit at the same time. What those rules will mean here is that we won't generally have a lot of people pitting at the same time, because the laps are only a couple of kilometres around here compared to, obviously, actual racing circuits for car racing, etc. It is a bit longer. It means that everybody generally pits at the same time. Here we won't really have that, so that's going to mix up the strategy, especially. It's going to keep the pit lane very busy, and the vagaries of coming into pit lane and finding a fuel bay, either open or not, is going to come into play as well.
We've also got our first mechanical of the weekend as well. TSK-Motorsport have snapped the pull cord whilst trying to start the engine, and you can see now Nigel Moore, or we can see Nigel Moore out of the commentary box window. There he goes across the shot, sprinting down the grid to try and get this sorted out before the start of the race. Nigel, he's kind of the unofficial star of our stream as well, because he will be working for way longer than 24 hours, and he'll be rescuing karts all through the night and day. He'll be driving the quad, he'll be pushing them back into position, and it looks like we're about ready to go. We've got Paul Franklin on the grid with the start flag in hand. Also Rosie there as well, young Rosie Franklin. She's going to be our 30 seconds to go board, and we're looking down into the newly named Howells corner as well. We'll come on to that a little bit during the race, as well as to what's going on there. So we've renamed what used to be the first corner on the international circuit. That is now Howells as well. So that's basically where they're going to be heading first. No D-chicane on the first lap as well. So they will run straight down, and Howells will be the first corner on the track. Martin Howell being, of course, a massive pioneer in karting, so it only seems right that he comes first.
Exactly, and that's the very first corner they'll be taking. Expecting over 1,000 laps, by the way. They'll be going around that corner and all the others many, many times here today. So it's going to be a long day, but an exciting race, and we're not too far away from it commencing.
We're just trying to pick it up on camera at the moment. I think we're down here somewhere. We'll try and get the flag into shot. We're about ready to go. We have hit 12 o'clock, so we should be getting going fairly shortly.
I wonder if there's still trouble down at the back with that.
30 seconds board up in the air, so we're about to get going for the 2024 British 24-hour. MS Soko Select on pole. As we have seen many times over the years, Nexus Sport in second and Red Graphics in third. Union flag is up in the air. We're away and racing here for 2024. Good start from the 43. It looks like Asher Blythe with an even better start from second place in Nexus Sport. Looking like he's heading around the outside. As they head down into Rib Bend for the first time and around the right-hander. It looks like everybody's made it through there safely.
Oh, a couple
and
around
and
the
then,
highest.
as usual, once the higher carts come through, we've got 2, 3 off, it looks like, at the moment.
Yeah, a couple in the gravel down there. But
they're already going to be making trips to Gravel Bay, the favourite holiday destination here at Teesside of Gravel Bay. As they head down the back straight for the very first time, it is Asher Blythe leading from Jess Alexander in Red Graphics. Josh Folkus is in third, and Dan Bugard in the 110 has gone, in the 111 has gone straight off from around about 4th place, I think.
Yeah, and the grass is so slippery because of the rain earlier this morning. It took him a long time to get back going again. He's back down in about 20th, 30th place. There's another spin down there.
That's
at the very same
cartwheels.
corner. It might be stuck there.
Yeah, cartwheels is going to have to wait now until the track is cleared. But coming across the line, it's going to be Asher Blythe leading from the 43 of Josh Folkus and MS Soko Select, overtaking Jess Alexander at hairpin 4 and now moving through. I'll bring you the top 10 as we have them. It's Nexus Sport from MS Soko Select from Red Graphics, Max Plant. Then your first Clubman car is Topworth Motorsport in 5th. DWS, MS.BE, ETL, exceeding track limits. Then it's Team Keen and Alessia. Your top 10 in higher carts. We've got XLR8 Brewery leading from CBR 113. ABC Racing, then it's race for Ruben Topworth Motorsport 1. Williams Esport. Team Cringe, kartevents.be in 34th. Then it's Lockwell Hill 1 and Lockwell Hill 2. And Teesside Tigers, 37th overall.
Generally, a good start, though, I think. Everyone got back going again. I believe I saw the flag come out for a second, but it's okay. Everyone seems to be running at the end of the opening lap, which is the main thing. All 89 getting over the line. I think I've got 88 on my screen, actually, at the moment. I don't know if we're missing one, but it looks like it's been a generally good start already. The field getting so spread out. Look at this. It's quite remarkable, isn't it, how quickly they get spread out and how quickly we'll be into lap traffic.
Exactly. We've got the leaders just coming over the line for the third time, or to start the third lap. And, yeah, we've got the higher carts are only just entering hairpin 1.
Yeah. It's very, very busy in the highs, especially. They're really close together.
78 of Topworth Motorsport coming into the pits already.
And the front end of that car didn't look quite right to me. I'm not entirely sure. I've not seen these cars very often, so maybe I'm seeing things. But that didn't look quite right to me. First pit stop, though, for sure.
Well, I've just been informed by Zach, who's going to be on commentary a little bit later on this afternoon. Zach's told me that we've got a car in the mechanic bay already with a brake failure, so that will explain why we've got 88 coming across the grid. Okay. At the moment, you can see them streaming through the D chicane now. A few people taking that wide. That's something that you'll see a lot of, people running over that bit of tarmac on the left side of the shot there, and the exit of the D chicane. Very, very tricky corner. It rises, it falls, it's off camber. At parts, it's cambered as you enter, then it's off camber through the left-handed apex, and then it dips and you sort of straddle the red and white curb and the tarmac to sort of minimise the dip that's in between that part. It's a very tricky corner to get right.
Just to go back, side by side for the lead, excuse me, over the line here, side by side as the pole sitters, MS Soco Select try and take the lead back again, and they do through the final chicane and into turn 1. It looks like Nexus Sport are going to lose not only first but second place as well.
Yeah, it looked like Falcus had moved through there. We're going to try and pick that up on camera. We're looking at the owners, the hire kart leaders, which was CBR was that? I think it was Ed Bars leading that one.
Yeah,
it's CBR 113 leading that. So we now look at the leaders as they head down the back straight, and they are going to catch higher traffic this lap, I'm pretty sure. We've got the final placed hire car is just exiting hairpin 1 and 2, and it is Falcus now from Alexander, from Blythe, Soco Select, Red Graphics and Nexus Sport. Also just hanging on as well in 4th place is Jack Morris in the Max Plant kart. He's the owner pro leader. We've got yellow flag over start finish as somebody's lost it, as I mentioned, at the D chicane, finding it a very tricky corner. But this will be the last time that the owner drivers are in clear traffic. As they come over the line this time, they're just going to catch the back of the higher carts.
Yeah.
And that's it. So fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:12.096, just set by Jack Morris in the 181.
Yeah, is that ever going to be beaten? I'm not entirely sure it will be, as we get traffic for the remaining 23 hours, 26 minutes of this race. Just to note, a few karts that are already in pit lane, by the way, because the circuit breakers are the first one to actually be lapped on the circuit. We've already got TSK Motorsport, the number 78. We've already seen them in. They qualified inside the top 10. I think they might be back out on the circuit again, but they're certainly a lap down. Team Yellow Racing a few laps down, so are A66 higher, unfortunately. So there are the 3 already a lap down as a result of coming into pit lane.
We've got Josh Falcus just making some hand gestures down the as they went in between hairpin 1 and 2. I think saying to Jess, maybe just either calm down or work with me, or let's up the pace. I'm not quite sure. There was definitely some kind of hand gesture, but you will see this a lot, that these 3 will probably not be doing too much overtaking at the moment. They'll tend to work together as they make their way over start-finish line just in front of the commentary box. We've got a contact warning for the 13 as well. That's gone out. The 13 is one of the Red Graphics cards.
Hires, I think. It's one of the hires. The number 13. Not entirely sure. We haven't seen the contact, but that's the first black and white flag. We don't have a 13.
I don't have a 13 on my notes.
No, okay. Well, that's first mystery. First mystery of the day. Number 13 doesn't seem to exist, but we'll try and work that one out in a few moments' time. Yeah, it's traffic time now, and it will...
Oh, it's UTR. It's up the rear.
Okay.
UTR.
Yeah. Well, they've been living up to their name in that case.
Yes.
Contact
we've got another high going very, very wide at hairpin 1.
In front of the leaders.
And
just
right
in front of the leaders.
Right in front of the leaders. And they're going to have to kind of thread the needle. And the lead has changed once again. It's Jess Alexander. It's Jess Alexander leading as they came into hairpin 1. Now trying to block off Falcus down the back straight, and as he retakes second place from Asher Blythe. So just as they try and thread the needle through the traffic, they are actually changing position. Just who can find their way through better. Once they start realising that it's actually better to run as a train of 3, as they are now, you can see Jack Morris now starting to close the gap. They'll be much better served for each other.
I don't know, because after all, they are all in the same class, and they're the only ones in their class, the owners' elite. So after all, they're not trying to get away from anybody else. They are, after all, fighting only with one another. So I don't see too much of a downside to doing this at the moment. And of course, you've got to factor in, it's all well and good us talking about this while we're stood here, but they're actually there getting caught up in the moment, as I'm sure everyone would in that situation. So I can't really blame them too much. I don't think it disadvantages them too much either, but my goodness, they're having to slice through traffic left and right. Quite remarkable.
And for a lot of these hire kart drivers as well in the higher class, this is the first time that they'll have been on circuit with the owners as well. So it's going to be quite an eye-opener to see the difference in pace between these karts as Blythe and Alexander go side by side again coming out of hairpin 2.
Only briefly.
Only very briefly, yeah, but tucking back in. And this is what I mean. They need to kind of form a train of 3 if they're going to hang on to the coattails of whoever's leading the 3, as Jess gave Josh a bit of a push through there. as they came through South Bank and into hairpin 3 once again.
Just a moment there where they had no traffic. Now they're going to be split up. Oh, that was close.
Had somebody off on the kink out of hairpin 4 there towards the dog leg, as well as they head down towards Rib Bend one more time. Rib Bend so called because that's what happens when you go through there.
Oh, right.
It's really bumpy, really wide, and it looks like it's a 90-degree corner, but it's actually about 110, 120 degrees around there. It's a lot tighter than you think it is. You monster over the curb on the inside, huge bumps, and what happens is it punches you in the seat on the cart, punches you in the side, and your ribs bend as you go through there, so that's why we named it Rib Bend.
I've noticed, especially around that part of the circuit, it is very bumpy. I noticed it on the back straight as well, actually, just out of the long right-hander. It does get very bumpy. We've got a black and white flag, by the way. Another warning for contact for MS Scorchio. That's the number 66, third in the Owners Pro class last year.
This will be for overtaking the higher carts and making contact at the moment, as even the back of now the owners are starting to make their way through.
Yep.
A good portion of the lap traffic. The leaders have become a little bit separated. We've got 43 now. It's probably got a good second and a half over Red Graphics and Nexus Sport. As we've got somebody's just popped into the pit lane. I can't see. We're not running numbers on the back of the cart, so I missed who it was. But I'll see if I can pull them up on timing.
We'll try and pick that up. One other thing that's happened, by the way, Max Plant, who are leading in the Owners Pro class, have very much caught the three leaders now. That is Morris at the wheel of that one to start this race. That's Jack Morris. Second in the Owners Pro class last year. They come back again to try and win it. They are with the leaders.
We've got a cart stopped at hairpin 1, struggling to get going in the middle of the circuit as the leaders come through as well.
Oh, not nice. Not a nice place to be stuck.
No, very dangerous. Trying to start his cart as well, to trying to get it moving. We've got now one trying to cut through the inside as well.
This is not a nice place to be stuck. We might have our first.
We may have our first full course yellow. We're not sure yet. There's nothing happening at the moment. Nigel Moore's now sprinting across circuit so that we can have the yellow flag there and also try and get the cart underway as well. We've got a warning gone out for the 29 as well for curbs. That's Newmarket Buzzing Hornets. And it was the 222 that came into the pits as well. So that's one of the higher rookies. That's All Road Asphalt has come into the pits.
And we've got that cart back underway again. Still couldn't quite see the number from here, but we've got that cart back underway again, just under a yoke of yellow.
They come through. Yeah, it'll be somebody who's dropped down the order significantly on the last lap as well.
Yeah,
I'll be able to pull that up.
Probably towards the back end of the lead lap for the Highers. They're at one lap down overall now.
I think it's Random Racing 778. I think it might be them.
Okay.
They're currently down 20 positions, and it's adding up as they go. Yeah, it's Random Racing.
Okay, I'll just get that absolutely confirmed as they make their way past us.
It's definitely not
see with their eyes.
Clark, and I don't think it's Cal Speed Crew, but all three of those are dropping down, as are JK Racing.
Number 46.
Steel City Racing.
Oh no, it was the one after 46. So I was looking and I looked at the wrong one. Apologies, I couldn't see.
That's all right. So basically, we've got 4 carts that are falling down the order.
Okay.
We've got Random Racing, Cole Clark Racing, Cal Speed Crew, and JK Racing have all lost double-figure positions this time around. Random Racing down 35 and Cole Clark down 20 on that lap. So all 4 of those having issues. Still at the front of this one, Soko Select leading now by half a second. We've got a contact warning go out for the 30 of Dr. Vapes. Nexus Sport and Max Plan, all 4 carts now close together on track.
It's good to see. Good start to this race for those at the front of the field, and good for us as well, because it's very exciting between those front 4. Maybe not so good actually for those others in Owner Pro who will want to win, because already that gap is out at 6.2 seconds first to second.
Yeah, huge gap already in that respect. Just keeping an eye on our world record attempts as well. So we've got in 21st place overall at the moment. We've got Chris Pedlingham, Pedals as he's known in the paddock. 21st place on a world record attempt. Furthest distance solo in a kart in 24 hours.
Yeah, very impressive. I think, did you have the exact number for what the record would be? I think it's 900 odd. But I can't remember the exact figure.
Well, they're going for around about 1,000 laps minimum.
Okay.
And I think what he's trying to do is, or how he's broken it down. And I did a good interview with him yesterday, actually, which will play out during the stream as well. So you can get fully up to speed on that. We'll certainly play them through the night as well. But yeah, he's aiming for 50 laps an hour. So it'll be the first sort of 6 hours or so, he'll run a full tank of fuel to be bone dry. And then we'll come in and make a normal on-schedule pit stop. And then I think as he gets very, very tired during the night and things like that, he will then start to do the 50 laps an hour and then park it, and then 50 laps an hour and park it. And that he reckons that gives him then around about a 4-hour window, 4 hours in the bank, essentially. So provided he can make that 50 laps an hour, he should comfortably set a new world record. Speaking of records, we've just had a 1:11.7 set by Asher Blythe in Nexus Sport on that lap. So a new fastest lap of the race. Red Graphics, Max Plant and Nexus Sport all setting fastest laps of the race. And that 1:11.7 is a new race new race lap record.
Wow.
So the previous lap record was a 1:12.1 on the Dunlop tyres that we currently run. Before that, we ran Bridgestones, and the fastest ever lap then was a 1:11.834. We're now on a 1:11.713. Despite the rain, the rubber has remained on the track, and we're gripped up nicely.
And doesn't that say as well that the dampness that we had this morning has very much gone away? I was slightly concerned. I was talking about it earlier on. Is this going to be a wettish start? How bad is it going to be? Well, actually, we've got the answer. Not bad at all. We're only 15 minutes in.
Yeah, exactly. Flying along they are. So we've got a new lap record set by Asher Blythe. So we will keep our eye on that one as to whether that's going to change. It looked like they had a bit of a gap as well, a bit of a gap in the traffic, so they were able to work their way through it. But Asher Blythe still third in that train. So got slipstream from a couple of hire carts and slipstream from a couple of owner carts. And in fact, he's down the inside using the owner carts. Falkus and Alexander went to the went to the outside around South Bank, opened the door down the inside. Blythe and Morris went 3 wide. Thank you very much, both of them through first and second now.
So it's a owner elite leading, an owner pro overall now, and that pro with a big gap over the rest in its class, but a remarkable overtake, really, a remarkable churn of events, I suppose, for those front four who are still absolutely locked together, and in the slightly lighter traffic as everyone gets a bit more spread out now.
Well, what I would say is the owner pro, the pro class, does fit Jack Morris quite well, who's just taken the second place on this track in the race, because Jack actually works here at Teesside. David and I refer to him as Teesside Stig. So yeah, that was well thought out, well planned, and well executed from Morris. As Blythe gets a bit held up through hairpin 2, and in fact Jack Morris has just pushed Blythe down the back straight rather than overtaking. He's just quite happy to work with this group of 4 at the moment. Could have easily taken the lead of the race there, but didn't. Opted to push Blythe. That's the 4 of them back together now, and we're going to look for as they're on screen now, and we're going to look for Falkus possibly making a move on Morris as they try and complete this lap. I'll put my teeth in and I'll be back in a minute.
It's all right. They'll go through the D chicane now without actually traffic for the first time in a little while, in towards turn 1 as well, and then Ribend just down the inside of another higher cart, and so a little bit of free track just for a moment, then into more traffic at turn 3, up the mountain, down the inside. I don't think the hire cart driver was quite aware that there was going to be 4 down the inside instead of just the 1. And now they'll go onto the back straight, deciding whether to go left or right into the wiggles. This is going to cost them a little bit of time, being stuck behind one of the hires again.
That's what I was saying, though, that they need to work as a train so that the hire carts can't slip back in to take a normal racing line, and then they're going to have to, whoever's in 3rd or 4th or 2nd or whatever it may be, is going to have to jink around the hire car. If they can stay together nose to tail, close that gap up, they'll just work their way through. Whoever goes through first will...
They'll dive down the inside there. Max Plant may well be in the lead now, and I think they are. Yes, they are. Good dive down the inside at hairpin 3.
Jack Morris and a little bit of side-to-side contact as well. Bit of a hit check from Jess Alexander as they came out of hairpin 4. So it's now Jack Morris and Max Plant leading from Asher Blythe in Nexus Sport from Jess Alexander in Red Graphics and Josh Falkus in MS Soco Select. Around about half a lap clear now of most of the owner drivers as well in terms of the field spread. The back of the owners at least half a lap behind, I would say now. So the field spreading out quite nicely in owners, and this is it now. For 24 hours, it will just be a constant stream of owner, higher, owner, higher, 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 owner.
Yeah,
as they come past.
I think we've got an owner actually a lap down because of Top with Motorsport in the 78. They came in really early, didn't they?
Yeah, I think that was.
I don't know if we got to the bottom of that, whether there was a problem or not, or whether they just didn't have very much fuel to start with. I don't know.
It might be a case of they were very low. They qualified quite high up, didn't they?
They were
yes, they
top
qualified
10.
top pole position in clubman class, so they may have been very light on fuel for qualifying, but they're off schedule for the race now, so they'll be probably the last ones to make a second stop.
It's not a bad idea to get yourself off strategy, although in some ways they were pitting so early that they're not really off strategy at all. They're just sort of a pit stop behind, and they kind of will remain a pit stop behind for the rest of the race unless they do something different. So it's a little bit awkward. There is this point of having lowish fuel, but you don't want to have too low of fuel, I suppose.
No, not that low. I don't think that was ideal. Nexus Sport and Asher Blythe are now retaking the lead from Morris as we look at them coming up over the hill. And for the first time this year, we're going to mention it, newly named Barbecue Bend at the top of the hill there, or as I'm going to refer to it as BBQ Bend.
It's an important corner to go back onto the back straight, and
it's huge. Yeah, the
exit
exit from there will fully
determine. It's a good half kilometre, I think, from Barbecue Bend to the Wiggles. So it's a very important corner to get right. As you then go into the Wiggles, then hairpin 1 and 2, as the leaders just have. They're making their way around South Bend now and towards South Bank, excuse me, then in towards hairpins 3 and 4 with no one in front of them through hairpin 4. That would be a rare occasion.
Yeah, Falkus has now overtaken Jack Morris as well. So it is going to be Nexus Sport from MS Soco Select, then Max Plant, then Red Graphics. The front four now are miles clear, probably the best way to describe it, of 5th place Team Tape 3, who's in a race of 1 at the moment. Probably a good 6 or 7 seconds clear of Team Keen. In fact, it's 4.5, my apologies. 4.5 seconds clear of Team Keen. Then it's MS.BE, the leader of your clubman class in owners. Then it's DWS, MS Urban Blue, and the ETL of exceeding track limits. In your higher classes, we've got ABC Racing 116 now leading from Core Blimey Racing 113. Then it's Race for Ruben. They're all the higher elites. Then we've got XLR8 Kent Brewery, Tockwith 1, the leader of higher clubman. Lockwell Hill 1 leading higher pro. And your leader in higher rookie is Lockwell Hill 2 in 34th place overall. We've got car 33 with a wheel, has lost a wheel.
How's that happened? How's that possible?
That's BTM.
BTM,
yeah, have lost a wheel.
Not sure how that would have happened, to be honest. But
well, it happens.
Yeah,
it definitely happens. Yeah. They're not having a wheelie good race. Oh dear! First of the terrible puns coming out.
20 minutes in.
Yeah. It didn't
this
take.
Is middle of the night.
In fairness, 20 minutes is pretty good going for me. I'd normally have one in within the first 5 minutes. But yeah. Wheelie bad start to the race for them as they came back in on 3. That'll get replaced with a brand new tyre as well. Most likely we'll go on that one.
So we were talking earlier on. Oh dear, 3 wide over the start-finish line with not the leaders actually.
No,
another group
it wasn't.
Of owners,
it was just
actually,
a big group of them coming through.
Yeah, just a very big group. I think it might be the battle for 12th. But anyway,
I think you're right.
So we were talking earlier about the service that's going to happen in the middle of the race for the hires. I'm presuming that that won't be taken out of their allocation for a wheel coming off.
We've got a yellow flag out over start-finish briefly and then back in. Not quite sure what that was. Sorry, Ewan, carry on.
No, I was just saying that if there's actually a problem with a wheel, I'm guessing that it's not part of their 2 that they have changed at the halfway mark. They just get a new one, I suppose.
Yeah. It'll just be a fresh tyre. We'll go straight onto it.
So it looks like that's been sorted for them. I think I've seen them back out on the circuit here, actually, unless they're still dropping down the field. They're 78th as far as I can see at the moment, and they are back running again. So BTM back out onto the circuit in 78th. I think we have everyone back out on the circuit actually now. All 89 out on the circuit. Team Yellow Racing are the ones who have had the most problems there so far. They're already 11 laps down and 5 laps off the next kart, so they have not had a good start.
What I would ask as well, just while we're while I'm dipping into the live chat comments, is please share our stream. If you could take 5 seconds just to share our stream to whatever social media channel that you wish to share it to, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, etc., etc. It would be hugely appreciated. Of course, Alex, as Max Hawkins has said, they're already tired of these jokes. Tired with a Y. But yeah, if you could please share our stream as well, that would be hugely, hugely appreciated. The more viewers we can get, the better for everybody involved. Share it to whoever you are, to all of your socials. Mention who you're supporting, and then let them know that if they subscribe, they can leave us a chat and join us here in the commentary box. So loads of comments coming in. I mean, genuinely, probably more comments than we've ever had. We've got Freya Yeadon, good luck to Josh. Carp 36, we've got Calspeed crew support coming in, Max Plant support, Charlie Bean saying good luck to Asher Blythe. We've got Rachel Mallard, good luck to the EDKT team. Connor Jupp has been on. Juppy, we miss you here this weekend, pal. It's Connor Jupp, of course, X30 world champion, and has been racing for Team Tate. So yeah, shame that Juppy's not with us. Who else have we got? Steve Januzauskas has been on as well with support for all his ex-racing crew. Yeah, again, another team that we're missing here this weekend is ex-racing, but Henry Trina had a good qualifying for ABC, and he's currently second in the higher class as well at the moment.
Nexus Sport are leading again in the overall. They've got ahead of MS Soco Select, who are second, Red Graphics, who are third, and Max Plant, who are fourth. So that lead for the owners' pro leaders the overall lead for them, I should say, was pretty short-lived, although they are extending their class lead. It's now 10.4 seconds.
Yeah, huge lead at the moment for Max Plant in that class. We say huge, it's huge at this point in the race. We're only 25 minutes in. They've got a strong lineup of Max Plant as well. Just going to dip into who fully is in that class. I know Max Shields is one. We've got Max Shields, we've got Ronnie Smith, Seb Pereira, Thomas Braid. All of those have raced here multiple times at Teesside. Max Shields currently in the elite class in the owner-driver sprint series. Seb Pereira has been junior pro karter and senior pro karter. Thomas Braid runs in senior pro kart. Jack Morris, of course, Teesside Stig. And then we've got Blake Checketts as well in that car.
We'll save Zach Sweeney's Ronnie Smith story for later on because we've got one, but that's for a bit later on. We're only in the first half an hour or so. So we've got a black and white flag here for the 111 and a car in the grass as well in hairpin one, so it's all going on. That car has been recovered, or it's recovered itself, I should say. The 111, I'm not entirely sure whether that's going to be 111 owners or for hires. It's for the owners, is it? JS
no,
Racing?
No, that's
the
higher one. It's JS
okay.
Racing in the hires. It's believe it or not, it's MSJSR in.
You sure? I
think in the owners.
It is in the owners, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So no, it's MSJSR is the owner one, and JS Racing is the higher one.
For heaven's sake!
No, not only are they the same numbers.
What
they've
did they do
almost
that
the same
for?
name.
That's ridiculous.
So yeah, so we've. But it's here if we look on if you are watching and on a laptop or on your phone or whatever, you've also got access to live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR, and you can actually see the penalties on there as well as a contact warning goes out for the 66 of MS Scorcher. That's their second one as well in 4 minutes.
Third, fourth. Goodness, they're getting loads. What's going on here? I can see 4.
Oh yes, there are 4. Yeah, so they might be getting in trouble very shortly. We've got to yeah. They could be in trouble with.
Change for the lead. We've got change for the lead. The number 43 is back into the lead again. MS Soco Select are ahead of Nexus Sport. They're just over the line again. Who was that off the road there at hairpin 1?
I think it was 24.
Looked like 24, yeah. To me, that's one of the owners.
So that's the EDK. EDPKT. You
Yeah.
see, this is the problem. Is that for years they've been known as the EDK24T, which is the English Deaf Karting Team, and their 24 hours team.
Now it's the Pro Kart team.
And now it's the Pro
Yes.
Kart team. Yeah, so it's had a name change. It's had a complete change of. As somebody went very airborne through the wiggles there, just in front of the commentary box. But yeah, so they've changed from hires to the owner class for the first time, and with it has come a change of name as well.
Yeah, so at least they're back onto the track again. I'll try and find where they are actually in the field here, because they're right the way down the back. They've clearly had major problems so far. They're
Had
6
some
laps
issues.
down as of right now as a owner club class kart.
4 wide down the back straight. This is what we call the Bob Pope straight as well here at Teesside. And then we cut to the next shot. This is the entry to the wiggles. Very tight section of the track there as well. You can only fit 1 kart through the wiggles, so or 1 kart width through the wiggles. So there won't be people going side by side. It will be a case of after you, Claude, at various points through the race, as well as the hires will go side by side and decide amongst themselves down the back straight who's going first. So CBR 113 still leading hires from ABC Racing, from Race for Ruben now, who have overtaken on that lap XLR8 Kent Brewery, all within about 3 seconds, those 3 as well, so they're pretty close on track. The front 2 still nose to tail as they come across the line. And XLR8 Kent Brewery have in fact now swapped back positions with Race for Ruben. Tockwith 1 is around 4.5 seconds back there in higher club as well. So we'd expect that's their quickest driver, and potentially as a team mix that they will then drop down the order since they're in higher club, and the higher pro drive classes will start to move towards the front as well. So at higher elite 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. And then we've got a club and a rookie and a pro in that order, which is Tockwith 1, Lockwell Hill 2, and Lockwell Hill 1.
Yeah, all mixed up in hires. I've noticed that actually in qualifying that the classes in hires are a lot more closer together. It's a lot more multicoloured further down the field. The owners are fairly set in their classes, sort of where they should be. The front 3 qualified in the front 3 and have been running there for most of the race, although Red Graphics have now been overtaken by Max Plant, so they're now 4th and not on the podium anymore, overall podium anymore. And the club owners class karts are generally below those elite and pro karts in the top 10, although MSB are still doing well in 7th overall.
I think we should probably take this opportunity as well to explain to people down the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the different colours of the kart, so that explains what class they are in. Because it doesn't explain it on the screen, I'll run you through what classes they are, so if you're looking out for them on screen, you can actually see what class they're running in relative to each other as well. So the owner karts are running yellow for owner elite, then you've got red for owner pro, and black for owner clubman. Then you've got a class of 1, which is the sort of royal blue of the world record attempt of racing for Ange. Then in the hires, we've got a kind of teal colour, a very light blue. That's your higher elites. Then you've got the green of higher clubman, the orange of higher rookie, pink for higher pro as well. So yeah, that's kind of it. That's where we're at.
Yeah, we'll make sure to try and run through that a few times over the course of the day, because it does get confusing as to who is in what class and what colour they should be, and etc. etc. So we'll try and keep on top of that over the course of the day. But for the moment, it's been a good start. Just over half an hour gone. MS Stoco Select still leading. I guess that doesn't really tell the whole story at all, because they did take pole and they're leading after half an hour. You'd think, well, they've been leading the whole way, but that's been far from the truth. They've probably led less actually than they've been they've probably been not leading more than they've been leading, if you see what I mean, over the course of today so far. But at least they are back there now, with Nexus Sport really, really close behind them, still really close.
Yeah, they flash through the shot there, nose to tail. In fact, there they go through rib bend, through the right-hander there of rib bend. And then they've now actually gapped quite significantly Jack Morris in the Max Plant kart, followed by Jess Alexander. So the three, Jack and Jess now 3.5 seconds behind the leading pair of Falkus and Blythe as they look to be working together. It's taken them around about half an hour, but it looks like the front two have finally settled down and decided that they are better off working together. Morris has actually got a bit of a gap. We've got a curb warning going out for the 778 of Random Racing, but looks like... Oh, and we've got somebody off at South Bank as well.
Oh dear, yeah, awkward place to get going, but thankfully it's quite wide.
It was a bit of a half spin and get going again straight away as we look at our world record attempt, about to go a lap down for the first time. As they flash through the screen, you can see him there in the fluorescent yellow colours. There he comes through the shot. That's Pedals with the black and red helmet. So we are going to be giving him a lot of support and cheering him on. I've known Chris for a long time now, pretty much as long as I've been involved in karting, and a lovely fella, and doing this for a brilliant cause as well, which we will give lots of shout-outs and links on the stream as well.
Yep, it's good to follow along with him and everyone else indeed as well. 89 of them out on the circuit at the moment, and I believe everybody is still out there, although the number 200 has been dropping down the field recently. That is now 15 laps down in the Boneheads kart. Not entirely sure what's gone wrong for them either, but it seems they're a long way off the field. I think they're in the pit lane as of right now.
Possibly, yes. I'll have a look down the order in just a moment. We've got a question that's come in on the comments saying, what is the difference between an elite and a pro in each class? And I'm going to throw in there clubman and rookie as well. It's sort of self-explanatory in the sense that this has come from MG Motorsport as well, who I think is watching us from Australia. So good to have you with us. But yeah, the key difference is experience, really. Experience and then overall pace, and you can enter whatever class you want to enter. However, if the organisers feel that you are a bit further down in class than you should be, or likewise you put yourself too high in class, then an adjustment will be made and you will be reclassified into whatever sort of fits the mould. But yeah, it's pretty much optional as to which one you go into. But there is a bit of common sense is applied to it, and you'll be put into one if we feel it's the wrong place for you. But yeah, so elite are the top level drivers, as you can see, and particularly in hires, you can see that the classification system is working well. So we've got a yellow flag over start finish.
Oh dear. I think that was a kart coming into pit lane getting it wrong, was it? Yeah.
And yeah, that's so we'll keep an eye on somebody heading down the order. But yeah, you can see your front three in the higher class are all higher elites, and then, as I said before, we've got Tockwith one who's got a very quick driver and who clearly started this race, but then the rest of the team aren't quite as quick, so that will then average itself out, and we'll see Lockwell Hill 1, Tockwith 2, JS Racing, Teesside Tigers, etc. in the pro class moving towards the top. You can see in the overall standings as well that we've got owner elites, then it's owner pros, and then it's owner clubmen, and that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, exactly. So over the course of 24 hours, certainly it will even itself out, even if some of the ordering looks a little bit odd at the moment. For example, the higher rookie leader, as you say, is ahead of the higher pro leader.
You might have one elite driver and the rest of your team have never done a race before, that kind of thing, and you'll then be put into rookies.
Exactly. JK Racing, by the way, with another contact warning for them. That's not their first, is it? Or am I imagining that? No, curb warning before, sorry. Apologies.
Curb warning and now a contact warning, yeah.
So how does that add up then? I presume they're not counted against the same thing, but that is two black and white flags for them in 37 minutes.
You'll end up, it'll accumulate to a certain amount and then you'll get a black flag.
Okay.
It depends who's monitoring it and how often it, and how stringently it'll be applied. I think, but Cat will normally make a decision and black flag people with multiple contacts, particularly in a short space of time. I was just keeping an eye on Dan Bugard, who's now on a recovery drive after that earlier spin in the 111. He's now back up to 12th overall, and deciding that discretion was a better part of valour through hairpin one rather than going full send on a higher cart, and actually had a bit of patience and made his way through nice and cleanly.
It's a good recovery, actually, because dropped right the way down, I think, to about 30th place when that spin was made. Because everyone was so close at the start, you lose a lot of places when you have a spin early on. And so to drop 2 there from, I think, 7th where they qualified, it's a very good recovery indeed to be back nearly inside the top 10. And I think it wouldn't be a stretch to say that by the end of the stint, they may well be back in the top 10.
Yes, I would imagine so as well. Dan's a very, very quick driver. He's come over from the Isle of Man as well, so he's come a long way over to enter this one. Just so you can see on the left side of the screen as well where the timing is, what you're seeing there is each kart's fastest lap. So it was, for MS Circo Select, it was a 1:11.815 set on lap 11. So that's the information that you're getting at the moment on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yep, and we can tell you as well, 23 hours, 22 minutes remaining as well. Generally, it matches up with the hour that we're in, doesn't it? So we started just after midday. We'll be finishing just after midday on Sunday. So that's where we are in terms of time remaining as well, just under 40 minutes gone. I think generally we haven't seen too many pit stops for fuel yet. I don't actually know who of those who have come in needed fuel or needed something else doing, but I'd imagine we're not a million miles away from starting to see those lighter fueled carts come into pit lane a bit early and maybe beat the traffic a little bit, really. A bit like when you're at the supermarket trying to get in early and get fueled while no one else is around.
I think
might be a good idea.
The one sort of 80th place sort of to 83rd, I think that group of 4, I think they're the ones who haven't had any issues so far. I think Cole Clark Racing, they've been into the pits, I'm pretty sure. We've got a contact warning going out for the 24 kart now of EDPKT. That P is going to throw me off all race. They're down in 87th place at the moment. They've had some issues as well. So Cole Clark, All Roads Asphalt, BTM, EDPKT, Team Yellow Racing and Boneheads have all had issues and been in the pits.
Something else I've noticed is the number 76 has done a 3:37 on its last lap, so that's not usual. And the 121 Wacky Races kart has also done a 2:43 last time round, so not sure whether that was pit stops or issues or both, but
could well be both.
Long laps. We did see someone spin on the way into pit lane. Maybe that's one of those was related to that.
Teesside Academy have just dropped 11 places that lap. In fact, they're dropping way down the order now, so I'm guessing they're in the pits as well for Teesside Academy.
And I still think that Boneheads at number 200 are into pit lane. They're now 21 laps adrift, the lowest kart overall, and as an owner kart, that's a very long way down, a long road to recovery for them, as we've got another black and white flag, this time for DWS number 58. I think that's one of the highs that we've got today in the classes. They'll be being shown the black and white flag next time they come past the pit lane again. That is the I can't find number 58 at the moment. I think there might be an owner actually after all. All of that looking. Yeah, they are indeed. DWS number 9.
DWS, yeah, they qualified on pole for owner pro. Sorry, owner pro.
Yeah.
Were they?
I don't
yeah, they were on pole.
They were on pole.
They were on pole for owner pro. Yeah.
They've dropped a bit.
I don't know who's driving that at the moment. I'll try and find them.
It is Cassidy, Sam Cassidy.
Oh, of course.
Started that kart. They haven't been in yet, so they can't have driver changed, I would have thought. So it will be him starting. Yeah, having dropped a few places, hopefully for them, I suppose, they've got just a bit heavy on fuel compared to the others, but I don't think that was the case since they qualified on pole. I doubt it.
Yes. Yeah, possibly. We'll keep an eye on that one as well.
Yeah, I'd very much doubt it. If they were able to set that pole time, I would doubt they're on high fuel. MS Circo Selector still leading, just a couple of attempts ahead of Nexus Sport in second. Max Plant and Red Graphics are now 4.6 seconds behind, and to the point we were making earlier on about the 4 working together earlier and working as a bit of a train, I think the fact they're not a 4 anymore is hurting those two behind, Max Plant and Red Graphics, a little bit. MS Soka Select and Nexus Sport have been able to stay together and drive very quickly, but I think as a 4, Max Plant and Red Graphics were benefiting from that, benefiting from drafting off of them and following them around in the traffic especially. And since they've been split apart, that gap has only been growing further.
It has. Nexus Sport, of course, closing right back in now on Focus for the lead. They are now nose to tail again. We've got a yellow flag. Somebody is well off,
way off
at hairpin 4. Hairpin 4, we've got a cut way off the circuit. There it is. We're just picking it up on screen.
Driver's out.
Trying to figure out who that is. That looks like a very broken steering column.
This could be...
Oh, it's Scorchio. I think it's a 66. I think it's MS Scorchio.
That would be... it's been a tricky start to the race for them if it is.
I can't see a number, but that looks like a Scorchio suit. There's Nigel Moore. This will be covered under yellow flags. This could be our first full course yellow of the race, as this one is definitely going to need recovery of some kind. It looks like the steering column is no longer attached to the kart.
Oh, it says Vowels on there. It's got Vowels, it'll be.
Yes, that'll be James Vowels. I think not James Vowels, will it? What?
James
Come
Vowels.
on, Tom.
Scott Vowels.
Scott
His
Vowels.
son or something. Yeah, so...
Sorry, I don't know where I got James Vowels' force of habit. And we have gone full course yellow for the first time. So that gives us a little bit of a chance to explain the rules here on the full course yellow. It looks like a Battenberg cake as they come over the line. It's the flag that on the Digi flag that we put over the line.
Leaders are in.
Josh Falkus pitting in the 43 will make a first pit stop for them. So that's going to be... It's going to get them off strategy, but it's going to be a quick pit stop because everybody slows down. Now what's going to happen is Nexus Sport will assume the lead. They will bunch the pack up, as far as I can tell. That's what's going to happen this year. So Nexus Sport will become the default leader, will back the pack down. And Pedals is now in as his world record attempt, as they're now pitting for fuel.
And look how empty it is on pit lane as well. This is a great call from the reigning champions of this race. MS Soka Select with a great opportunity here to get off strategy, to get some fuel in. I'm trying to see whether they're changing driver too. They might well be. There
no,
they
it's
go.
not. It's Focus is back in.
Okay.
Straight back in.
36 laps then, that first stint. That's not unusual. And they're still on the lead lap as well, so they'll be able to bunch back up again. Again, they're going very quickly on the way out pit lane.
What will happen now, though, I'm rather hoping, is that Asher Blythe will now back that pace down again. The higher kart should be not speeding up as such, but moving a little bit further forward.
We are seeing the leader sort of stuck behind that higher almost. So
yeah.
It's bunched up the front three.
We've bunched up behind a higher kart, but the leader is doing a good job. Needs to slow it down a little bit more. We're trying to give instructions over the circuit PA as well.
It's coming in.
And coming into the pits. So now Jack Morris will assume the lead and will have the responsibility of backing the pack down. However, I think those two hires actually were behind the 43 when the full course yellow went out. So in fact, realistically, they're doing a good job.
Okay.
They're now the front of the crocodile, so they can't. We don't green flag them round essentially, or give them a green light to go round and catch up the pack. So they're doing it right. The bad news for them is that they're going to be the last ones in the train.
So as that cart gets lifted onto the quad and gets wheeled away, it's number 66. You were right. It is MS Scorchio indeed.
Yeah, and you can see the steering wheel is just hanging off.
Yeah, we'll try and get a report from them as to exactly what the problem is, but it is... what I'm trying to find out now is whether Nexus Sport will get out ahead of MS Soka Select or not, or how close they'll be, because the 43's already been in, obviously. They're stuck behind others going quite slowly at the moment. I think, though, they've got out ahead of Nexus Sport. I didn't see whether the 17 got a free run into a fuel bay or not.
No, I didn't either, so we'll keep an eye on where they're coming out. The cart is now being recovered, and we've got...
This is awkward.
we've got a few people saying, trying to sort themselves out in relation to this train that's coming over start-finish line. You're going to see it come through into shot now as they start to work it out. we've got the 222 is now headed out. I think that's the Boneheads is now headed out. And we're green flag and racing once again. And of course, you're not allowed to overtake and you're not allowed to really start racing until you actually get to one of our green light boards or green flags. So although you are able to go racing once the green flag is out, you're not allowed to do it until you pass one of our green flag or green light boards.
The order is going to be very much mixed up because that my time screen showing Nexus Sports still in pit lane. That can't surely be possible, but it might
I think
be.
we're just waiting for them to trigger. So
Yes.
Soko Select have now come over in 4th, MS Urban Blue 5th.
What a call from Soko Select, by the way. They will be leading in the not too distant future for sure.
Yeah, they're about 30 seconds off the lead, so they lost 30 seconds through that. And Nexus Sport, thank you, Zach, have now triggered the line. They've come over the line in 7th place.
Yeah.
Around about 14 seconds behind Soko Select now.
Yeah, so at the end of lap 38, we've also seen Team Keen in. That was one of the leading runners in Owners Pro. They are not yet back out again, so they're dropping down the order back to 15th. They'll actually be a lap down now, as on the restart, Red Graphics overtook Max Plant. They are now in the lead in the number 1. That is Jess Alexander, who has taken the lead, not for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, so Jess Alexander leading for Red Graphics, of course, won't be the net leader once these pit stops come through. But yeah, Soko Select getting the rub of the green, certainly when it came to fuel bays and things like that. They're now 14 seconds or so clear of Nexus Sport. They were nose to tail before that full course yellow. Falkus comes across the line in front of us now with clear track in front of him.
What a call from MS Soko Select. Fantastic call from them. They will be leading, as we've mentioned, trying to work out what the gap might be, but I'm waiting for Nexus Sport to come over the line, as they just have 13.1, sorry, more than that, 15-ish, I'll put it at 15 seconds-ish. I think those two will be 1 and 2 when this pit stop cycle shakes itself out properly, and that's a massive advantage for MS Soko Select, considering the battle they've had in that first 50 minutes.
Yes, indeed. We've got a black flag for Kart 5
dear.
for Apex Twin Racing, which is overtaking under yellow flag conditions. So that has been well picked up, as well as the 46 Steel City Racers, overtaking under yellow flag conditions.
That's an absolute no-no. Apex Twin Racing, by the way, one of the Irish teams, they will be making their way into pit lane to serve that, I suppose. How long are they going to be held there for, I guess?
And until they're allowed to go back out.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine.
You will be in, you'll receive a talking to. How long that talking to takes depends on how much talking back you do.
Yes.
Genuinely, the quickest way to do it is come in, stop, get ranted at, and then leave. Don't say anything. Put tape over your mouth.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to do, don't say a word, and you'll get out a lot quicker. The more you argue, the longer you will be there.
Yeah. By the way, kartevents.be have also got a contact warning, as have what team is it?
EDPKT.
Well done.
The English Deaf Pro Karting team. And we've got TRX are off. I think that's TRX off at the entry to the Wiggles. That's going to be a very scary sight as Nexus Sport come towards you at 75 miles an hour or something close to that. What's going to feel like 75 miles an hour? I think it's about 60 they're doing down the straight. Someone will let me know in the comments.
Yes.
Someone here at the circuit will let me know what these owner carts are topping out at, especially since there's a tailwind at the moment down the Bob Pope straight and into the Wiggles, as we've got another one off at hairpin 1 and now recovering.
Yellows breed yellows, don't they?
They do.
And that's what we're seeing here, I think, on this restart. Another black and white flag now. SKA have got contact warning, as have Playkart. There's so many on this restart, so many warnings for contact.
Oh, we've got 2 off at Rib Bend as well. 2 off.
They might be stuck there.
Not only are they off, they're well into the gravel as well, which means they will need to come into the pits and have that gravel cleared out of the car.
I think...
Oh, apparently I've been told, no, we don't.
Okay.
We don't do that at the British. We just let them circulate with gravel in it.
It's pretty dangerous. That's driver just pushing it back onto circuit again. We'll hopefully get back going without trouble. There we go, back underway, just about. And we'll now try and shake the gravel out. Yeah, hopefully, doesn't look like it's being spread all across the road, does it? So I think it will be okay.
It's not nice though when you get gravel to the helmet. I'm speaking from experience.
Okay, I've never been in the gravel.
It makes a big bang,
yeah,
as it flicks off the top of your helmet, and you wonder why you've just spent 800 quid on a helmet for this event, and now it's got a big chip in it.
Better than hitting a wall, though, I suppose.
Well, yeah.
Silver linings.
But yeah, pretty frustrating. We've got track limit warning gone out as well for ABC Racing. They are second in the higher class at the moment, higher elite class, second place and hires overall.
And it is close there, by the way, between CBR and ABC. 1.7 seconds last time they were timed over the line, which was about half a lap ago. They're about halfway through now, so it is close in the higher class, but only really for the overall and higher elites. The other classes are a bit more spread out now. Tockwith 1 are still leading in higher club, higher rookie still being led by Lockwood Hill 2, and then you've got the higher pro leaders who are Tockwith 2 by barely anything actually ahead of Lockwood Hills. A battle for the lead in higher pro.
I'm just going to try and pick up the leaders as well in the higher class, so we're going to try and find them on circuit, and then we'll pick them up from there, and we can have a little chat about how they're getting on, because the first sort of hour, there they are, they're just coming through the D chicane and moving through Howells. There they are on screen, just flashing through. We'll pick them up, I'm sure.
It's come down. So
going into Rib Bend, yes, the gap has come down. Let's have a quick look here. I've got it on a second screen.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second quicker for ABC Racing that time around from Trenner, who is at the wheel of that one. Ed Barr's still leading though for CBR. Fastest lap set for a higher cart in last year's race.
Yes, indeed, and a 120.679 at the moment. Accelerate Kent Brewery in fourth overall in hires. They've done a 120.656. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5 carts that have set times in the 120s, the fifth being Track Limits, the 32nd place, the number 20 car in higher Clubman. They've done a 120.9. All of the fastest laps, with the exception of Race for Ruben, have been set outside of the top 10, the first 10 laps, with Tockwith 1s actually coming on lap 37. So only a couple of laps ago, a personal best for them.
Feels unusual.
Scenario 77 have just set a personal best as well.
It feels unusual, that, doesn't it? Grabix 303 as well in the owners. Just set a personal best on lap 43. It feels odd, that, really, to be doing that with this amount of traffic.
Yeah, the lap times are coming through a little bit later, but you could get a little bit of a push from an owner cart down the back straight, and that'll certainly find you at least half a second, speaking from experience.
Okay.
I think certainly a personal fastest lap was set for me when I got a big push from our world record attempts driver, Chris Pedlingham, who pushed me down the straight one year. And, yeah, at least half a second quicker. 104 Rethink Racing have now had a warning, as a contact warning, in fact, for them.
Just trying to take stock of some of those pit stops that happened over the course of the full course yellow, by the way. I believe 4 of the top 15 in owners came in. As by the way, just outside the top 15, RAF Falcons have lost a couple of positions on that lap to Shenby Racing and Grabix 303. That's 15th, 16th and 17th overall now. But in terms of those who have pitted, number 17, Nexus Sport, were ahead of the rest at the time, but it's now MS Soke Select who are leading of those who have pitted. We've also, as I say, got the 17, Nexus Sport, who are second of those who have pitted. The 115 team Keen have been in, and so has the 111 JSR, but I believe they came in just as it was the full course yellow was ending, so they won't have quite seen the same benefit as those other 3.
No, indeed, and our leaders have got a good, clear bit of track, it seems, at the moment. trying to pick up where they are on circuit. And in fact, oh no, it was just a timing glitch on the track map, I think.
I think they're just making their way down the back straight now, aren't they? The
Yeah,
overall leaders.
Heading through. Yes, there they go. In fact, yeah, Red Graphics now leading comfortably with Jess Alexander for 2.5 seconds clear of Max Plant. So Jack Morris now dropping back slightly from Jess. Then Team Take 3, as we've said all along through this race, have kind of been in a class of one at the moment for Team Take 3. Third overall, 9 seconds back from Max Plant. However, 23 seconds now in front of our net leader of MS SoCo Select, and MS.BE would be the next one on the road, 6.5 seconds back from that.
And that gap, by the way, between the two who have pitted so far has come down. It was 15 seconds when the full course yellow came in. It is now 13 from what I can count. Am I counting correctly? Yes, I believe I am. 13.3 seconds. It's not much of a closing, but it is slightly better off for Nexus Sport over the course of the last 10-20 minutes or so.
Yeah, they're going to start working their way back towards the front pretty quickly. I mean, they're almost a second faster than 6th place MS Blue. I need to see who's driving that one at the moment. We'll see if we can get them over the line. Number 15.
Yeah, we'll try and see them. Oh, we got.
I think our commentary box camera came on briefly there.
Don't know what's going on there. Hopefully, we're on camera for as little time of this broadcast as possible. That would be ideal.
We'll try and catch the 15 of MS Urban Blue as they come across the line and see what their driver is wearing. I think that was them I think they might have just come into the pits, and it looked like it could well have been Costa driving that. If we can get our pit lane camera up, I might be able to see who is going to come through. So they're going to come through the fuel bay, which is to the far right of the shot. You can just see them being pushed along now.
Do you think that's number 15?
I think it might have been. I'm not sure.
I don't.
There was definitely somebody came into the
my
pits, but
timing
we
is
won't find out until they really sort of come. Well, we see the order changing as they start to come across the line.
You're right. It does look like there's an owner in there, an owner's
I think
cart.
there's a couple, but let's
Race for Ruben are in, but that's a hire. There are certainly a number of drivers milling around there at the moment, ready for some of the first driver changes of the day.
Not allowed to run with the carts this year, new rule for 2024. You have to walk with the cart.
That's jogging, I would say. But
that's one of the RAF teams.
Yeah, RAF Vulcans, I think it must be.
And we've just cut away from...
yeah, it is, RAF Vulcans.
Yeah, so we've just cut away from who was... MS Urban Blue have not tripped the lap timers, so they are in the pits at the moment, and now they're dropping down the orders. Carts come through, so we'll try and see who's going to be out in that one as they start to make their way round.
That's an hour gone and 48 laps gone as well for number 15. So you were correct, evidently, that they came in. You did.
Yep.
You weren't saying things.
No,
that's good.
And it looks like our world record attempt, I think possibly due to an early pit stop as well. So we're an hour into the race now, 46 laps completed. It'll be 47 this time around. So about 3 laps behind schedule at the moment. Part of that will, of course, be down to full course yellow, and part of that will be down to a pit stop as well. So you can see what kind of a challenge this is going to be. As we've got the 39 coming in, that's Alex Lynn. In the hires, number 39.
Yeah, not sure.
That's the I won this team entry.
What does that mean?
David will run you through all that.
Okay. I'm not commentating with David, I don't think.
Are you not? Okay, well, David will run you through it, but basically it was it was David for the sprint series that I won this team. At the awards show, yeah. Yes. Oh, a drunk auction.
That's a good idea.
And there we go. And so there was an entry for the British 24-hour was auctioned off at the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series Awards night, and I won this team was born.
Oh, there we go. It's an odd name, isn't it? But there we go.
But there's the explanation.
There's a story behind it, so it's good. Yeah.
A story behind everything. There we go.
Exactly.
36 Motorsport now making their way up a position as well on Rethink Racing on that lap. Still waiting for MS Urban Blue. Oh, they have come across the line now. So 2:35 lap for them.
Yeah. So that must have been a stop. They're down 16th now. They'll drop behind the Alessia team as well, I would have thought, as they get back going again. But that'll be it. So they should drop to 17th, I think, and that will be them back out. But it's really noticeable, actually, how much time you lose under green compared to under yellow. I think not only are MS SoCo Select going to be in the lead with Nexus Sport second here in not too long, in half an hour or so, but actually they're going to be quite a long way ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think they'll be, I mean, they're 21 seconds off the lead at the moment, and it's around about a minute to make a pit stop. Of course, we're only walking this year. We're not running through the pits and the fuel bay, so that will add a few seconds on. So we'll try and sort of get an average of what, how long stops are making. In fact, I can do that here. I can go back and find out. So they did a 2:17 lap,
outlap,
including pit stop.
Well, which one includes the pit stop and which one includes the outlap?
So there
must be two.
So the 1:16.851 on lap 36, that will be the in lap, and then the 2:17 is the pit stop and the outlap.
And then, but then there's a 1:20. Ah, they were under full course yellow, weren't they?
Yes, they were under full course.
Understood.
Yellow, so
okay, fine. As we've got a yellow flag just up over the line at the moment for something. It's back in again, I think, and. No, we've got two carts off, excuse me, down at hairpin 3. How did that happen? 111 involved. One of the, that's the higher 111. I think Connor Botting's still driving that one. He certainly started it and didn't catch the other cart. It looked like an owner's cart to me from here. And thankfully they're back going again without a full course yellow.
We've got contact warning going out for Grabex 303, which is a bit of an amalgamation of teams for this year. Normally we have several entries under Grabex Racing, in one way, shape or form, and we normally have a 303 squad as well, and we'll come on to why they're called 303 once the race has sort of settled down a bit.
67 and 115. 115 in again, is it? Oh no, sorry, that's me me seeing things. 6 SKA number 67 are into the pit lane from the top 10 they were at the time. That's lap 51 and their first stop of the day. And again, it's going to really prove to us just how much time you lose under green flag compared to under that full course yellow, which Nexus Sport and MS SoCo Select were able to do. That's really the big story from this first hour, I think. It's the advantage that those two teams have taken on two, of course, teams that have been up there in the past. They finished first and second last year. They are showing themselves to be first and second, best placed, if you like, early on in this year's event as well.
So the Nexus Sport pit stop that we saw under full course yellow is actually 6 seconds longer than the MS SoCo Select one. The outlap, should we say, that's inclusive of the pit stop was 6 seconds longer than the SoCo Select one.
Do you not think some of that has come down to getting stuck behind others under full course yellow?
I think that the rest of the gap is that. So 13.7 seconds behind currently, and we know that at least 6 seconds of that was pit stop.
Yep, I agree. There's some gravel.
And currently lapping quicker than SoCo Select as well, our Nexus Sport. Both teams lapping quicker than Team Take 3 as well. So the front starting to come back together again.
They certainly are. It is good news for Nexus Sport, actually, since we've been going back green. They've been driving well as Team Tate have come in. The number 75, they were inside the top 3 as they came in. But they will, of course, drop back now as a result of this pit stop. That is after 1 hour and 6 minutes. We mentioned, didn't we, that this was going to be a shorter first stint because of the fuel bay being closed for the final 15 minutes of qualifying. You sort of end up deciding how much fuel you want for qualifying and how much you want to cater for the race, etc. Well, that's becoming clear now. Team Tate have gone in a bit earlier than some of their rivals, for example, Max Plant, who are still out there.
Yes, I think both Red Graphics and Max Plant, it seems, have fueled during the qualifying session, which you are perfectly legal to do, provided you're within the fuel window. For qualifying as the 24 kart, got very leery going into hairpin 1. That was EDPKT once again. Extremely sideways into hairpin 1, but managed to gather it all together, and we've got a contact warning as well for Lockwell Hill 1.
They were doing well earlier on.
They're 41st at the moment.
Okay, they must have stopped then.
I think they
Oh, sorry.
have. They're
Or
a
am I
lap
thinking of
down.
their? Am I thinking of Lockwell Hill 2?
No, they were both pretty much running
Oh, yeah,
together
they were,
on,
yeah.
on track.
Okay.
They're now separated quite significantly. Around about 30, no, about a minute actually between them.
Yeah.
And they've dropped down the order, so they must have both pitted. So your front of the higher elites is CBR 113 from ABC Racing. Then it's Tockwith 1 in the higher clubman. Then it's XLR8 Kent Brewery and kartevents.be. The class of the field starting to move towards the front of Kart Events Belgium. They're not the quickest karts out there, but they're by far and away the most consistent as a team. And they've won genuinely so many 24-hour events that when we spoke to Seaver and Kennett, members of the kartevents.be team at Le Mans, and we interviewed them briefly, they can't remember how many 24-hour races they've won.
Wow. Not even can't remember how many they've done.
Not
how many they've
how
won.
many they've done, how many they've won.
Goodness
yes,
me.
they've lost count of how many they've won. So to say they're a class outfit would be probably an understatement. So I'm trying to keep up with my scrolling as to where trying to fit the top of the hires on the screen. They're currently up to 24th overall. Are our higher leaders.
That means they've got ahead of 3 owners' karts. MS Scorchio, after their issues, are back going again, but they're 9 laps off the overall lead now in 77th. EDPKT are in 80th place overall. They're
Well
also
done,
back.
Ewan.
Thank you. Also back going again. 10 laps down overall. Boneheads are also back going again. Number 200. So we do have all 89 out on the circuit again consistently. However, they're only completing lap 25 now.
For the Boneheads, yes, indeed. Yeah, they're a long way off the pace. The leader's currently on lap 56.
Yeah, they've not even done half of the leaders' laps. Only an hour and 10 in.
Yeah. So serious issues there, but provided they run cleanly and at a good pace, they could well make their way right up the order again. I mean, they're only 25 laps behind the leaders in hires, and you know they could, even by this evening, they could have made that up.
Yeah, what I'm going to do a little bit later is find out what position 30 laps down would have got them last year, and just have a look at that compared to where we might end up at the end of this year's race as well, because it is a short lap, only a couple of kilometres around here. It does mean that generally people fall off the lead lap very, very easily, and to my reckoning, we've even now only got 4 karts on the lead lap.
Yes, just bear with me a moment, Ewan.
All right, I'll keep chattering away while that's going on. Still got a couple of leaders yet to come in. Red Graphics are at the head of the field by just a small margin, waiting for the margin to come up. In fact, they've just gone over the line. 5.5 seconds is the advantage. Max Plant in the 181 are in second position. That is Morris, currently at the wheel of that one, behind Jess Alexander, who is leading. Then it's MS Soko Select, who are third, only about half a minute off the lead, despite having made a pit stop. Admittedly, it was only after 36 laps, and so they will probably need another pit stop without too much further to go. However, they will be leading the race by some distance, just ahead of Nexus Sport. MS Soko Select go over the line then, 36.1 seconds off the lead of this race. Then Nexus Sport, who are closing a little bit this lap, I think, will go over the line. Half a second gained this time round. No, excuse me, that's a little bit of time lost, actually. 9 tenths lost, so they're 15.3 behind. They're pretty much back to where they started, actually, at the start of this stint. So we are still waiting for those two to come in. Not sure who else we're waiting for. I think DWS are yet to make a pit stop. And I didn't see MSBE come in either, but the pole sitters from Owners Club, but it feels like they must have come in at some point. 123 ETL is still to come in from the top 10, as is, I thought, number 36, although they probably have been in now, since I can't find them anymore.
We've got contact warning going out for race for Ruben, and 95. Hello, everybody. I'm back with you again now, so we just having
Don't have to
a
listen to me.
chat in the back of the in the back of the commentary box there. Yeah, once again, please do keep your comments coming in as well. We like to say hello to people. We like to have chats. We like to post polls and questions and things like that, particularly through the night when we move on to our static cameras. We will still be voices in your ears as well, so please do stay with us. Thank you all for joining us. All 280 of you that are currently watching, you are more than welcome to the stream, and thank you for joining us. If you haven't yet done so and you would like to leave us a comment, just click the subscribe button, and about 5 minutes later you can join us virtually here in the commentary box.
Absolutely, it'd be great to hear from you over the course, especially over the course of the night, because it's going to be a long race, of course, and we'll be going through the 24 hours.
Our higher leader is in the pits.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, now second place from Hires, ABC Racing.
Okay.
Are in the pits.
And it's a clear run in as well, importantly, based on those pictures there. Anyway, there they go.
There they go. In fact, it's called Blimey 113. My apologies. It's called Blimey 113. So it is the leaders in Hires now in the pits for the first time. You're going to see exactly what goes on here in this pit stop. So the driver comes out, loosens the fuel cap. The rear end is of the car, because these are hire carts, they're fully maintained by the circuit staff. So the rear end of the cart is jacked up into the air. Chain lube goes on to both of the chains, of course, twin engine carts here as well. So 2 chain drives. Fuel goes into the cart. Driver hangs on patiently while that happens, and then the fuel cap will go on by the filler as well. Then they will push that cart at a walking pace. Very important. Ed Bars, hope you're listening. Walking pace through the pit lane. It's the 46, gets a contact warning. There we go. Walking pace through the pits. And Ed Bars, it looks like he's going to be double stinting due to the fact that he's hung on there next to the cart waiting for it to come through. So it looks like it'll be a double stint early doors from Ed Bars. We'll just wait to find out.
There that's not
that is them. That's the 113, and it is Ed Bars doing a double stint to open the race.
So when they are not changing driver, I notice he just drives through at a walking pace.
Correct.
Instead of actually having to walk.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So I just assumed he'd get out and push it anyway, but okay, he just drives through slowly.
No, you're and there are what's the best way to put it? Props have been bought this year. So if you're caught speeding in the pit lane, you will be given something that you're going to walk with next time you come into the pits.
Okay.
One is a walking stick, inflatable walking stick,
Oh.
and the other is an inflatable Zimmer frame.
Oh, right.
And if you are caught speeding in the pit lane, the next time you come into the pits, you have to do your pit stop while carrying these inflatable bits of kit. And
is that a deterrent?
Well, it will be, because we're going to put you on camera doing it as well. Yeah. So,
okay.
David has provided me with a list of what the early issues were. So the Boneheads that we saw currently running in last place at the moment, because they were around about 25 laps down. They had
30.
a bearing failure on the brake and an axle change as well. So that was that's what caused their length of stop. So it's a big old bit of work needed doing on that. So we've got a yellow flag because we've got somebody off at hairpin 2. EDKPT had a bent track rod, and they also fueled up in their stop. MS Scorchio sheared the steering column, which is pretty much what I thought. Yeah, so that the steering column ended up not attached to the car anymore. Cole Clark Racing came in and changed the left engine. All Roads Asphalt had a misfire. Team Yellow Racing have been in twice. Once with a brake issue, and once again with another brake issue. BTM had rear left issue. Sheared the studs on the wheel. I'm guessing that is wheel hub, and then the and TRX had engine issues, and we saw them spin off as well.
Plenty of issues.
Yeah,
so far.
yeah, it's always an interesting opening hour. It does tend to settle down a little bit as we enter sort of hour 2.5 to 3.5. You don't tend to see a lot of visitors to pit lane.
On the mountain. And 1, 2, 3, that was running quite well. ETL were running inside the top 10. They're dropping down. They're now 9th and dropping further. And they may be out of fuel. They haven't pitted yet.
It's definitely going to need recovery because they're not trying to restart it.
I don't think there's any fuel left. I don't think there's any fuel left in that car, I'm afraid.
It could well be fuel.
It's the last of the owners.
Oh, in fact,
to have not pitted yet.
Is he playing around with the fuel cap?
I think so.
That's going to need a quad recovery, and that's going to be... And we've gone full course yellow.
Yep, full course
yellow.
Full
course yellow for the second time. I'm going to mark it on my little tally chart.
And of course, we've got that higher on the mountain as well.
Yeah, and that looks like that needs recovery as well. So this will be... could be a fairly lengthy full course yellow. I would expect now, and in fact, it looks like that's what's happened. Looks like Red Graphics are going to dive into the pits. Max Plant are going to dive into the pits if they haven't already.
Red Graphics have been in, so have Max Plant. That's why they're 3rd and 4th now. So they've just made a pit stop. This is possibly the worst timing for them, really. They could have done with this 10 minutes ago.
Team Take 3 now in 5th as well. So we'll see whether there are any takers into pit lane under full course yellow. There comes the 116 of ABC. They're going to get a big advantage here versus Core Blimey Racing because they're pitting under full course yellow.
Look at the queue. Here they
go. But there is a queue. You're right, there is a queue. But by the time they get there...
Perfect.
Are they going to be clear?
I think so.
Then
is that not them?
I don't think that's them. That's them there coming through the shot now. In fact, the bottom one of those 4, so 4th in the queue, jumps out Henry Trina.
Awkward. Very awkward. But where's CBR? They're quite a long way back now.
This could be very bad timing for them. In fact, it's going to cost them more than gain them here for ABC. As the pack starts to bunch together, extremely busy in pit lane. It looks like we're going to have 6 in the fuel bay at the moment.
I reckon we've got 2nd, 3rd and 4th in here. That's what timing's telling me at the moment, although I didn't see them with my eyes. And I can't locate MS Soko Selected at the moment either. Yes, I can. I can see them with my eyes.
Look, by jumping the queue now, ABC, by jumping the queue, they've ended up holding up themselves and this other one that was behind as well. I can't see the number on that, but it's got the green panel on the front. So by trying to jump into the first fuel bay to allow whichever one here is on the left-hand side into fuel bay number 2, if you like, on the left-hand fuel bay, it's actually cost them even more time. So, yeah, this has not worked out well for ABC. We've got the cart being recovered now.
Just being pushed, basically.
Yeah, just being pushed by Nigel back into pit lane. See if we can pick that up on camera as well. Is it out of fuel?
I can't see any fuel in that.
It's out of fuel, yes.
They were the last of the top 10 at the time to come in.
Yeah, and fuel we've just been passing it, yeah.
Oh, that looks like a front left suspension broken to me. They're on that higher cart. Stopped in the mountain. Still can't identify which one because of the angle, but looks to, unless they're just steering straight right, looks slightly broken to me, that does. So it might well be. But just trying to work out at the moment where the leaders are. Located MS Soko Select. They have not decided to come in this time around, and I think that's probably the best thing for them. But trying to work out whether Nexus Sport or Red Graphics also stayed out or not.
Michael Burke has been in touch saying hi, Gary. I think he's talking to somebody in the live chat comments. Michael Burke watches us from Bathurst in Australia.
Oh, nice.
Yes, so always a welcome member to the Teesside streams. Michael Burke and Summer Speed has said, hello, commentary team. Hello, Summer Speed.
Hello.
No idea who you are, but thanks for joining us.
Cole
Clark Racing have said, what a great day to go racing. Long may the rain stay away. The track crew here doing a great job to keep us racing, and thanks to all of the marshals.
Now, this full course yellow is benefiting MS Soko Select, not because anyone's come in or anything. I've just spotted all of the top 4 come across the line, but Nexus Sport, Red Graphics and Max Plant are stuck behind someone going very, very slowly. And so as they go back green again, MS Soko Select are showing to have a 42.5 second advantage.
Wow, okay, well, we'll get them over the line this time. and see how it shakes down, because Falkus is about to come through hairpin 4. And I can't see Nexus Sport. Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
They're at
Look
the
at
front
the
of the
gap.
grey of the new train, though. So they're going to get some clear track of running here before they catch up with the train of hire carts that Falkus in the lead is now making his way through.
Yeah, but he's already well over the line. This gap has ballooned under full course yellow. Nobody's come in, and I think that's probably the best call for everybody at the front of the field, maybe with the exception of 43 and 17. But this has really benefited the reigning champions, who are going to be enjoying a very big advantage here very shortly. There is the 17 just coming up to the line now. What will the gap be? 29.6. It's effectively doubled.
Yes, indeed. In fact, we can see the delta time as well. Lost 13 seconds on that lap. Race for Ruben have picked up a second contact warning as well now. In short order as well, about 11 minutes ago they picked up their first one, and then another one to go with it. The RAF teams, I'm just going to point them out, just coming through the D chicane and through Howells to start the lap, heading down towards Rib Bend. They're running nose to tail, so that's nice to see. They're flying in formation. Boom. Here we go, folks. There's pun number 2.
Hope you keep them count.
Formation flying for the RAF teams. Great to have them with us.
Is that the only reason you mentioned them? Pick them up?
No, it wasn't.
Oh.
It just came to me while I was talking about them. But yeah, they're running nose to tail because of the yellow flags and things like that. They're actually together on track now, which is nice to see.
They're not together in the overall standings, but they are on the circuit, which is
they'll be
nice.
working together now.
Now then, in hire kart elite, where has ABC come out? I hear you ask. Well, nobody's asking, but I'm going to tell you.
Where did ABC come out, Ewan?
They're second at the moment. They are ahead of CBR, so actually, you mentioned it might actually hurt them more than it benefit. I think it has helped them actually in the end. It's not given them a very big advantage. 13 seconds is what it's given them. However, they're not leading. Kart Events BE are leading the way, but I don't believe Kart Events BE have been into the pit lane yet. I think they're still on their first stint of the race.
Yeah, they will maximise their stints no matter what for Kart Events Belgium. They're not, generally speaking, ones that will pit under full course. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out, but it's unlikely. They don't do it very often. They just tend to fully maximise the fuel.
It always depends on where you are when it comes out, because if you've just come around turn 1 and there's a full course yellow, there's no point in my eyes coming into pit lane. There's 88 other karts that will have had the chance to come in. Even if 10% of those decide to, you're in a long queue, and so it's really not worth it.
Well, what we've got a great feature on that, in fact, when we talk about Red Graphics and Rod Mathershaw, as he did an interview with David, and he's got what I've now dubbed the Death Star, which is just up from the start-finish straight, where we do the trophy presentations at the end of the race and at the end of the race meetings. They're set up on there, and he's got basically giant flight cases, and on it is a laptop and various other bits of kit. But he's got a full strategy suite there that will decide whether it's okay to pit now under a full course yellow, whether their actual pit window is open or not. Yeah, it's a fantastic bit of kit that Rob has designed and coded and implemented all himself. And yeah, big shout out to him for that. And thank you for giving us the interview.
We're still waiting for timing screen to get back up to speed here, which is taking a little while. But I think 36 Motorsport have finally come in, and the owners, I find it hard to believe they've not pitted yet, to be honest. But my timing screen is telling me that is true.
An hour and 25, yeah, if they've done.
It possible?
Oh yeah, easily, yeah.
Okay.
Some of the owners will be getting an hour and 40, maybe at a push, an hour and 40 minutes out of a stint. Generally speaking, it'll be around about 90 minutes for a full tank of fuel.
The reason why is that they were coming past the pit lane with not many people in the fuel bays, so I thought they might be on their way in then. But it seems that they just decided to do it now, and they're back out onto the circuit. So after 65 laps, finally, they are back out there again. However, that's the longest stint, I think, of anyone in the owners. I mean, 123 just tried to do the same, but unfortunately ran out of fuel, and I think we've had confirmation that that is definitely the outcome of that problem.
Yeah, just to emphasise the pace difference between the owners and the hires as well. our quote-unquote slowest of the hires at the moment, of the owners at the moment, is the ETL Exceeding Track Limits team. I say slowest, they're in the pit still, aren't they, with an issue. 78 have pitted as well, so they've dropped down now into 22nd place. But they're running 1 minute 16 and 1 minute 15 second laps, and are still 2 laps clear now of our hire kart leader of kartevents.be, who haven't pitted.
Yes.
So they're running 1:22s in the low 1 minute 22s. ABC high 1 minute 21s. Le Petit Bouchon, the first time we've actually mentioned them, the LPBRT1 team in 28th place overall. They're also in the 121s, as are CBR 113.
The 24 that hasn't pitted either. So even though it's close between 116 and 24, they haven't pitted yet. Number 24, so that's worth bearing in mind.
It is, yeah, as I said, it's the first time we've mentioned the Le Petit Bouchon team. I just like saying Le Petit Bouchon.
What does it mean?
I think it's if I remember rightly, I think it's a prawn.
Oh, I see, okay.
I'm going to have to Google translate it now.
It probably literally translates quite poorly, actually, in that case, but we'll give it a go. See what happens. With that, so we've got the leaders in the higher classes pretty mixed up, actually. The higher club class is the closest of them, actually. Newmarket Hornets only 8.7 ahead of Tockwith 1. Newmarket Hornets are in the number 9. I don't think they've pitted yet, though, and they've got a lap time entirely missing from what I can see there. So, but no, they haven't come into the pit lane just yet. They are ahead of Tockwith 1, who I believe have done. They certainly did on lap 57. However, that was a 3-minute lap for them at the time, so they were clearly queuing under full course yellow.
I'm still trying to figure out what a bouchon is. I'm fairly sure it was a prawn.
You're translating it the wrong way.
I might have.
You need to reverse it.
Do I? Oh, the champagne cork. It's a cork. That was it.
Oh.
Thanks, Kat. Yeah, it is a cork in a bottle. It's a champagne.
Not a prawn.
Yeah. I don't know where I got prawn from. Where did I get the prawn from?
What's prawn? We'll be down this rabbit
We'll
hole
have
for
a team
ages.
come in next year and they'll be like Le Petit Crevette or something like that, won't they?
Less French names, please, or otherwise we'll be in big trouble working out what the hell it means.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's
yeah, I've done it the wrong. You're right. I've done it the wrong way
you've
around.
Translated.
Yeah.
You've typed bouchon into English as if it means anything at all.
Yes, cork. There you go.
There we go.
So
what's
Liège,
a small cork then?
Bouchon,
I don't understand.
Chêne Liège is another one.
Okay. French lessons. I bet that people weren't expecting that today.
The little cork. David's been in touch and said it means the little cork. Well, yes, we got the Le Petit part.
Everyone knows. It's
Everyone
probably the
knows
most famous
part,
French
yes.
word of all time.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. All good. All good. We know what Le
Very
Petit
sidetracked.
But yeah, we've also got ahead of them our Le Petit Bouchon 2 as well. They're currently in 25th overall, so they're leading higher rookie at the moment, but due a pit stop anytime soon.
And ABC have actually got back ahead of. They've remained ahead. Sorry, they're running together as things stand. You do find this sometimes when you get overall carts next to each other. They seem to follow one another for a while. We saw it with the 4 leaders at the very start of the race. It seems to happen in that way, or it has been so far. Anyway, that will surely lessen as the race goes on, as everyone gets a bit more spread out. The entire field at the moment is spread by. I was trying to work out how many laps it was. That's not gone very well. 33 laps currently. The field spread by.
We're trying to work out where. Here comes Asher Blythe, second place overall, just about to cross the start-finish line now.
And there's third.
And there is third place directly behind. So that's Jess Alexander in red graphics. So they're separated by 2.8 seconds.
That's bigger than before, actually.
It is. The gap, I think, this is what we're seeing. So the ebb and flow through traffic as you catch them in good places and others in bad places and that kind of thing. So the gap to Nexus Sport from MS Soco Select is now coming up on 30 seconds, 28.8 seconds, but the gap between red graphics now is 2.8 seconds. So that has come down significantly, but just gone out a little bit on that previous lap. Max Plant in 4th place now, probably around about half a lap behind So 24 seconds behind Red Graphics now. So that group of 4 that we saw working together for the opening few laps, it's almost a lap between them now.
Yeah, it's almost a minute. We've got 5 karts on the lead lap, by the way, as of an hour and a half into this race. We're 92 minutes into this event, and 5 remain on the lead lap. So Team Tate have got back onto the lead lap, actually, after that pit stop cycle. Their pit stop was taken just before the full course yellow. They came in on lap 53. I don't think it was quite out by then. I think for them it was pretty badly timed, actually. They could have done with that full course yellow 1 or 2 laps earlier than it actually came in the end. But they have got back onto the lead lap as a result, so we are back with 5 now. And they are chasing Max Plant after a good start for the 181. It's only 11.4 seconds.
Yeah, that gap has come down significantly, hasn't it, between Tate and Max Plant. I'm just getting an update from David as well that higher 276 TRX has changed spark plugs and is back out underway. And also Barry R, the 108, has a loose left rear wheel and has been into the pits.
If I could ask an amateur mechanical question, because I'm probably the least educated mechanical person in this room, how long does it take to change a spark plug? 5 minutes?
No,
Access?
seconds.
Seconds?
Yeah, probably. Genuinely, I've never actually sat there and timed it, but yeah, it'd be under a minute, I'd imagine.
Okay. I've never done it, as you can tell.
It won't take long.
Okay.
If it takes any more than 2 minutes, something's gone wrong.
Oh dear. Zach said 5 minutes, so clearly he's changing them the long way around. He can defend himself in 25 minutes.
It's very, I mean, it's not going to be as quick as doing it on a 2-stroke engine,
No.
But it's not far off.
No. Okay.
I'm sure someone will get in touch with us in the comments who does know how long it takes to change a spark plug
Let us know.
in a 4-stroke owner race kart.
Yeah, so at least they're back out onto the track again. Oh, we've got someone in the gravel at turn 2. Didn't catch who it was at the time, but they just went backwards through shot, straight through the gravel. There they are. Oh, you can see the feet.
Oh, yes.
Now, we're never going to see the number from this distance.
I can see it's got a stripy little panel on it, though. Oh, and
it's stuck now.
And now we're burying ourselves.
Yeah. Mechanic says get out.
Get out, so it's a bit easier for me to push it. I'm not pushing it out of the gravel, and I'm going to need some help because you've dug it in.
Of course, the minimum weight with the driver in is 235 kilos, is it? It's somewhere around there.
I believe so, yes.
I had that in front of me a moment ago. I've lost it now.
Yes, 235.
Nice memory from me there.
Yeah, well done.
Thanks for that. It will fade quickly.
185 for the owners.
Yep. So back out onto the circuit again. They are back and underway again. There they are, making their way up the mountain. It's always got to be a bit of a shock to get back onto the road again, and suddenly you've got people whizzing around you and gravel falling out everywhere.
Yeah. What's more of a shock is the one that hasn't seen you rejoining the track as they come round Rib Bend, and all of a sudden they've got ding 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 as gravel flicks off their lovely visor.
Yeah, I think oh no, excuse me. I thought
they are coming through pretty slowly into hairpin 1.
Just getting used to getting the gravel off the tyres, getting the dirt off the tyres again.
I'll keep an eye on them as if you want to carry on. Oh, and they've lost it again. Spun again at
slippery
hairpin 2.
Warning, black and white flag for the 116. That is ABC Racing, who are challenging for the lead in Hires Elite. And they will be in the lead as things stand when the pit stops properly shake out.
Yes, most likely. I'm still waiting on this higher one to give you a number as to who it is who's had the adventures this lap and around again at hairpin 3. So having a bit of a nightmare, to say the least. But better to get it all out the way in one lap, I suppose.
Maybe,
as long as it doesn't continue. But yeah, that's not the best idea. So lost it completely at hairpin 3. There they are. Is it 388 maybe?
It
definitely starts with a 3.
Yeah. Looking at all the 300s in the field.
Looks like coming into the pits 369?
Maybe.
369 is the circuit breakers in higher rookie.
Okay, they are 85th as things stand overall. I've already had some problems so far. So, oh dear, and we've got a cart in the wall right
That's
in front of us.
Alessia, I think, is it? 61?
Yep.
It is Alessia from 11th place.
Yep, pushes back out onto the circuit and back going again. That was that's an odd place to crash. I didn't see it, I've got to say.
It's normally we don't see small crashes over the start-finish line.
No.
And normally what's happened is you've turned across somebody as you've gone round the outside of the dog leg, or vice versa. You've been in front of somebody and they've turned your rear if you're on the inside, and you tend to go straight to where our start-finish line marshals are and head towards them at about 60 miles an hour.
Straight to the scene of the accident, as
yes,
they say.
Pretty much.
Yep. So, not ideal, fair to say, but they are back going again. Alessia's still running in 11th place, despite those issues. DWS showing in the pit lane again, by the way. 10th place for them as of right now. I've got them showing it as being in the pit lane only 15 laps ago. So is the time screen lying to me? I think it is, yeah, it is. So they are still running, it's fine. They are not in pit lane. They are still running 10th, and they're fine.
So MG Motorsport has been in touch on the live chat to say 185 kilos for the owners. OMG, I need a huge chunk of lead on my seat. Well, that's kart and driver weight is combined for that one. So just to give you a note of that, it's normally a driver. Normal driver weight is about 80 to 85 kilos as well. So if you don't want to run any lead, is that the 29? Looks like
it's 20 something. Looks like 23 to me. But there isn't a 23. It can't be.
Have we got a 29?
There's about 620
we have.
odds.
It's Newmarket Buzzing Hornets, and it is Newmarket Buzzing Hornets as well. Who is that? Blue suit and then like a yellow and blue helmet. That is Lewis Nurse, I think.
Yes,
I think it is Lewis Nurse, in fact.
I reckon it's a good guess, yeah.
And that's and we've gone full course yellow again.
Yeah, I think that's going to have to be recovered. There was
another
slow cut through the wiggles there, by the way.
For the full course yellow goes out.
Now then, who's going to come in this time?
Well, we'll have a look out for any takers. I would expect the Belgians to be in because they haven't been in yet. Kart Events BE, but I'm just watching them go through Howell corner.
And MS Soka Select just came past pit lane with a great chance to come in. I think they should have, and they didn't.
It might not be in their window just yet. We've got that's Newmarket Buzzing Hornets, I think. Have they now? No, they're still over the back of the track. I just saw the yellow flash past of a Nassau panel, a Bigfoot panel.
Where is number 17? It'll be queuing if they do decide to come in. I don't think they will.
24 is in, so that's the 24 in owners. Sorry, in hires. So that's not the EDK team.
Red Graphics decide to go round again as well. They stay out. The 181 will be here soon as well. The leaders in Owners Pro, but none of the leaders in Owners really decided to come in at all. It's a very sad-looking driver, isn't it? Sat on the pit wall, on the tyre wall.
Yeah, he's gone full Alonso, hasn't he?
Waiting to get picked up.
It's we'll call that the seat of shame. Oh dear. Well, we're not quite sure, obviously, what's happened to Lewis, but it's about to be put onto the back of the quad and recovered.
It looked quite mechanical to me.
Yeah. I'd imagine it's definitely mechanical.
Like
it's not. That's not driver issue, is it?
Fuel again. We're hearing. Fuel again.
Fuel out of fuel.
How are they running out of fuel?
So well, because we're on an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, but it's happened twice. Now.
Not to them, it hasn't.
No, well, no.
But that's a full
overall
tank of fuel. So at least we know that Newmarket Buzzing Hornets will get an hour and 40 minutes out of a tank now.
It's cost them quite a lot to find out that information. But they will be recovered back to pit lane, and we shouldn't be too far away from getting back to green. 171 makes its way in. That's MS Window Doctor.
Yep, heading over the line now. So we haven't had any major takers for pit lane. One of them was 111 JS Racing, and Le Petit Bouchon 1, I think, are both in the pits or have made stops.
Okay.
And it looks like we could be going racing, and we are. Green flag, and we're away and racing once again.
I think MS Soko Select may have lost a little bit out of all of that, considering who they were stuck behind. There they are. They were in a huge train, just coming round hairpin 1 and 2 at the moment. I can count about 20 carts in that train. They were pretty much at the back of it. So not only were they slowed up during the caution period itself, it will take them a long time to fight their way through that bit of traffic as well.
Yeah, surprised at that. I thought the 43 would have backed up the pack a little bit.
Doesn't seem that that's really happening.
No, it doesn't. I think it's just whatever train you're in at the moment.
So they've stayed out, and I'm just waiting for them to come across the line here so we can see the gap. There they go over the line. They've got 3 owners ahead to overtake as well. That'll be awkward.
Not for Josh, it won't.
Okay, fine, yeah. Okay.
He's a very, very good driver indeed. And as you can see, there's through on 2 of them before they've even got to Rib Bend. Heading up now into the Mountain S's and then up to Barbecue Bend.
Red Graphics are ahead of Nexus Sport, who are a long way further behind than they were before.
Yes, they are. Did
Where
they
are
come
they?
into the pits?
Maybe.
And we missed it. We got a black flag going out for play cart. The 22 overtaking under yellow.
Not good news.
They were quite a way down the order, I think.
We are hearing that Nexus Sport did come in under full course yellow. Forgetting the abbreviation for FCY already. Full course yellow, so that will drop them back. Red Graphics, though, are only 22.1 seconds behind, as opposed to the over half minute they were behind beforehand.
Yeah, so they've they've overtaken now Red Graphics, and Nexus Sport have pitted. Max Plant now take 3rd place away from Nexus Sport. Still got that black flag out for kart number 22. They will be in for a stern telling off.
Yes, you would think so.
So, yeah, the only black flags we've had during the race so far, if memory serves, have been for overtaking under yellow flag conditions.
Yep.
The moral of the story is don't overtake under yellow flag conditions.
Yeah, it's not one of those things like contact or track limits where, you do get a warning for it. That's one of the non-negotiable, do not overtake under yellow flag, and that's absolutely final. So, yes, unsurprising, really, as we follow the leader again, still in a load of traffic.
We do, but what I wanted to point out there was how sideways Josh had that. From the moment he exited the Wiggles, he was on the brakes, and the car was never straight until he exited hairpin 1. It was a beautiful 4-wheel drift. And it's pretty special to watch these guys who are really, really quick right at the front of this, and the manipulation they're able to get from the tyres, from the chassis and everything. Of course, they don't have any suspension in this, so it's nothing to do with that. It's the flex and the bend is all in the chassis.
And to think as well, this will be going on for 24 hours. This is going to be absolutely relentless. For those at the front, this is what it will be like for the entire race. It's quite astonishing, and going to be quite a sight over the course of today's race. Hearing some more words from pit lane, by the way. The owner 171 window doctor did come in on schedule, but also fixed a slightly loose steering wheel.
Okay. Slightly couldn't mean anything from it's got a very tiny bit of play in it to being it's near enough come off in my hands.
I was going to say, I feel like the use of slightly, because we're in England, it probably means quite very, actually.
Yeah, it's
probably very loose, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be an expansive one, is that one. So Nexus Sport back out and circulating now, but P5 overall. But they have now stopped twice.
Yep, they're right behind Team Tate 3. And also not that far behind MS Soko Select, who just come over the line now. They are right behind the 181, about to put 3rd place Max Plant a lap down. That's the Owners Pro leader.
Yeah, close to Team Tate 3, as you said. We've got a little bit further down the aisle. So Team Keen as well, working together with, trying to see as they come over the line, DWS. They were, anyway, until the previous lap, and Red Graphics are in that mix as well. So you've got Red Graphics, Team Keen, and DWS all running nose to tail on track at the moment as they try and pick their way through the traffic. And in fact, I think we can just about see them on screen here. There you go. That's Jess Alexander passing the 58 of DWS. I think that's Steve Nichols behind the wheel of that one. Lennon French in the 115 going around the outside of the hire car at Barbecue Bend, as they head down the back straight and the Bob Pope straight, as we should call it, one more time. Through the wiggles, here we go. You're going to see him nice and sideways on the brakes. There you go. Lennon French tucking down the inside of, I believe that was the now recovering Newmarket Buzzing Hornets car.
Yeah, so just trying to have a look at the moment who pitted under that was close,
tight
wasn't
there.
It did into South Bank. I was just trying to have a look at who's pitted under that last full course yellow. I don't actually think many others than Nexus Sport actually came in owners anyway. I need to have a proper look at the hires in a few moments' time as well, but I don't think many of the owners at all came into pit lane. What it did do for the hires, though, is put the leading battle for hires elite right to the forefront. 1.5 seconds is now the gap between ABC Racing and CBR 113.
What I'd like to point out as well is, although that Jess Alexander has now moved in front of Lennon French here, they're very well off track. They've put a lot of work in together. Lennon French is a very young driver. Jess Alexander, I wouldn't say is an old driver by any means, but very experienced driver in these pro karts, and has taught Lennon French quite a bit, and was sort of brought under a wing at one point. So to see these two nose to tail running together in a 24-hour race is pretty nice to see.
Yeah, not a battle for position, but it is on the circuit for positioning, I suppose. Out there, 23.2 seconds, and Jess Alexander has made some inroads actually on that leading gap that MS Circo Select still hold, although they can't be a million miles away from a pit stop. They came in on lap 36 beforehand. The most we've seen anybody do was 65 laps at the start. That was 36 Motorsport, who are 12th now. They did 65 laps. What would that leave? It'd be lap 101 then, in that case, for MS Circo Select to come in. They're only 15 laps away from there.
We've got contact warning go out for JK Racing in the 45. We have now a 22.8 second gap at Soco Select to Red Graphics. Jess Alexander doing a good job on that lap, closing in half a second on the leader, running in the 1:13.5s.
Yep, running good pace as things stand. That was 4 attempts gained on that most recent time. Another black and white flag through for JK Racing. That's number 45 for contact this time.
We've just had word from David down in pit lane to say the hire car A66, the number 66 car, finished lap 1 3 laps down due to the right-hand engine not running correctly. Couldn't get up the mountain. Slowly moving back up the order, though. They are currently
70th.
in 70th position. Thank you, Ewan. So what we'll do is we're coming up to the end of the first 2 hours of the race. We normally do it at the bottom of the hour, but we haven't done a full update yet, so we'll do one now, and then I will be handing my headset over for the first commentary change of the race. So, leading the race, as we said, as it currently stands, bear in mind, obviously, there are pit stops still to be made and things like that, so this is the running order as it stands at the moment. Because I can't hear myself if I'm muted, but you're okay. We're all good. Soco Select currently leading. MS Soco Select leading in the 43 car from Red Graphics, 22 seconds, almost exactly the gap at the moment. But again, Jess Alexander, another 3/4 of a second quicker that time around. Then we've got Max Plant in third place, the leader of Owner Pro. The third runner in Owner Elite of the 3 is in 4th place. That's Nexus Sport. Then we've got Team Tate 3. 5th overall, 2nd in Owner Pro, with Team Keen in 6th place and 3rd in Owner Pro. 7th place overall, and the leader in Owner Clubman is MS.BE, followed by MS Urban Pink, MS Urban Blue and DWS. Then we go to 11th place, which is 2nd in Owner Clubman, the Alessia kart that we saw over the start-finish line having a bit of an incident a few laps ago. Then it's 3rd place overall in Owner Clubman and 12th in overall in the race, 36 Motorsport. But they are nose to tail with 4th in class, Rethink Racing International, 13th overall. But they are battling for the final step of the podium now, and it's a proper battle as well, as we've got a car off on this side of the circuit. Is that Teesside Academy? I think it is a Teesside Academy car. So then we move down, we've got MSJSR continuing their recovery drive from their lap 1 incident. They are 14th overall. Then it's Shenby Racing 15th. 16th for SKA Racing. 17th for our world record attempt. Pedals behind the wheel of that one. Solo 24-hour distance record attempt. And doing really, really well. 85 laps completed so far. Aiming for 50 laps an hour. So a little bit off schedule at the moment, but I'm sure they can make that up. Part of that will, of course, be down to the 3-4 full course yellows we've experienced so far. 18th for RAF Vulcans, then it's 19th for GrabX 303. 20th for Tockwith Motorsport. 21st for Exceeding Track Limits. 22nd for RAF Spitfires. 23rd for MS Window Doctor. They are all owner cars. Then we have 24th overall, our current leader of higher class, ABC Racing, but they are nose to tail, very, very literally, with second place CBR 113. Both of those in the higher class, higher elite class, as are Kart Events Belgium, third in higher class, 26th overall, also third in higher elites, and they are 37 seconds off the pace. 27th is Tockwith 1 in the higher clubman class, leading that one. 28th is the higher pro leader of JS Racing 111. 29th is the higher, owner clubman of 66 MS Scorchio, so they're on a recovery drive after their steering issues. Track Limits P30, they are second in owner clubman. Then we've got second in owner higher pro of Lockwell Hill 1, they are 31st. Le Petit Bouchon 2 are our higher rookie leaders in 32nd place. Accelerate Kemp Brewery are 33rd overall and around about a lap now behind the overall leaders in hires ABC Racing. So perhaps that's pit stop shaking out there. 34th for CBR 213. Then it's 35th for Teesside Tigers. 36th for Scenario 77. 37th for Williams Esport, then it's 38th for Lockwell Hill 2, 39th for LPBRT 1, and 40th place for Test Tees. 41st for Dr. Vapes, 42nd Mulsanne Racing, 43rd Ledyard GP, and we've got Newmarket Hornets in 44th. 45th for Bard Racing, Team Cringe in 46th, then we've got Armstrong Neild Racing 47th, 48th for Cartwheelers, 49th for Teesside Academy, and rounding out your top 50 is Barnato 987. Thank you very much for our usual bribery. Thank you very much for them. We'll give them lots of big shout-outs, particularly towards the end of the race when they start to do some crazy things with helmets and stuff like that. I won this team in 51st, then it's up the rear, UTR in 52nd, CBR 313 in 53rd, 54th for Cheshire Chodes, EDPKT in 55th, T4 Autosport 56th, 57th for Bargain Racing, then it's Badger's Best Racing in 58th, Tockwith 2 in 59th, and Apex Twin Racing round out your top 60. Then it's Wacky Races, TRX Motorsport Club, JJH Motorsport, Random Racing, Perfect Card, Dr. Vapes, number 60. Then it's JC Motorsport, A66 Higher, Casual Racing, and Kenty Racing are the 70. Then we've got Calspeed Crew in 71st, High Road Motorsport Academy, Newmarket Buzzing Hornets, we've just seen them be recovered into the pits. Playkart have had a black flag, they're 74th. Racing for Ron are 75th. Then it's JK Racing, Fantastic 4, Cole Clark Racing, who've had various issues in the pit lane. Barry R, who lost a wheel. Then we've got Steel City Racers, I think they've had a black flag. BTM have been in the pits. Did they have a black flag? I think BTM, memory serves. Then we've got Metro Plum, Race for Ruben are down in 83rd place. I'll ask David what's been going on with Race for Ruben, because that's very unusual to see them around about 6 or 7 laps off the pace. Then we've got All Roads Asphalt, Team Yellow Racing, AOR, TSK-Motorsport Pro, and Circuit Breakers are the last karts at the moment that are out on track. The final runner, or the final kart position, 89th place, is for the Boneheads, but they've been in the pits for a significant amount of time. They are not circulating at the moment. And that's your 89 runners.
It's a big grid, isn't it? It's a big field.
It takes a while,
It
yeah.
does,
That's
yeah.
why I wanted to get it out of
Yeah.
the way. I knew we'd have a few minutes for handover.
We need to agree on which hour we're going to do owners and which are we going to do hires, because we'll do, as you say, we'll try and do updates from every
on the bottom
on
half
the bottom
of
of
the hour.
What should we do? Which on the even hours?
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Okay,
You're
fine.
going to be doing the first one, so
True.
yeah, entirely up to yourself.
Fine.
So yeah, just all I would ask when I'm away from the box, keep me tally chart of full course yellows up to
I'm
date,
keeping
please.
one too. Yeah.
And anybody that's retired as well, we'll
Yeah. Which we have none of yet, which is
well, we don't,
good
but we
to
do
hear.
have the Boneheads are currently in the pits once again. So they've stopped.
They're showing out on out
Oh,
on
are
the circuit
they?
again
Have they?
now.
Oh, yes, a 3-minute 27 stop. So they're
long
back
stop.
out on circuit.
Yep.
So yeah, long stop again for them, and they're currently now our last runner.
Yes,
But
again.
they are running once again.
They are running, yeah. 8 laps down from the next kart in front of them. From the next owner, and therefore kart in their class, they are 21 laps behind. It's a long road to recovery for them, unfortunately, but they are still in the race at least, and they've got still well over 22 hours to make up that time.
Yes, indeed. So, got about a minute and a half to go yet, but we'll be handing over to Zach, who's going to make his debut, as well as yourself, Ewan.
Oh, yeah.
Making
Leaving us
a
in
debut
charge.
here for your first 24-hour experience here in the British 24-hour anyway. Of course, you've got plenty of experience in 24-hour commentary stints.
Plenty of time up in the middle of the night doing one of these, yeah. It's,
Yeah.
There's no quite feeling like it, is there, really? Just being awake in the middle of the night watching people go round and round and round.
Yes, exactly, and how to fill that time as well.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll be having some fun during the night stint, I'm sure. We'll be putting some polls up on YouTube as well, and many questions and things like that to keep you all entertained. So thank you all once again for joining us. Please share the stream if you can. Take a few seconds to share the stream to your social media pages. It would benefit us hugely, and we really, really appreciate it as well. Just one final thing from me before I hand over to Zach is the world record attempt that we're going for here, the Racing for Ange entry. Pedals still behind the wheel, still pounding round, still ticking laps off the thing. Thank you very much. We've just received some more bribery in the commentary box as well. Thank you very much. Is that TRX? Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. So more bribery has come into the commentary box to get shout outs as well. But we'll come on to them in just a moment, because I just want to say before I clock off for 4 hours is Racing for Ange, Chris Pedlingham going round doing the world record attempt, all raising huge amounts of money, we hope, for the British Heart Foundation. And you can find and donate at justgiving.com/racing-for-Ange, ANGE. And please, if you can, make a donation of anything that you can. It's going to make a huge impact to everybody's life. It's a hugely important cause. I think we'll probably discuss the full reasonings behind it and everything during the night or later on today, as to what's going on here. But it's hugely important to everybody here at the track. Anything that you can donate will be greatly appreciated. So thank you very much indeed. It's all for British Heart Foundation. justgiving.com/racing-for-Ange.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Tom, for joining me for the first couple of hours of this race. It's the British 24-hour here on Teesside. It's great to be along with you, myself, Ewan O'Leary, joined now by Zach Sweeney for the first time. Have you read these first couple of hours?
It's been exciting. It's definitely not been boring. We know that from the 3 full course yellows that have been brought out. Obviously, people trying to settle their way into a 24-hour race. It's not for the faint-hearted, and that obviously goes without saying. It's a huge test, not only physically on yourself, but also on the machinery you've got underneath you. And it's not like Teesside is exactly a forgiving circuit either. Any small mistake will be punished, and I think teams and drivers are finding that out very, very quickly.
They certainly are. Amasoko Select are still leading, by the way. I know we've not talked about them for a few moments while we're going through the standings. 26.5 seconds is the gap to Red Graphics. And while we were doing the changeover there, Nexus Sport just overtook Max Plant for third. So we've got the 3 Owners Elite karts, 1, 2 and 3 now in the field. But it's, as you say, it has come down to those full course yellows. It seems to me as if it's been very much about that decision, do you come in or not? And there's only 2 fuel pumps to go around 89 karts. You're not all going to be able to pile in and go for it once. But the thing that I really learned from that last one, ABC Racing, who have just lost the lead, by the way, in the highest elite class to CBR, they showed to me that actually coming in and queuing is actually might be better than not coming in under a full course yellow.
Yeah, exactly, because again, the whole advantage for full course yellow is everyone slowed down, which means the time loss relative is a lot less. And obviously being in a queue is not ideal because you are having to wait, you're having time where you're not doing anything productive. But again, it's that weighing up, is that if I wait 15 seconds in a queue, I can still gain, say, another 15 seconds by coming in under a full course yellow. So that quick decision making the team and the driver make are vital. Obviously, that first full course yellow we had where MS Soko came in, that was...
And Nexus.
Yeah, and Nexus as well. That was instant, particularly from the 43, just to say, all right, cool, full course yellow in. Those are the really ideal ones where you're here on the pit straight, you see the full course yellow, and you immediately dive in. That's an ideal world, but like we've said, 2 fuel pumps for 89 karts. Not everyone is going to get their ideal picking, so making the most out of every situation you get is going to be vital for the next 22 hours.
And just that little bit of luck as well that, that you, of course, always need in a 24-hour race. So big cluster going through hairpin 1 and 2 at the moment. It is still so busy out on the circuit. As we were mentioning, no retirements yet, even though we do have a couple of karts many laps down already with problems. We'll try and continue to update you with everything that's going on down on pit lane throughout the day at least. We'll try and do it through the night as well, although we are going to have to sleep at some point. So we'll try and keep you across all of that, but so far, thankfully, all 89 still on the circuit. Just saw Nexus, and you will have seen it on your screen there, just going through hairpin 2, just getting crowded off the road by a couple of higher karts. It's always that thing of traffic trying to stay out of trouble, and Nexus couldn't quite do that on that occasion. Meanwhile, spin at hairpin 3, that's going to require a push there for that driver.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, of course, traffic management is going to be the talk of the town, I think, for the majority of this race. As we've touched on, there's 89 karts out there. Just over 60 of them are all hires. Obviously, your standard corporate karts for those out there that have probably done it at their local karting circuit. Probably a little bit more familiar to what you'd know. And then, obviously, the owner karts, which are a little bit more race spec and about an 8-second differential. So you've got these owner karts and our top 3, particularly in the elites, that want to go very, very quickly. And then some of the higher karts, again, which are going 8 seconds laps slower. It's a very busy circuit, so having to deal with the positions and circumstance and making sure you're carving your way through the traffic is going to be paramount if you want to be successful. A lot of that is based on skill and experience. A lot of that is based on a little bit of luck as well, and making sure you're making the most of everything is, again, for 24 hours is going to be tough.
Bard Racing was the kart you just saw wheeled out there in the 292. That kart has come across the line, 54th overall now. Couldn't tell you which driver that was because they didn't give us their suit colours, so we've got no way of knowing. But their 4 drivers are Daniel Cooper, Ben Thompson, Ryan Cooper and Aaron Dennis. I wonder if Daniel Cooper and Ryan Cooper are related. We'll have to try and find out at some point throughout the race. But so many drivers in the field. That is one of the examples of a 4-kart team. I've seen 7 driver karts here today. It's quite a lot, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
7.
I mean, divvy that up, what you're going to get just
Less
shy
than
of
4 hours?
Yeah, well, you're going to be just over 3, isn't it? Hours in the kart. Typically, sort of ideally, you want to go for maybe a 4, 5, 6 driver maximum. That got very busy into the first hairpin. That's one of the, I think that's one of the 182, maybe going backwards into the tie barrier. Seen that way too often thus far today. But yeah, is he going to be able to get out? I'm just waiting, because obviously it's
just
a very,
waiting for
very
a gap.
He can't. I mean, that's the thing. You want to get going, and there's just nothing for about 2 minutes. He finally gets going. That's another thing we've seen a lot of as well, is questionable rejoins with drivers eager to get back out on track, waiting for a gap that's kind of 50-50, and then having to see. Was the moment another driver off going through the D chicane as well. Something that we saw a lot through qualifying, but something that we haven't seen too much coming into the race, because it's been a lot easier to manage. But one small mistake, one snap, and you're going way over that little bit of off track.
Looked like the Teesside Tigers to me, that did. No, it can't be. They're too far around. So it was one of the singular number carts. Singular number carts.
That's English.
Good. 6 of those, though, so I can't tell you which, but just a spin at the D chicane. It seems, and we've got a cart off as well at just after South Bank. I'm not really sure how they've ended up there, but the driver is stepped on the side. There you can see it on your screen in black and green overalls. Beside it, trying to restart the engine from the looks of things here. And so far, unsuccessfully. Trying again here. There's another couple of goes. Still can't quite get the engine running again here. Could be JS Racing in the higher pro class. You tell me. It looks like it, doesn't it?
He's got the green suit on. I can see the Prime Motorsport sponsorship going across him. I think that might well be the 111 in the highest.
Have to get Connor in later.
We will.
For a chat.
Yeah, we're very familiar with Connor Botting, me and you, and he did a sim racing championship that we both commentated on about 1.5 years ago, and he messaged me to sort of say, "Oh, you're doing Teesside? Cool, I'll be there as well." And then I stalked his race start, and now unfortunately he's had a couple of issues. But he's finally now being able to get back out onto the circuit. He's rejoined just ahead of that sort of final corner. He's going into the pit lane though, so I'm assuming maybe further losses.
Yeah, as I say, not really sure how he would have ended up there, because if you look towards hairpin 3, where would he have? He can't have come from
Unless
South
he's
Bank
just
and come
pulled
through,
left.
maybe through the grass, but there doesn't seem to be a gap down there. From
Pulled
what
left out of the.
It's very sharp left, isn't it? Maybe just getting out the way, but we'll try and get to the bottom of it. There he is in pit lane again, still seemingly without entirely a clue as to what's going on. Looks like it's the right-hand side spark plug cap that seems to be awry for Connor Botting. Fueling in, of course, that's the first thing you'll do, but he'll be losing a lot of time here, trying to work out where they are overall. I did find them a couple of moments ago. I've lost them again now, because they're dropping down the field. 40th overall now. That will only get worse, unfortunately, as time continues on here.
Yeah, so in reference to the spark plug cap, obviously you've got the spark plug which is in the cylinder to ignite the fuel, and then above that you usually have HT leads, high tension leads, and with that they carry quite a lot of high voltage to make sure the spark is sparking. If that doesn't happen, which I assume the cap has come off and has stopped, obviously it causes the engine to misfire. If the spark plug isn't igniting fuel, eventually the engine is just going to run out of steam and stop itself, which is probably why he also had trouble starting it back up again. So they're back in, hopefully to sort out the issues, get it back refueled and go on for a full stint. But the good thing is, I say it's a good thing, it's the less bad thing. He's still got 21 hours and 50 minutes to sort it out.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll be getting out that kart now, probably after 2 hours 20 in the karts. No driver changes for them yet. Kind of started the races. There's another kart off in the grass at hairpin 1. Tell you something else I've noticed actually over the course of the last 2 hours. Less people going off and finding it really difficult to get back on because it's so wet, but now actually so much dust being kicked up because it's actually really dry, and the sun has been beating down the circuit. We've got quite a nice cool commentary box actually here. I'm quite nice and cold, but outside it is low 20s, mid 20s. It is sun beating down, and it seems it will remain doing so until sunset pretty much, as far as I've seen on forecasts. And we're getting a surprisingly dusty circuit now.
Yeah, and obviously with that comes a little bit of lower grip, and obviously the more they go off, the more they're kicking back onto the circuit. So the dustier the racetrack, the less grippy it is going to be. Also with that, I mean, fortunately we're near the sea, so there is with that a little bit of wind. You might see some flags dotted around the circuit that are blowing quite hard, so that also probably isn't going to help the case, blowing dust onto the circuit as well. But also on the flip side of that, blowing it off, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, nonetheless, it is a very difficult situation. And if the temperatures continue to rise, the track's going to get hotter. Obviously, that's another cut off at hairpin 1. That's a sketchy rejoin. He's just about been able to get away with that one. But yeah, with rising temperatures, you're going to overdrive the karts a lot. The whole ethos of go-karts, especially the highs, is to sort of chuck them in because they haven't got a lot of front-end grip, as I say, particularly the highs. That's going to heat up the tyres a lot. You're sliding around quite a lot, especially if you have to negotiate lap traffic. You're offline a lot, and it's just going to heat the tyres up more and more and more and make it even harder to drive.
Yeah, exactly. Tyres getting warm. Wacky Races have got the black and white flag now for contact. That's just a warning flag, of course, but that's the first one we've had in 15 minutes or so. It's been fairly quiet as far as black and white flags have gone in the recent past. That's the first for a little while, though, for Wacky Races. They are down in a 57th overall now. So just behind Badger's Best Racing in the number 6 with just under 21 hours and 50 minutes remaining. Lap 105 now completed for MS Soko Select, who are still out there on the circuit and are now doing the longest stint I've noticed of anyone inside the top 15. They were in under the first full course yellow of the day on lap 36. The longest fuel run we've seen so far was from 36-Motorsport, who are now running 12th, and they did 65 laps at the time. Well, this stint now is approaching 70 laps, and surely we can't be too far away from the number 43 coming into pit lane, and Josh Focus finally stepping out of the driving seat.
Yeah, so the first full course yellow came out about 45-ish minutes into the race. We're now sort of 2 hours and 13. So what is that now? An hour and a half stint-ish, roughly getting into that range, which is pretty much bang on what we expect the owner karts to be doing in terms of stints. If you're looking at it relative to time as opposed to laps, I would say it probably isn't going to be too far. He's done a double stint, which again is what we expect the owner drivers to be doing. Any more than that, and it's going to be very, very tough as the 17 as well, the Nexus Sport trying to work their way back through and slowly back onto, of course, the lead lap and close in on Red Graphics, the 01 for second place overall and in the Elite. But yeah, it won't be too long until we see Josh into the pit lane and understandably taking a well-deserved break.
They are in the pit lane now, as far as I can work out as well. They're dropping down behind Red Graphics, who were 20-odd seconds behind. So what's that? 65 laps again, is it? Yeah. No, sorry, 68, 69 laps, something like that. A little bit longer. So MS Soko Select with the longest stint of the race so far. That should also mean we're not too far away from the 111 MSJR car coming in 11th place overall. And the 115 Team Keen karts can't be too far away either, because they all came in under the same full course yellow. But we haven't seen, obviously, I'd imagine Just Focus will finally step out the driving seat and we'll see someone else in the 43 for the first time.
Yes, and see how they get on. Obviously, that's an interesting dynamic of endurance races. Anything less than an hour, realistically, you can get away with just one driver. Obviously, this is 24. You're going to need a team. We've touched on different teams having X amount of drivers. MS Soko Select have got 4 to choose from. Connor Lucas, Josh Falkus, who, of course, will be getting out. Dan Crossley and Ryan Cannon. Who could well be stepping into the car. The first 3 of those that I mentioned, obviously, were the champions of this event this time last year as well, back in 2023. So looking to, of course, replicate that success. But the thing with teams is that the kart's pace can very quickly change from driver to driver getting into the kart, having to get themselves up to speed, and then settle into what is a very busy race.
But do you think, even with a team like that, do you not think, across the board, they are an owner's elite team, one of only 3, that surely they're going to be quite quick across the board?
Yeah, obviously, as an average, they will be very quick, but there is going to be fluctuations, and also not necessarily just in terms of driving the kart quickly and getting up to pace, but also getting up to scratch with how the race is developing, having to settle into how busy it is. For some drivers, of course, it can be very overwhelming. Not saying that MS Soko Select, with their plethora of experience, won't be able to do that within a couple of laps, but it does give that lap or so where they may be slightly off the pace that other teams can maybe pounce at it. Probably not enough of a differential that allow Red Graphics or Nexus to close in a significant amount, but again, something to maybe keep an eye on if later on in the race they're a lot closer around the pit stops.
Team Keen seem to have just been in as well. I think I just saw them exiting pit lane. They've just been overtaken by the 15, who I think, by the way, have no, sorry, it's the 96 just behind them. So want to just touch on this kart a little bit. MS Urban Pink, number 96. They started this race in 13th place. Didn't get off to a great start. Had problems around 25 minutes in, where they dropped a few places. Generally bumbled around the sort of mid-teens, if you like, in the standings. Generally just slowly crept their way up, and around lap 60 or so, I think this was around the full course yellow, the second full course yellow of the race, they were able to come in, only dropped a couple of places, came out 11th, they're now climbed up to 8th place. So after falling as far as 16th, they've managed to get up into 8th, and we've been talking a lot about MS Soka Select and Nexus and the way they've been using full course yellows, but actually number 96 team have probably used the full course yellows best so far.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's seizing your moment, it's seizing your opportunity, and that split-second decision-making as well, because you don't have very long to decide if you want to come in, if you want to stay out, what the advantages and disadvantages are. It almost is just a case of not necessarily predicting a full course yellow, but sort of assuming that if one was to happen in the next 5 minutes, what do we do, what can we do? And it seems that the 96 has been really, really good at just seeing it, capitalising on it, and going for it. So keep an eye on that as the race develops, because if they're able to continue that trend, as that's the same kart, that's the 789, I think, having the exact same issue going to the first hairpin as they did a couple of laps ago. So proving to be quite difficult, which to be fair it is. You're pretty much flat out through the wiggles, and then having to brake for a hairpin. It's easy for the kart to go sideways.
Very easy for that to go wrong indeed. Trying to spot the 43. There they are. So it's a sort of greeny, yellowy helmet. I think that could be Connor Lucas, who is at the wheel of that one now, because we're talking about the reigning champions, the pole sitters as well for this event. Bizarrely setting a slower time than the Hires pole sitters, but that's of course because it was damp this morning.
Not a skill issue.
No. You said when you first stepped outside this morning, it was heavily raining. I thought it was, just one of those middle of the night things, but it's actually quite recent rainfall that really did play qualifying for the owners.
Yeah, it really did. It was quite wet affected. I think it only stopped raining sort of as me and David arrived to the circuit, which was probably around about 9:15-ish. Again, another bit of contact into the first hairpin. Get used to seeing a bit of that over the next 22 hours. But it wasn't sunny for very long until qualifying started. So for the owners, that was their first wet running of the entire weekend. They've been testing since, I believe, Wednesday, and they've had dry running since. So for them, it was half an hour not only to qualify, but also to acclimatise themselves to the wet weather and make the most of it. What that also opened up the door for was typically, for those unaware, 15 minutes prior to the end of the session, if you want fuel, you have to be with that fuel queue 15 minutes before the session ends. The thing with wet tracks is that if it stops raining, the track is constantly drying and drying, and the lap times are constantly dropping and dropping, so much so that the first lap that was set in the session ended up being about 7 seconds slower than the inevitable pole time set at the end of it. And as a team, do you take the gamble of, oh, we need to take fuel for the start of the race, or we need to qualify well and stay out of trouble for the start? So that really did open the door for some intrigue in the owners.
Yeah, one team that did go for what appeared to be a low fuel strategy in qualifying was TSK-Motorsport. Now, I'm not saying that just because they got pole in Owners Club. I'm not saying that they didn't deserve it by any stretch, but what did happen was they pitted pretty much immediately off of the start of this race. I'll try and find what lap it was, but it was very, very early indeed. I think it was lap 2. Is what my time screen is showing here. So actually they barely had enough fuel to start the race. Interesting strategy really, but as I was saying to Tom, I think there is a point where starting with low fuel might be a good idea, especially if you're at the front, but maybe a couple of laps is a bit too short.
Yeah, maybe, because that instantly puts your sequence. It instantly costs you a lot of time, but there is also an advantage to it. Obviously, as we know, you'll come out in potentially a little bit clearer air. You'll be able to run sort of your own race for slightly longer and maybe have a bit more pace for slightly longer as well. But yeah, you're right, that is very extreme. Just going to try and have a look as to where they are running at the moment, and they are
Tuckworth, 19th.
19th overall. Not doing too bad, but about 20 seconds off the next car, which isn't even for class position. That's the 111 MSJSR. So you have to look 22 seconds to the RAF Falcons if you want another in-class car that they need to go and catch, which, in fairness, in retrospect to endurance racing, 22 seconds is nothing, and that shouldn't... It couldn't take them too long to go and catch it. It probably will, but there is still a lot of opportunity for them to go and get it.
Easy for you to say.
No, it's not.
good afternoon to everyone who's tuned in, by the way, on YouTube. Do keep interacting with us and telling us where you're watching from, who you're supporting especially. Got plenty of supporting for Team Alicia. Alicia, excuse
Easy
me.
for you to say.
Thank you. Got me back immediately there. Hearing that we are going to have a driver change for them, have just had, sorry. Claire Shields in YouTube chat saying that it's DNF Dan, which is not a good sign. But I don't know which Dan it is because there's two in that cart. There's Danny Palacio and there's Daniel Shields. So we'll try and work out which of those it is. Or maybe they can clarify. That'd be nice. Question in from MG Motorsport in YouTube, and maybe you can answer this one. Do they have radios?
Yes, they do. Most teams will. They'll have a little radio. They'll probably put it under their race suit, and they'll have an earpiece that goes up into their helmet. Most of them, particularly the high ones, sort of the MS and Apollo RAN teams, will have two-way communication, so the team can contact them and the driver can contact the team as well. A lot of teams will just have one-way or whatever that will just say box in now or do this. As a black flag actually comes out for the number 9, that's the Newmarket Hornets. Sorry for all of those flags. That's for overtaking under the under yellow flags, which is a big no-no. And unfortunate for them. But back to the radios, a lot of teams as well will be old school. They'll have pit boards that say pit now, and that's the level of communication they have with the team, which, in all fairness, is all you need, kind of, unless you want to get more in-depth with feedback and sort of asking questions and relaying information that way. But fundamentally, for an endurance race, you just need a pit board to tell them when to come in.
Absolutely. We've got that black flag, as you say, for Newmarket Hornets. That is the number 9. They are 4th in the highest club class now. That's 39th overall. And speaking of the Newmarket teams, by the way, we've had some word through in YouTube chat about the Newmarket Buzzin' Hornets, number 29. So not number 9, but 29. They had to do another lap as they got blocked on the way into pit lane. I suppose just getting caught on the right-hand side of the road where you need to be on the left. And couldn't do another lap without running out of fuel, which eventually happened. So that was Lewis Nurse who's sent that one in. Thanks very much to him. He says, yes, that was why they ran. I was kind of ridiculing people earlier. I don't know if you heard, for running out of fuel twice in 30
no,
minutes.
I did.
Sorry about that.
First T-side 24 and you're not making any friends.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Lewis had a good reason, clearly, for running out of fuel. So fair play. And so they are back out there again now, I believe. 69th overall are the Newmarket Buzzin' Hornets. So thanks to him for that. Another question in on YouTube. How many rookie hires are there? You're gonna have to give us quite a moment to count, but there's quite a few, I would say. As we've got more carts off, I'm afraid, at hairpin number 1, 2 off this time. One of the owners and a hire. I think the owner's cart was trying to avoid on the outside and just went in the grass to do so. Zach thinks there's 14 rookies, based on your counting.
Yeah,
okay,
which plus or minus 7.
Plus or minus a half. Meanwhile, a cart in the gravel at turn 2 as well. No full course yellow, but we do have to and take the slightly strenuous job of picking it up literally and putting it back out on the road. And again, all of the gravel firing out from all directions when you get back out there again as well. They'll get that final bit of a push and back underway again as well. Looks like one of the owners to me. We'll try and figure out who that was. Let's make their way through turn 3 at the moment. Yeah, we'll try and get that to you when we can, but not ideal for the moment. Coming up to 21 hours and 35 minutes remaining, coming up to 2:30 here local time, and so we've nearly had 2 hours and a half of this race. It's been an exciting one so far. 3 full course yellows, no retirements thankfully, but a good start generally for the field. Red Graphics number 1 are leading the race. They of course led extensively last year but didn't win. That race win went to MS Circuit Select, who are second. Nexus Sport were a few laps behind them, 3 laps behind them in the winning margin of 2023, and they're currently 3rd.
Not doing too bad. I think it's going to be a really close, actually, between those top 3 teams, because, I mean, it pretty much was a train for the entirety of the first half an hour, realistically, until the first full course yellow came out. They were pushing each other until, obviously, it was MS Oko Select and Nexus that were able to break away from Red Graphics, and at the time Max Plant was really involved in that train for the best part of it as well, and hopefully that is going to be a theme that continues. But naturally, you're not going to have nose to tail for 24 hours straight. That's ridiculous, and if it does happen, then that's incredible. Just seeing someone completely cane it going into that first hairpin. I think that might be the number 6 hire, braking onto 2 wheels on sort of off the track and having no grip, just going straight on, because ideally you need the tyres on the sticky bit as to have grip, and if you don't, then that's a problem, and he went straight on because of that. But naturally, as pit stops develop and full course yellows happen and strategy differs, things are going to spread out, but hopefully sort of in 19 or so hours time, when we're sort of into that final stint or so, they can sort of congeal back together and give us a good finish.
Another question coming in about the number 181 Max Plant's Pro leading owners kart. They are indeed still in the lead. Someone asking how long ago they pitted. Lap 60 was their last pit stop. That was now 55 laps ago. So next 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, they'll be coming in again for their second pit stop, only their second pit stop of the day, nearly 2.5 hours in. They're having a good race so far, I've got to say. Starting at the wheel of that one was Jack Morris. Believe he's still there. I don't think they changed driver, although I'll have to double check that again in a few moments' time. But it's been a good start for them. They're currently 13.1 seconds ahead of Team Tate, although that number 75 came in even earlier than the 181, so they'll be in before the Max Plant team. Of course, the 181 came second last year, looking to go one better, and they've started well here. Now they are just going down the inside of another owner's kart in towards hairpin 1 through to hairpin 2 now as well.
Yeah, exactly. And negotiating themselves really nicely as well, it must be said. Their pace, like I said earlier, they were sort of that fourth kart in that four-kart train for what was the overall lead at the time for the first half an hour. So just goes to showcase their level of talent, and also the lineup that they've got. 6 drivers going to be taking to that kart over the duration of this race. One of them in particular, Mr. Ronnie Smith, a fantastic driver in his own right, and also a driver that I have a little bit of history with. No tension anymore, but a couple of years ago, we took to a competition where the prize was a seat in the 2023 British F4 Championship. We weren't anywhere near the front in said race. We were sort of fighting, I think it was for P6.
Should have left that bit out.
I should have, yeah, no. We were fighting for the lead on the final lap of a competition where either one of us could have won a seat in British F4.
You can't lie, but you could have just left that information out.
No, it's just whatever. Anyway. Nonetheless, going into the corner just after Hawthorne's at Brands Hatch, he sent it up the inside of me. I understandably said, no, you do not do that. Turned it across. We had contact and both lost a position to Kai Bikini for the final lap of the race, which understandably both of us were a lot of frustration.
Which cost you a seat in F4.
It cost me a seat in British F4.
It didn't really.
It cost me the chance of a seat.
Yeah.
What was already a 1% chance to 0.9.
To 0. Yeah, black flag, by the way, for circuit breakers. That's number 369, who are being called into the pit lane. Trying to find where they are in the overall. They're 88th. Unfortunately, not a good start for them. They're the final highest rookie class kart in the race for now. So they're being called in. Not seeing quite why, actually, they're being called in, but they are, anyway, for a black flag. So that is that. We're coming up to the bottom of another hour here, Zach. It's 21 hours, 30 minutes remaining. I think what we should do is run through the hires. We're not going to go through all 89 in one go every time, because that would take us
too long.
Well, an hour, and then we'd have to do it again for the next hour. So we will go through just the hires on every, what are we on now? An odd hour, and we'll go through every owner on a even hour. So let's begin with the hires elites class. That's been an exciting race so far, I've got to say, actually. CBR 113, that's called Blimey Racing, leading now by 3.5 seconds. The gap's very rarely been bigger than that, actually, to ABC Racing. Then Kart Events Belgium are third in the number 6. They're about a minute behind in third. Fourth place is XLR8 Kent Brewery Racing. They're 32nd overall and quite a bit further back. Another quite a long way back to LPBRT. The Petit what was it called? the Petit Bourgeon, thank you, the Petit Bourgeon Racing Team, who are in 5th position, and then yes, the small cork, and then Race for Ruben in the number 95 are 6th in the Hires Elite. In Hire Pro, have you got those in front of you? Would you like to go through Hires Pro in the standings? Loughborough Hill currently leading theirs at the moment.
Yes, so that's the 35. They're 29th overall. Behind that comes the 213 CBR. Behind that, about 2.5 seconds back, actually, is Scenario 77 for what would be the fight for second place on the provisional podium for the higher pros. Teesside Tigers just off in 4th. They're about a lap down on the next kart, so trying to work their way back into contention. It's not until they're in 35th overall, it's not until 53rd that you get to the next higher pro, which is the Badger's Best Racing Machine in the 53. And then again, it's not until you get 58th overall that you get to the 111 JS Racing. Behind that, top with 2 to round off. Pro car in 86th overall. They had a couple of issues, weren't they? They were one of the ones that ran out of fuel at the top of the hill.
Oh, they did bribe us.
They did.
Food, so.
They're doing really well. 86th.
Thanks to them for that. Let's go to Hires Club now, where Track Limits are leading the race. That is, by the way, a team name, not a infringement of the rules by anybody, but a team name. They're actually ahead of the Hires Pro leader in the overall standings. In the second place, Tockwith number 1 are only 18 seconds behind and currently trailing in that Hires Club class. Then you've got to go down a further 6 places to Dr. Vapes in the number 30. A couple of places further back for Cartwheelers. They're just over a half minute back. It is Williams Esports who are in 5th position. We'll talk about them, I'm sure, throughout the day, basically because that's the thing me and Zach have most knowledge of. Then 6th place is going to be Bonato. They've just moved up, actually, into 40th overall as Lockworth Hill drops some places. That's a rookie class kart, though. We will get to that in a moment. The Newmarket Hornets have recovered from their black flag. They're back out on circuit again in 41st. In 44th in the club class. This is quite a large one of them, by the way. Cheshire. Can I say that? Wow. No, probably
the
not.
Cheshires.
The Cheshire people, let's say.
The Cheshire
are
White,
in
maybe.
44. Bargain Racing are next. T4 Autosport, 47th overall, ahead of Mulsanne Racing and Teesside Academy. This is outside the top 50 now. I won this team, which is a story we were telling earlier on. Well, I'm sure it will come back up again throughout the night. They're 55th overall, ahead of the other TRX Motorsport Club kart. Bard Racing, who we saw not so long ago have a couple of spins out there, have recovered to 58th now. Apex Twin Racing are 61st, just ahead of number 60 Dr. Vapes Racing. That's the second of those. That's only a 4-second gap. Another 6 seconds back to A66 Hire, who had that issue on lap 1, didn't they? Where they lost a few laps at the end of lap 1. So they've recovered well. They're ahead of Cowspeed Crew, who are also ahead of Hyro Motorsport Academy by nearly half a minute. The other Newmarket Buzzing Hornets car, number 29, is 66th, ahead of Casual Racing, Playcart UTR and Racing for Ron. That rounds out the top 70. Barrier Racing are 73rd, ahead of Perfect Card, 75th. Cole Clark Racing are only 3.8 seconds further back, ahead of the Fantastic Four. That's a team name as well. Team Cringe are in 78th overall, ahead of Steel City Races and BTM, further 21 seconds back. Team Yellow Racing's 555 are 84th after some problems, and AOR at 87th after their issues as well. 32 laps down on the overall lead, and now for the higher rookies.
Yes, so that's being led by CBR 313, and I do like how they've done that.
I think there's one above.
Is it? Oh, there is. Maybe there
one
is. No? Oh, no, there is. They're all the way up in P31. They're doing a really good job.
Ahead, aren't they?
The LPBRT2. There we go. We can say it eventually. They're in 31st overall. I was just surprised that they were doing so well as a rookie to be up there. But, of course, maybe it's their better driver in. They're driving really well, and later on it'll ebb and flow because of the overall experience of the team. Then it's the CBR 313 in 42nd overall. Second, of course, in class. I do like how they've done that. They've got CBR 113, CBR 213, and CBR 313 in the descending classes, which is I really like because it makes our job really easy. Wacky Racers complete the rookie podium ahead of Lega GP. Armstrong Nield just in behind that 31 machine. They're about 8.7 seconds off the next class for position. Then comes Random Racing 778. I think they had some issues earlier on, and they're about 2 seconds off a fight for position, actually, in that higher club between Teesside and Mulsanne. Behind that, Lockwell Hill ahead of Test Tees, of course, racing for charity on that 4-1-1. Then you have to go all the way down to JJH Motorsport at the 26th. They're down in 69th overall, just a few places ahead of Kenty Racing, JK Racing, who are 74th overall. Behind that, the 101 JC Motorsport, the 222 All Roads Asphalt ahead of the 192 Metro Plum. They're down in 84th and 85th place, respectively. And then the 369 Circuit Breakers, last place in the higher rookies. And also, if we could just have maybe the team of the 369 maybe remind the driver or signal to the driver that they need to come in and, of course, serve that black flag that they've been shown. They're down in 88th place and 2 laps off the next car, which would be the AOR machine, the 789. But yeah, it's been a while. They got black flagged and they've still not made their way into the pit lane. So I don't know if it's a show of defiance from the driver or just being blind.
You're very harsh.
Says you. How are people running out of fuel?
I did say that. Yeah, so that is still ongoing. They're still being shown the black flag. First time they were shown it, by the way, was now 8 minutes ago. That means they've been past the pit lane 5 or 6 times now, so should have been in ideally, but unfortunately they have not. Yellow flag waves at hairpin 4 as another driver gets themselves back out and going again. Thankfully, there's not been too much of that in the recent past, but I've jinxed it now. And here we go. 369 comes past pit lane, and here we go. There we go.
He looks confused.
Right, he looked like he hadn't seen it before, that's for sure. So the driver now makes their way in. I think slightly, yeah, I think you're right, slightly confused, but there we go. At least that's dealt with now, and the black flag can now be served. So not too many pit stops to report while we were going through that, by the way. Just the one, just a couple actually. Number 15, MS Urban Blue, came in, I think, although their pit stop time was relatively short, so it may not have been a stop, but I'm pretty sure it was. 8th place for them now, and in the Owners Club class, MSBE are still leading, even after their pit stop on lap 120. That means effectively they are an entire pit stop ahead of 36 Motorsport, who are only 14.3 seconds behind them in second place, but have still yet to make a stop. It's been a very good start for MSBE.
Yeah, it very much has, and they're going to be looking to carry on in the same stead. But all good to have a good start. You want to be teeing yourself up for a good finish in 21 hours, 21 minutes and 42 seconds time. And hopefully cross the checkered flag in the best place possible.
First meatball of the day. Ooh. And it's not a meal. It is a black and orange flag for number 443. That is exactly the kart I was just talking about. The MSBE leading Owners Club kart is going to have to make its way into pit lane. It is just coming into the middle portion of the circuit now. We'll try and pick them up as they go through. But this is a big moment for MSBE. Technical defect is what's listed on our timing screen in front of us. What that exactly means is a mystery for the moment. We'll get to the bottom of it when we can. But a big moment for the leaders, and as we were just saying, they have a very big lead, but they could do without this.
No fast repairs in this race, right?
Very good. That's a joke that only a few small portion of this race will get.
Hopefully there's enough to make it worthwhile. Nonetheless, yeah, that mechanical flag, hopefully they're going to be able to come in and sort it out, whatever it is, as the 282 is off as well at hairpin 1. So just going to track to see where the 443 comes in. They should be coming around pretty much any time now to make their way into pit lane and hopefully sort out whatever issues have befallen them in terms of warranting a meatball flag. It could be anything from sort of leaking anything, noticeably anything bent, something hanging off. I haven't seen anything, but obviously the marshals and race control know a lot better than we do than as to what's wrong with the go-kart. So whatever it is, I'm sure they'll get in, and hopefully it's not going to be too lengthy of a repair that they then have to lose time relative, or too much time relative to those that are fighting, because again, it's a shame that they'd have to lose track position and then emerge and be on the fight back.
Still struggling to find them, to be honest with you, as things stand, but that's probably just my eyes.
That's true.
Thank you. We'll see and try and get word as to when they've been in and quite what the problem was as well, because this is going to be unscheduled for them. As I just mentioned, they came in at lap 120. We're not even 10 laps from that now. So is it something like, you know...
Fuel filler cap loose?
Yeah, but it'd be weird to drive out without the filler cap on, wouldn't it? Oh, there. It's the side pod, if you like,
yes,
of the kart. It's slightly raised. Sorry, it's slightly raised on the left-hand side. I've just nearly smacked Zach. It's slightly raised on the left-hand side, and that's the technical defect. So I guess don't want it flying off, do we?
No.
And hitting someone. So yeah, they'll have to come in to repair that. Not sure whether they would have. I guess contact.
Potentially, or tie barriers could knock it up. There are a couple that are slightly sticking out, and that's the main thing. Obviously, for the hires, it's not a problem because they've got that big, bulky wraparound, because usually those karts are used for the general public, and the general public do general public things. So they are pretty much built to be indestructible, whereas the owner karts are sort of race-built and sort of, you know, the driving standards are meant to be a lot cleaner. So just tracking that 443, and it looks as though it has just detached from the chassis entirely, so that I have to just come in and...
yeah, it's really
well,
raised.
Push it down. I don't know if the bracket that it's built to is welded on, or if it's just able to be bolted in or whatever, but nonetheless they'd have to come in and sort it out as quickly as possible, because yeah, that is a suboptimal thing, and sort of one of those things as a driver is you are just going to be waiting for something to go wrong as something happens to 13.
Has gone wrong. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's missing any of its bodywork at least, but it does look like it is damaged, and the driver has not seen the black and white flag, so they're not coming in, and they'll be getting further and further warnings about that.
Yes.
About that mechanical flag and not coming in to serve it. So it's a big moment here in the Owners Club class. The gap, I've noticed as well, has been coming down 1.8 seconds now between 36 Motorsport and MSBE. Now, there is probably another explanation for that, in that 36 Motorsport are very low on fuel at the moment. They're due a pit stop too. So what this actually could do is align their strategies a little bit and give us a close race here.
We hope, yeah. Obviously, I'm sure that... I mean, 36 probably also hope as well that they can close the gap and have a nice, easy strategy, quote-unquote, with their direct rivals. But MSBE are obviously going to be trying to avoid coming in, well, as much as they can. But you can see there on the live feed that it is literally just bent, and there is a bracket, obviously all these chassis with aluminium and whatever, and it is just pulled up, straight up. So it's not flapping around and sort of insecure as such, in the sense that it's basically about to fall off, but it's dislodged and not where it's meant to be, and therefore poses a problem, a danger to not only the kart that it's attached to, or, well, maybe might not be attached to for very long, and then also the entire 88 other kart fleet that's on the circuit, all the marshals as well. It needs to be come in and sorted, because the good of one car outweighs the good of the 88 others.
It's unsurprisingly an MS chassis, as the team name would suggest. They didn't qualify on pole in this class. We mentioned Topworth Motorsport already, number 78 qualifying on pole in the Owners Club class, but they have been leading for a while. Nico de Koning started that kart, and it's as the name suggests, it's an all-Belgian team. I think, though, they have changed their driver, possibly. Is it Shane Burke? There's a lot of orange on that helmet. Anyway, we'll try and figure out quite who it is at the wheel. I think so, though. Well, maybe not actually. I don't know, but we will figure that out. Maybe it's Gilles Law at the moment. Actually, looks like it fits him a bit more. Apologies that we don't know these people very well. Out of the final corner they go. They've still not seen it. Still going past pit lane, and another lap passes without them serving their mechanical flag.
Yeah, and what is the gap bit? I mean, the gap's pretty much stayed the same. A tenth and a half difference back to 36 on that last lap. Slightly quicker in favour of the 36, which have really helpfully named themselves after their number, which makes our job super easy because we physically cannot get it wrong. But yeah, they're closing in obviously for the class lead. MSBE want to avoid coming in for as long as possible, but it gets to a point where it's a case of Oh, that's problems going on at hairpin 3. Yeah, very busy. Yellow flag's being waved, but hopefully all is good. No one's really binned it, and well, someone's binned it, obviously, but they've not buried it, and they're able to get back going fairly simply. But MSBE, are they just trying to postpone this for as long as possible to get away with?
I don't think they've seen it.
With aligning with pitch, I don't know, to be honest, because it wasn't very long they came in anyway. So it gets to a point where race controller are like, you've had enough chances. At some point, you have to see it, because that digi flag, I mean, it's not subtle.
The third placed kart in that class, by the way, the Alessia number 61, has also just received a black and white flag for the contact warning. And so that is, here we go. Finally, the 443 comes into pit lane to fix the bodywork. Now, how easy or difficult is that going to be? It could just be one of those situations of just literally just pushing it
Plonk, yeah.
with your hand, but it could be more serious than that. We'll wait and see how long this pit stop takes, but that's an unscheduled pit stop that they could have done without on lap 129. They will, of course, go to the fuel bay as always, because that's just what you do. That's what everyone will do when they come into pit lane, whether it's scheduled or not.
Yeah, exactly. It always makes sense. If you're going to take the time loss of a pit stop, you might as well take the time loss as well of getting a fuel tank and topping it off and getting back on the way again. It seems as though whatever they're doing now, they are trying to fix. There are a lot of limitations as to what you can and can't do whilst in the pit lane. Obviously, one of the owners, you can change your tyres and your pads when you're in sort of your tyre change bay and things, and also one of the engines as well, but nothing more technical than that. You'd have to go back to your awning, take it off the racetrack, wheel it all the way back. They have to walk it through the paddock. They can't drive it through the paddock, stay in their garage and then repair it, then get it all the way back. So that's going to be something that teams and drivers obviously want to avoid, and they're just standing on it. I love it. That is pretty much there we go. Is it fixed, though, is the question. They've got it unbent and back where it should be. Is it back in fix where it should be to be secure?
This is my concern. Is it going to be one of those just push it back in place, or will they need to replace that that part? I mean, it just generally have a bit of flex in it anyway. So, and they're going into the garage by the looks of that. They're going into the garages and the tents and all of the more technical things. So this is going to hand the lead over to 36 Motorsport pretty convincingly.
Yeah, they're going to be MSB are going to be lucky if they emerge this race. Probably, I'd say, it depends obviously on how extensive the repair is. It might be a case they need to weld the chassis. That is a worst case scenario. It might just be the case that they need a zip tie or a Jubilee clip or something to fix it back into place. As far as repairs go, that's probably the quickest that you're going to get. They're going to lose laps from this. And it's going to put them way, way off strategy. It's going to put them way behind their rivals, of course. But like I said earlier, they've still got 21 hours and 11 minutes to sort it out wherever it is and recover. The last thing you want, if the lead in 19 hours was 10 seconds, was something like this to happen. At least it's happened now. You can address it, you can sort it, and you can start this race again and just say, this is what we've been dealt. What can we do about it?
Yep. So while that's all been happening, we've had a lead change because Red Graphics and their number one has been into pit lane. That was only a few laps ago. And so, new leader, MS Soko Select, now ahead by 29.3 seconds. And this is the order, at least as far as we can see for now. This is the order that we think is sort of going to come out at the end of the race, all things being equal, or all pit stops being equal. So we've also had that pit stop for the pro leading kart after a surprisingly, well, not surprisingly short, but it's a shorter stint than some of the others for Max Plant. But anyway, they've come in after 66 laps on a back out there on the circuit again as well. So everybody's made 2 pit stops now in the front 5. MS Soko Selector leading by 29.3 seconds. Red Graphics are 43.8 behind, and Max Plant are now a lap and 3/4 down pretty much. So the owner's elite karts are clear of the field, as he'd expect them to be.
Yeah, exactly. They're the ones that obviously with the most experience. For those that maybe this is your first time watching the Teesside British 24, welcome. It's mine as well, being here on the commentary, and Ewan's as well. So we're sort of learning as we go as well as you are. But in terms of sort of the classes, the elites are pretty much, obviously, it's at the discretion of race control and also yourselves to an extent, but the guideline is top 10 in pro or elite in the last 5 years in a 24-hour event. And 3 teams have obviously fit that criteria and been confident enough to contend at the top, because you don't want to over or undersell yourself in an endurance race. You want to be in the class that fits you. some teams try and what we call trophy hunt, well, they'll undersell themselves into a class where they can sort of pick up an easy trophy. And then other teams will be like, oh, I'm really good, go into a class and be a couple of seconds off the pace and then not be contending for anything, and it's not very fun for them. So making sure in the right class is the best thing. And I think pretty much so far we've had pretty tight contention at the front.
We certainly have, yeah. We've had good racing so far for the leads of all of the classes in this field. We're 21 hours and 9 minutes away from the conclusion of this race. So nearly 3 hours down already, somewhat surprisingly, actually. It's been flying by, certainly. It's been very enjoyable so far. And as you say, all of the classes looking good in terms of a good battle here to look forward to. Next pit stops that should be coming through, DWS in their 58 from the Owners Pro class should be not too far away. The 36-Motorsport kart is leading in the club class now. The Owners is still out front there and should be not too far away from a pit stop either. I don't think. Yeah, I think that's just around the corner from making a pit stop as well. And I'm noticing MSBE continues to drop down the field. They're outside the top 20 now, still yet to emerge.
Yeah, they are. Now what will be 4 laps off the 36 Motorsport karts, and that's going to be a healthy deficit for them to back up, and it's going to be obviously very, very difficult for them to do so. They're hanging on in terms of class position, but also that track position that we talk about. They're not only going to have to unlap themselves relative to their class, but also other classes as well, and try and get back through into contention. And on a busy circuit, as a driver, actually, it's hard for you to keep track of who you're catching up to, who you're overtaking, how many times you've done X, Y, Z. So again, for the driver of the 443, it's also going to be a fairly difficult task to get back in and try and hammer in some good lap times. But I suppose that's just exactly what they've got to do when they get that kart fixed. Get in, visor down, and just drive as quickly as you can and see what the result is at the end of the stint.
They won't be the only ones, surely, to have issues throughout the day in terms of
exactly, yeah.
In terms of that kind of thing. We've had that pit stop for the number 96 as well. So after nearly 70 laps, they have been in and are back out onto the circuit again, making DWS's stint here surprisingly long, unless I've missed a pit stop somewhere down the line.
66 was the last stop-ish.
For DWS, yeah, I thought so too.
62.
62, right, yeah, actually. I had them on actually.
Makes it 75 now, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's quite long actually, I thought, but there we go. They are currently running in 6th.
No full course yellows though.
No.
So they're running quicker. So they're doing
more
more
help.
laps. No, but they're doing more laps per
I see what you
minute.
Mean. Yeah, okay. You might be right. Yeah. You
Probably
might.
not.
Well, you might be right. Yeah, it's a good guess. In terms of drivers and teams who are stuck in the garage for some time, TSK-Motorsport are dropping down at the moment. I don't know if they're making a regular pit stop or whether they really are dropping away from the field, because they're starting to get into that region of the field where they're with all the others who have had problems today. Glad to say that the last running car, number 200 Boneheads, are still out on the circuit and are back out on the circuit again. They're 38 laps down, and they were pretty much after lap 50. They didn't get very many laps done in the first hour. They are starting to climb through the field, though. They're not actually that far behind circuit breakers, and from now on it's going to be a race of recovery. They're going to continue to gain places again and again and again, and that's going to be their aim for the remainder, just get to the finish, and it will be an achievement for them.
Yeah, for a lot of people, that is an aim in of itself. I mean, 24-hour races, like I said when I first came on, is not for the faint-hearted at all. A couple of people think they can get away with just coming here with a group of mates and doing it for a laugh, but it's far from it. The physicality of it as a driver, the physicality of it as a car and as a team as well, it really does take a toll. So to have issues early on, naturally it's going to be disappointing, but you don't want all of this effort, obviously the money you've spent to come here, to transport, to entry fee, to have your garage all set up and be here since Wednesday training and practicing and doing those laps. You don't want that wasted for the first 10 minutes of the race that you came here to do. So just to trundle in and put laps in more and more and see how the hours get on, it's an achievement in of itself to say, okay, you can effectively say, oh, we started last and we climbed up to this, or we did this many laps, or we finished the race in of itself, like I say, is an achievement. The unfortunate thing was that, from what I know, my understanding is they had a bearing fail, which is understandable because they are under a lot of load, especially through South Bank. The bearings get loaded up quite a lot. Through the undulating sections at the mountain as well, again, it's loaded up quite a lot. It was a theme, actually. I commentated on the Enduro Car 24 at Anglesey, and the bearings also were under a lot of load, so it must be a very similar thing, obviously, in karts, because there's not a lot of suspension, if any, that's sort of dampening the loads on all the other components. So, yeah, it's probably going to be a strenuous race for all the components of the car, but particularly, obviously, the bearings through some of the high-load corners.
And if they remain about 38 laps down or so, and continue to run with the leaders, do you want to have a guess where they would have ended up in last year's race? 38 laps down?
Go on.
Have a guess.
21st.
Oh, have you been looking? It's,
no.
It's quite a good guess.
Is it?
22nd they would have been.
Ah,
so
that's what I meant.
Very yeah, of course. So what I'm saying is they can overall gain places very quickly here, and they can move forward. As you say, there will be technical problems for others today, so it's worth continuing on, and they certainly will. JC Motorsport are also back out onto the circuit again, so they're not having further problems. MSBE are also back out there again. They're 9 laps down now, though. The leaders in their class 4 laps down, so by rudimentary maths makes that 5 laps off the front for MSBE, I'm afraid. I mean, leaders from the very beginning, pretty much from the very beginning. They didn't quite get pole position, but you know they were right up there in qualifying. They got the lead pretty early on, and now all of a sudden they are 5 laps down. That's must be tough for them to take, but as you said before, better have the problems at this end of the race.
Exactly, because you can do something about it. You're still in control, and you're still able to recover from it. We've got 21 hours and 3 minutes left to go, so very quickly coming to the end of the third hour of this race to kickstart the fourth. And thus far, it's been, again, entertaining. Naturally, as endurance races do, after a couple of hours, they die down, and it's more a case of not fighting for position, but just survival, getting the lap times in, hitting your targets, fuel, and managing the tyres to an extent. Of course, for these guys, they only have 3 sets for the owners, and the hire carts only get 1 change, which is at their 3-minute service window that they'll get around about between 10 and 11. We'll get onto that, obviously, a little bit later on when we're back in the commentary box after a little bit of a break. So they have to save them to an extent.
I think next time we're on comms, it'll be dark.
It will be.
Night time, yeah.
More than likely.
So, yeah. I think that's correct. I'm very glad actually to have sunset and sunrise for this race.
Yeah,
I'm quite pleased with that.
I think I'm from 10 till 2 and then 6 till 10.
So you've got a lot of dark.
It's all right.
Yeah, you'll get the morning sunshine.
There could be worse stints.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it could be. I think midnight till 4 is the one.
Yeah,
isn't it? I'm not sure who's doing that, but
Tom and Dave, isn't it?
No, not all 4 hours. Someone will be doing those 4 hours, but yeah, that's the real difficult shift for sure over the course of the night. Gap between second and third is down to 18.9 now as the Circle Select team begin to stretch out their margin at the front of the field. To get a time check for that over the line this time round, it is a 26.0. As on your screen you can see a spun cart down at hairpin number 4. They are back running again now, thankfully. So that yellow flag will be brought in again. Good news for everybody. See the number on the way past, the number 99. It is one of the hires in the field. Scroll down to find where they are. It's Team Cringe, who are 77th overall. They are one of the many higher club class carts. They are the most numerous, I would say, of the field. We've not checked that, but the rookies are into the mid-teens or so in terms of numbers. We've got the club hires, though, at about I think 20 odd, more than 20, so that's probably the biggest class in the field. Double black and white warning flag, warning for track limits to Tockwith 2. That's only a minute after Newmarket Buzzing Hall. It's also got one for track limits, so warnings coming out for that now, and it is that stage in the race where track limits are coming into question as far as some of these drivers' interpretation of it goes. And the RAF Vulcans kart also will be getting a contact warning this time round as well. A few warnings handed out for behaviour out there on the circuit. Glad to report that before that there was about 10 minutes without any bad behaviour reported. It's been pretty well behaved so far. We're having a long green flag run.
Yeah, that was very close from the 36 through that final corner, dipping a wheel onto the grass and jumping up ever so slightly, trying to get past a higher. But yeah, for the most part, there's not been anything like that's been aggressive that's caused moves. I mean, a couple of times maybe the owners have been a bit too aggressive on a higher, overwhelmed themselves and spun, and we've had a couple of those in tandem, particularly going into hairpin 3 as well, because it's a decent overtaking opportunity for the owners on the hires, basically because through South Bank, the cornering speed of the owners and the hires are fairly similar. So instead of trying to go the long way round of South Bank, the owners will actually just tuck in, push the hire, and then overtake them into hairpin 3, which increases the likelihood that potentially they could have a crash. So we did see a couple of them thus far. But for the most part, it's just been a small lapse in talent for some drivers that have sent them round and caused them to spin. We've not actually had any crashes as such.
We've got a battle, by the way, for the best placed kart in the highest division overall. And at the moment, the timing screen, I think, is struggling to pick some of them up, as I believe some of them may be in the pit lane. But Track Limits, number 20, are actually leading as a higher club class kart, which is quite extraordinary. Kart Events Belgium are in second, and last time I got a time check from them, they were only half a second apart. So we could well be seeing a good battle between those two very shortly. We're seeing on your screen the overall race leader making its way through some traffic here. That's what some of the other owners, MS Scorchio on your screen there in the orange and blue karts, blue overalls and with the white stripes down the side. Currently 24th out of 26 owners' karts, and that is 11 laps down at the moment because of their crash earlier on at the hairpin number 4. I think that was the kart that had a what was it? Steering column to the steering column sheared. Yeah, that was it. So recovering from that, but it sounds quite serious. But they're only 11 laps down.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Obviously, the steering column responsible for steering. Funnily enough, goes without saying, and without it, you can't do that, and you kind of do need that around a circuit like Teesside. I do believe the 20 Track Limits kart came into the pit lane on that previous lap time, which unfortunately did put an end to the battle that we noticed between them and Kart Events Belgium, which of course now retake the lead, I believe, overall in the hires, and of course they've been leading in the elites. But not too far back is Core Blimey Racing and ABC. The three of them arguably coming into this the favourites. I'd probably say the Kart Events Belgium, obviously after their victory at Le Mans a few weeks ago, coming into this probably is one of the favourites to take victory, and at the moment they are sort of showcasing that promise. But CBR, the champions of higher elites from last year, running in P2, ABC as well, led for the best part of the first portion of this race. So higher elites is going to be a class to watch for sure over the next 20 hours and 56 minutes.
The kart being pushed back underway again on the Bob Pope straight just before the Wiggles. Which number is that? Oh, they're tearing down the back straight there, straight into the side very nearly of that kart. That is running a little bit slowly. I think might be running straight back to pit lane again here, in towards hairpin number 2. Staying very wide and staying out the way. That's the advice that everyone should be given about when you're damaged on circuit. Just stay out of the way, and that's exactly what's happened on this occasion. See exactly who that is and whether they come into pit lane or not based on their speed. I'd imagine they will.
Yes, obviously they are twin-engine karts, so they've got 2 engines. When one of them goes, obviously that's a significant drop in power, and then obviously top-end speed. Maybe that's potentially the issue. One of the engines has gone, and they're having to trundle their way back slowly. Obviously, we'll get confirmation as soon as possible. A note came in from Van der Woot in the YouTube chat. According in regards to the 443 that we saw with that bent side pod, they had contact with a higher kart which potentially damaged not only the side pod but also the fuel tank as well. If you've dented your fuel tank and you decrease the volume of your fuel tank, that's going to be a big ouch for the rest of the race if you can't get it fixed.
It is, although they are not concerned about it clearly because they're running now. They're just completing a lap as things stand. There they go, straight in front of our eyes. So they are still running. And running okay as well, based on what we're seeing at the moment. But thanks to that Alex. So, leading in the Owners Club class is the Alessia number 61 now. 36 Motorsport have been into the pit lane. That was on lap 139. That is 79 laps after, 74 laps after their previous stop. And so they have got the heaviest tank out of those in the club field. The Alessia kart has not been into lap 102, so they've only been out there for 40 laps or so. It's one of those classes at the moment that's not quite matched up on fuel strategy, and so we're never really going to be able to work out who's really leading.
Yeah, exactly, until the sort of final 10 minutes or so, when everything sort of comes into play, because again, right now things are everywhere with fuel strategies, full course yellows, different teams doing different things. The timing order that you see at any given time is always going to be provisional. Naturally, obviously, because it's motorsport and anything can happen, but also with that pit strategy, you never really know if a team's ready to come into the pit lane, or if they're miles off, or whatever it is, whether they are going to have to owe a splash and dash at the end for being off sequence. All those sorts of things come into play, and it's really not going to be until that final hour and a half hour final stint where we say, okay, this team has been able to do it best. In the commentary box, we can take a good guess, but it is a very well-educated wish.
It's not a very good guess sometimes.
No, it's not.
So we'll try and do that throughout the day, of course, but it is tricky, as you'll find out. Not too far away from a Nexus Sport pit stop either here for the number 17. Believe they're making their way into the final few corners right now. They're certainly in the final sector of the lap. Through goes MS Soco Select with a 1:14.9 that time round. Traffic, of course, dictating so many of these lap times, as they will do at this stage in the race. The reason why Nexus Sport are expected in, well, I say expected in, that they're probably still a few laps away, but they're coming up to lap 60 in their, lap 70. So they are coming up towards the end of their fuel load, and then they'll be in to refill. 21.2 seconds, though, the gap over the line. It has come down from that half minute that we saw after that, after the most recent full course yellow. But again, Nexus are about 25 laps behind in terms of fuel load. So again, you always kind of want to have the most fuel on board out of everybody in a battle. And at the moment, it's not actually MS Soco Select who have that. It's Red Graphics who, if this race were to go as it's going to, they might be able to do this on one less stop than the others. They might not, but there'll be another full course yellow, of course, to change things, obviously. But it is always an advantage to have more fuel on board. And Red Graphics have 49 more laps on board than Nexus.
Yeah, it just gives you more options, right? Obviously, understandably, you want less weight in the cart so you can go quicker, but having more fuel and maybe taking a slight loss in terms of lap time will give you more options. Like we saw earlier, that team that was running dry then had to, obviously the pit lane was blocked, so then they had to go on another lap and couldn't. Again, just having that little extra fuel would have given them a bit of a margin they could have played with, and it gives you the ability to respond better to full course yellows. Your hands never forced, and it always gives you the liberty to choose what direction you want to go. And if Red Graphics can do that, not only are they going to benefit from that side of things, but as you say, that one less stop. The question is, in maintaining a pace to keep them on one less stop, can they stay within one stop of the two in front of them?
Exactly. Warning flag given out to Red Graphics now. Just as we've been talking about them, they've just gone over the line, so they'll receive that warning now. We've also had one for Scenario 77. That is a track limit warning. Just around about 9 minutes past 3, as it is here at local time. So about 3 hours and 10 minutes gone, and under 21 hours to go now. The leader crosses the line again. Completion of lap 151, and there on your screen is a spin at the Wiggles, I'm afraid. Number 69 in the Hires. Try and find where they are in the overall. So at the moment, I'm struggling to.
76th overall is racing for Ron. That is the 069.
Well, yeah, that'll be it. Yeah. So back out again. Oh, it's a pretty sluggishly away. Driver trying to heave it along almost.
I think that might more just be a higher kart thing than
Maybe it wasn't at the Wiggles. I can't see it anymore. On the. Oh no, it was. Excuse me. They are making their way around hairpin 1 and 2. So back underway again. Again, odd place to find yourself, unless maybe hit the inside curb of the first one and spun to the inside.
Yeah. Potentially, we didn't see it, obviously,
No.
so we don't know. But those curbs going through the Wiggles are exceptionally high, and also there's a deceptively large gap in between them as well. So easy, obviously, for the kart to go in them like a pothole, essentially, and cause a bit of instability if you hit it at the wrong angle. Ideally, you want to try and straight line it. Watch some karts go through there, and they're trying to take the straightest line as possible, particularly through the first 3 apex. Then obviously sort it out for the 4th, but you get it slightly wrong, and unfortunately the car is going to go is going to go a little bit sideways, and sometimes it's hard to stop it doing that.
Tell you what's else making it difficult. Look at the flags out there on the circuit at the moment, blowing very strongly. First of all, it's quite a strong wind kind of day. Although, as I said before, I live a long way from the coast, so I
have
don't,
no idea what a sea is.
I don't experience what the quite strength of wind with quite this regularity, but it does really blow you on that back straight at a higher speed than it otherwise might in towards these corners. And sometimes I'm slightly skeptical in car racing, especially about how much it actually could affect racing. Maybe open wheelers, aerodynamic cars, maybe it kind of affects you. But certainly in these karts, I know it's over 200 kilograms, especially for the highest, to be the minimum weight. However, that will be affected for sure into the Wiggles, and they'll be going in there with a lot more speed than on a normal day with no wind around, so that can't be helping either into those high-speed corners.
No, it can't at all. There is one flag I'm looking at, which is just going into a hairpin 1, and it is showing, as you say, a very hard tailwind as you come into the Wiggles. Obviously, it'll be a headwind as you go sort of towards that first sector of the circuit, and obviously change depending on which way you're facing. But you're right, going into the Wiggles, relatively speaking, karts are really light. Majority of the time, it only takes like 2 people to lift it up onto a trolley, for example. So it is, as there are issues going in out of the Wiggles into hairpin 1. Again, a theme that we've seen thus far today. That was the 45 going off. We'll have to confirm as to obviously who that exactly is in a moment. But again, probably leaning more onto that point that you were saying, they are quite sensitive to changes in wind direction, similar to bikes as well. Are also really sensitive to changes in wind direction, and fairly similar, as I say, to karts in the sense that they're fairly lightweight, and any changes in wind will potentially not make a massive difference, but enough of one to maybe catch you out, especially if you're not anticipating it to be different.
Black and white flag for track limits to Team Cringe, not their first black and white flag of the day. So they'll have to be careful on the track limits. I think that I saw them just bobble over the inside curbs at the D chicane, especially on the exit there. I'm sure you will have seen on the TV cameras. There's a bit of tarmac to the right-hand side of the curb, if you like. And if you get the first bit wrong, then it's very easy to just allow yourself to straight line the chicane. Yeah, and obviously that is infringing on the track limits, so will not be allowed. Into the pit lane we go. We're looking at a bit of an argument here. A driver seemingly out of his kart and looking bemused at quite where the next driver should be. This is odd.
That I wouldn't expect a driver not showing up for their stint this early on in the race. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning maybe, but not at 3:15 in the afternoon. So I don't know what the issue is there, or there's something else wrong and he's scheduled to get back into the car, whatever that might well be. A couple of track limits warnings coming in. Casual Racing, the 722. MSBE, just to add more troubles to their pain, have also gotten a contact warning as well. Thankfully, it is just that, a warning, a slap on the wrist. Don't do it again. Otherwise, you're probably going to get a little bit more harsh of a penalty. And if there's one person this weekend I would not want to annoy, it is the person responsible for said penalties. And be on the right side of her for as long as you possibly can for the best part of this race, and you'll probably be doing yourself a lot of favours. So yeah, again, like I say, we're at that stage of the race where things are settling down, but not so far into the race that people are feeling tired enough to be sleeping in on their stint.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. From the shots we saw, I think it was one of the LPBRT carts.
The what carts?
The Petit Bougeon carts, one of the Belgians. I think that's 26. There's still no driver. Not entirely sure what's going on down there at the moment. They're certainly in pit lane, both of their carts. and so I don't quite know what that's all about. The 115 is getting a warning now for contact as well. That is Team Keen, currently running in 4th place. They are the leaders in the Owners Pro class. Worth just checking on the pit stop strategy and so on down there, because there is only 6.9 seconds now between Team Keen and the second placed teams now. Team Keen have been out there for a little while in the 115. 106 was their last pit stop. 126 was the last pit stop for the Max Planck kart. However, they lost that position about 10 laps ago now. I reckon they may have had a spin of some sorts to allow them to lose that position because they did a 1 minute 21 10 laps ago. That is too slow for these drivers.
Yeah, it is. Not what they were sustaining. I think obviously close to what they were doing in the wet, and yeah, not ideal. It could have been they just got stuck behind traffic for too long, too many corners, couldn't find a way through, or they had a heavy heap of it, or they found themselves spinning around, which again, either one of them, not great. They are about 8.6 seconds off Team Keen, the 115 in 4th. And it's been a little while since we see them trying to their way down pit lane, all the way back on lap 106. So they're closing in on their stint, probably another 10 or 15 minutes or so before we see them back in, but long enough for them to enjoy the lead at least for a little bit.
They will do. 8.6 seconds the gap, only 8 more seconds back to Team Tate as well. Then 34.5 back to MS Urban Blue, who have really rocketed up the order. So have MS Urban Pink, as we've spoken about before, from outside the top 10 in the first hour to firmly inside of it now, although they are a fair way off the lead. They could even be a lap off the lead as of right now. Yes, they are indeed. So they're not exactly challenging for that, but they are in the top 5 in the class. Team King go over the line again. 13.8 last time round. Only the overall leaders were quicker last time round. Max Planck lose 1.8 seconds, 1.7 seconds. This is a stint where they are losing out.
Yeah, it's a shame for them because obviously of their pace that they showcased during that first half an hour. But naturally, like we understand, we sort of slowly but surely start to see the true pace of the team as an average. And Max Planck, as things stand, are dropping back. The good news for them is they're not losing time relative to Team Tate. They were about half a second a lap quicker that previous time by a 15.5 compared to a 16.1. So they're not losing time behind, but they're losing time in front by a decent chunk. And again, 1.5 seconds on pure pace is a lot, but when you factor in, 88 other karts on circuit that are influencing you, getting in the way, when you catch them, of course, as well. If you catch them quite quickly and you can overtake them like that, you're probably only going to lose a tenth or two. If you get stuck behind them for a couple of corners, very quickly that can add up more and more, especially if you sort of have to go significantly offline to overtake them. There was a bit of issue, actually, intra kart class between the that's the 36 that's now off at hairpin 1 and having some issues. You can see him there. He really is trying to bounce the kart to find some traction to get it going. Obviously, as well, the higher karts not got as much power and are a lot heavier than the owners, so they do take a little bit to try and get it going again. I think he might just have to pull the cord and get the engine cranked again to try and get the car going. He is rolling, and I think he is back going again, but very frustrated, naturally, going into hairpin 1, which, on the topic of lap traffic and overtaking, is something you've got to be really careful of, particularly there.
I think it could be Jordan Ringrose. If you're right and it's the 36 of Mulsanne Racing, then it will be Jordan Ringrose. This is one of the Scottish teams in the field. Trying to yank the cord to get back going. And now, I think it's finally going again. There you go, you can just see it on your screen there. Briefly through turn hairpin 3. So back underway again for Jordan Ringrose, as far as I can tell. It's going to be a funny moment when I try and accuse someone of being in a car when they are stood listening to this. Not.
They're like, what is he talking about?
I'm sure they've already thought about that.
Oh,
warning for contact for the number 45. That's JK Racing driving that one. So another warning to them. Not too many black flags, or any for contact or track limits yet, but plenty for overtaking under yellow, because as I mentioned earlier, that is one of those non-negotiables. It's going to be interesting to see at what stage contact starts becoming a penalty, and track limits do as well, because I reckon once the first one comes, there'll be a few.
Interestingly, the full course yellow and overtaking on a yellow is also the easiest to avoid because you just don't do it. Track limits you can understand because obviously the kart runs wide, you get pushed wide, pick up a little bit of dust, but it's so easy to just not overtake under a yellow flag, surely?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. We'll work that one out as we go. That number 25 is getting a track limit warning, just as we've been talking about that as well. LP BRT number 2 now getting that warning. So leading the race, MS Soco Select still out front in the field. Red Graphics in second place and a Nexus Sport who are third, and then you've got the leaders in the pro class. So that's where we stand currently in the overall field. In the owners club class, we're seeing a 30-second margin between Alessia and 36 Motorsport. Those are the two leading there. Battle in the club class, though, is going on for 15th overall and 5th in that class. Shenby Racing going up against RAF Falcons for 15th in the standings. They are currently making their way towards the sort of middle end of the circuit. They'll be flying through the wiggles before long. Embroiled in a battle, the 959. Just making its way through there, through hairpin 1. And then there is the RAF Falcons car. Stuck behind a couple on the way through. It really stuck behind. Look at that traffic there. 3 carts in between the two battling carts there, and you can't get through all of them at once.
Yeah, no, you can't. They are there, and what could have been a very, very close battle has now unfortunately been put to an end. Also, going into hairpin 3, there's a cart stopped, which is going to disrupt them slightly. I think they're all through cleanly, but yeah, the 959 of Shenby Racing is now working their way quite clear, going past the timing line just now. The 66 goes through, then the 122. So they have cleared the vast majority of the lap traffic, but in doing so have lost themselves about 1.6 seconds relative to the 959. Of course, that's the battle for P5 in class, so it's not exactly that they're fighting for the wooden spoon at the back. They are fighting for a very, very decent position, one of which they are going to want to go and get, and that is an unhealthy drop back that they need to sort out. But again, that's the name of the game. Traffic gives, traffic takes.
That's certainly taken from the RAF Falcons there, and again it will come back to them a little bit later on in the race, as these things so often do. Just a nice bit of patience really from Shenby Racing. We've seen that a couple of times through the wiggles, especially just pausing for just a moment in the traffic before diving down the inside at hairpin 1, which is not an easy overtake to make down there, but it's well worth it. What have you seen?
One of the hires being really
yes.
brave on the brakes, going into hairpin 1, locking the rears and then going round. Pretty much on cue with you referencing how difficult of an overtaking opportunity it can be sometimes, and when you've got the closing speed that sometimes you do have going into hairpin 1, especially if you're one of those that are slightly braver on the brakes, and then you realise the driver in front is not as brave on the brakes, it very quickly becomes a problem. You then sort of instinctively brake harder, but in doing so, put more load on that rear axle, on the rear brakes, lock them, and then around you go. It happens all the time in karting, and has happened a number of occasions, and will continue to happen into hairpin 1. I did notice the RF Falcons were able to close in on Shenby Racing, but still trying to negotiate some traffic. The Shenby Racing have got the 66 MS Scorcho kart with them. The Scorcho kart, of course, the one that suffered some issues with the steering column earlier. So they're down in P24 overall and a good couple of laps off where they need to be. But their pace is front running, so they are running quite quickly. And Shenby, I think, have sort of known that and have just tucked in behind them, used them as a bit of a tow truck, really, to maybe elevate their pace ever so slightly.
Yep, number 126 gets a black flag now as well, I'm afraid. That is Tockwith number 2 that will have to make its way down in pit lane. The Tockwith cars have been running quite well, but that will be a momentary pause there. So into the final corners goes the battle between Shenby Racing and RAF Falcons, if we can still call it a battle. It's the blue and orange kart of Shenby Racing flying over the line there. I think it's Simon Sharp at the wheel for now, ahead of the RAF Falcons kart, the Haas chassis. Fairly sizable driver list as well. One of the teams with 6 to their name in that one. So it's average of 4 hours of driving each. There'll be a few stints, but you won't quite be able to evenly spread that out because, as we've been talking about, sort of 90-minute stints don't really work quite as well in terms of dividing things up into 4.
Yeah, no, exactly. So making sure, and obviously to be fair, a lot of times it's not going to be even stints. Some drivers will do more than others depending on circumstance. Say if it maybe was a wet start, which it wasn't, just as an example, some drivers might put their quickest wet driver in until the best part of the rain is gone. And, that's close there. The 96 getting spun around hairpin 1 a bit again. No dramas. From them, it's just they were beached in the middle of the track and could have very easily been hit from either side. But yeah, so you'll see teams obviously make the most of circumstance, and sort of some of the drivers might have to put maybe their egos aside ever so slightly for the better of the team and say, okay, yeah, I'll take a hit for an hour of my drive time to make sure that as a team we can elevate ourselves and do better. So it's not going to be even 4 hours, but my concern would be 6 drivers for an owner kart, which obviously they can set up. They've got fixed engines and fixed gearing, so they can't touch that, but pretty much everything else is fair game. 6 drivers in a go-kart adds compromise to the setup.
You're right, that is something I hadn't thought about, but it's absolutely true. They will have to do a bit of compromising there. Safe to say more than a bit as well, but quite a lot of compromising between those drivers. Into the Wiggles, I think the battle for 15th will go again here. Certainly does. But RS Vulcan's not really closing with great pace, but they are getting a little bit closer incrementally. 1.2 seconds last time round is the biggest gain they've made for ages, and so they will be there pretty shortly. Just in front of them, one of the hires went off down there at hairpin number 1, and they get back on again. It's going to be one of the stories of the race, isn't it? There's going to be so many of those incidents down to hairpin 1. It seems like the real difficult point at the moment, the place where you're most likely to go off.
Yeah, take a shot of fruit shoot every time we say that someone's gone off at hairpin 1, and you'll have a lot of fruit shoot. Unless you choose something slightly stronger than fruit shoot, in which case good luck. But yeah, add that to your bingo card, because we're probably going to say a decent chunk of times throughout the duration of this race. Not only because it's the most popular place for people to go off, but also because it's the corner that we have a most vivid view of from the commentary box here on the start-finish line. Oh no, that's true, yeah. And not just because I can see higher over the desk than Ewan can, but also because he's just got a massive pillar that the building ends in his way. But I can see it quite nicely, and we'll continue to judge drivers that mess it up.
I can see hairpin 2, but a bit less is happening there. So I've got a good view of the final section and whatever. So that's good. 53 seconds now the gap overall, which is noticeably larger than before, but after all, Nexus Sport are not quite as close anymore because they have pitted. Can't be too far away from that pit stop for the overall leaders now, and so the lead will change again. Seems that in this current situation of pit stops, we're going to get that lead changing sort of generally throughout every now and again, and sort of 3 lead changes every 90 minutes or so.
Yeah, exactly. So they are going to ebb and flow as the race develops. But MS Soka, of course, looking to defend their title charge, I suppose, of the British 24, because in essence you do become champions of the event with the prestige that it obviously carries. It's one of the biggest races in British karting and one that they want to go and win. Just had word from Max Plant, the 181, that Ronnie Smith will be getting to the wheel very, very shortly for that kart, which, to be fair, I think we touched on, is pretty much on sequence with what we expected. They last came in on lap 126 and we are now crouching into lap 165. Actually, no, that's a fairly short stop. Short stint.
Sure? Yeah, it would be, yeah. But after 40 laps, yeah, I suppose it's got more than half an hour left, so that is quite...
Unless he's preemptively getting ready.
Yeah,
he's quite an eager guy.
Yeah. All right.
Going into...
You've not dropped it, have you, in 2 years?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not bitter, just not forgetful. No, it's fine. Absolutely not. I don't care. I knew going into that event I'd be nowhere. And
you're not a driver, really.
I'm not. That's why I'm here talking about them, because I know it's a low bar, but I'm better at doing that. Yeah, there we are. But no, nonetheless, as coming out of the pit lane, some of the karts as well, so they're going to be making their way back onto circuit and continue on. But yeah, no, I'm always bitter and hold grudges.
That's an odd thing to do there, just missing the fuel station entirely, what we saw from pit lane. That's a little bit weird, but anyway, That was one of the carts making its way in. I mean, to be fair, Max Plant might just pull this stint early to just quickly go to what you were saying before we do a run through of the owners' class, or division, I should say. They're losing a lot of time in this stint. 15.4 seconds. Now, it's difficult to say whether that, is that down to the driver of the car that's trailing and losing time, or is it down to the kart that's leading the class and currently stretching the margin? I'm not entirely sure. However, that they might well pull that one short. Let's have a run through then, as we're at the bottom of another hour. 20 hours and 30 minutes remaining, and MS Soko selects the winners of the last, or 5 of the last 7 years of this race are leading again by around a second, around a lap, most of a lap, 2/3 of a lap. Red Graphics are in second, although it won't be for long because the leaders will be in soon. Nexus Sport haven't been in very long ago. Their last pit stop was about 15 minutes ago, and so that's why they're third and last of the Owners Elite carts. Team Keen are fourth and leading in the Owners Pros. It is Max Plant who are now a bit further back again, 14.9 now the gap for them. Team number 75 is a bit further back again, so the front three stretching out from front to bottom there, I'm afraid. Then fourth place, MS Urban Blue ahead of MS Urban 8. MS Urban Pink, excuse me, they're 8th. MSJSR are in 9th, ahead of the Owners Club leaders, which is the Alessia team. 36 Motorsport are in second, but are closing. 22.8 seconds was the most recent gap. SKA are 12th, ahead of Gravex 303, in position number 13. Then we've got the special entry, Racing for And. We're trying to break a world record for a great cause. 14th place overall currently, which is a remarkable effort considering it is going to be a one-driver job today. Shenmue Racing are still ahead of RAF Falcons, and they haven't really gone into battle again since we were watching them earlier. 2.9 seconds is the gap. Topgraph Motorsport are 17th after qualifying on pole in Owners Club. They are now down in 8th place. But 7th place, excuse me. 8th place is Rethink Racing International, but in between those two, it's DWS in 18th overall. ETL are 20th. They ran out of fuel at the end of their first stint and have since recovered to the top 20. MS Window Doctor are 21st. They had issues earlier on in the race. What was it specifically? It was a loose steering wheel, slightly loose steering wheel, we were told, but that sounds scarier than it was made out to be there. RAF Spitfires are 22nd, and of MSBE, who had that problem with their bodywork earlier on. After contact with a higher cart, they may believe that their fuel tank was slightly damaged as well, though they're showing no signs of that at the moment. And the early problems for MS Scorchio, where their steering column broke in a crash, is seeming like a long time ago now. 24th overall, and they are 12 laps down. A couple of other owners to speak of. They're quite a long way off, though. The EDPKT kart is 41st overall and 21 laps down, probably 20 laps actually, off of the lead. And then Boneheads are finally starting to make their way through the field. They are 87th and 41 laps down. Thomas just messages to say a shout out to them because they're not last anymore. They're making up places finally.
They are. Obviously, I know 87th sounds low, but it's third last, so they are 2 places from the bottom.
You're not making it much better.
What's that?
You're not making it much better.
It's not. Nah, it's fine. They're closing in slowly. It's doing all right. I am the biggest hype man of the Boneheads. I am their cheerleader, and if they want me to continue, they'll bring us some chocolates as well. Nonetheless, they're in 87th place. They're 6 laps off the next car, which is the Metro Plum machine, the 192 in the higher rookies. A lot of carts so far have had issues, but it's nice to see that they're not giving up, because again, that perseverance of endurance racing is why we do it. I've known of teams that have had to pit in an endurance race in cars, change the entire engine and transmission. They've done all of that and then still gone out to complete the final 17 hours or whatever it is of a race that it ends up being. So it's nice to see that the general atmosphere and the general mood of an endurance race is no matter what, we're finishing and getting to the checkered flag. We don't want to retire.
Warning for contact for the ABC Racing number 116. That is still a close battle in the higher carts. The best placed 2 higher carts, Core Blimey Racing, who are 25th, and then ABC Racing, who are 26th. Just waiting for ABC to come over the line so we can see a gap. 22.7 seconds, so Core Blimey Racing are leading by a little bit bigger of a distance now. Of course, looking to repeat the win that they achieved last year. It was indeed in the elite hires. They're back again to do it again. Question in on the YouTube chat, and feel free to fire them away. About the weather that we're experiencing at the moment. The weather forecast is looking good now. The rain that happened earlier this morning wasn't forecast actually, and it makes you wonder, what's going to happen for the rest of the day. But actually, it's going to be fine. And the rain that I thought from Monday that was in danger of moving back towards us on Sunday morning was actually gone further away, and it's not going to come to us anymore even on Monday. So it looks like we're going to be dry. In terms of temperatures, we're in the mid-20s for the moment. It will be cooling off now, though, because we're just after 3:30 local time. Overnight, it will get as low as 11 before the sun starts to rise at just about 5:30 in the morning. But the important thing, no rain, just an overcast day tomorrow. And so enjoy the sun while we have it, because it's not going to last very much longer.
Yeah, exactly. Me and Ewan and us in the commentary box, we're going to do our best weatherman impressions as the race develops. Right now, it's looking like a scene from the opening titles of Toy Story, so you're not really in too much of a concern. At the moment, BBC is saying 0% chance for today and tomorrow, so all good. But it's the UK and it's Middlesbrough, so good luck.
We're by the coast as well.
Yeah, exactly. So anything can happen. And because it's an endurance race, it probably will. So just keep an eye out. Of course, we'll keep you updated as best we can. A couple of track limits warnings coming in. Contact warning, actually, that time. The 39 was got that one. I won this team, unfortunately making contact with another car and getting themselves another slap on the wrist. Nothing major to update in terms of pit stops or anything like that, particularly for the front lot, although we are anticipating a couple of people to be coming in soon, particularly Max Plant, obviously with their next driver getting ready to go. They're in second place and continuing to drop off the back of Team Keaton. In fact, actually, I say that they did gain on that previous lap, but nowhere near to the standard that they were before they lost the lead.
Yeah, we'll get a gap now, 18.1 for the lead in that class. So it is fairly large, but well, there you have it. It's a good battle. Other close battles around the circuit, few and far between relatively, but in the third place in the Hires Club class, got a fight between Teesside Academy and Dr. Vapes. They're both behind Williams Esports now, who were fifth when we did the rundown just over an hour ago. They're now both ahead of them both by 7 seconds or so, with Teesside Academy holding on from Dr. Vapes. We'll try and get them over the line here and see where they are. Williams Esports are about to complete another lap. There'll be lap 154 for them, and there they go over the line now, just being passed by a couple of owner carts. Now, what about Teesside Academy? There they go now across the line, and then followed by Dr. Vapes, who have got a higher cart in between them and their nearest rivals. So that's going to be the big problem to negotiate before the battle for third can really begin.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Track Limits, the number 20, doing a brilliant job at the front of that respective class. Of course, in P29, Williams Esports, as we say, doing a brilliant job in 33rd on what is effectively a chance for them to get together. Williams Esports, obviously one of the most successful teams in the world of sim racing on all different types of platforms. And yet, as close as they are in the teamwork that we see a lot of times from Williams, is, oh my goodness me, that is busy going into the D chicane, using that off track that you were talking about earlier, but probably not in the way that you'd intend, just going backwards. Not entirely sure as to who that was.
Tockriff won in the 128. They are 41st overall.
And losing a little bit more time because of that slight infringement. And again, it's a difficult chicane. You're going flat into it, trying to pitch the car to the left to then sort of accelerate straight out to aim yourself towards the sort of turn two, then in towards rib bend. If you get it slightly wrong, you get it really wrong. There's no two ways about it, but thankfully able to stay on top of it. The 61 comes into the pit lane on this lap as well. That's Alessia, the leaders in the owner club. So.
And I'm slightly concerned about that because he was pointing at the steering wheel. I don't know if that's their signal for I'm coming in or whether that's their signal for my steering column's broken or my steering's not quite right. I hope it's the former.
Fingers crossed.
For their sake.
Usually you put your hand out to the left to sort of indicate that
you're
going
as well,
in. Yeah. So usually it's sort of a check something doesn't feel right, maybe a track rod end is bent or something, and it's sort of affecting the wheels and the way they're pointing. That's quite a common problem in karts sometimes, where obviously your steering wheel is then ever so slightly offset, but we'd have to wait and see and confirm obviously in the pit lane as to if they're suffering any issues.
It's not a nice place to be at the D chicane. Finally, one of the highers getting back going again. As meanwhile, that battle we were talking about for third in the club higher class has just been stretched out slightly. There you can see them going through on your screen. The number 43 is Teesside Academy. That's the sort of reddy orangey blue kart. The driver in the green and blue helmet, just ahead of Dr. Vapes, who are a couple of seconds further behind now. Just a little bit of traffic. Even in the highs, you can use traffic to your advantage, and that's a good example of it there. Look at the gap back to the, first of all, the orange helmet a bit further back, and then to the next kart further back from that. Again, it's the white helmet a bit further back that they're looking for to stay away from, and a good job at using the traffic there to their advantage. 9/10 of a second quicker that lap around.
Yeah, really, really good stuff, it must be said. A 21.443, looking very, very strong. I think that is actually a new personal best for them this race as well, which is rare to see this late on into it because of traffic and things. So they've used it really, really well.
It is, yeah.
And have been able to gain a second and a half relative to Williams Esports, and basically half that gap to what is now 3.5 seconds at the line. So the fight for this P2 in the higher club class is going to be coming down ever so slightly. Dr. Vapes is coming with them as well, not quite to the same extent, but are also running about 6/10 quicker than Williams Esports, but they're going to have to channeling all of their experience to stay in front, because they know their way around an endurance race, at least from the sort of the racecraft mentality side of things.
Yeah, and then look at the owners' carts coming through as well here. It's really extending out a margin for number 43. Currently at the wheel of that one is Max Wilkinson, I think, of Teesside Academy. So the sort of green and blue helmet, or is it Addison Smith? It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Do not ask me about colours, Ewan. We know how this goes.
Oh yeah, true. Zach can't see colours for those who are
no,
not
I
in on the joke.
can. I just
choose not to.
I'm just myself. Context, I wrote half my GCSEs in a green pen thinking it was black ink, and I've not been able to live it down.
No.
There you go.
As you shouldn't be able to either. So there we go. There's a bit of a backstory. Probably a nighttime stint is the kind of thing where that story will be brought out. 6 a.m. in the morning, we'll be here.
Yeah.
Telling stories about you writing GCSEs and your green pen.
Yeah, nice, appreciate it. That was 2 years ago now. Oh, no, I'm not going to get into that anyway.
Oh, I did mine 5 years ago. Anyway. Anyway.
You've got a beard in that time, Ewan.
I know.
It's been...
So, gap will continue to extend here between those two. I think Teesside Academy actually closer to catching Williams Esports for second in the class, rather than losing their third position. You can see Williams Esports have just gone through the right-hand side of the shot there in towards South Bank. Chasing well here are Teesside Academy. I think I was right the first time. I think it is Max Wilkinson at the wheel of that one, but he's got a very similar suit and a helmet to Addison Smith, so it's difficult to tell. But they are the returning runners-up from the highest club class. They're in the club class again here this year. Overall, 9th in the overall higher division, if you like, and they're battling for... in fact, they're in 9th in the higher division again now, so very familiar with the region of the field that they are in, and they're chasing Williams Esports quite well here. 1.6 seconds now, the gap.
Yeah, it is. That's coming down quite a lot. That 17, of course, Michael Preston is at the wheel. There's a lot behind the scenes for Williams, and is not a bad pedaler himself. Unfortunately for him, he is getting reeled in ever so slightly by Teesside Academy. That gap to 1.6, as we mentioned. Dr. Vapes actually lost track position, understandably, to EDAP KT. That is owner versus higher, so nice to see the 24 working their way up the overall order. And hopefully, for Dr. Vapes, obviously, if they can sort of not stay with EDKPT, but also sort of when they catch up to Teesside and Williams and maybe open up a gap, it could allow Dr. Vapes to close back in and maybe launch some sort of an offensive to maybe fight for the podium places. But Williams and Michael Preston are going to be under pressure very, very shortly from Teesside Academy, because that pace is not going anywhere.
Is it Michael Preston driving?
Well, it says Preston on the back of his overalls.
Oh,
so unless he's lent it to someone,
Okay.
yeah, I'm going to assume.
I'll ask him to come and chat to us later on. Hopefully he will do. We'll get one of them, because they're the only people we know.
That's true.
or one of the others.
I don't know if Williams wanted to talk to me though after the whole community car incident. Though.
We'll question you about that. Maybe I'll interview them and you can.
Yeah, I'll just run away.
Yeah, it'll be okay. We'll do that a little bit later on. There's quite a lot of action though on there at the moment. Still yellow flag down at hairpin one of the. That will be cleared now, so they will get back going again. Hearing, by the way, of an engine change down in pit lane for Shenby Racing. The 959 is currently at their awning in the paddock. That's obviously not a good position to be in, but to have to construct an engine change is even worse.
Yes, in go-karts it's slightly easier because there's less to work with than you would in a car. So it is slightly easier to get one out and get a new one back in. But it's still going to take a while. It's not something that you can quickly do in the pit lane, like a tyre change or a brake pad change. And it's something that is going to take time. It is going to drop them back, which is a shame because we did see them in that fight earlier with the RAF Vulcans, the 122 that they were battling with in the Owners Club class. So they're going to be dropping all the way back. And again, it just goes to show how harsh motorsport can be. Sometimes you can be running really well 1 second, and then the next your engine gives up.
There on the screen is your change, so you will have seen it on the screen, but it's now happened. Teesside Academy are second in the higher club class, ahead of Williams Esports. They're both getting away from Dr. Vapes, who are now fourth in the class, but it's a change of position in the podium places of the higher club class. And so Teesside Academy will try now and run away, but the gap up to track limits, which is the team ahead of them, is huge. They're over a lap behind the leader of the class already after under 4 hours. That's a pretty large margin considering what we've seen so far today, although track limits have not been in the pit lane for 30 laps now, so they're fairly long into the stint. What about for Teesside Academy? They are even further into theirs, so actually there's not even a pit stop advantage that they can take from this. They are legitimately a lap behind.
Yeah, and that's a long way to close. The vast majority of it has been done on pace from track limits. They've been running really, really well. Their best lap time is sub-21s, which is sort of matching the best lap time set by the higher elites. CBR, their best lap time was at 120.6, so again, only 0.3 off the best of the best and the reigning champion. So track limits definitely showing their pace and running really, really high up in the relative order. I think Michael Preston's having a couple of issues in terms of traffic there, just getting caught behind a couple of people as they run their way into the D chicane, and got to be so careful again in that very technical part of the circuit, especially when you've got that overlap and very, very busy nature of this race. It doesn't take a lot for a lot to happen. So yeah, be interesting to see if Preston can stay on tabs with the 43 and Teesside Academy to see if he's able to reel them back in and launch a counter-attack. But that last lap, in fact, actually was slightly quicker, so maybe being behind them and seeing the opponent being in front of them is going to help him unlock something. Does he even know he's been overtaken? Again, don't know, because as a driver, it's hard to keep tabs on where you are and who's relative in terms of track position. And also, is he interested in fighting it very hard at this stage of the race? Probably not.
You can see them on the radio. Well, we can see Williams from here on the radio. So they've taken it very seriously as well. A lot of these teams have got radios, haven't they? And chatting back to drivers. It's evident, though, that some teams don't. I saw someone frantically waving a box sign that they looked like they'd written on a piece of cardboard earlier on this morning at their driver. They looked quite annoyed as well. It looked like the driver had been ignoring them for a little while.
Oh,
and
no.
They finally get in the pit lane, and they finally have done. So that's good for them. Number 411 also comes in. They've spotted their pit box at the first time of asking, because I've just seen him. Someone walk round to the entrance. I think they're signalling 2 laps to go at Michael Preston, are they? Was that Williams or was that team next to them? I don't know. We're just watching here from the window, but it has been a little while since they decided to make a pit stop. Lap 98 was their last stop. That is getting on for 70 laps ago. It would make sense.
Yep. And pretty much bang on what we really expect in fairness. So let's keep tabs on it, of course, and see when they're going to be making their way in. What we typically expect from hires is around about an hour 40, hour 45 is the one cut that broke down for no fuel. For the owners, it's probably going to be about an hour 15, an hour and 20. They use a bit more fuel because they're race spec engines. They are the same engines from the owners to the hires, but the owners obviously are race spec tuned and therefore sealed, so you can't adjust them and change them and tune them to your liking. So it's all fair and equal, but they are going to be pumping in ever so slightly more fuel to try and get a bit of extra power out of the Honda engines that they've got in the back of the kart. So that's the differential in terms of the stint times, but also teams trying to gather data as to how long they can run. They did do a 2-hour practice on Friday, of which they just filled the tank up and then just ran around for as long as they could to see when the tank would run out and then use that information in the race. So I think they do know it's around about an hour and 40 they can get away with.
We've heard from the Shenmue Racing crew that the 959 is back out onto the circuit again, so their engine change didn't indeed take that long. I'm not sure when it started, but we heard of it first 5 minutes ago. It didn't take them that long to execute it. Battle for the lead might be coming on here soon, because Red Graphics are now ahead as MS Soko Select come into the pit lane for their pit stop, or they have done for their most recent pit stop. Now, I'm not sure how they've managed this, but they're only a couple of seconds behind Red Graphics. They're now a lap ahead of Nexus Sports, so this cycle of pit stops for them has been worked out very well indeed, and it looks like they're shortly in a position where they can pit and then still come out in the lead. They are certainly the net leaders of this race.
Yeah, very much so. They came in on lap 175 or they came out of the pit lane on lap 175, so that crossover from 7.4 to 7.5, so they've been out for about 10 laps. Red Graphics came in on lap 134, so they're about 50 laps into their stint. Not a million miles away from coming back in, probably about 15 or so laps-ish, if they're going to the higher end of the fuel. So if there is a battle, it'll be short-lived, if they even decide to battle at all. But interesting to know that MS Soko are this rapid, to be obviously in prime position with the fuel. They made the most of the full course yellows that we've had thus far, and they're looking this strong not only in terms of pace but also longevity. I think for this race their biggest enemy are going to be themselves.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good position to be in for the reigning champions of this event, winners of the last winners of 5 of the last 7.
There you go.
I've got that wrong twice now. I've started wanted to bring that out in the last 4 hours, so I'll get that down by the end. But it's certainly a good start for them. Just 2.1 now as the gap continues to close. I'm sure that we've had driver changes now in the 43, so the opening work that was done by Josh Focus in that kart is now long gone, and it's going to be a new driver at the wheel, but they're certainly not going to want to spend too long in this second position. They're going to want to get to the lead as soon as possible. 111, meanwhile, getting a warning for contact. That's JSR in the back end of the top 10 in the overall standings. 111 not too far behind, I believe, the battle for the lead, which is ongoing. Red Graphics making their way down in towards South Bank. They do have an owner's cart in between them, as well as a couple of hires, which the 43 negotiates this time round.
Yeah, nicely done. Obviously going into South Bank, they're now merging their way towards hairpin at 3 and then 4. There's the 43, and then obviously sandwiched in the middle is that slight bit of lap traffic. But the number 1, as you can see, having to negotiate, of course, that higher kart fleet. 3 karts going into one set of corners. That was impressive, and they're able to, well, bridge out a slight bit of a gap. The 43, of course, of MS Soko have to get through that owner kart. And the difficult thing is that even though there is a discrepancy in terms of pure pace, there's not a big discrepancy in terms of the pace of the karts. When it comes to the highs, it's fairly straightforward to lap them. When it comes to lapping owners, you have to work a lot harder to get through, and it can back you up a lot more. So Red Graphics, obviously they have to come into the pit lane a lot sooner than MS Soko do, but in terms of retaining the lead, they've got a little bit of a leg up.
MS Urban Blue have got a black flag now from 8th place in the overall standings. That's 5th place in Owners Pro, so they will have to come back to pit lane. There they are being, no, it's not them. They will be shown the black flag though this time around. They're not too far ahead of the leaders. We're still watching on the screen at the moment in towards South Bank again. They're ripping round these lap times now in less than a minute 15 very often. 1.5 seconds quicker was Emasoko Select this time around. They were bearing down very quickly on Red Graphics. I think they've just lost a little bit of time here though in this lap. Again, traffic takes away every now and again, and I think it has done this time round for the number 43.
Yeah. 1 second now is the gap. The previous lap time was a 13.7 for Red Graphics, a 14.2 for Emasoko, so has taken from them, but they're not in a rush. Like we say, they've got the strategical upper hand with, at the moment, they've only just started a stint, whereas Red Graphics are towards the tail end of theirs, so they're going to have to drop back and be probably a good few seconds behind, probably near on close to a lap, I'd imagine, behind Emasoko. Be interesting to see where they come out in relation to Nexus Sport, that's 17, because they last came into the pit lane on lap 152, so again, they're around about halfway through their stint, so that fight for second might be a bit of a case of intrigue, but right now that 43 is the favourite. That doesn't mean they're going to be the favourite in 15 hours' time. It just means that they're the favourite right now and surely a decent sort of level above the rest of the class.
Well, they certainly hold the advantage, that is for sure. But as you say, lots of things can happen here as they make their way over the line to complete another lap here. Chasing hard at the moment in that 43. But again, I think the traffic has been relentless for them over these last couple of laps. The gap has doubled. 1.2 seconds now the margin with 188 laps completed. We're just about 4 hours into the race. We're not quite going at that 50 laps an hour speed, but I think we're not going at a bad speed by any means. Worked out earlier that 150 laps an hour would be 1,200 laps, which seems pretty impossible, surely.
Well, the record is 11:43, which was done in 2019, which was the last sort of fully clean race, I suppose, where the sort of, in terms of like dry running, full course yellows, no delays.
24 hours.
Yeah, 24 hours long, obviously, that they could get away with. That obviously was set by that 43, to the best of my knowledge, that they were able to go and get that 11:43. The target of 50 laps was set by the number 4. Of Chris Pedlington, who sort of said, that's what I need to do to achieve 1,000 laps, because obviously he's aiming to do 20 hours of the race. 50 times 20 is 1,000. That would smash the previous record set by a solo driver, which is somewhere in the region of 960, and give him enough time to go to the toilet, have a snack, have a drink, and then obviously head out on circuit.
No sleep?
Yeah, no, obviously not. Running purely on caffeine and dreams and hope, which is impressive in of itself, to only take 4 hours break and a grueling track. Because Teesside, I was walking around it yesterday with David, it is tough, it's physical.
Yep. Especially down here where we are at the moment. Very bumpy indeed around this part of the circuit. As flying into the wiggles again go the two leaders. They are now locked together. Red Graphics just ahead of Emasoko Select, and this is going to last a little bit of time here. Just around 60 laps complete for Red Graphics on this stint at the moment. We're seeing just over 70 laps per stint, not towards 80 from anybody, so it will be in the next 10-15 minutes or so that the number 1 decides to come down pit lane. But while we've got it, we're going to enjoy this leading battle because they are finally locked together with no traffic interrupting them.
Yeah, a little bit though as they emerge out of hairpin 4, but they are all okay. Then they come through this little squiggly bit before back onto across the line. The 43, very aggressive into the D chicane. That was close. Thankfully, the high cut saw them coming. Of course, the general consensus is it is your responsibility to lap safely, not the other way around. There is a look to the inside of Rib Ben. Nicely done. Back into the lead, and he's done that on merit. Of course, he has got the advantage in terms of strategy, and he's also showed his hand that he's got the advantage in terms of race pace as well. Through up into the lead goes the 43.
Fantastic driving, and it's a new leader again, and a real sort of seizing of the opportunity, because Emasoko Select have been exchanging the lead all the time because of the way that pit stops and strategy has worked so far in this race. But now finally they can properly take charge with the not only the pit stops but also on circuit as well. Connor Lucas it is at the wheel at the moment, I believe, and he has now taken the lead away from Red Graphics. And here's the impressive thing as well, because he's further away from pit stop, he'd be on heavier fuel, and maybe we're seeing a bit of that through South Bank there. The number one not going away, and you'd imagine they will stay locked together, possibly until Red Graphics have to come in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with a lighter car, obviously they are going to be able to change direction, accelerate and brake a lot easier, as you naturally are able to do with lighter anything, and that is going to help them. But again, what can they gain from being back in front with that battle versus what are they going to lose from being locked with them? So probably for them it's going to be easier and better in the overall grand scheme of things just to sit back and tuck in. As a huge spin for the 44 going into hairpin 1. Yellow flag's being waved. Somehow spun over that left bit of turf and kicked that bit of dust up. I don't know how he's ended up there.
Yeah, a couple of spinners down there, unfortunately, at hairpin 1. Apologies, by the way, I'm being told it was Ryan Cannon at the wheel of MSX Select, so that won't be the last time that happens today. And they've indeed exchanged places again here, so with just under 20 hours to go, we have a leading battle between Red Graphics and MS SoCo Select, and what a battle it is. It's not going to go away, I don't think, until Red Graphics have to come in.
No, I don't think so either. I think, obviously, naturally, MS SoCo have got the advantage, but they haven't really got the pace to sort of get in front and pull away, whereas the number one is able to stay with them. They have got traffic to contend with, and that is going to ebb and flow. While we can, let's enjoy it, because they are giving us a decent spectacle. The 43 trying to tee up a move, but again, no way through. Are they going to split the traffic? They are. They go through turn number 2, that quick left-hander, of course, at Howell, in towards Rib Bend. So have to wait and see who's going to emerge when they come out of the mountain together, obviously towards it as well. They might be looking for a move, and as you say, a lot of traffic to contend with. It's going to be tricky, and again, could open the door for things to change once again.
Through on the inside. Oh, Red Graphics just get crowded out over the right-hand side at turn 3 and 4. Up the mountain they go, and down the other side, MS SoCo Select are going to be back in the lead again. It was a decision, the wrong decision in hindsight, but you can't know that at the time. You've got to often pick a line. Either go round the outside on the right and get the inside for the next corner, or go round the outside through the first part. Up the inside of the first part for the outside at the second. He chose the wrong one in the end, and Red Graphics have lost the lead.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really important corner there at Barbecue Bend, because it precedes a really long straight, that Bob Poach straight towards the Wiggles. If you're on the inside of that, not only do you carry a risk of lapping the higher cut, but you're also then compromising your exit for that entire straight. If you can go around the outside and keep that momentum up, like the 43 of Ryan Cannon was able to do in the MS SoCo Select machine, he's then able to carry that momentum and stay in front and have that better run onto the straight. But there is still more traffic they've got to contend with, as they have been doing for the last 3 hours. So got to stay on top of that, got to read the situations best. You are going to get a couple of them wrong. It just depends how many of them you can get right.
Yep. They've still stayed together. What I think is going to happen as well here, even if the battle doesn't necessarily continue, you've noticed that sometimes when these two, especially when some of the top owners' carts get locked together, they are quite difficult to separate. It does take a bit of traffic. I mean, we saw through the first part of the race, the top 4 stayed absolutely together throughout the majority of the opening part of the race, because you can just follow each other through traffic. You can follow each other through everything.
Yeah.
And so we might well see these two locked together as well, even if they're not exchanging places.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to stay with each other again for that mutual benefit, because the number one, not necessarily losing anything by being behind the 43, but they definitely will if they continue to battle for what is effectively nothing, because they're going to have to come into the pit lane in about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 laps-ish. I say ish as if I've not just given a really wide window that they could come into the pit lane. But nonetheless, they're with them and they're in soon. So there's nothing to gain by battling, apart from a little bit of pride. And you just got to suck it up for a couple of laps, stay in the tow, and use them to carve your way through traffic and have an easy couple of minutes. Because again, Red Graphics are in pretty much a direct fight. They're closely linked in terms of strategy to Nexus, or at least closer to what they are with MS SoCo. So I'd assume for now that's their focus.
Yeah, it's going to continue on, I think, for at least another 5 laps or so. And so I'll leave you to enjoy it. A bit more from you, Zach, about this battle, and then the next voice you'll hear will be David Sullivan.
Indeed so. So 4 hours into this race already. I've already been in the commentary box for 2. Ewan's now just finished his first 4 hours. He's going to step away, have a break, and he'll be back at 8 p.m. Until midnight, and then of course he's going to get some sleep. So we're trying to do the commentary stint so that we have enough time to at least breathe before we're back in, because it is a long race, not only for the drivers and the teams, but also for us as well. David Sullivan, he's not been in the commentary box, but he's definitely been busy around the paddock and trying to get some news.
Yeah, plenty been happening in the first 4 hours and 5 minutes of this race, particularly down in that sort of pit lane. Just for me also, watching the driver stints, basically those teams that are just basically going 1, 2, 3, 4 through their drivers, are those teams that are basically, they'll start with the guy, put somebody else in, then follow it with the first driver back in the kart again. So really interesting to see what different strategies are being employed, particularly very early in this race. By some of our teams. We often see our owner drivers, the front-running owner drivers, when they race as a team of 5, they'll basically have daytime drivers and nighttime drivers, and throughout the morning and into the early part of the evening, you'll just not see them. And at 9 o'clock, it'll be the first time a driver's been out on track, and that just becomes just part of their strategy. They'll put 2 or 3 drivers in that will do the early part, as the 2 leaders still carving their way through the traffic at the moment. Ryan Cannon in the 43 in front of Sam Spinale, the current British Pro Kart Sprint champion, and also the British Pro Kart Endurance champion. He shares that seat with Jessica Alexander, who's also in that #1 red graphics kart. And at the moment, just seems to be content with allowing the 43 to create the gap. And similarly with the 43 earlier on, they only really overtook because the #1 kart got balked on the run up the hill, so they just slotted in nicely and they've just swapped over. Whether one of them in front or not, at this stage of the race doesn't make a huge difference. You might as well let the kart in front create the hole for you, as you then just slot in nicely behind it. They're going to create a gap, and if you're close enough, I can't get back in, as you mentioned before, and away you go. It's nice and simple for them as they run up. They are going to get split, though, there by the higher kart. Better run out of rib bend by Ryan Cannon in that 43 means that now Sam Spinale is going to have a gap of around about 10 kart lengths when they come back into view here. And similarly, Spinale's going to struggle to get in just as he sweeps round the outside of one of our higher karts. It's a single-digit number, but it doesn't look like it's Apex Twin, so we'll figure out who it was he was sweeping round the outside of earlier. We're 2 hours into your stint, Zach, at your first British 24-hour. How are you finding it?
It's been all right. It's been sort of made easier being with Ewan because we've worked together quite a lot, but it's just fantastic to be here. It's very busy out on circuit. There are a lot of big names, a lot of teams, a lot going on, but fundamentally it's karts on a circuit trying to survive until the end. It's sort of fairly straightforward from our perspective. Just call the action and not sound stupid, basically. I like to think I've done a decent job of doing that. You'll have to let me know afterwards. Yeah, it's been all right. It's been enjoyable. I'm looking forward to, obviously, the rest of this stint and my other ones as well, because the race is teeing up really nicely with just the level of competition that we've got, not just for the overall lead in the Owners Elites, but also other classes as well. It's looking really feisty.
Yeah, looking at down in your higher ranks, the top 3 all within, I think we looked earlier, I think we had 4 karts. We had CBR, ABC, Kart Events Belgium, and Track Limits at the time were running within 12 seconds of each other at the front of our higher kart class. That's how close it was between those teams. I think at the moment, Core Blimey have got a gap of around about 39 seconds, but may well be off strategy when it comes to pit stops, which we'll pick up. Just having a quick look in the live comments, just the last one where we're saying where are the live scores. Well, you can find live timing. It's if you want to sort of create your own virtual pit wall alongside, because whilst we are scrolling through on the number of laps that teams have completed, it will give you a little bit more information on how close and whether they closed up on the previous lap. That can be found at live.alphatiming.co.uk/24hour, which is 24HR. So that's live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. You'll be able to pick up all the penalties, all the warnings that have been handed out to any of our teams, and then you'll also be able to pick up the colour backgrounds, which you can see down the left-hand side of the screen. So I've been round the paddock. I've picked up a few bits when I've been round, but I don't know if we've run through the background colours just yet. So if you were wondering at home, it's yellow for owner elite, and then staying with the owners, it's red for pro and black for our club runners. And then hires, we've got elite pro and club again, which are blue, pink and green respectively for elite pro and club. And then we've got our rookie class for our teams that are maybe slightly less experienced or haven't done the British 24-hour before. They are with an orange on their background colour.
Yeah, so again, those classes, I think we explained it a little bit earlier on as well, when it comes to why they're there. Obviously, naturally, they're going to be a little bit different in terms of experience and pace as well, not only just experience, but also pace and competency. A lot of these teams and drivers have, 24-hour races are their bread and butter, and that's what you're going to see in the sort of the elite and pro classes. But naturally, like what we've got in the higher club and the higher rookies clubs, is that you've got 24-hour experience, you kind of know what you're doing, but you're not quite to the pace or the comfortability that you want to be to running at the front or scoring, top 10s or top 15s or whatever, those higher end results that you aim for. So you're here, you know what you're doing, you're competent, and then you're working your way forward. Then, of course, you've got the rookies, which understandably have got no experience in 24-hour racing or very little experience in 24-hour whatsoever. So they might have done some karting before, they might be fairly decent in terms of pace, but driving quickly and racing quickly, as we know, are two very different things, and that's what the rookies are here to learn.
Absolutely, and you see with the rookies, even with that, you'll see some drivers that you look at them and you might think, basically one driver in there. You look, we had a team yesterday. I think they finished 4th in the free practice session, but when you had a look at all of the drivers in that team, they had one driver who could put in, mid-20s and mid-21s, and then you had other drivers that were doing 123s, 124s. So we're not going to penalise a team and basically say, well, your fast driver means that you're in pro. So we do take a wide view on the matter, which is why we sit in on the timing for the practice session on the Friday. The teams will get 2 hours on a Friday here at the British 24-hour, and then a further half an hour this morning, which was then green flagged straight into the qualifying session, which was also quite interesting because the hire carts actually set faster qualifying times than what the owners did, because the owners qualified in a full wet session this morning, whereas by the time it got to the higher qualifying session, the hires had dried the track out. So hires were actually 3 seconds quicker, the front-running hires to the front-running owners, whereas you can see on timing now, there's around about a 7 or 8 second disparity between your front-running owners.
Yeah, exactly. Naturally, the owners in race spec cars are going slightly quicker than the corporates. One thing I did want to know on the topic of lap times, obviously Nexus Sport broke the lap record. They then set a 1:11.713 on lap number 10. But interestingly, the previous lap record was a 1:12.1. Now, in this race, 4 of those teams would have beaten the last lap record. MS Soco Select, 11.8, Red Graphics, 11.8, and then also Max Plan in the Owners Pro, they also got themselves into the 11.8 whilst being a part of that 4-kart train that we saw earlier on. So I think the level of competition that we've got, like we touched on earlier, is really high because at the very least on pure pace and potential, we've got 4 karts that are on previous lap record running pace.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look at Red Graphics. I think they may well have pitted on the previous lap because they're not on the back of the number 43 kart of Ryan Cannon anymore. So we're just going to wait for what their pit-affected first lap is going to be for the Red Graphics kart. As we have a look down there in the fuel bay, the 96 of MS Urban Pink are just having their pit stop and will be pushed through pit lane. Now, what you can see there with our higher runners is the higher karts weigh a huge amount. They really do. And because of that, when you're sat in them and you're trying to push them, it just understeers very, very wide. And, as we got one of the higher karts getting a little bit squirrely through the D chicane as they'll now run up towards the fast right-hander of Rib Bend. In the background, that looks like that's the MS Urban kart back out. It looks like we could well have Cameron Bailey in that kart now in the 96 machine. MS suit, orange helmet for Cam Bailey. Driver who has raced most of the NRG karting sprint series here at Teesside this season. Makes his way down from Scotland as Cameron Bailey in the number 96 kart, joined by some quick drivers in that machine. We saw Josh Henderson in the early part of qualifying this morning in the wet weather, showing a good turn of pace in that kart. And we've seen him probably on 2 or 3 occasions already at the British 24-hour race for various teams. For Josh Henderson, that's the MS.BE machine just making its way through in the Belgian national colours. 4 out of 5 of their drivers making their way over from Central Europe, with the addition of Shane Burke, the Irishman, joining that team, as Shenby Racing are back in the pits very, very quickly after what was an engine change earlier. So whether either they didn't fuel, either they didn't fuel, or they've got another problem for Shenby Racing. We'll keep an eye out on their progress and how quickly they exit the pit lane. Red Graphics did a 2 minutes and 15, so it was a 1 minute pit stop for Red Graphics in the number 1 kart. Having a quick look at the MS SoCo Select, and their last pit stop and where they were time-wise was a 2:06. So the time difference of 9 seconds between the 2 leading karts in the pit lane. SoCo Select gaining time at their last pit stop. So just now the sun's starting to drop to that sort of level in the early evening where it makes it a little bit harder to pick out numbers, although we can pick out a kart going off very, very wide at hairpin number 1 and then rejoining. Managed to actually keep the kart momentum going there, Zach, so that because when they stop on the outside of hairpin 1, the grass, you can't really see it on the camera, but it does taper away.
Yeah.
So then they start trying to get back up the hill to get back onto track. So if they can keep it going, that is quite handy. We've got a track limit warning for the 66, which I'm guessing will be MS Scorchio, because I don't think we've got a 66 in hires.
No, that is the MS Scorchio, of course, the team in the kart that had that bent steering, or the sheared off steering column going off at hairpin number 4.
I was speaking to their driver just after that happened. He did look, a little bit relieved that it happened at hairpin 4, where he was probably going a little bit slower.
And not South Bend.
Not either South Bank or through the chicanes heading up to hairpin 1, but he did say that he felt a little bit when it came through the chicanes that something wasn't quite right. And it sheared just above the welding point on the steering column. It's a solid column down with the with 2 bars coming out of it effectively at the front, in which you fasten your track rods to it, and it had just sheared straight through. He said there was no contact with any other karts. He said he just tried to turn left and the car just went off in its own direction.
That's impressive, I've got to be honest, that the kart was able to do that. But it just goes to show that there's a high level of stress on each of the components of the kart. We were talking earlier about bearings and how much they're loaded, especially through South Bank and at the top of the mountain as well. The rear bearings with very little or if any suspension on go-karts. They get loaded a lot, as do most of the components. Did just get word that 959 Shenby Racing Machine, obviously they suffered their issues with the engine change, which prompted an 11-minute, 45-minute pit stop, which, to be fair, as far as engine changes go, is pretty swift. We noticed they came back in on lap 189, just 19 laps after the fact that they came out of the pit lane. Ewan said it was just a routine tyre and not tyre, of course, fuel and driver change stop. So all is good there. But what I want to know is why would they only do 19 laps after coming back out?
Well, that was the thing, and maybe those drivers, they race a lot in the sprint series here, the drivers for Shenby Racing, but may not have the experience of the endurance racers in the same way, that when that kart's come in, the chances are I don't think they've fueled it.
Yeah.
And then they've only got the rest of their fuel window, whereas if they had fueled it. Even though they're down an engine, you fuel it, you change it. There's also the issue that you've got is that when you're changing the engine, you have to remove the fuel pipe off the front of the engine. You have 2 mounting brackets underneath the engine mounts, and then 2 clamps underneath. You have to remove the throttle cable that goes, if it's on the right side of the driver, goes round the back of the seat and onto the engine, then the other one will come round the back of the seat to the other engine.
Yeah.
So you have to take the throttle cable off, and then you have to remove the fuel pipe as well. Well, if they've removed the fuel pipe and not held the fuel pipe up and held it and it's gone down instead, then it basically the fuel will start dripping out.
Yeah.
And even if you have filled up, you may well have lost a few. I was looking earlier on, it's DWS came in the pits. They had a problem. I'll show you the photograph, Zach. We're not going to be able to get it on screen, but I'll show you the photograph of what their engine looked like.
And we'll describe it.
And you can see the problem.
And that looks like a broken engine, to be honest. That's a big hole.
The fact that you can see the inside of the engine from the outside of the engine,
yeah,
it has a detrimental effect on its performance.
Funnily enough, that does happen. I just did some quick maths in regards to the Shenby kart. They came in on lap 170 to do their engine change. They then previously left the pit lane on lap 118, which is a 52 lap difference, plus on the 19 laps that they've just done before coming back in, and it's 71, which is pretty much bang on a stint.
Yeah, it's about where we've been.
So my guess is they didn't fuel when they came into the engine.
Just having a quick look back in the live chat, because we've had, just after we'd run through what the colours were, someone's joined us and just asked what the colours were. It's very, very busy down there at hairpin number 4. So we've got 3 classes in owners, that's yellow, red and black, basically based on experience. So yellow's elite, then we've got pro and club, and then we've got 4 classes in our hires, that's blue, pink, green and orange, in that order, for elite, pro, club and rookie, all based on driver experience. Karts in both classes are the same, as in for all 3, elite, pro and club. In owner, everybody's got the same machinery, same limitations on tyres, engines are sealed. When it's RPM Racing has just asked, is Red Graphics backed by Apollo, or is it just an Apollo chassis of the team because of the drivers so far? Well, it is Apollo chassis and Red Graphics are basically one of the same, so to speak, because Red Graphics, the graphics company, and Apollo, the chassis manufacturer and kart team, are owned by the same family, Adam Nichols and his partner Danielle, who runs the graphics side of things. So they are all as one. At the moment, I think we've only seen Jess and Sam out in that kart, but they've got Scott Tate joining them, who normally races with Team Tate Motorsport. They'll also be joined in that kart by Marcel Phillip and by Jake Richardson. We've got a kart off on the outside of hairpin 1 who looks fairly beached and will require marshal assistance because I think the rear wheels are off the floor and he is stationary, as we can pick him up there on the outside. Yellow flag being waved, and Marshall, the problem they've got here is there's just so many karts coming that the marshal can't safely cross, and he's not going to take any unnecessary risks. That's bad for his own morale and ours.
Yes. The last thing we want to see is a marshal getting run over.
Yeah, he may well have some space there now to cross. No, he won't.
But you've got to commit, and you've got to be sure. And if you even hesitate for half a second, it's then too late for you to cross. So,
yeah, I'm not sure what was said in the briefing, but
he's got a nice chunk there.
Either way, that driver's probably going to have to get out anyway, because I mean, it's 152 kilo dry, and then when you add a driver in and then try and lift him out the way, there we go. Marshall's done a grand job. Kart will rejoin on the outside and just stay offline until it gets up to pace. Wait for a little bit of speed, as it looks like we've got one of the MS Urban karts just threading its way through there as well. And the last one I'm going to pick up in the comments, Oscar War, who will be racing for Teesside Academy. I'm told that they'd booked a family holiday, and then he decided he wanted to do this race, so his mum and dad have gone on holiday, and he's flying out to meet them in a few days.
Priorities. I respect it.
So top work there from Oscar, getting his priorities correct. Unlike another driver who I was speaking to was walking around the paddock watching earlier on, Luke Tomlinson, who's decided that he wants to buy a house rather than race this weekend. He's got his priorities right out of whack.
Yeah, who needs a house?
Yeah, exactly. You can live in a go-kart.
But you can't race a house.
And you can keep it dry by turning it upside down, like Seb Algieri did here a few years ago. So it's all good. He just needs to sort his priorities out. And I'm not at all happy with him. If he's not back next year, we'll ban him for life.
And then he can cry in his house that he bought.
Exactly.
Which is, yeah.
But I do like the fact that Oscar, who is going to be out racing later on, is watching the live stream. It's amazing walking around this paddock and seeing people. They've got tablets. They're watching a race on a tablet that's happening in front of them. And I think it was Alessia. We've got driver off over the start line. There's contact with one of the drivers involved was the 36 of Mulsanne Racing. Harry Roddis in that car, and it's Cole Clark Racing in the number 19 machine, who are the other team that are off. Just trying to pick out who is in that car right now. Having said that, I don't know, because there's nobody on the list in a bright yellow suit, so let's have a quick look down the helmets for black and blue. It could be Ed Lau in that machine, although we'll try not to draw too much attention to him. He has just spun right across the start-finish line.
Which, as far as crossing the start-finish line goes, you don't want to be doing it backwards, ideally.
Absolutely, you do not. Yeah, one thing I was going to mention is, I think it was a few years back, Alessia were parked in the, as you go into the bottom paddock, they were the first on the left here, and walked in, and they had a 50-inch TV with the live stream on.
As they should.
Yeah, and that was brilliant to see them watching the live stream whilst the race is going on. And the amount of people that you see, they come, they watch the start, and then they'll go for a few hours. If they live local, they'll come back to the track as nightfall comes, just to sort of take in the experience of, what have we got? A kart slow on the mountain. By the look of things, I'm not sure that's going to get up there. If that's down to one engine, it definitely won't. It may well just had a spin at the bottom of the mountain. We'll try and pick up if there's anything there in a few moments.
We'll have a look, of course, and confirm when we can.
I think it made it up. I was just watching the delayed feed here in the commentary box. And just seeing what happened. I think they got their way up as we see David Brewis there, I think in the 75 machine, just shoehorning his way down the inside of a higher. At the moment, I think he's just allowing the Alessia kart in front, the 61 machine. Third place last year in the owner clubman class for that number 61 Alessia kart. And it was fantastic to finally see them guys on a podium. They've been racing here for the best part of 15 years. They normally race in the Rye House Championship, which uses the 160 engine, but for the British 24, they strap the 200s on and come here to Teesside, and it was fantastic to see them on the podium last year in their class after a few years of trying.
Yeah, and reaping the rewards for what is many, many years of hard work, but then also to come into this year, and when they came into the pit lane previously, they were leading the way. 36, of course, have been looking very, very strong. They were closing in on the 443 MSBE, who unfortunately did have to come in for that mechanical flag. For those that were here with us, you remember the sidepod being bent up, and then it had to be sorted out eventually when they came in after being shown the meatball flag for a good 6 or 7 laps. Before they came in. They then emerged at P22 overall and on the back end of the top 10 in class. That then sort of allowed 36 and Alessia to sort of seize control. SKA as well are in the mix in terms of the owners club. They last came into the pit lane on lap 182, so they're only closing in on their first half of that respective stint. So actually not doing too bad either. Let's see what 36 have done in terms of their stops as well. From what I can see, they last came in a while ago, actually, on lap 139. So we're closing in towards the end of their stint. They're closing into what would be about 70 laps, which is pretty much bang on for owners. And the 36 at the moment running P9 and leading the way in that respective class will be coming in. Alessia we saw coming in a little while ago, but not drastically long ago, about 10-15 minutes or so. A lap 171. There's a big, huge issue there at hairpin 3.
Kart spun on the inside of hairpin 3 at the moment. The kart is stationary and will have to wait for for a gap in the traffic, really. I think the kart's fine. There it's finally rotated, as we see it there now on camera, just getting picked up as it rotates. That's the JJH kart, the number 26 machine. Just getting back up to pace. It's the bottom of the hour, Zach, so I'll run us through the order, give you a bit of time for a rest because you've 2.5 hours in. So I'll run through. At the moment, outright lead is MS SoCo Select. We've got a yellow flag. It looks like Play Kart in the 20 have gone round at hairpin number 1. We'll keep tabs on that. But MS SoCo Select lead at the 4.5 hour mark from the 0-1 of Red Graphics. Nexus Sport complete the top 3 and the top 3 in the elite class. 4th, Team Keen. 5th is Max Plant with Team Tate 3, or TTM, in 6th place. MS Urban Blue lead MS Urban Pink 7th and 8th respectively. Your leading club runner, 36th Motorsport, in the number 36. Then it's MS JSR, the 111, on a bit of a recovery after an opening lap excursion for that machine. Dropped them down to the tail end of the owner ranks and at times further into the hires as well. SKA in their first attempt at an owner kart 24-hour, having won this race in 2022 as a hire kart entry and finished 3rd as well. The following year are in 2nd place in owner club. DWS, they've had an engine change. The front of the engine deciding it wanted to play no further part in this 24-hour. That had to be replaced, and they are running in P12 in front of Alessia and Tockwith Motorsport. They had a problem on the opening lap where the fuel cap came off. They had to bring that in, quick replacement, and get it back out. They run in P14. 303 Grabex are in 15th, racing for Ange, the solo entry of Chris Pedlingham, running in 16th overall and currently well on target. He's done 207 laps so far towards his target of 984 in order to break the Guinness World Record for the furthest distance travelled by an individual in a 24-hour race. RAF Vulcans, they are in 17th. Rethink Racing International 18th. MS Window Doctor 19th. RAF Spitfires are in 20th place, but that won't last for long because I think they've just had a mechanical flag. Oh, no, it's a higher kart 121. Apologies if you're with RAF Spitfire. We don't want you to, don't want your heart rate to rise too much. You're fine. It's higher 121. Then it's ETL, Exceeding Track Limits. They had an issue earlier when they ran out of fuel, hence why they're a little bit out of position. MS.BE, MS Scorchio, and Shenby Racing are 24th. EDKPT are in 25th place. They've all had issues, but are all out. In front of our current leader in the hires, it's cardevents.be, once again leading the way in the hire kart ranks, in front of Core Blimey Racing, the 113 entry. Then it's ABC Racing, Advantage by Contact in 28th. Your leading club runner, 29th for track limits. They're in front of the second Core Blimey Racing entry, the 213 in 30th place. Le Petit Bouchons 2 are the leading novice runner, the rookie outfit in 31st place, in front of Accelerate Kent Brewery, and then Lockwell Hill 1 in the number 33 in 33rd place. The 35 kart running very, very well in front of the second Le Petit Bouchons entry. 35th is Teesside Academy. They're in front of Newmarket Hornets and Dr. Vapes. Williams Esport are in 38th. I Won This Team are 39th. And then completing the top 40, JS Racing. They've had some good pace so far, but did have a problem earlier on. Connor Botting stopping that kart on the outside of hairpin number 3 with an issue. Bonato, the 987, they're 41st in front of Scenario 77 and Teesside Tigers. Test T's, they're 44th with T4 Autosport, the American team, in 45th. Bargain Racing and then Cartwheelers with Wacky Racers in 48th. 49th, 866. They had a problem on the first lap with only one engine. They couldn't get up the mountain. They were 3 laps down. Then it's Wacky Racers there in 49th. Apex Twin in P50. And then it's the 969 car in 51st place. TRX, the 376 is 52nd. 53rd, Dr. Vapes Racing. are in front of Cal Speed Crew. Lockwell Hill 2, the second entry for them. The rookie outfit are in 55th place, in front of Top with 1 and Badger's Best Racing. Hyro Motorsport Academy are in 58th. Mulsane Racing and Newmarket Buzzing Hornets are in 60th. Play Car, the 22 car, are in 61st. Barry R Racing, they had a problem earlier on with a loose wheel. That set them back a few laps there in 62nd. Armstrong Nylde Racing are in 63rd. Random Racing, Kenty Racing, and then the third of the Core Blimey entries is in 66th place. Taking us through to the end, Ledyard GP, 67th. Race for Ruben. The final runner in the elite class. Looks like they've had some problems because they're well out of pace, having previously won this race in 2021. Are in 68th place. Bard Racing, 69th, and UTR are in 70th place. And it's perfect card. JK Racing and BTM, they had a problem earlier on because the left rear wheel departed from action when the studs came off the rear hub. Then it's Steel City Racers, Cole Clark Racing and Team Cringe with Top with 2, Casual Racing and Team Yellow. They were one of the first teams in the pits. They were in twice in the first hour. In front of JC Motorsport, JJH and All Roads Asphalt with Fantastic 4. TRX Motorsport Pro, who had some problems earlier on as well. Boneheads, who we spoke about earlier on, they had a rear axle issue when the central bearing failed on their near their brake system, so they changed the rear axle. They're currently down in 85th overall, trying to make their way through the higher entries. Then it's Metro Plum Racing for Ron, AOR and Circuit Breakers to complete your 89 entries, all of whom are still running here at the 2024 British 24-hour kart race.
Yeah, it's going quite well in terms of longevity. We've not seen, I mean, we've seen spins and incidents, but we've not seen any sort of big crashes. No one's really came into contact. We've seen a couple of contact warnings, but obviously no penalties or anything in that regard for overly aggressive driving. So everyone's really been on their best behaviour. And then even those teams that have suffered issues, like me and Ewan were saying, it's impressive to see the sort of determination, perseverance from a lot of these teams to sort of just say, it happens. It's endurance racing. What can we do about it from now? We're going to fix these problems and then address the rest of the race as it comes. And it's really nice to see, because I know a lot of teams and people at the first hurdle just go, oh, well, race done. But these guys haven't.
No, it really is good. And, you know, the front running, let's say the front running owner teams, that they can change an engine in a minute. You know, and that's the difference as well between your elite, your pro runners, your teams that decide they want to running an awning rather than your privateers, is that when you're running in an awning, yes, you will pay more money because you're paying for the privilege, but if you have a problem with an engine, you'll find that there's 5 people working on your car. There'll be, you know, I've seen it in the night before where a car, I think it was the 43 MS Soco Select, needed an engine change, and there was somebody laid on the floor ready. The cart came in, it went up onto a stand, they were underneath it, they got everything off, and it was within a minute, it was back on the ground and back out on track. So there's plenty of benefits of running within a team. It's a 24-hour race, and anything can happen at any point in the race. You know, those teams that have been in the pits and are now probably chasing early doors, you know, would you rather have a problem early doors and chase the race, or would you rather what happened to Toyota a few years ago at Le Mans, where they ground to a halt at the commencement of the final lap, and, you know, they'd raced and were on for a victory, as got car exiting pit lane there onto the racing line, which is more than entitled to do, but here at Teesside, I think it's a really important thing to note as well. When you're coming down that hill towards the rib bend, that entry back into the circuit, drivers have got to be aware that it's very difficult. There's 2 rows of tyres there. We walked the track on Friday evening, and it's difficult to see. If you're going down there, you're literally looking at a full 180 degrees behind you, coming back onto the track. How difficult it can be. You have to have a lot of spatial awareness there, that, you know, you might have to cut inside. As We see here one of the higher car entries. I think that's number 6, Badger's Best. I think he's very aware that we were the same with spatial awareness there. He knew that the 303 Grab X kart was coming. There's no point holding them up round that corner. So just let them go, put down the inside, tuck back in, no problem. You're not really wasting any time. It looks like we've got Slavek Piskor's now in the 303. That'll be his second stint of this 24-hour race, but he's easy to spot because he's got a bright pink and purple suit.
Beautiful. Makes our job nice and easy to know where he is. But yeah, no, on your point of spatial awareness, I mean, it's one of those things that you very quickly learn that you need in endurance racing. A lot of people say before do like sprint championships or something in that vein, where maybe the longest race they do is 20-25 minutes or whatever at a stretch. Then they go, oh, I'm really quick, I'm going to do an endurance race. And then very quickly they learn, oh, it's not just about being quick. It's about being quick, lap after lap after lap, when there's 88 other karts on circuit, having to deal with lapping, constantly changing lines, because very rarely are you driving on the actual racing line and hot lapping. 99% of the time, you're having to avoid other karts, be aware of what's going on around you, making sure not only are you aware of what's going on in front of you, but also, to an extent, what's going on behind you, your pit strategy, your fuel level, being aware that of your surroundings and the digiflag and your team members on the side. There's a lot more that goes on to being successful in the endurance series than just driving the car. It says, oh my goodness me, that gets very busy going towards the back end of the circuit. That was, again, just one of those pinch points that happens when the track is this busy, especially when you've got an overlap of so many of one class and then so many of the other of the owners and the highs.
Yeah, Newmarket Hornets and Lockwell Hill 1 there were the two karts that were getting a little bit too friendly with each other. I was having a chat as well with some of the guys from Lockwell Hill earlier on, initially about their number 2 machine, as you were saying, regarding drivers that may well be quick doing the sprint races and things like that. Lockwell Hill, it's a kart circuit in Mansfield, Nottinghamshire, and all of their rookie drivers are drivers that have been going to that track, doing the sort of higher kart sessions, and have gone, do you know what, we fancy a crack at a 24-hour. And their worry isn't that they're not going to be quick enough. Their worry is the fact that when it comes to stint 2 and then stint 3 and maybe stint 4 for some of their drivers, is how they're going to fare further down the line. Are their bodies going to be able to withstand, the fatigue of racing this 24-hour race when, they're doing 15 or 20-minute sessions. Now, at the moment, all credit to them, both of the Lockwell Hill machines are doing very, very well. The number 1 entry is currently running second in Pro, and the number 2 entry is currently running third in the rookie class. So at the moment, pace-wise, both of those karts look like they could be heading in the right direction. I'm going to try and pick out who is in the 35 Lockwell Hill entry. They're number 1, because when I came into the commentary box, it was Ollie Naylor. So I'll see whether they've had a driver change in that kart since I've been in. It's 45 minutes now, and he had been out for a fair period of time. So we'll see whether Ollie's still in that kart. I'll try and pick him up. They haven't got the brightest of nose panels. They've gone for black with a few bits of yellow down the front. So they're not the easiest spot in the world. Their second kart's just coming through over start finish now. I'm just going to have a quick track as to where it may well be, because there's individual lines going across the in the commentary box, so we can roughly guess whereabouts they are on track. And I think he's probably about heading towards us in the next 10 or 15 seconds or so.
There he is. Final corner now, isn't it?
Let's have a quick look. Haven't picked them up just yet. Let's see whether has he triggered? No. We'll be coming through now. Looks like that could be Flynn Claxton back in that car. I think he started the race for Lockwell Hill. Black suit, white helmet for Flynn, so it could well be his second outing. We've got 2 drivers round, and one is stuck at hairpin number 1 down the inside. His rear wheels are down the gully on the inside. Camera will focus in a minute, but you can see there that car is stuck, and the reason he can't get out is because his wheels aren't touching anything with any grip.
Yeah.
There we go. That's sterling effort there from the marshal to turn that kart round and get him back in the race. It's the 99, I think that's Team Cringe, which is probably what I would do if I just had my kart parked with its rear wheels down a hole.
Yeah, no, probably. Because you just know that everyone has done that. You are not getting away with it, and you will never, ever live it down for as long as you may live.
No, in the same way that Dan Bugard will never live down the fact that he binned himself on lap 1. And he's normally, I would say, he's an elite level driver, and he looked very, very sheepish when I saw him in the paddock about an hour ago.
Similar to Costa Kriitzis, who we'll see a little bit later on as well, not living down the fact he rolled the car at Brands Hatch because his team physically will not let him. Even down, we'll see Costa a little bit later on, but he was recently running. He's got a plethora of 24-hour racing experience. He was at Anglesey a few weeks ago, and on the side of his Ford KA, his team had put his name upside down to resemble the fact that he had rolled the car at Brands Hatch. So again, when it comes to drivers and teams and mistakes, you will not live it down. More issues happening going into hairpin 1, as has been the theme pretty much for the entirety of the day. So, like we say, take a shot of fruit shoot every time we say something has gone wrong at hairpin 1, because more than likely it will have done probably pretty much every other lap in some capacity. But yeah, basically on the inside of hairpin 1, there's the curb, a bit of concrete that all the drivers want to aim for because it really nicely hooks you round. But beyond that is a big dip, and in doing that, obviously you run the risk of not being able to touch the ground, and if you can't touch the ground, well, then you just become effectively Tony Hawk trying to skate across because none of your wheels are actually in contact with the grippy tarmac that helps you go. On the topic, actually, of Lockwell Hill, they are in the net lead of the higher pro because the CBR had to come into the pit lane, so they're now leading the way.
Yeah, on screen that's the 67 of SKA Racing. Behind them is the 181 kart of Max Plant. In that car at the moment, I've deliberately had us pick this car up, Zach, is Ronnie Smith. Is Ronnie Smith. Have you spoken about Ronnie Smith so far in this stream? This is his first stint.
Oh yeah, we've touched on him because he sent me a photo saying that he was getting ready to get into the car. So I was like, sweet, now I know who's jumping into the Max Plant machine. And Ewan very quickly prompted the story of the history that myself and Ronnie Smith have got. I haven't seen him in 2 years because the last time I saw him, we were racing in the Rocket Racing Stars Formula 4 Esports Competition UK, which is quite possibly the biggest mouthful of a competition you could possibly have. But nonetheless, the prize was a seat in the next season's British F4 Championship, which very deservedly went to Deegan Fairclough, who got P3 in the championship his first season, and he's now currently leading the championship in British F4, so very clearly a good driver. Myself and Ronnie, we'd suffered some issues in race 2, and at the back end of it, we'd found each other on track on the final lap. Just after Hawthorne's going into that right-hander at Brands Hatch, he sent it up the inside. I said no. We made contact and both lost a position down a place on the final lap of the race. The ego inside of me wants to say it cost me a chance at British F4. The rationale inside me knows full well I didn't have a chance at all.
I prefer the first option.
No, exactly.
I think he definitely
cost me £500,000 in prize money.
He cost you a potential further down the line.
Could have been an F1.
F1, couldn't it?
I know.
Mercedes have still got that seat spare. We'll probably go to Kimi Antonelli, but could well have gone to Zach Sweeney.
Who knows? Who knows? All because Ronnie Smith. No, it's fine. I'm not that beaten up about it because I love that weekend. I finished last in the overalls. I scraped through into qualifying by 1/1000th of a second in pre-quali. I was just happy to be there, so it's fine. I knew full well I wasn't going to have a chance, but nonetheless, the 181 is out there doing a really good job, actually, the Max Plant machine in second.
I am a little bit disappointed, actually, not to do with the 181 machine or with Ronnie Smith, but Ronnie's girlfriend, Liv, who races TKM, was actually at the Shenington Super Prix that I covered a few weeks ago, is here, but she isn't racing, and I think that, too, is up there with the Luke Tomlinson. I think she should have bought a suit, should have bought a helmet, and I think she should have found herself a drive. Yeah. As Ronnie finds his way past SKA Racing, although at the time I don't think SKA Racing knew that he was coming or were too pleased about it. But this is part of the 24-hour race, isn't it? You have to get through the traffic as quickly as possible. And speaking of getting through the traffic as quickly as possible, the 43 race-leading MS Soco Select kart has picked itself up a contact warning, and we've got a yellow off. We've got 2 karts off over start finishing through the D chicane. One of them looks like Scenario 77. The other one is looks to be Mulsanne Racing, because that looks like that's Harry Roddis in that kart. I'm sure the other one was the 77. We'll pick it up in a few moments because they'll come through having set a lap time around about 10 seconds off their respective pace. But I think definitely one was Scenario 77, the other 36 was Mulsanne Racing. And I was alerted to that by looking the other way because there's a yellow flag right next to us, and James Shrimpton was very quick on the yellow as they came through this D chicane. And let's just look at the screen right now. Is that, you know, the way that Ronnie's threading through the traffic, and it's not about being quick through the traffic. Efficient. And this will sound weird. It's not about being quick through the traffic. It's about losing as little time as possible through the traffic. You know, if you know you're going to meet a car at a pinch point, brake a little bit earlier, go wider, get them on the switchback like Ronnie did out of Hairpin 4, then you're not slowing yourself up and then having to get on the power and let the engine do the work through. You know, you can work your way through the traffic by basically just driving in a way that makes you efficient. You know, and sometimes, you know, you catch them down the back straight. If they're not quick enough to drive round the outside of them at South Bank. They have to tuck in and go with them, and then they'll just duck out when they come to Hairpin 3 and go down the inside. That's Sam Spinale in the number 1 machine. He's double stacked that kart now, which means he did a stint, came in fueled, and went back out again. So looks like the strategy for the 1 machine has been to load the kart up at the start with 2 of their quickest drivers in, Jess Alexander and Sam Spinale. They've still got Scott Tate, Marcel Philippe and Jake Richardson to come. Interesting fact there with Marcel is that he's won 2 classes in the British 24-hour race already on 2 different chassis. He's won in Clubman on an MS chassis. He's won in Pro on a 7 kart with GrabX. And now he's racing in Apollo this year. And Apollo still waiting for their first British 24-hour win as a chassis manufacturer. They are still fairly new to the game, but have gone straight to the top of that game, having won the British Championships in both the sprint and endurance format. Kart round at South Bank. From distance, it looks like Cole Clark racing, but we will pick it up. The back end of that kart, I'm not quite sure whether it's handling or whether it's the driver doing it, but it does look like a shopping trolley. Doesn't look like it's got quite the level of grip that it's being asked about.
No. He ended up on the inside of South Bank. Had to wait ages to get going because obviously there was no pocket in the traffic and you don't want to do a silly rejoin. Seen a couple close calls in drivers being a little bit too eager to get back going again, but thankfully we've had no major dramas. Hopefully that go-kart is okay and all is all right. Obviously, naturally, the tyres are going to wear as the race goes on, but in the highs, it shouldn't be a huge issue, at the very least until we get into a few hours' time when they have their service window and change the front tyres. A couple of issues going into Hairpin 1, the 24, and one of the high karts going slowly as well, so maybe a little bit of a problem in that regard. But tyre wear for the highs shouldn't really be that big of a problem. You wouldn't expect huge disparities in grip unless he's gone off and lost a little bit of grip that way. Should all be okay. If it's not okay and it's a kart problem, he'd have brought it up by now and the team would have complained long before this stage in the race.
Even though we do change the fronts, I think that the karts could probably, and most of them would, get comfortably to the checkered flag on one set of tyres for our higher karts. But there's, they will get changed. They do take a lot of hammer on the front. They're heavy karts, and they are, effectively every time you turn in, if you go into the left-hander, the front right just buries itself into the tarmac as the weight transfers. So, just going back into the live chat, we've got Tom in behind us going, ooh, 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 and I think that's because then the cloud of dust has come up through the chicanes, because I'm guessing somebody, I think Top with 1, decided to contact air traffic control. Yeah, into the live chat, Peter Knight just saying good luck to all the TTM drivers. He normally races with them in the BPEC series. Paul Hayho getting in touch saying shout out Rob Small in the 121 kart. That's RAF Spitfire. He's not currently out there at the moment, but one of our teams running on the Hash chassis. We've got 5 different chassis represented this year in the owner-driver ranks. Apparently, he says here his favourite tool for preparing the kart is the glue gun.
Fair enough.
Which, if that is the case, he needs to find himself a higher kart team, because glue gun is the way forward when attaching your LED lights for night time. Because there's at least one earlier, so they put them in and they basically just covered it in glue. So how bright that's going to be in 6 hours' time, I've no idea, but it is just covered in glue.
If it works, it works.
Yep.
The biggest consumables for race teams are zip ties and duct tape as well, because they are the godsend of repairable parts, basically.
Absolutely, just it's the quickest fix possible,
And
isn't
Jubilee clips as well. There was an instance where the exhaust brackets on a Ford KA broke, and the exhaust was basically hanging off. And they just got a horseshoe clip and a Jubilee, and the exhaust was fine for the rest of the race. That's all you need.
Yeah, what you need here as well, you need R clips and lots of them, because their weight posts. EDKT are in the tyres on the outside of hairpin number 1, and the tyres have moved a good 4 foot, so he's gone in there hard. Let's see whether he makes it round. They've already been in the pits twice, have the English Deaf Pro Kart team. First one for a bent track rod. That was in the first half an hour. They came back in. I was unable to ascertain the problem the second time round. But they've had 2 trips into the pit lane already on unscheduled stops. Have EDKT. Having a quick look for MS SoCo Select. They must be due shortly. I think 175 laps for the last one. So we're looking at 250 to 260, so I think we've got around about 15 minutes to wait for MS SoCo Select to pit, and then may well then see a change for the lead. Currently being shown as 1 lap, and roughly that is where the pit stop will drop you.
But they are a pit stop ahead, because they did a pit stop and then they re-overtook Red Graphics, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then... So it probably will be very, very close as the number 1. Speaking of Red Graphics, have just picked themselves up a contact warning. Obviously, a few moments ago, we saw the 43 get one. Another one has gone the way of Red Graphics, which becomes... I don't think Nexus have been given one just yet. So 2 of our top 3...
No, but they have had a black flag.
Okay.
And I was only aware of that because Asher Blythe, who was in the car at the time, told me he'd been a very naughty boy.
That's unfortunate.
He didn't tell me that like that. He just said that he'd had a black flag and there was contact with somebody. He said there was a cart just off the D chicane and sort of checked up into his line and there was contact. So that's why they've had they've been in for that. Pace-wise, I think they had good pace last year. Finished 2nd overall. Did Nexus. They just stayed out of trouble. Got a very, very consistent team of drivers where you're not going to get much performance drop-off throughout that squad. I think we're on 4 drivers this year. The only new driver in that Nexus kart this year is Asher Blythe. He was with Team Tate last year in one of theirs. So David and Charles Wagner, Greg Barnard are the carryover 3 of the drivers that took them to 2nd place last year. Similarly with the MS SoCo Select, the defending champions, 3 of their drivers, Josh Volkus, Connor Lucas, Dan Crosley, they carry over from last year. Ryan Cannon moves sideways to an extent from the number 42 kart that isn't racing here this year for MS Lucas. Keep an eye on the live chat. We do like to dip in regularly. Kirsty Lyons has been in touch, supporting all 3 of the core Blimey entries. Liam Gallop as well, saying good luck to Shenby Racing 595. Well, they have had 1 or 2 issues in the last couple of hours. They've had an engine change and then had to pit for fuel as well shortly after. Chris Gibbon, dad of Jake Gibbon, who normally races here in the Sprint Series in Honda Cadet, saying good luck to Teesside Tigers. I think he may well be racing next year, Chris Gibbon. I think he was right on cue, actually. Although I think that could be for Williams Esport, the 17, rather than for the 17 of Nexus. But yeah, warning popping up. I just thought, well, we've completed the set for the top 3 there. Oh no, it is 017. We have completed the top 3 set. MS Soko, Select Red Graphics, and Nexus Sport all getting a warning in a 20-minute period.
Well, when you wait long enough for one bus, 2 come at once, or well, in this case, 3.
All the buses.
And well, that is on cue, got to be honest. But all 3 of them doing fantastically. All 3 of them running fairly close on pace. Obviously, Nexus not helped by that black flag naturally, but also fairly close on strategy to Red Graphics. In terms of pit stops, Nexus have probably got another 40 or so laps before they have to come back in. I would say probably similarly for Red Graphics, but they last came in on lap 201, so they're a good probably halfway through their stint already. However, MS Soko, they are very much towards the tail end of their stint. They last came in on lap 175, so they're going to be coming in around about 245, and we're on the 239th lap as is. So that's really what we're looking at in terms of laps for the owner stints. In fairness, it's not too far off what the Highs are doing. The leading higher elite car, their first 2 stints were 73 laps each as well. So in terms of time, obviously the Highs are a lot longer, but in terms of laps, they're actually fairly similar. So MS Soko are very much in the driving seat, obviously literally, but also in terms of this race, they're looking very strong because they've got the gap on track, and they've also got that advantage in terms of the pit stop as well.
Yeah, it was really interesting earlier when it came to that full course yellow, where about 20 drivers, particularly in hires, all pitted at the same time and just ended up stacked behind each other, and none of them gained under a full course yellow. In fact, some of them probably lost out by staying in that queue and opting to pit. Now look, if you can get away with pitting under a full course yellow, brilliant, you save yourself some time.
Yeah.
But when the queue was 10 deep at one point, and it was definitely slow for some of our teams. Having a quick look back in, and then we'll leave the live chat for 5 or 10 minutes. Elizabeth Bagg saying good luck to Badgers Best Racing and the team from karting at Hayes in Somerset. Looks like we've got Ben Keys in the 722 casual racing car at the moment. We'll just get an update from there. And BBM Sport saying good luck to everybody, good not to be there. Now that will be Alfie Briggs messaging on behalf of BBM Sport, and if it's not, it'll be his dad Steve Briggs. And we had a good chat with Steve last year, who runs BBM Sport, in the commentary box in the night. His lad Alfie was racing, and his lad Alfie was at Goodwood a few weeks ago, taking the Mercedes C11 up the hill at Goodwood. Not bad for a lad who's only 16 years old. At that sort of age, I would have had a poster of that car on my wall, and he was taking it up the hill at Goodwood. Has raced LMP3 this year as Alfie Briggs. I think he's had a few outings in LMP2. He was at Donington last weekend in the sports car historics, and I think he qualified an LMP2 car in front of some LMP1 cars. He is a lad with a very, very bright future, is Alfie Briggs, a very, very quick driver. We saw him racing here last year for MSJSR in the 111 machine. I think he's got a clash, which is unfortunate for him this year and means that he won't be here for the British 24-hour race, but a driver with a huge amount of pace, Alfie Briggs, and one that we will be more than happy to welcome back here to the British 24-hour, hopefully in 2025. For Alfie, it will be great to see him back in a kart here at Teesside. So we head past the 5-hour mark. Nexus in the 71, just making their way round, and going to have a quick look on timing, because last time I saw the MS
They're in the pits.
Select kart was behind them, and I think they have pitted, so we may well see a change for the lead in the next few minutes when they pop back out, we'll be able to report back on the gap. I think it's 1 minute and 3 was the gap previously on the previous lap when they came in. So they may well go out on track very, very close to each other, the MS SoCo Select and Red Graphics car, like they did around about 45, 50 minutes ago when they were running line astern before the offset pit stops kicked in.
Yeah. I would expect them to be out very, very close, and probably a similar thing to what we saw a little bit earlier on. Also, interestingly, our world record attempting number 4, Chris Pedlington, has had to come into the pit lane for what is going to be a big hamper on the progress.
Is there sandwiches in that big hamper?
He is. Unfortunately, they're not tasty sandwiches, though. They are not good ones. For Tom, there'd be sandwiches with mayonnaise in, is the relative state of the hamper that the number 4 has got. A flat front right tyre has forced him into the pit lane. It's not going to be a long repair, on, off, go, but it's a trip down pit lane. At the very least, it's a 30-second time loss, and is going to put him off the back of trying to get that 50 lap, because he's already been disrupted by 3 full-course yellows.
The hardest part with that will have been for Anthony Pogson, who would have had to push that through the pit lane with a flat front tyre. So that will be the tough one. They are able to change tyres fairly close to the pit lane. There's a tyre change bay just as you come down the pit lane where our camera was earlier on. You'll be able to see it towards the right-hand side in the pit lane. So there's a tyre change bay there, and so they would have been able to change that quickly. Now, it'd be interesting to know whether they've changed all 4, or whether they just changed the 1 and send it out, because they were due to change at 6 o'clock anyway, so it would have meant just bringing the tyre stop forward 1 hour, but for speed, it's whether they change them all, or whether they bring his 6 o'clock extended break slightly, because I think he was going to have 5 or 10 minutes, forward an hour, and then in an hour's time, he's not going to have the same issue again, is he? So, where he's going to have to pit. So, looks like we're getting fresh rubber all round. Reports back from Tom Butterworth down in the pit lane, and the driver's just having a refresh.
Yes.
So I think that's what we expected. You know, no point in.
You cut your losses at that point.
Yeah, exactly. There's no point in having a tyre issue now, going back out quickly, and then going back in again. Kart stationary on the outside of hairpin number 1. He's looking back down to his left rear. Either engine hasn't started. Now, if he's got 1, then he should be able to get that back to the pit lane. But whatever his problem is, I think he's going to try and pull start it by himself, which we've seen before. Now, drivers acknowledging with their arm up in the air that driver's in a very, very precarious position. Will try and find a way to some sort of sanctuary, but he is rolling round on 1 engine. We'll try and pick a number out. Yellow and black looks like it. I'd have thought that looked like a Newmarket Hornets car, but it's not. I think it's Team Yellow Racing in the 555, who've got a problem there. Marshall starts the engine. Driver with a nice little thumbs up, actually, for Team Yellow. Got 2 drivers in the same kit. It's either Adam State or George Anderson in that kart, and but a nice little thumbs up to the Marshal in acknowledgement, says thank you, and is back on his merry way. And yes, he's had an engine problem there, but he's also getting himself some camera time as well, Zach, which is priceless. It really is.
No such thing as bad publicity.
There is no such thing as bad publicity, but if you do want good publicity, we do like snacks, and we've built up quite a healthy selection in the commentary box. We've got Mars Bars, After 8 Rolos, other snacky options, and the Haribo that I bought with me this morning.
Perks of the job.
Absolutely perks of the job. And unlike politicians, we don't lose our job for taking bribes.
Oh.
We don't. We don't.
Yet. Who's that? Big off the exit of hairpin 3. That's basically cut through.
Oh, yes.
Going into hairpin 4.
He's
hand
gone
up in the air. That is.
He's gone so far, and he could well be in Narnia.
Yeah, I think he might well be. That kart has firmly disappeared, and he is desperately trying to get that out. I think it's probably buried in some tyres. and it's a
I'm-
hire kart, which means it is very, very heavy to get out. 152 kilos is the kart weight without fuel, and that's probably got a decent chunk in. Not only that, but there's nowhere really to decently grab it to pull it out, so you're also constantly trying to struggle. You're probably always really tired as well. Not only that, you're also struggling and stressing that you're going to get hit by another kart making a similar mistake.
I think that's one of the Le Petit Bouchon's entries by the look of things. Black suit with orange on could well be one of the Le Petit Bouchons. It is. We'll try and track which of the two, because one of them was leading, and if it's the 25, they are class leading in the novice class. It is. It's the class leaders in the rookie class, currently in 39th, down to 40th are Le Petit Bouchons 2. They've still got a lap on test tees and similar to Lockwell Hill 2, but that'll be the main source of his frustration, is that all the hard work that's been put in this first 5 hours of the race, most of it has gone. And we talk about this a lot, Zach. Teams will be out there, they're trying to gain 1/10, 2/10 a lap. It's fine until you spin on the outside of hairpin 1 and you've got to wait 40 seconds for the train of karts to come through. We saw it earlier, didn't we, before I came on. Karts, they spin, they can't get back in, and all that hard work, they're pushing themselves to the limit of adhesion with the tyres, and then all of a sudden, all the hard work's gone, and it's trying to find that balance of, do you push the whole time with the potential for a spin, or do you ease back 5% and just make sure that you don't have them problems, and then you can push later on in the race, when you can sort of balance that risk-reward ratio?
It's what's sustainable for you. I know a lot of drivers like to push because it's what's familiar to them, and actually slowing themselves down because you have to change something and you're actively having to slow yourself down is different, and it opens the opportunity for you to make mistakes. Other drivers find it quite easy to back off and lift and coast and ease their way into things. So again, it's dependent on driver. I know I quite like to push constantly because I know I can try and sustain it, albeit my push pace is not very quick at all, but relative to me, it's sustainable and something I can run consistently. So that's probably something they can do. After a crash, though, the adrenaline has surged, the frustration has surged, and it's very easy for you to overdrive the kart once you get back going again and lead yourself into another spin. And then it's that positive feedback loop in a very, very negative way that snowballs itself down and down and down, and it rolls itself out of control. You get frustrated after spinning the kart, you're frustrated, you're driving aggressive, you're trying to make up for it, and then you spin again. Then you get more frustrated, then you spin again, and that constant feedback loop just keeps on happening over and over again. So settling down for maybe a lap or two, breathing, collecting your thoughts, composing yourself and going, all right, this is what's happened. It's all right. They're still leading the race. They're still leading their respective class in the higher rookies. It's not the end of the world, but it very quickly can be if you let it overtake.
Yeah, just want to give a bit of a shout out there. I think it's Jacob Kadani in the 78 Tockwith owner car. Came round South Bank, was halfway alongside a hire cart, saw that the yellow board was there, backed out of it, put his arm up in the air, not to overtake under yellow, and that's superb awareness because we had a marshal on the outside. So we do like to shout out when the drivers get it right.
Yes.
And he's definitely
Equally,
got it right
we do like
there.
to do it when they get it wrong, but
yeah,
for a different reason.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I was probably responsible for half the penalties yesterday during the practice session. I was just in here going, he's done something, let's get him sorted.
Power trip.
Yes, I did go on a little bit of power trip, to the point, I'm not saying that my power trip went too far, but I asked to be taught how to use the digital flag and then proceeded to start using the digital flag. So I had a lot of fun. It kept me entertained whilst we were sort of assessing lap times. Update actually on the Chris Pedlingham puncture. Apparently kart span in front of him, and there was a little bit of contact, hence why he has a puncture. Don't think there's any other damage, which is good. Damage minimal for Chris Pedlingham, and that kart is going to be out soon, I believe, back out on track. We'll keep an eye out. He is having a bit of a break, but I think he is sort of in advance of where he needs to be time-wise, but I'm sure the guy who's sort of running his strategy and encouragement in Anthony Pogson is very much about getting the laps in the bank.
Yeah.
And he is very, and so he'll be very encouraging in getting him out there, taking turns on the radio. And as we expected, Zach, the two leaders are together. We've got the 1 and the 43. Sam Spinale in the 1, Ryan Cannon in the 43. Contact warning for MS.BE, the owner entry, with 4 Belgian drivers, and the Irishman Shane Burke in that car have picked up a contact warning. Not quite sure who's in it. We will, as you mentioned, we like to point out when they don't get it right, so we will sit here tight and we'll apportion some blame.
Exactly. Any skill issues, any single-digit IQ moves, and we are straight on it.
Oh, yeah.
That is what we're good at.
I am absolutely brilliant at single-digit IQ moves.
Exactly.
Anyone that's ever raced with me will attest to that.
Yes. Like Ronnie Smith at Brands Hatch. No, it's fine. I'm not salty. But anyway.
FCY. Sorry, Zach. We've gone full course yellow. Not quite sure why. I can't see anything on the, what we call the... Oh, yes, we've got a kart there on the outside of Howells with a wheel off. It looks like it's an owner kart, and it's gone quite far. So we'll pick up who it is coming back in. I'll expect that we've got cut down there. It looks like it could be the 15 of MS Urban Blue, who are currently 4th in our pro class. I imagine the quad will be scrambled shortly, unless it's close enough that Nigel Moore just wants to drag it back in a show of Herculean strength, which we have seen him do before. So we've got that cart off on the outside of Howells. We should be able to pick it up coming back round shortly, or even from the camera down at the...
number 1 in.
Oh, under full course yellow. That is good. That's going to put them back on kilter, really, with SoCo Select, who pitted earlier under an FCY. And what we haven't seen, Zach, more importantly, nobody else has pitted before them.
Exactly.
So the fuel bay should be empty if we can just get a look at that, because I think there they are. There they see the fuel bay's empty. One of the RAF, I think that's RAF Vulcans in the 122. Let's keep on this, because in a minute, what you'll see on the front end of this cart, that's Murray Adams in there, who's the chief mechanic on that one. We'll just pick that cart up and welly it round, and then we'll start going with it. Look, yes, it's risk and reward. Yes, he's picked the cart up. Yes, he's thrown it round, but that's probably 2 or 3 seconds, that.
Yeah.
And we've seen races at this British 24-hour where teams have gone on to the final lap within 2/10 of each other, and races can be won and lost in the pits. Ryan Cannon, who was running with, is currently heading down the back straight towards South Bank. And rather than losing a lap, I think Red Graphics may have only lost half a lap here. As we go green once again, just as SKA Racing pit. They won't get the full benefit, but they will get some, will SKA Racing, as the 67 pits. As we go green again, and because that kart wasn't far from the pit lane, that's exceeding track limits at the D chicane by going very, very wide and bouncing their way through. Because the kart wasn't far from the pit entry, we were able to get it back in very quickly. So yes, it was a very short full course yellow, but still one that did benefit Red Graphics.
Yeah.
You win some, you lose some, but similarly, you've got to be able to react at a moment's notice when things like that happen, and that's why you've got your strategy. And they've had a driver change as well. Scott Tate makes his first race appearance here at the British 24-hour race. The driver on a bit of a loan deal from TTM for this British 24-hour. Having a look who's in the 45 hire cart, because he's a very angry man at the moment. There was a bit of arm waving. I think it's James Lawson in that cart in a blue and red suit. Was gesticulating with somebody over start finish. Not sure who it was, but he was clearly channeling his inner Italian.
as he came over the start-finish line.
Yeah, so it's been a busy last sort of 5 minutes or so, but it isn't a very important one. Obviously, that number one capitalising on the full course yellow, the fourth one thus far of the race, and that's going to be huge. Obviously, we talk about marginal differences being gained. Not only do they gain half a lap, or they only lost half a lap from pitting under the full course yellow, but like you say, the trivial things that you wouldn't really give a second thought to. How quickly can you approach pit entry? How quickly can you get out of the pit lane? How quickly can you get back into the go-kart? Are all things that attribute to the overall running of the race, and those seconds matter. They add up. If you can save 2 seconds every stop and you do 16 stops, you've saved yourself half a lap just from small things alone. Have just noted, obviously, thanks to Tom and Ewan for being busy during their off hours, a left rear hub change for the number 15. That's the MS Urban Blue in the Owners Pro. They're currently P11 overall, and what will be P8 P7 in class. So a quick hub change, of course, for them, and the second one thus far of the race, showing that the hubs very much are getting loaded up today.
Yeah, it's the hub. They're a hub with 3 studs on it. The studs are about 5 millimeters, so the stud there will have just sheared, and that's why the tyre departed, going around the left-hander at Howells. We follow Scott Tate round. Not quite sure what's gone on with timing on the left side of the screen, because it's still showing Urban are in 10th. In the com box, we can see that Soko Select are now leading after that change. They're on 254 laps, so it will be with us shortly. It will update and has done so as they come through. Scott Tate, not saying he's taking a while to get into rhythm of things, but does clatter the curbs on exit of that D chicane. So we follow it now. The gap is 37 seconds, Zach, which is a lot less than what it would have been if they'd have had to have pitted without that full course yellow earlier on. So good strategy call, I think, there from Red Graphics. And certainly for the next few laps at least, Tate's going to have a minimal amount of traffic. Half a lap in front of him, though, there is a lot of traffic coming through. Now, Scott's going to come up. He's going to get past Bargain Racing here in the 291. In front of him, 2 carts battling, and in front of that, the driver in the black suit, orange helmet, racing in for the 39 cart, the I Won This Team, the entry that was won at the Teesside presentation this year in an auction. Isaac Duff currently in that cart. 2 weekends ago, last weekend, at Clay Pigeon, he secured the Junior Pro Kart British Sprint Championship, did Isaac Duff. So he is very much a driver in form, has won races here at Teesside in the Junior Pro Kart Championship, partnered with some youth and experience in that team. I don't think we've seen the experience just yet, Zach. I don't recall seeing that driver out, but Jared Fox-Whiteley and James Kell in that car. Alex Lynn started it, and later on, Stuart Lynn, Alex's dad, will be out in that cart now. Stuart's raced McLarens, he's raced Ginettas. I think he's got a Ginetta race suit on, actually, from when I saw him on earlier as Stuart Lynn. I think he's the only driver on their entry that I don't have kit list for, but he should be an easy spot. He's that foot taller than everybody else, and is the only one that is a fully grown adult. All the others are sort of mid-teenagers. So we'll keep an eye out for Stuart when he goes out later. Now, he's confident that he's got 1 lap pace. He was less confident when I was speaking to him about an hour and a half into the into that stint, but we'll see how he fares later on. Gap is 33 seconds now because Red Graphics, Scott Tate now into that rhythm. They're in that sort of low 114s, and whilst we've seen the 111s earlier on, before they were getting up to the proper lap traffic, there's not a lot now where there's not many laps where they're going to catch somebody not catch somebody, sorry, and they're just going to have a clear track. So they're going to have to work their way through things.
Yeah. Traffic management, as we've touched on, is so important when it comes to races like this. And again, it's going to be something that we touch on all the time. It's a busy circuit. You've got to be aware of your surroundings. You've got to pick your moments well, and that's something that you only really gain with experience. And those owner drivers, of course, it's their responsibility to lap safely. It was put very well. This is a higher cut race that you're allowed to be on track for, so don't be stupid and lap safely. You see it all the time in endurance racing, multi-class specifically, where you've got some classes of car that are a little bit quicker. It's on them to lap quickly, but also it's on the slower class to be predictable. A lot of them think it's a good idea to move off the racing line to let them through. Cool, you're being nice, but also you're being unpredictable. And sometimes it can actually be do more harm than good. I did just want to touch on the pace being set by our world record attempt at Racing for Ange, the number 4, Chris Pedlington, who, of course, don't get me wrong, is doing a fantastic job, but he is slightly off target for his 50 laps an hour. The pace that he's able to run is in the low 15s, and as things stand, that's going to give him 48 laps per hour, which is not what he needs at all, as there are more issues. Guess where? It's hairpin 1.
Yeah, it looks like that was the 789 AOR at a guess. We've got a warning for the 113 Corblimey Racing entry, who are still leading Hires. We've not had a lot of focus on Hires for the last half an hour or so, as we've just focused on just a little bit of chat and enjoying ourselves here in the commentary box. But Corblimey Racing do indeed lead that class from kartevents.be and Advantage by Contact Racing. The top 3 runners in our Hires are all in the elite class. Track limits in the number 20 kart team joining us from France, I believe. We've actually got 2 French drivers, a Tunisian and Sam Cunliffe, who is neither French nor Tunisian. He's from Britain.
Oh, the boring one then.
Yeah, he's a late replacement. Is Sam? I think he started the race for them. He's one of 2 drivers in this event who've got an Ayrton Senna-esque helmet.
I did notice that. Yes.
His is bright. His is the traditional yellow. And then for Lockwell Hill 1 later on, you'll see Owen Spears. He's got a gold version. Now, his middle name is Ayrton. Owen Ayrton Spears, so there is that. As is my son. His middle name is Ayrton.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Joshua Thomas Ayrton Sullivan. And he has his helmet when he races has got the Senna S on the top, but without Senna under it. It's just got a Senna signature on across the top of the Arai spoiler. So that's how we pay homage to, in my opinion, the greatest racing driver that's ever lived.
Didn't quite go to the same extent of painting the scheme on a plane, though. I think that top honours definitely goes to Brazil Airways or whoever it was that ended up doing that. That is a commitment.
Yeah, although I will caveat that by saying that I don't have a plane, or I may well have done. And I'm not going to break into Heathrow like Just Stop Oil and paint planes or anything silly like that.
You could.
I could.
You'd very quickly be arrested.
But I won't.
But you could. Worth it for the meme.
It seems like you're encouraging me.
Yeah, why not?
I don't need encouraging to do silly things.
Well, we'll see how we get on towards the end of the race when we're sleep deprived.
Talking of silly things, it looked like that could be Greg Barnard, who was squeezing a pro kart into a gap that was about a pro kart and 1 millimetre wide through the D chicane. There's so many Hires, isn't there? There's a driver stopped on the outside of hairpin 2, and then there's a lot of contact behind because other drivers' interpretation of slowing down under a yellow flag was clearly open to interpretation. They are going again. I think that could be the 222 all roads asphalt kart. I'll keep an eye on that when it comes back round. But there's, on this south bank at the moment, it is the all roads asphalt kart, but hopefully they're still in a very similar order when they come back round, because the west track must be empty because everybody's in front of us, Zach. They're all here.
I know.
Look at them all coming over the start line. the camera guy at the West Track must think that the race has been stopped because there's nobody up there. They're gonna come into shot in a minute. Hopefully we stay on this camera here because in about 10 seconds, maybe 15 or 20, the entire world of karts is going to appear down this back straight.
It's like that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where he's running away and he's waving.
Yeah,
and
look,
then he
here
gets
we go.
followed by just this.
Yeah, exactly. The Pied Piper was followed by less than what's coming down. And this is when I was saying, this was what was coming over the start line about 35 seconds ago. As you can see here, that's Team Keen going round the outside. Looks like Lennon French is back in that kart. Nice, easy spot. And yeah, we've got MS.BE. Now he's going to take the Kimi Räikkönen route, he's going to find that there's a tyre wall stopping him, just like Räikkönen did at Interlagos. And now he's getting out, and he's going to try. I think that's Nico de Koninck in that kart, and he's going to try and drag. He'd have been quicker to push the kart back to where he started from.
Oh, that is unfortunate. The kart's getting stuck as well.
Yeah, and I think he was trying to get it through because if he can push it to the end now...
It'd have been quicker just to push it back.
Yeah, it would. He's going to get in it and see whether the engine gives him the power. And he's bouncing to... Yep, thumbs up to the marshal. We do like that. And he's joined back on at the right side of the track so that he doesn't cut any of it out.
No sneaky shortcuts being taken then from the 443.
So did redeem himself a little bit. There was 2 higher karts off at the same time as well. Then de Koninck did have to take evasive action, so he wasn't the cause of the incident, but he was the cause of the post-incident excitement for us here in the commentary box. Well held, by the way, on that pen.
I know. I'm basically Spider-Man.
Yeah.
It's fine. But yeah, it's a shame for him because, again, the initial part wasn't his fault, but the decision-making thereafter wasn't great. Obviously, you're not really in control of your car on the grass, so he probably didn't mean to end up where he did because there wasn't really much else he could do. But in the end, it again didn't cause him a lot of. It did cause him a lot of issues. Of course, that 443 you might remember was the one with the bent side pod that was pointing up. They got the first meatball flag of the race, and then have since been able to repair it, but have since had black and white flags. They've had warnings, and they have now recently just had that small issue, which is pretty much what happens when you have 89 karts racing their way around Teesside with very slim margin for error and what was a very, very dense part of the race circuit in arguably the trickiest sequence of corners. You could probably make a case for maybe in the UK in terms of karting, definitely around this circuit at least, that the wiggles into hairpin 1 are always going to be tough. And then one small mistake, catching yourself out, and then as soon as you pick up dust on your tyres, as soon as you go off the tarmac, you are just a passenger.
Yeah, very much so, and we've seen it, many years. Luckily, it's dry. They're actually pitting is the 443 MS.BE kart, and I just want to have a quick look as to when the last time that happened. They lost nearly 45 seconds. They did a 1:58 lap, and they've been consistently in the sort of mid-16s, high 15s. Last pitted 191, and they're only 60 laps in then to a stint. So interesting to see whether that is on schedule, but I would suggest that's probably only 70 minutes in.
Yeah.
So I think they could be. I'd be interested to see that one as to whether it's just a fuel and driver change, or whether it's any damage caused, because the front looked clear, but as the kart spun in front of him, I think we could have had a clip in the rear. Change of driver in the 181. We've got Maximus Shields now in that kart for his first outing in the 181 kart. Looks like they're keeping a steady rotation because Jack Morris started it there. Blake Checkett's dropped in second in front of Sebastian Pereira. We saw Ronnie Smith in that kart last, then it's Max, and then I think we'd expect to see Thomas Braid in that kart at some point in the next 2 or 3 hours. But Max Shields from Weatherby, and we've got a kart off in front of him, and Shields has to take evasive action. Shields into the barrier on the outside. The kart's still facing forward. He's got his power down, but Shields with evasive action. He's only been in that kart for the best part of 15 minutes. That's definitely woke him up and got him back into the mood. Spin right in front of the 181 machine. I imagine he's on the radio requesting a change of undergarments when he comes back into pit lane in about an hour's time.
Yeah, that is the last thing you want if you're trying to jump in and acclimatise yourself to a very difficult race environment, especially the 181 in their battle with Team Keen. Of course, the 181 recently coming into the pit lane. Team Keen have got a while to go until they come their way back in. So the 181, that is, like I say, the worst way you want to go. It does wake you up, but that could have been very close to disaster. He was, if he hit the wall at sort of a slight degree inclination, more aggressive, again, it could have bent the steering column, could have bent the track end, could have been anything more, and it could have very quickly become a very big problem. Thankfully, he's been able to get away with it.
Got a yellow flag out at the at Howell, which means chances are we've got somebody off and stationary down at Rib. Nothing being picked up on this camera. I think it's because the tyre wall had been dislodged where Shields' kart had made contact with the rear, and we've got marshals down there. That's why we've just got marshals out of post. So that's why we've got the yellow flag as Shields goes down the inside at Barbecue Bend. And the good thing there with that, Zach, is that the contact he made was with the side pod and the rear wheel. His front didn't go into the wall. Luckily as well, the tyre wall there is quite soft. It dislodged the tyre rather than the tyre being in a heavy wall, and it didn't drag him in. So that's a bit of a saving grace there for Shields, and maybe that's the type of luck that you need in a race of this nature. Racing in that multi-class format that, for Shields at 181, like I say, he's only 15 years old, is Max Shields in that 181 kart. Fairly local to the track, Wetherby in West Yorkshire for Shields. Races here on a regular basis in the NRG Karting Sprint Series, does Max. And has been very, very good this last year or so. For me, borderline now an elite level driver for Max Shields, even at such a young age. And currently running in P5 behind that Team Keen kart. Lost him 6 seconds though. Did that incident on that previous lap. Having to take evasive action, but I'll take 6 seconds over maybe 6 laps.
Yeah, no, lesser of two evils, definitely. And it so easily could have gone wrong. And he's going to be lucky that it didn't, but now sort of grateful that he's been given this lifeline and make the most of this stint, because that's your aim as a driver. You jump in and you want to make the team in a better position than it was an hour and 15 minutes ago when you get back out of the car, or obviously 2.5 hours if you do a double stint or whatever it works out being. But he's going to try and chip away at that gap, close in, and effectively the bare minimum for that 181 is to be quicker than Team Keen, because they are slightly dislodged in terms of pit strategies, and at the bare minimum, even if you are half a lap apart, you can be quicker than them, which is a theme that at the moment Max Shields is settling into quite nicely, a 14.9 compared to a 15.8.
Yeah, he's settled back into the rhythm of things. I was just looking at the gap between the two leaders, MS SoCo Select and Red Graphics. Has sort of been anywhere between 33 and 39 seconds, depending on where they fit in the traffic.
Yeah.
In this race so far, and since the number 1 Red Graphics kart pitted under that full course yellow, what would have been around about 20 minutes now, which was caused by the MS Urban Blue kart's rear wheel departing from action at Howells. Just having a look back in, just looks like it was a fuel driver change. Nothing out of the ordinary for that 443 after that incident. So looks like we're all good on that machine. Should be back out. Haven't clocked it since, but then having said that, I haven't really been looking for it.
Yeah, that's true. So let's keep an eye out. see how it's doing, because the pace has been all right. There it is, actually, blitzing past our commentary box, and it looks all right. Again, battle scars, as these race karts will be. You said to me yesterday, expect these teams to put new sticker kits on the karts, and then within about 3 hours, them could be completely ruined. And I think that is a very beaten kart, is the MSB 443. P22 overall. They are just going to do some quick counting. Good luck to me. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th in class, and the gap to Scorchio. So 2 arguably front-running teams in terms of pace, on the back end and outside of the top 10 because of issues thus far in the first quarter of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Just back into some live chat as well. Denise Thomas saying good luck to Advantage by Contact. Well, they're doing all right. Are they still running second, Zach? Our ABC, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Denise may well be Adam Thomas's mum. I hope it's not his wife after I've just said it's his mum. We'll find out. I'm sure Denise will be back in touch in the live chat and let us know. But Adam, one of 6 drivers in that Advantage by Contact kart alongside Peter Stock with Henry Trina, who started the race, Harrison Pugh, Charlie Smith and Matthew Plum. Zach's just doing a sterling job of explaining in the live chat what the colours are. As in comes the second of the MS Urban karts, the 96 Pits with Cameron Bailey at the wheel of that kart. We'll see who returns to action in that 96 machine. Not sure he's going to double stack that one. I think we'll see a fresh steering wheel attendant in that kart in the next 5 or 6 minutes or so. So drivers run round Rib Bend. It's a very, very wide arcing corner. It looks from here like it's just a right-hand bend. It's more than a right-hand bend as we get kart going very, very wide on exit there. Looks like that was at number 23. If we've got a 23, that's what it looked like to me anyway. We don't have a 23, so it wasn't 23. But yeah, wide. It's not a. We walked the track, didn't we, on Friday? Zach? It's not a right-hand corner. It's almost there's tyres on the inside, so it's a bit of a blind bend. But it's more than just a 90-degree right. You going all the way around it. It just seems to go on forever and ever and ever. But it's so wide because it's part of the car track that we use here for testing round the perimeter. Of this track. So we use the D chicane, and then it heads off down to Rib and the mountain section, then we go all the way where we add our 2 back straights together. We don't do the wiggly bit in the middle, round South Bank and back up again for the car testing circuit. And that's why you're seeing huge drop-off on the outside, when karts go down it, because all the cars have been running off it, and for them it's not a big deal. It's probably a 2-inch drop.
Yeah.
But when you're doing a 2-inch drop on a wheel that's only 8 inches, it's 25% of your overall depth, and your chassis rail is only 1 inch off the floor anyway. So, yeah, not ideal if the teams get it slightly wrong. You can see the bumps on entry there to Rib Bend, where it gets its name from anyway.
Very punishing as a whole is Teesside. I said to you yesterday just how astonishingly difficult and physical the track looks because of all the bumps and oscillations, and also the undulation as well. Especially at the back end of the mounting section, it really is up and down like a roller coaster, and then the rest of it is just bumpy, little bits of bumps and nuances in the track surface that you've got to be aware of. And in go-karts, you feel every single one of them. There's no shock absorbers, there's no dampening, there's nothing that separates you. You are effectively sat on the floor and you feel every single scratch, bump, change that the kart feels. In a lot of ways, that's great. In a lot of other ways, if you go over a bump, you feel it very hard, and you come out with a sore backside after 2 hours in the kart.
You definitely do. That's the Tockwith kart running round the outside of one of our hires, and then he elects to go round the outside at Howells and drop down, and he goes wide. Gives the higher karts plenty of space. I think that's Jacob Kadani in that kart. Just making sure that things stay out of the way. They had an early issue with that kart with the fuel filler cap, but then It's run well ever since, so kart going well in the 78 machine at the moment, just trying to keep themselves out of trouble in that kart. Currently running in 3rd place in the in class at the moment in the owner club, the 3rd tier of our owner class, but going very, very well, and have got around about a lap's gap or so back to Alessia. So they're going all right. MS Urban Blue are back out and circulating after the issues they had earlier on, are now 12 laps behind the leaders, down to P20, having run up inside the top 8 earlier on. So we'll try and track their progress throughout and see whether they can get back up onto the tail of some of the other owner pro runners. SoCo Select still leading gaps, still in that sort of mid to late 30-second region. They will, however, be hoping, I imagine, for sometime soon for a full course yellow. Trying to figure out when they last pitted, Zach, because it was around about 175. No, 243. So they have pitted
recently.
In the last 25 laps or so. So still plenty, but they're a lot closer in terms of when they pitted to Red Graphics, who are they're about 20 laps in to their stint. So will be rather interesting now to see what happens, if we get a full course yellow further down the line. They're only 10 laps apart now in terms of pit window as to when they decide, if they decide they're going to pit at the same time, as to whether that too closes things up as well. There's just so many things go on at 24-hour races. In your mind, you try and play out what's going to happen and what strategies are going to happen, and you think, well, if I was in the seat now, I'd do this. Oh, contact down the back straight, one of the higher entries, and looks like the 58 of DWS, Steve Nichols, at the wheel of that kart, having a little bit of contact. There's Chris Pedlingham in the 4 as Teesside Tigers pit the number 1 kart in the higher kart class. Paul Watson will hand that kart over. He's in that one at the moment. And I'm going to try and pick out, there's a guy who's just gone over the curb hugely at the D chicane. And I want to know what number's on the front of that kart. Not because he's gone over the D chicane, but there's a driver who messaged me pre-race and went, I should be fairly easy to spot. I'm 6'7". And if it's the kart 45, it's definitely him. But when he came around past the commentary box, I was like, is he stood up in that? Because he's really, really tall. And by his height, I imagine 6 foot of him is from his waist upwards. He should pretty much be coming into shot from our commentary box in the next sort of 10 seconds and up towards the D chicane. I'll try and clock him. I think he's got a dark blue suit on. He's here. He's in the second one there. It's not the T. No, it's not. No, where is he? Where is he? I'm going to pick him out. When I said he should be an easy spot because he's tall, it's not thing. But I'm sure he was behind the 181 of Shields. He's gone through, so I'm expecting to try and pick him up shortly out of the back straight. Oh, we've got a slow move, stationary kart. That looks like that is that the 60 or the 69. Can't pick it out, but it's a higher entry, and we could have an FCY. I think it could be the 69 of Racing for Ron.
Yeah.
Yellow flags are out. So
full course yellow.
Full course yellow. FCY as that kart will need recovery. It's that driver there. He's in 789, so it's not the driver that told me he was 6'7". That was Christian Watcott. I'm sure it was 789 there that was going through, one of their drivers.
He had an off going into hairpin 3 on that previous lap.
Yes.
Because I did think he was rather tall, so I did look at him. But then you were still looking, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
And then I saw the same driver go off and backwards into the tyre wall into hairpin 3. It's very easy as a tall driver to be in a lot of pain in a go-kart because you're very exposed. I mean, you're exposed anyway. But when half of you is sticking above the seat and you've got a very high centre of gravity, you get thrown around quite a lot. So respect to the tall kings out there.
I'm just going to say, we're on the PA here. That is not full course yellow pace. Coming round Rib Bend to where an incident is. A lot of these teams are on radios, and there's a full course yellow board and there's lights and everything. They're all connected up, and that is full course yellow pace. That's a lot better. That's where we need to be at. When we've got a stationary kart on the racing line, we just need to be mindful that we'd all like to go home tomorrow in the same number of pieces that we came to this race meeting
Also
at.
ideal, yeah.
Because once again, if we don't,
And
it's really bad for morale. Look, now we've slowed down to the pace that we need to be at. So that's a lot better. Particularly when we've got marshals on track. So loads better. That's brilliant. Thank you very much, everybody. We are where we need to be when we've neutralised this race to allow the circuit staff to work safely and to keep everybody nice and safe here in this race environment. So much better, a lot happier. Let's see how it pans out post full course yellow. Let's see whether the gap to the lead goes out. Where's the 43? Where is the 1?
Be interesting to see if the 43 takes this opportunity to pit, because they came in on 242. It's now 278, so they're about halfway through their stint.
Yeah,
which means they shouldn't.
I don't think they will. The 1 is at the back of a train of carts here.
Yep.
And I don't know where the 43 is. I think they're probably half a lap behind. So I would expect them to be in the train coming down the back straight. And they indeed are. Ryan Cannon is there around about 5th or 6th in that train. So half a lap between them as it stands. I think that's where that's where it's at. Now we are green racing again. We are green on track. So we have recovered the racing for Ron Cart. I think the 69 entry from the bottom end of Rib. And we are back racing once again as we head towards the 25% mark of the 2024 running of the British 24-hour kart race here from Teesside Autodrome. We're 3 and 4 wide into the back chicanes. We always say generally safety cars breed safety cars is the saying in endurance racing, and it's the same here. Full course yellows breed full course yellows because it puts the field together. And exceeding track limits with a launch over the curb.
That was
on
the 1,
the left-hand
2, 3.
side. Yeah,
that was more in reaction, to be honest. There was a high cut that they were trying to go around the outside of into the D chicane. And the higher cut had a slight twitch to the left, which then prompted the 1, 2, 3 to do the same. Unfortunately, the margin of a line going into that D chicane does not allow you to have a small twitch to the left, and in doing so launch himself over the curb. I'm just trying to see as to which team that is for the 1, 2, 3. But it is very busy. You're right in saying that safety cars or full course yellows breed full course yellows because everyone's bunched up. You've got the owner cars trying to fight their way through some of the highs, and then you've got everyone trying to fight through everyone. A black flag coming in for the 111. That's the MSJSR machine. They're going to have to work their way into pit lane. They've done something drastically wrong. What is that for? Potentially, usually has been the theme of this race thus far, is for overtaking under the full course yellow. Is it for that? Is it something even naughtier?
No, it's for speeding in the pit lane. They came out back onto track under full course yellow at such a pace that they almost collected the recovery quad. So the 111 of MSJSR now we're going to have a look, because the field's so tightly packed together that I need to see where it is and what's should be heading towards us now in the next 10 or so seconds. Before that, I was looking at the 66 MS Scorchio kart, because he went into hairpin 1 and almost locked it up. He'd had a really good effort to stop it. Bartek Marecki is in the kart for in the 111 for MSJSR, and I think that's his first outing in the kart here this weekend in terms of for the race, rather than for he's already done a lot of practice. Most of the teams have been setting up on Tuesday and then tested Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and then they've done their practice this morning and for qualifying. But Bartek Marecki out in that kart in the 111. Picked up a black flag for the JSR entry. Let's see whether he... The problem that you have, Zach, when they're just after a full course yellow like that, with everybody being so close together, is, oh, we've got another full course yellow. Another FCY. Oh, and that's because we've got a car off at Rib Bend on the exit in the gravel. Driver being moved to safety out of the way. Recovery quad will be back out once again as Marecki goes past pit lane again. Was looking to his left. Now they definitely will have radio contact in that 111. And his team are down here right in front. Anyway, I think they're trying to wave him in because Dan Bugard's got the 111 board in front of him. So I think he is aware and confirms that is the case. So they're just trying to wave the driver in. There's the recovery quad just picking up.
Can the 111 serve their black flag under the full course yellow?
Yes, they can.
So that's ideal for them.
But he might not get round in enough time to do that. Now, quad's going to stay offline here just so that he can wait for some pace here, so a place there. Now he'll cross again off the racing line. And there's a fairly decent chance that in a minute he's either going to go down the back straight, which I think he will. Let's see if we can pick out a number on the back of that. Could be circuit breakers in the 369 car. I'm just going to have a quick look. We've got a timing screen to the left of us, and I think it goes orange if they haven't triggered the timing line. I think it's circuit breakers in the 369 who haven't triggered the timing line. Last time round. So we'll neutralise the race until that cart's recovered. It will be.
Or was it the 069 racing for Ron?
No, they had a problem. They were the cart that was stopped.
Oh, the previous one.
That was the first FCY.
So something about numbers ending in 69 isn't very nice thus far in the last 10 minutes.
They'd run out of fuel. We are green once again here at the 2024 British 24-hour kart race. And the full course yellow boards are turned round, and we are back to a live race circuit once again. So Benato pit with their beautiful livery once again this year. They always change their nose panel. I was a little bit disappointed. I won't tell Rob Chalmers too much, but it wasn't pink like last year's. Last year's was a beautiful Nauseo panel on the front, but this year they've gone for white, red and green, similar to the sort of Toyota Celica rally car from like Sega Rally. For those of you that have ever been into a good arcade. Still waiting for that 111 to have a quick look. Oh, he's been in, so it looks like the 111 has pitted for his penalty. As we follow them down the back straight. Good awareness again, the hires there, just keeping off line, and then the 43 Teesside Academy car just chopping across the bows of the 61 Alessia entry. Looks like we've got Pip Morris in that car. He's then helped round hairpin number 3 by RAF Spitfires. Matt McClure in that car at the moment. Now, we saw him here probably 4 or 5 years ago racing senior Rotax with Matt. He's gone off and done some circuit racing primarily up in Scotland. He races like the like Legends, you know, the sort of like half scale.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, so Matt races them, but great to see him back at the British 24-hour racing with the RAF Spitfires outfit.
It's chaotic Legends they are.
Yes, there's a lot like that.
Did you see the Brands Hatch Indy round by any chance?
No, it's a lot like the the minis.
Yeah,
but not like Mini Challenge, like the old Mini 7s.
Yeah, like
where,
Mr. Bean looking.
Yeah,
ones.
exactly.
Yeah.
Where they're just full of like loads of grip and a huge amount of ambition.
Yeah. And a lot of fun for the viewing experience, to say the least. Warnings for the 241 bargain racing. They're not going to be able to bargain their way out of that one. That is a straight slam dunk contact warning, which is a shame. But of course, a yellow flag being now thrown. There is an incident on the exit of the D chicane.
DWS of the 58, Steve Nichols in that car, and I believe there was a hire involved as well in that one. I was alerted to it once again by the eagle-eyed marshal to the right of the commentary box with his yellow flag, and we've got another one. That's
66,
the A66 Paul Swan in that cart, and he's shaking his head, and that normally suggests that that was a assistance-induced spin over start-finish for Paul Swan. 10 minutes ago, I got a message that said that they would that they were making good progress. Just going to check. It's higher 111 for that incident, I believe. JS Racing with a black flag. Scott Vowles has just taken 3 carts in one corner, whilst none of his wheels were on the floor. He's just gone straight over the curb on the inside of the dogleg. Right, let's keep an eye out on that 111 JS Racing entry and try and find out who's in that one at the moment. I don't think it's going to be Connor Botting. He did a lot of the early stints in that cart. White helmet, black suit. Josh Greaves is in that machine at the moment. And talking about somebody being in somewhere, we've had a change in the commentary box.
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello. But it was very unannounced. I know that you are due. I knew that you were due on, but yeah, I wasn't expecting you to just appear to my left when the last minute ago I was talking to Zach, and then I turned left, and it was like, well,
you were engrossed in the action, David.
There Tom was. So Zach will head off now for a well-earned break. His first 4 hours of the 2024 British 24-hour kart race comes to a close. I'm sure he's enjoyed it. He looks like he has. So we will just... And just having a quick look now, we've got Scott Tate going all the way around the outside of some of our higher runners there.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. Sorry about that, everybody. We're back.
So just getting...
There's your black flag. That's what a black flag looks like, people, from the back.
Yep, and there's the driver coming in to serve said black flag. So both of the 111s one in owners and one in hires, both getting a black flag
And
within 15 minutes.
Do you know what's more frustrating about them both having number 111?
No.
One is MSJSR,
Yeah.
and one is JS Racing.
Oh, okay. So all the J's. all the J's.
I believe the R in JSR is for racing, but I could be wrong.
Oh.
I've been wrong before.
No, it is. JSI, it's Jamie Stubbs.
Yes, so it's Jamie Stubbs Racing, and then you've got JS Racing.
Yes. Oh, track limit warnings are plenty. Go. To be once again, Tom, I think you mentioned it the last round. We're only a few numbers away there from a phone number.
Yes. It was live and kicking, wasn't it?
Wasn't it?
We were talking about live and kicking phone numbers. Hello everybody. Nice to be back. I've had a nice little 4 hours off. Back with David, of course, our usual commentary duo here at Teesside. It's been interesting being down in the pit lane. Well, it was for probably about an hour of those 4 hours. Just sort of catching up with people, how things are going, how the race is panning out for them. And reporting back in a 2 seconds TED style to the commentary box as to mechanical failures and things like that. So we have still got Soko Select leading from Red Graphics from Nexus Sport, which is pretty much how I left it 4 hours ago.
Yeah, just having a quick look, Tom. Someone in the live chat's asked how the 778 random racing car is doing. They're currently 66th overall, but they are comfortably in the top 5 or 6 in the higher rookie class, which is still being led by LPBRT. Test Tees and Wacky Racers are second and third. Then you've got Luckwell Hill 2, JK Racing, CBR 313, and then Armstrong Nard and Random Racing, who have just actually gained a place. They're up to 65th. Whereas Badger's Best dropped down. They pit out of what was 60th place at the time. They'll return back out onto track shortly in 67th place, I think, for that team. And Reese Williams, Tom, has asked which teams are racing for a good cause, as we've got Circuit Breakers round at hairpin number 1. So, yeah, we've got a few teams racing for good causes.
To say the least, a few.
Yes.
Race for Ruben.
Race for Ruben always sort of do the British 24-hour, and they race in memory of Ruben. Have a look at their team page on Facebook, Race for Ruben. Now they've won this race before actually as well. Have Race for Ruben. Probably not quite got the pace this year for issues earlier on in the race. Not quite sure what it was. I didn't see them in the pit lane, but they're currently down in 53rd
Good
overall.
Good speed though. 22.6 last time around.
Yeah.
Quicker than the leaders.
Yeah, I wonder who's in that car at the minute. I think it's just coming over start finish now with a green and black helmet in that kart for Race for Ruben. It's Zach Dawson, who we know well. Leads the novice championship here at Teesside in the sprints in the owner drivers. Does Zach Dawson. So,
well, certainly peddling the Race for Ruben kart round very well. Who else have we got? We've got Test Tees, that is, who are racing in, what's the best way to put it is?
Raising money for testicular
That's the
cancer,
word I was
Tom.
looking for.
Yes.
That's sorry. The phrase I was looking for was raising money for testicular cancer. Absolutely. Who else have we got? I think we've got Racing for Ron as well.
Yes. In fact, I got a message about them. I will find it.
And then, of course, we've got our world record attempt as well.
You fill for a bit.
Well, what we're going to do, actually, in around about 5 or 6 minutes' time, is we're going to bring you an interview that was conducted earlier in our schedule with Chris, who's attempted the world record. So we'll bring you that shortly, and then we'll give you a full update on his progress and everything else, and chat about the cause and everything like that once we played out that interview. So that's coming up very shortly, so keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, Racing for Ron, they're a charity team that I got a message earlier on just asking them to shout out. They're raising money for Bristol and Western Hospitals charity. They're racing in memory of Ron Scarrett. So they've raised over £1,200 so far. Armstrong Nard Racing are also racing for charity as well. They're doing it as Race for Dementia. We spoke to them during the Paddock show earlier on. So I'm having a Race for Ron. We just saw them earlier on. I think they're one of their drivers, Matty Scarrett-Jones. And obviously they're racing in memory of Ron Scarrett. So check out. Oh, there we go. We've got some smoke signals from Rib Bend. Somebody's gone wide.
Matthew Davies has said CBR 113 is a charity.
Oh, yes, they are, because every year Core Blimey Racing pick a different charity and raise money for that charity. We've interviewed them before here at the British 24 Hour. Memorably, one year it'd been sunny all day, and pretty much soon as somebody went action with the camera, it just started raining, and we just carried it on as we all just stood in the middle of the centre green. This year, they are raising money.
Oh, big crash down at hairpin 4.
And
I say it was a big crash. It looks like they've actually made it out okay.
3 and 4. We've got kart round and slow at 3, kart round and slow at 4. All the action at 3 and 4.
Yeah, so we had a cart off on the inside at hairpin 4 that got collected by another hire cart. But everybody seems to be up and running again now, bizarrely. Everything seems to be all okay. We've got yellow flag out over start finish.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. We've got a cart off on the outside. Oh, and Spitfires, Tom. RAF Spitfires, that looks like it's on the outside of dogleg, and he's gone through the tyres at hairpin 1.
Which could have come from the incidents that happened at hairpin 3 and 4. We've got a contact warning.
No. When I say he's gone through the tyres have been pushed outwards. He's gone straight on at 1.
He's come from hairpin 1.
That's got all the markings of a brake failure because of how hard he's gone through there, and he's basically gone in at the point of turning. That's got all the markings of a brake failure.
And we've gone
Tom.
full course yellow.
Yeah, FCY.
Unsurprisingly there. So while that one gets sorted out...
This will take a while as well because there's some barrier work to be done. We will keep an eye on that, and I think we are going to try and head towards our interview that we conducted earlier on in this race week here at Teesside Autodrome with the gentleman that Tom spoke about a few moments ago, Chris Pedlingham. So whilst we get the circuit back into a raceable shape, because the car A will have to be collected and B will need to put the tyre walls back together, we will have that interview, I think. Tom, there's the cart just being collected as the quad bounces its way to collection. Are we good to go with that interview? We are. So we're going to head towards the interview that we had with Chris. He's racing for the British Heart Foundation in memory as well of Angie Hutchinson. So please enjoy this one. It will mean a lot to us.
So I'm in the motorhome at the moment of Bobby Hutchinson, and I'm joined by Chris Pedlingham. Chris, also known as Pedals, we've known each other for a long time, is, I'm sure, out on track at the moment, going for a world record attempt for the furthest distance solo in a go-kart in 24 hours. The reason that this is taking place is in memory of the brilliant and wonderful Ange Hutchinson, who we lost earlier back end of last year, wasn't it now? A huge loss, owner and organiser of the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship, which a lot of the teams and drivers race in here, week in, week out. And of course Bobby is here this weekend as well, helping you out. Yeah. She's a huge loss to us all, as I don't need to point out to you.
No, exactly. I mean, she was basically the life of the party for the BPEC series, and has been ever since it started. Bobby and Ange have built that up from what was left of EPEC when they took over and built the grids up from 24, 30 karts we had at that point at sort of like the peak of EPEC to fully packed grids of 40 karts plus at every round we go to, and the atmosphere is what's key to it, and she was a real big part of that. You could always just go around the paddock and she'd be there smiling or laughing about something, and yeah, she's a big loss to the series, really.
She certainly is. Let me just pull that mic a little bit closer to
no
you, just so we can hear you fully. But yeah, as I said to Bobby earlier, you know, it's my first time back in with you guys in the sense of an endurance racing paddock, and I keep expecting her to just walk around the corner.
Yeah, it's tough. Everywhere you go, you kind of, I mean, 24 hours, years gone by, she's supported us by basically keeping us fed, watered, and good humoured as we go through.
Yeah.
So sort of coming to a 24 first one without her being here, I mean, it's a massive difference in how we're approaching it already.
Yeah.
For other reasons, but just her not being around. I mean, she'd always been here cooking some pasta or drinking a glass of rosé. It's just, yeah.
Much missed, very much missed. So we're doing this for her, in her memory, and trying to raise as much money for the British Heart Foundation. That's what you're here and doing it for.
It is,
really.
yeah.
And you were telling me earlier it's something that you and Ange had actually spoken about.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the last conversations I had with her in person was at end of year award ceremony. Have that every year at the Rico in Coventry, and go there and always have a catch up about everything we've done over the year and sort of reminisce about all the fun times and things. And every year it kind of comes up that said, well, when are you going to try and do it solo? Because it's always something I've spoken about doing for a number of years, but you know, it's like life gets in the way and there's other stuff that's going on, and you think, well, yeah, it's just, yeah, you can never get around to doing it. There's never a good time for it. And obviously, being one of the last conversations that we had, talking about doing it again, and it's something that has been running through my mind since she passed, and obviously speaking to Bobby about it at the funeral and everything else then, and having that conversation, and thought, yeah, let's do it in memory for her. It's Bobby's running the BPEC series as her legacy, and we're going to run this as her little tribute to her.
Brilliant. So moving on to the actual race, what kind of preparation has gone into this?
Well, unfortunately, being sort of like, normally I'd do a full season's worth of racing for the offline team. We've been doing that for many years, so I've always been kind of relatively kart fit. Obviously, this is a completely different type of challenge. So, unfortunately, that meant I had to take up this horrible thing called running, which is not something that's agreed with me on many levels.
It is a horrible thing, is running.
But, no, sort of building up like the basic fitness and taking advice from another couple of guys that have been helping me out a lot. I mean, I don't know, obviously Murray Adams has been doing lots of running for a charity for Alzheimer's over the winter.
Yes.
I think it's doing like, I'm trying to do 30 runs in 30 days, like 10k every 30
Yeah.
days in December, I think it was. And so I had a few conversations with him about how best to kind of go about it and get to a reasonable running pace, because it's not something I've taken seriously as running. It's been a casual fitness thing every now and again, but no, trying to build up to sort of like doing 5Ks 1 or 2 times a week, just trying to build myself up from there, starting off at 2, then 3, then 5, and then trying to get the times down to just build some cardio fitness up. It kind of helps a lot. I mean, it's one thing I've noticed from doing a couple of the 6 hours as well as part of the training is it seems easier having done all of that. So
that's what I was going to next move on to, is the training you've actually done in kart as well, because you've been running the normal BPEC 6-hour races that are normally 2 to 3 drivers.
Yeah.
You've been doing them solo in preparation.
I've been doing them with a team, SMJC, running as a team of 2 or 3 at a few of the events, just like general kart fitness. But what I've been doing to try and get more time in the kart is turn up for the test days a couple of days before. So I'll do a full day's testing on the Thursday, full day's testing on the Friday, whatever testing's on the Saturday, and then go and do the race with them on the Sunday. So getting a decent chunk of kart time every time I go anywhere, and Howard's been good enough to bring a kart along for me to do that at a number of series, and Bobby at others. So I've always had a chassis available to run around in and pound as many laps out as I can. So I've done a fair few laps coming up to this.
So you feel well prepped for it?
About as well prepped as you can be. I mean, it's difficult because probably the last run I had at GYG, last round we did at the BPEC, did the Saturday solo as a full 6 hour in preparation, and the Sunday solo as a full 6 hour, and they went okay. Obviously 2 different mentalities to approach those. Saturday I thought, well, I'll pace myself, see how far I can go and see how it ends up, see what the pace looks like, almost like attempting to do the record round there.
Yeah.
And that went okay. Wasn't any like major niggles on the Saturday. Obviously, having Sunday left, thinking, well, this is the last chance I'm going to be in a kart properly before I come over to here.
Yeah.
Went flat out with that just to basically find out what fell off first.
Try and break yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. Find out which bit was going to stop working, and then try and fix something on the kart to try and help prevent that. The other thing with it is GYG is a very challenging circuit and tough and completely different ways to Teesside.
Yeah.
Fewer bumps, but very undulating. Lots of quick turns towards the back end of the lap, and I think that's what took it out of me a bit around there. And obviously around here, having done a bit of testing this morning, it's felt quite nice and easy so far. So fingers crossed it'll keep feeling that.
Yeah,
as you
exactly.
Go on,
that's the idea, isn't it? So you've mentioned that Murray's helped you out a bit as well. Who else has helped you in the run up to this weekend?
Yeah, I mean the SMJC boys have been good in terms of like letting me run with them for the races. So I'm there every weekend to sort of keep myself race fit and running at sort of like flat out race pace as well. Bobby, like I say, he's always been there and has always been helping out with it, getting carts and things ready. Howard and the guys there at MS have been really helpful, sort of providing the cart and the chassis with us for this weekend.
Yep.
Bobby mechanicking it for us, RPM providing some engines for it. So yeah, it's been a real team effort, and also Teesside giving us the free entry to the event. I mean, it's a big old chunk of change that. So
yeah.
It's appreciated that all these people have contributed in their own little ways to help.
That was in the run up to the event. Who have we got helping you this weekend? Obviously we've got Bobby is here and he's running the effort essentially. You're doing the driving, he's running the cart for you.
Yeah, I've got the loud personality that is Tony Pogson, who's helping sort of keep things in check.
Chief strategist.
Exactly, yeah. He'll be in my ear whole sort of probably for the whole 24 hours. Knowing him, he's not one to put a microphone down lightly, so he'll be keeping motivated and keeping going. A couple of the offline boys are coming up as well. I've got Tom Murray coming up to give us some support on the Saturday. Mike Harris is coming up, a good friend of mine that I've worked with for a number of years and done a lot of work with recently. And he's coming up to support us as well. My dad and my brother are up, and trying to think, I think the whole Pogson family's coming up. So we've got Tony's dad and his brother. I'm sure I'm forgetting people as I go along, so apologies if I have.
But there's plenty. There's
so
going to be
people
plenty of
that have
support
helped.
here.
Yeah, exactly, and everybody else sort of out on track as well.
Yeah.
I've had so many people come up and wish me well, and hope we get on with it. And
I personally think you've got the best chance of anybody making it to 24 hours so far, of all the attempts that we've had over the years. I mean, the furthest anybody's made it so far has been 11 hours, I think, 11 hours-ish, give or take. So, you know, is that target one, or is it just we're not setting ourselves targets, we're just trying to get out there and go as long as we can?
Trying to aim to beat what everybody else has done before is not really a massive target. I haven't really put much thought into it. I think the main thing for us to try and get to that record pace, kind of like the key number we're sticking to at the moment, is if we do 50 laps every hour for 20 hours, that gets us to 1,000 laps. So that's kind of like, rather than having like a big broad stretch of 11 hours, you talk about 11 hours, it's a bloody long time.
Yeah.
So mentally it's going to be challenging to think, okay, I've only done 1 hour, I've got another 10 of these to go, or another 23 of these to go, and it will just destroy you mentally. So keeping it small chunks, I think, is the way to do it.
50 laps an hour is a good
50 laps an
target
hour,
as
get
well.
to that. I mean, it's going to be difficult because obviously that means you have to do like 1:15, but then that means it's only 20 hours. That gives us a 4-hour window of lots of little stops and breaks and rest stops for food and all that kind of stuff as well. So
that brings us on to the next thing as well, is what are you doing about food? Are you little and often? Are you feeding every time you stop? Are you I take it a stint's going to be sort of an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes, something like that, and then you're going to fuel up the cart, fuel up yourself, or are you just taking a bigger break every 6-7 hours? And
the way I ran it at GYG is probably like I was trying to test out how best to fuel myself with that one. So obviously the approach I had there was do one full stint, take some fluids on board, whether it's like an electrolyte drink or something like that, just to get some water in, go for another around 45 minutes, and then have one of those carb/protein gels to keep you going, the cycling gels, that kind of thing. So do that, alternate between like water stop, carb energy gel, another water stop, and then that will eventually get me to like a 6-hour chunk doing the 3 stops in between, roughly, and then have like a decent meal then, because one thing I found towards the end of the 6 hours of GYG is my stomach starts cramping after 6 hours. You need something more solid in there than.
Yeah, you're not the first one who's experienced that.
No,
definitely.
exactly, and it's good to try and keep on top of that and not let it get too bad. So essentially, I'll do the water stop, the gel stop, another water stop, and then possibly take on a load of pasta and cheese and see how it
it's
goes.
huge amounts of carbs, chocolate bars and things like that.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And cakes. And so what we'd say is as well, anybody who's in the paddock and has got cakes kicking about or chocolate bars and things like that, you know, I think somebody's going to need them here.
Donuts will be gratefully accepted.
Yes, exactly. Donuts are great. So probably final couple of questions then. What's obviously the kart itself is standard BPEC spec, the same as everybody else is going to be running out there, but you've made some little tweaks to it just to make it a little bit more comfortable. So just walk us through quickly what you've done with that.
Yeah, I mean, essentially it's very similar to what we're running. I mean, we're running full BPEC regs, so we're not running overweight. Running underweight. We're not running with any special engines. It's exactly as it should be. Trying to keep the approach as honest as we can. I mean, there's no point doing it and having like a false win by running 10 kilos under, which I could do, or running bigger engines on there, which again we could do because I'm in a separate class, even running with BPEC regs. So we're keeping it as close to regulations as we can, and modification wise there's not really a lot different about it. I mean, there's more padding in the seat.
That's what I was trying to get
at.
Yeah,
a lot of that is just trying to...
Got a GoPro on there.
Yeah, GoPro on there to film the attempt, so part of the world record conditions is it has to have 24 hours worth of footage, so some poor soul's got to try and look through 24 hours of GoPro staring at a race helmet, which is going to be fun for them. So other than that, battery packs on there to keep that going. That's going to be the other thing, because obviously trying to have no interruptions in the footage is the main thing. The less faffing around we have to do, take time out of the attempt, the better. But I think we're planning on doing as many tyre stops as we're allowed as well, so we'll probably run 3 different sets of tyres. Normally in competitive conditions, with the offline boys, we've dabbled with either doing 1 or 2 stops with those and going for long runs for that. But with this, I think by the time we get to the 12-hour mark, the chance of me doing hour-and-a-half stints probably slim to none. So I'll drop it down to like hours, just have that 50-lap marker in my head. Go out, do an hour, come back in for a little break, another hour, and cycle it that way.
Yeah. So and by that point anyway, you should be a fair way ahead anyway.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, yeah. I mean, with the weather, I think we have been very fortunate with it. It's going to be sunny, it's going to be dry, and hopefully not too hot. That's going to be the other thing. But,
so how can people donate?
Well, we've got a Just Giving page, which is justgiving.com/racing-for-Ange, which is the main way of doing it. That'll probably pop up on the video feed as we go through the race. All donations are going to the British Heart Foundation. It's the charity Bobby has chosen to support as a result of entering this. And then there's obviously going to be a bucket wandering around the place, big red bucket. If it's not walking around the paddock doing the rounds, it'll either be up at the awning at the end of the pit lane or the awning sort of like just outside the chicken coop where all the carts are kept. So it's like camper van on the road corner. Around the back of there's a big 4-Ange banner just above the awning. So pop in there and I'm sure someone will take your money and put it in a bucket.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and for anybody watching on the stream as well, we'll make sure that link is up there. And if you can support Chris and his attempts in any way that you can, it would be hugely appreciated. So thank you very much for taking the time to talk to me and for getting the word out there.
Yeah, thank you, and hopefully we'll get it done.
Fingers crossed. Let's break a record.
Yeah, let's go.
It was a pretty emotional interview, pretty probably the best way to put it is just it was emotional. Ange, of course, a huge part of not just the racing family, but big part of the Teesside family. She worked in and around this paddock for nearly 20 years. Moved up from London to be here and continue working here as well. A huge loss to us all. So what I'm going to do now is try and walk you viewers through how you can donate to the cause, and I'm going to do it live on camera. We've got a commentary box camera which we're going to try and cut to so you can see us in the box, and I'm going to do it live. Here
There we are.
Look, there's me, look. Right, so you're going to go to justgiving.com /page/racing-for-Ange, or you can just go to justgiving.com and you can just search Racing for Ange, and it should come up with a page that looks like that.
In the live chat as well, Tom, I've put the link. It should work. It's on the TSK-Media 01 link. So you should be able to click that and it will take you straight to it. Now, Tom's going to donate live.
I'm going to donate, and I'm going to send £10 just because that's what we're going to do at the moment, because I've got a feeling we're going to do this several times through the thing. But I'm just going to show you how to do it. So you come up with it will come up with your message. Do you want to add a message? And I'm just going to put in there, good luck, pedals, keep going. So there we go, look. That's what it's going to look like. And then you press continue, pop your details in, if you haven't ever done so before. I have, but for some reason it hasn't remembered me. And pop your details in, and that's it. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely.
We'll see that go through. But yeah, a hugely important cause. Well, not just for the British Heart Foundation, of course, but of course hugely important to the Teesside family here. Ange being a huge loss. I actually made an error in that interview as well. I said that it was December or back end of last year when we lost Ange, and it wasn't actually. It was February when we lost Ange, right at the start of February.
Yeah,
Bobby's here giving all the support he can to Pedals Ange's husband Bobby, who's in the photo there as well. Extremely hard and emotional for him every weekend to go racing without her.
My reaction there was because Pedals was going through that D chicane, Tom, like he was racing to win this race, and obviously he's not. He's racing to try and get to 984 laps, which will break the Guinness World Record for the furthest distance travelled by an individual in a 24-hour race. The kart that he's racing, a pro kart, is the stable of the British 24-hour kart race, but also for the BPEC Endurance Series, which really, Tom, let's be honest, modern BPEC was Angie Hutchinson.
It was, and even still is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very much still is. As I said, Bobby finds it extremely hard to go and do these events, but he feels that it's the way of carrying on Angie's legacy, and hugely important to all of us. That legacy is. Sorry. Are we on?
We are. Well, we would be if you...
Sorry. I can't hear myself. That's why.
Just picking up, Tom, I just muted my audio because we've had a black flag for the 96. Third place, MS Urban Pink in the pro class for overtaking under yellow flags. That's the 96 MS Urban Pink out of third place in Owner Pro for an OTY.
But yes, just going back to that, the link is, as I said, on YouTube in the comments. You can click that link and it should take you directly there. If not, just go to justgiving.com and search Racing for Ange, A-N-G-E. And that will bring it up. Anything that you can spare will be hugely important to the cause, and it will drive, quite literally, Pedals on in his world record attempt. You know, the more that we can raise, the more it's going to spur him on to keep going, and then the more we can raise, the more it's going to spur him on.
At the front, Tom, MS SoCo Select and Red Graphics are split by a 10.5. After 6.5 hours of racing, they fly through the screen there at the bottom, and they'll head out onto the Bob Pope Straight. They'll head out onto and then up towards back into shot for us.
And here they come into hairpin 1. Is it still Scott Tate behind the wheel of that? It is.
It is, and it's Crossley.
It's Dan Crossley, yeah. Not wearing the pink lid anymore.
No.
The pink link has disappeared.
Look, there is still a little bit on it, but it's more white and purpley.
I think that's
now.
the third helmet I've known him having.
It's all about fashion, and it's a fashion contest.
It's all these Isle of Man drivers, you see.
Yes.
Trying to one-up each other. So they cross the start-finish line quite literally nose to tail. The number one pushing Cup 43 of MS SoCo Select across the line as they go and start another lap. Still in the very low 114s, as our Nexus Sport. Max Plant stuck in a 113.1 that time around. Quickest by a second, quicker than anybody else on circuit.
Yeah, Max Shields is in that, Tom, and he was very, very lucky to escape from an incident earlier on.
I heard you shouting about this, but I couldn't hear what was going on because I was right next to the track.
Walk
me through it.
Hirecart spun in front of Max on the exit of Rib Bend, and Max then had to take to the grass and take evasive action at Rib Bend and go all the way around the outside. So there was an issue for Max Shields. At Rib Bend. So, he clipped the wall on the outside and shot the tyres out onto the track. Was very lucky not to go in the front end, because if he'd gone in the front end, he'd have properly damaged that car. MS SoCo Select, Tom, pitted 15 laps or so ago.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think Red have been in.
For a while.
And
so we think it's potentially that they are a pit stop behind.
I think SoCo Select pitted under that last full course. The one that could. There was two full course yellows. There was
one was during
in the middle of the interview
as well.
Yes.
Yeah, because we had the 789 of AOR went straight on at hairpin 1 in a similar way to, I think that's Apex
Twin round at hairpin 1 as well.
Or it might be cartwheels. They've got similar NASA
Yes,
Bigfoot panels.
do.
I think it's cartwheels. Cartwheels with a K. For all you pun happy people out there. What?
Yeah, I was having a quick look at the notes to see who that may well be. And before that, the original full course yellow was 121, the RAF Spitfires kart. They did have, as we expected, a brake failure. They'd had contact with another kart coming through the wiggles, and as the kart had gone up and over one of the curbs, it had ripped the brake line away. And then when the driver has gone to apply the pressure to the brake at hairpin number 1, he's found that it hasn't done anything.
No.
And as expected, he'd gone on. Nexus Sport, Tom, who are third, albeit a lap down, are on the tail of SoCo Select and Red Graphics, and the three leaders are in the same order as they head up towards the hairpin number 1. Crossley down the inside of another one of the owners, and behind their Nexus Sport, I think that could well be Greg Barnard in that car. I'll confirm it when he comes over start-finish. But he's going to get chopped off there potentially by a higher down the inside. He does leave plenty of space nicely for them to come through, Tom, but they're making their way through the traffic. And Scott Tate just allowing Dan Crossley to create the opening for him, and then slots back in nicely behind. So the 43 doing all the hard yards at the moment, is just in front of them. The 9 of Newmarket Hornets takes a huge chunk of curb, and the leaders give him an extra half a kart width to ensure that they can move through safely. Now a quick look at the live chat once again, Tom.
Yeah, we've had RPM Racing have said that they've just donated a couple of quid to the Pedlingham and Racing for Ange cause.
That is Riley Matthews, who races junior pro kart here.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, well, thank you, Riley, very much indeed. And thank you for your donation. Whatever anybody can spare is hugely, hugely appreciated.
And the reason that I clocked it was Riley Matthews is that earlier on he said thank you for borrowing an engine off me at the last sprint round. So thank you for that. We really do appreciate it. Paul Botting has been on, Connor Botting's dad, I believe, just saying, come on, MSJSR, and then saying good luck, and then also cheering on the Core Blimey lads. Didn't say anything. Oh, no, when he says JSR, he means JS Racing, not MSJSR.
Which are both running 1-1-1.
Yeah, exactly. Not. Oh,
they've not thought this through, have they?
They keep us on our tippy toes.
Yeah. Please do keep your comments coming in, as we've said many, many times, but we do appreciate it. They keep us going. We've got a car off here on the entry into hairpin 1, but has now got back underway again. Pulled over to the left-hand side of the car, jumped out. I think he restarted an engine and then got going again. As I've said before, if you are watching and you do want to get in touch with us, you can join us virtually here in the commentary box by leaving a comment on YouTube. You can leave a comment. If you aren't able to leave a comment, it means that you have not subscribed to the channel. If you do subscribe to the channel, click that button, and about 5 minutes later, you can virtually join us here in the commentary box. Please do like the stream as well if you want, but the biggest thing I can ask of everybody to do is please share our stream. If you're watching and you're enjoying our coverage, you're loving it here, the sun is shining, the carts are singing, please just click the share button and stick it somewhere. Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat.
We're at 90 likes on the stream.
Okay.
That needs to be 100.
Well, we've got 267 people watching right now.
Yeah.
So of those 267...
177 of you have let us down. Take yourself outside, have a word with yourself, come back and press me that like button.
Yes, but if you could share the stream, that would be a huge, huge help for us, because all of the views make this thing viable in the first place. Thank you very much for joining us. Soko Select and Red Graphics now separated by a whopping 0.7 of a second, and right behind them on the track, Nexus Sport. So we've got our front three now nose to tail on circuit as they head through hairpin 3 and into hairpin 4. They are nose to tail. They are separated by a lap, David. Don't panic.
And we've got driver off there. I know that they're nose to tail because I spoke about it for about 10 minutes.
No, I meant
but on track about 10 minutes ago. Said that we're all together.
All three of them?
Yeah, because I said I thought it was Greg Barnard in the 17 for Nexus Sport.
Okay, maybe I missed that part then. I must have been just giving at the time.
You could well have been just giving, or you could have just been falling asleep. You're probably bored of my voice. We work together at least once a month.
Never get bored of your voice.
Commentary husband and wife, as in you're my wife now, Dave, because I'm called David. Hello, Dave. Just having a quick look, Tom. The link that we shared for Racing for Ange in the last hour, or primarily in the last since the interview went out. Peter O'Connor, amazing work, pedals. He's donated, Tom. Gone big as well, Peter O'Connor. He's gone 75. Team USA, and if that's the same Team USA that raced here last year, David Spears and the outfit that came over, that's a great effort as well. He's donated. Phoenix Racing Team, they've donated. Good luck on the world record attempt, as has some guy called Tom Butterworth, although I've never really heard of him.
No one has.
No, and Riley Matthews as well. So thank you very much. The man, the myth, the legend that is Tom Butterworth.
That's the one. But yes, I was having to faff about with the Just Giving in the end. But yeah, got there in the end. And that won't be my only donation as well. I just wanted to show you guys how to do it. We will keep it going, and I'm sure we'll do several more donations through the evening and we'll walk people through it again. It is hugely important to all of the Teesside family here that we can all raise as much money as possible for the British Heart Foundation. Bobby has said he's going to have a think about coming in. obviously, there is absolutely no pressure from us whatsoever.
Yes.
If he wants to come in, of course, we will more than welcome him here. And if he doesn't, that's completely and totally understandable as well. All we're trying to do is raise as much money for a brilliant, brilliant cause.
We are
as
hoping
we
to have
can.
some people come into the commentary box
We are.
throughout. We've tried to arrange a few. Hopefully, don't want to spoil things, but hopefully we'll have Josh Thompson in at some point.
He's assured me he's coming in after his next stint,
Yeah,
which
he's
will be
a-
around about 8-ish.
How do we describe him? A professional esports driver?
He's a professional pretend car driver.
I think I described it better, but
He drives pretend cars
Yeah.
really, really well.
Red Graphics are in. Scott Tate boxing the #1 machine out of second place. Who they were right behind MS SoCo Select.
On schedule though.
Yep. So on schedule for Red Graphics, they'll probably drop a lap onto the same lap now as Nexus Sport, as SoCo Select. Now, they're generally a pit affected for a lap's been around about a minute, so they should get out, Tom, I think, on the same lead lap as SoCo Select. And then we'll see how things pan out after that. Gary Pickard's been. I've seen him. He's been at the track this morning. He's now back at home in Halifax. He runs.
Is he back in his armchair?
He is. The karting armchair. The
karting
only
armchair.
experts that can sit in.
Yes.
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 He'll be in his armchair, I'm sure. Being an expert
Of karting. Yes. Who else have we arranged to come in that we've discussed? I've mentioned it to a few people. I was just like, yeah, just come in. Probably when it's dark and it's night time and, we're just having a little bit of fun. It'd be great.
We've got Williams Esports. They're coming in as well. They're also drivers of pretend cars. They're coming in at some point to have a chat with us.
And I think, hopefully, I'll get a chance that I think Connor Botting might be popping in. It would be great for me to have a chat with him if
Does he
possible.
also drive pretend cars?
No, he drives karts.
Karts only?
Yes, I believe so. Oh, no, I'm sure he does.
Well, let's find out when we interview him, shall we?
So there was a there was a note on one of them. I don't know. And yeah, apparently he's a WSL GT3 sim racer. We've got a theme, haven't we?
Whistler?
Yeah, Whistler. We've got a theme.
What's WSL?
And I think I played Colin McRae Rally once.
I've done a bit of Gran Turismo in my time.
Here we go. We've got an update from Zach. He races IMB WSL GT3 sim racer for Prime Motorsport, the same team that he's raced for in BPEC.
IMB WSL GT3. Right.
It's a
pick
good.
the bones out of that, people.
I can tell you, Tom. It's a good score on Scrabble.
It's definitely. Triple word score at the very least. And yeah, so we've got some sim racers coming in to have a chat with us. I'm sure there'll be some proper racers coming in to have a chat with us at some point as well. I'm joking, of course. I joke that they are pretend cars, but of course they are far better at driving pretend cars than I ever will be. So I am making light of it, of course.
Right.
He's paid to drive these pixels around.
Scott Tate is going to double stack that #1. Tom, he's back out on track. He's had some fuel. One thing I noted earlier as well, Team Keen, the 115, they had a brake pad change. Easily doable now in this day and age of quick release brake pad systems. They just whip an R-clip out and pull the pads out on a bar and then drop it back in. We've had a spin, have we?
Orange helmet.
That looks like that could be one of the Le Petit Bouchon teams again, Tom.
Blue Bigfoot?
Yeah. Is it blue or is it black? Let's have a quick look. If it's
blue.
Yeah, it could be.
It's dark.
It could be TR. Either way,
is it Williams? Is it the Williams?
Let's just wait till it gets to us.
All right, let's not speculate.
We're trying
Do you know what I'm
we're
loving
trying
here?
too hard.
There's a gentleman here in the Swiss Hutler suit that's coming through here, and he's clearly super old school.
24. It is LBPT, Tom.
I bow down to your superior knowledge.
Excellent.
However,
I know me onions.
The gentleman who's going round, he is proper old school karter. Not only is he wearing a Swiss Hutler suit, which
I'm not familiar with it. Educate me.
Massive props for Swiss Hutler suit.
Which is what? Educate me.
Proper old chassis maker.
Quality.
Back in the, I think, Jicker days, maybe.
Oh.
There's a few of them racing F100,
Yeah.
let's put it that way. And also, because he's so old school and such a rebel, he's also not bothered with a tinted visor. So every time he comes over start-finish line, he puts his hand over the top of his helmet, like he's trying to shade his eyes.
Someone get that man a big cap.
Definitely. He needs, but he doesn't need to change it when it gets dark. That's the bonus.
No, whereas everybody else will in the next 4 hours.
I'm going to get the number and I'm going to give that man a shout out. I saw him in the paddock earlier wearing the Swiss Hutler suit and I was like, I like him already.
Right. Yeah, let's pick that number out, Tom,
Here
as
he
it comes through.
Look, here he goes with the hand over the front of the helmet again. Is it 969?
It's our friends from Cheshire.
Oh, is it?
It is. I think it's Adam Armstrong.
Okay.
In that cart. Based on the fact that it says he's got a red suit and a white helmet.
Yeah, that'll be the one then.
That's him, innit?
Yeah.
Grabex are in 303. The amalgamated team, Grabex 303. We've had Grabex Motorsport and we've had 303 Racing. This year they merged together to create Grabex 303.
Yes, and we haven't spoken about why they're 303 yet, have we, this year?
No, but we will have to because it's the law.
It is the law. 303, the 303 that comes from Grabex 303, they used to run as 303 Racing or Team 303, but always as 303 because they were primarily made up of Polish drivers. And Squadron 303, or 303 Squadron, should I say, in the Second World War, was an RAF squadron made up of Polish pilots and Polish, I believe, aircraft as well. Certainly maintained and utilised here in Britain. And in fact, there comes the 969. He's had enough of shading his eyes. He said, the sun's getting too low now, chaps. Coming in. But 303 squadron based here in Britain during the Second World War, all made up of Polish pilots and air crew, and I believe they flew Polish aircraft, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But that's why they took it, and that's why they do it.
Yeah, they've got I think they've got 5 out of 6 of their drivers are Polish, Tom, for this British 24-hour. Michael Grabowski, Grev Pavlik, Tomasz Mishua. Then we've got Philippe. They just call him Phil because nobody can pronounce his first name, and he's called Filipiak. Nico Darville, he's the non-Polish entry, and then our friend Slavek.
Yes.
Slavek Piskorz. Tom, I might have to ask you to take your headset off.
Okay.
So that you can give it.
I need a good reason, David. I don't just give it up. You know that.
It's because ABC, IGK, WSL, GT3, and all the other letters driver Connor Botting has arrived in the commentary box. Why have you bought your headset as if like you can talk to your team mid-race? Give that to Tom. He can do your strategy. Fire
that guy in front.
Good. There we go. We've got a headset on. Mr. Botting, hi, how are we?
I'm all right, how are you?
Yeah, I'm very, very good. Now, let's talk about the on-track action so far. How's the team doing? And then you can tell me why you were stopped down there trying to start your engine earlier on.
James Biggs qualified us P10, which was P2 in the higher pro class. And I was meant to be opening with a double. About half an hour into my second stint, one of the engines conked out. And I thought it'd be worth stopping to try and refire it up. But the spark plug was out, and I had a bit of a telling off from Nigel Moore. But so then I had to do another stint on top of that, so I ended up doing the first 4 hours.
So you've basically done 2.5 stints.
Yeah.
What a hero. And you'll not be the last driver here this weekend to be told off by Nigel Moore, the resident professional racing driver here at Teesside. And generally, you just nod and just bow to his superior knowledge and things like that. Race so far seems to be going okay for you guys overall. Yeah, you had that problem, but let's have a quick look where you are. You're currently 3rd in class and inside the top 10 overall in what is a mammoth higher field at 63 deep. it's a tough race, though, isn't it? You know, like I was on commentary earlier on when Zach was on rather than Tom, and almost all the karts were either at one end of the track, and then we put it on the camera over there, and they would literally just kart after kart after kart coming at it. So it's like one kart every 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, it's a very busy track, especially at night. You know, there's always someone there as well. You're never on the bit of track on your own. We also had a black flag as well, and ever since that, Josh has been the fastest person on track in Hires for us. So, yeah.
So when are you due back, or have they broke you for a while?
James is doing a double after Josh finishes.
There we are. There's the commentary box camera. So I'm the one talking, and he's the one not talking yet.
Yeah, so James is out for a double after Josh finishes in about half an hour, and then I'm back out for a double because we're only a team of 3. We're trying to just do doubles.
Yeah, what happened to Dodworth?
Dodworth, if you're watching, Jack, he has a wedding to pay for, which also I have a wedding to pay for, and I've turned that around in 3 months. So come on, Jack.
We're going to add him to the list, which is named the Luke Tomlinson list of pathetic excuses why they're not here this weekend. Or he is here, but he's not racing.
Yeah.
So we'll add that to the list of excuses. I spoke to you a month or so ago about coming and having a chat with us, and you said, "Yeah, I want to."
Yeah.
And you know, we had a little bit of a talk about it. And I was like, you know, you're like, "Would you be able to say something for me?" And I was like, "I think I can go one better. I think it would be better if we have you say it and you come in the com box." So, you know, I appreciate that it might be a little bit emotional.
Yeah.
But, you know, let's give it a whirl. We'll see where we go. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, and we'll try and keep it as light as we possibly can.
Well, he's probably watching. Hopefully he's watching. Either that or he's having a power nap. But unfortunately, my number one fan, my dad, who has been at every T-side since 2020, was given a terminal diagnosis in July. So I just want to give him a massive shout-out because he's devastated he's not here, and he's going to do everything in his power to come back next year, and he is my number one fan. So, hi, Dad.
He's done this race recently, hasn't he? You know, he did it. Was it last year or the year before? He gave it a whirl. You know, so that was great to see him here. You know, hopefully, you said it's terminal, but hopefully he can be here next year. It'd be wonderful if he is.
Oh yeah.
I'm guessing that's why you're turning things around a little bit quick.
Yes.
Yeah, wonderful, and hopefully, you know, this time next year. We get to meet Mrs. Botting.
Yes, she was here last year, did an amazing job at comms in the middle of the night, so she was fantastic, and hopefully my old man will be here, not as part of a team, thank God, because they ended up recruiting every straggler they found in the paddock to race with them 2 years ago. So
it was great because there was guys like ex-racing lads, and it was like I was like, so and so's out in the botting cart or something. And it's like, what are they doing? It was just trying to get them to the checkered flag, wasn't it? It was
even Tom Foxy Red Photography went in as well. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic! It's brilliant. It's a brilliant event though, and the most important thing this year is that it's dry.
Yes,
it's dry so far. You know, I wasn't so keen when I opened the curtains this morning, having already put shorts on, having looked at the weather last night, going, yeah, it's going to be fine. And then opened it, and it was like, Tom, it's wet, it's raining. What are we doing? Why do we keep doing this to ourselves? But hopefully things go okay for you, mate. Absolute pleasure having you in the box.
David.
Really, really appreciate it. We're going to get Tom back in.
Excellent.
Because we pay him to talk, so we can't let him off for too long, because then we might have to retrain him. He's back.
Hello.
Here we go then.
Well, that was nice to have Connor in with us, wasn't it?
It really, really was, mate. You know, having Connor in the commentary box, an absolute pleasure having him in. He spoke to me about a month ago and just said, look, would you be able to say something for me? And I'm like, look, mate, the door's open, and it's great that we are able to have sort of an open door policy to an extent. You know, we want to speak to people, we want to have interesting stories. I think we could. I think we could have still been on the combox camera then, but we're not now. Loads of love coming in the live chat as well, actually, for either Connor or his dad. We've got Mason Barker, Connor White, just basically, you know, just giving them a shout out. Also, Martin's just said SKA Racing are doing really well in their first attempt at an owner-driver entry in the British 24-hour. And yes, they're second, 11th overall in owner clubman, or owner club.
That's because they've just pitted a few laps ago. I think Josh Mercer's just got out of that one.
Yes. Now, I've joked with Mercer all weekend.
As have I.
That he's not that quick.
Oh, I haven't joked about that.
No.
I've just had jokes with Josh Mercer all weekend. Because he's a good egg.
And the point, and the thing with that is that
Tuckwith coming full four-wheel drift right in front of the commentary box.
Yeah, as Greg Barnard found his way through the gap. And the reason that I've been having that sort of amusement with Josh Mercer along those lines is because it's 100% tongue-in-cheek. It's like, you going, yeah, he is, he's a good driver, but in the same way that at the last round, I find that it's more motivational, Tom. At the last round, I told Lennon French that he was the 7th best driver in a 6-driver team.
Yes.
And then he went out and scored his first podium of the season.
Yeah.
In the
So
pro class.
you're claiming that this is all you're doing, are you? The SKA Racing being second in class at the moment, but probably net leading. I need to check when 36 Motorsport last pitted. I think they're net leading the class. Yeah, they are, because 36 hours.
I am available for motivational speaking. Bargain Racing are off on the outside of hairpin number 1. And I don't know whether he's got a problem because he's going. Oh, he's just found the tarmac. No, he's getting out. He's got a problem, Tom. Bargain Racing in the 214 cart.
He's lost his left engine because he's just about to restart it.
Tom, by lost it, he doesn't mean like halfway down the back straight or anything.
It's
stopped
cut
working.
off. And he's going again. I don't know what he did because he didn't start it. I didn't see him pull it. I
think he did, but now he's going to be taken a little bit by surprise as Scott Tate pops himself round.
It's around about half a lap difference between those two at the moment. It looks like Nexus have now got in front of SoCo Select in that train that were running together, the front 3. I'm trying to see where they are on track. Should be coming around in a moment. Where's Nexus? Oh, somebody's ringing.
I'm going to just shout out, they've both had a bit of issues in the last half an hour, but MS Urban, both pink and blue, as a team, have just gone all in on the donations. Yeah, that is brilliant from them. Thank you very much, guys. Jay Elliott's donated as well. That's fantastic.
That is extremely generous. Thank you to MS Urban.
Overall, we're up
and blue.
to £1,626 now for pedals, and that is fantastic. Lap-wise, Tom, he's at 309.
Yep.
And I'm just going to have a quick look at roughly where he needs to be. In an hour's time,
he was aiming for 50 laps an hour, wasn't he? That was a rough goal, was 50 laps an hour.
At 33.3% of the race, 8 hours.
Yes.
A third of that is 328. He's already on 309, and he's got an hour. So he's going to be well in front of his lap delta at the 1/3 mark. I'll be done on comms in the next hour or so, I think. So I'm going to head and have a quick chat with the team down there and just see how he's feeling. I'll probably wait until their next pit stop and just give him a bit of a thumbs up and
I'd just like to
bit
point
of
that
encouragement
out as well. We are 7 hours into a race, and he hasn't yet stopped for a break.
Well, technically he had the puncture, didn't he? And then just used it.
Stop for a break. I think he went for a wee, maybe.
Yeah, and I think he'll have taken on fluid.
He did
and I
take
think
on some fluid,
eating little and often.
But
like
what I mean is, he hasn't had like a 10-minute or 20-minute or whatever.
That's because I don't think Pogson will let him, mate. He's a slave driver. Anthony Pogson, he's a slave driver. He wants the
Poggy, you'll know how you'll notice
wants-
this isn't me saying
He
this.
wants the laps in the no. He wants the laps in the bank, mate. That's what he wants. The laps in the bank early. It's easy. You don't want to be chasing laps. You want them in the bank.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot like.
So to be ahead of schedule. He's got an hour to do. What did we say? So 17 laps.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. So we are well ahead of schedule at the moment, but he's got to maintain this pace, and we're not going to be a huge amount ahead of it at the moment. However, if we can get sort of 20 laps ahead of it, 25, something like that, by the end of this hour, then, of course, times that by 3, you've got 75 laps in the bank.
Yes, absolutely. Just getting confirmation of some change issues earlier. The 4, the 9, and the 116. That's advantage by contact. They've been in the garage, Tom. Hence why they are now third by a few laps as well in the higher class, in the higher elite class, and a 7th overall in that class. So we've got an issues then for advantage by contact. They've got the pace to catch it up, of course. I think we've had a driver change. We've not really spoke about Kart Events Belgium recently, have we?
No, but they were leading.
They're second at the minute.
Yes.
in hires.
They're
but
off schedule with CBR and ABC. ABC have now dropped down as well. Several places. Have they had an issue that we've?
Yeah, I
missed?
just said they've been in the garage, mate. They had some problems. They've been in garage.
But what for?
Oh, I don't know. They've just said they've been in garage. It's in our little WhatsApp group.
116 in garage
Yeah.
at 6:50. So that was 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. So I'm just going to have a quick look on timing, see how much they actually lost. That have done a lap time that would have been represented. 4 minutes and 37. So they've lost around 3.5 minutes, and probably around about 3 laps or so for advantage by contact.
Just been updated by Zach as well down in the in the pits to say that Seaver is in for Kart Events Belgium. Okay, Ewan O'Leary has let us know that for the 116, they threw out some sort of box from the engineer area. It didn't take long, and they all disappeared.
That's the best way.
I
get it fixed,
airbox
and disappear.
Air filter. Cover?
Possibly, yeah. We saw one of the owners this morning in qualifying.
Lost an air filter.
Yeah, the box came off the top, and then they should have another wing nut underneath. The filter departed as well. I think, if I remember correctly, it was the 66 of MS Scorchio that had that problem.
So CBR 113 leading in hires and the higher elite class as well. And yeah, there's around about 3/4 of a lap then back to Kart Events Belgium. Just waiting for them to come over the line. It'll be about 20 seconds or so, and they will trigger what the actual gap is in timing.
In the meantime, we've had a change for the leading owner pro team in 4th place. Max Plant, Thomas Braid taking over the wheel of that from Max Shield. And we've got a yellow at hairpin 1 because we've got a car off behind the barrier, similar to what to what MSBE did earlier on. So waved yellow at hairpin 1, trying to pick out a number on it. It's 31. It's Armstrong Nild Racing in the 31. He's gone off and tried to do what the owner team did earlier on and go all the way around the outside, but probably not quite got the power. I think it could be Johnny Freer in that kart right now, Tom, and he's just rejoined on the track as a kart behind him didn't see him rejoining, albeit under a waved yellow flag, which means that you should be prepared to stop if necessary. So
just back onto Kart Events Belgium, they're about 1 minute 10 seconds behind Corblimey Racing 113 at the moment. So they are, crucially for them, they are still on the same lap, although they're off schedule, I believe, for fuel stops. Then you've got Track Limits, who are the higher clubman leader.
That's the cart that went off, and I don't know whether he's got a problem, when he comes round.
I think he's on one engine.
Yeah, I think so.
31.
He's going to pit. Armstrong Nile Racing pit with a problem. Cart off on the outside of hairpin 1. Zoe Tyler's been on just saying, can we have a shout out for teams 121 and 122?
Is that Wacky Races?
No, that'll be our owner class. That'll be your RAF
the
teams,
RAF
Spitfires
teams.
and Vulcans.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll give them a shout out. We spoke to them, both of them as well, in the pre-show of this event, which was great. Luke Tomlinson has taken a little bit of umbrage to me calling the book of excuses for drivers not being here at the British 24-hour, not racing, the Luke Tomlinson book of excuses, because he's buying a house. But he is here, he is watching and says he's enjoying the race, which is great, and he does kind of wish that he was out. Probably in the next 2 hours, Tom, sort of dusk, as the sun begins to set over the west track. It will then rise up on the far end, which causes a problem early morning for those drivers that have gone out with clear visors because they're not allowed tints, as it comes up directly above our South Bank camera here, and you're coming down 2 straights, mainly the first one because you're encased in with the trees and you basically emerge out of a shadow into huge amount of daylight. It takes you time to adjust, and by the time you've adjusted, the wiggles are there. So
you're already through the wiggles, pretty much, yeah. So Luke Tomlinson said he's not racing because he's buying a house.
Yes.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Right, well, that's not really much of an excuse. What, is it going to affect his credit rating, is it?
No, well, that's exactly why it's called the Luke Tomlinson Book of Excuses.
Turn to page 213 of the book.
Although, having said that, I don't want to go too far with it, because obviously he's buying it with his partner Georgina, and she's also here.
This is me rifling through the Book of Excuses.
It's very big.
It is.
Tomorrow, when it's warm, we'll use it to wedge the door open.
Right-hand side there, blue car. Is that MS Urban Blue?
Coming through?
No, it's one of the RAF
it is
carts.
one of the RAF
travelling
carts.
very slowly through hairpin 4.
Yeah,
121, that was. It's probably our fault. It's the RAF Spitfires. That's probably our fault for mentioning.
Yeah, Craig Palmer in that one. Normally they race under CP Motorsport. Car off at the D chicane. Looks a lot Pip Morrissey, that, Tom. He's got an MS suit and a white helmet in a higher car. Could well be Pip Morris still for Teesside Academy. They were running second in class. We'll keep an eye out to see whether that is still the case when they come round next time.
Henry Treen has been in touch and said the square thing that was lobbed out from the engine was an exhaust. So ABC 116 had an exhaust come off about 15 laps ago. They lost about 4 minutes in the
Do you know why it was lobbed?
Because it was
proper hot.
Well hot.
It was proper hot.
It's no H's in that. It's just well hot, mate. Yeah. Normally, if I'd have had that in my hand, my voice would have been up about 3 octaves.
Yeah. At Le Mans, when we did it a month ago, there was an exhaust rag, and it was basically there for picking up the hot bit.
Yeah.
Do you know
there's normally many swears come out from the mechanics when they pick up
that looked like a yellow flag at rib. I just caught the corner of a waved yellow, and I don't know whether that's the case. We'll see if we can pick it up. Tom, what I would like you to do, if that's all right, please, is pick up your owner-driver notes. Because we split them between the owners and the hires.
Hold on while I just lift up the Book of Excuses and move it out the way.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Right.
Because if we had them all stapled together. Cart round at hairpin 4, facing the wrong way. So we'll just wait. He's got enough room there, I think, to get that cart rotated, and indeed does.
I've got my owner-driver notes at the ready.
Right, we've got 3 elite teams here at this year's British 24-hour race, but we've got drivers in other carts. There's your yellow at rib, and you can see it waved above. So we're just going to wait for another cart. We're going to see what the issue is, because I can't see a cart there, Tom.
It's still out as well.
Yeah, I can't see if we've got a cart, and there's nothing at the mountain, so it looks like it could be clear now, unless there's debris somewhere and someone's gone to collect something. We'll keep an eye out on it.
Okay.
Whilst we discuss what we're going to discuss. Now, there's a lot of drivers that are, for me, probably elite level drivers that are in pro teams because a whole team's not elite. So,
yes,
you know, they're guesting, so to speak, in this pro class.
Yeah.
Football season started yesterday. The Premier League starts next week, and fantasy football is massive in this country. So
are we doing this bit now?
We're doing this bit now.
Okay.
Let's have a quick look through your drivers that aren't in teams that you think could be elite drivers. That you'd pick if you were. You can't have anybody that's already in an elite team. But if you were Christian Horner, if you were James Vowles, you know, whoever's running Ferrari this week, who would you be picking? That's the problem. There's a cart being pushed back up pit lane.
Oh, it's gone the wrong way up pit lane.
Because, well, he's got a problem.
Well,
it's quicker it's quicker to get. Now, we've got a pit lane camera, but I don't think we're going to get to it anywhere near quick enough before that cart disappears down into the abyss.
Was it an owner?
I don't know. I only caught it because it's up there, Tom, on the camera, so that's where we're at. So I haven't managed to pick it up at all. But yeah, if you were having to create Elite Team 4, who are you picking out of our pro and club runners? Who do you think could step into the fold?
Well, it's a tough one, isn't it?
Admittedly, it's subjective, and someone later on is going to go, "Why did you miss me out? I can't believe you missed me."
I
can't believe you missed me out.
And I don't kind of want to throw people under buses or anything like that. Tough one. I'm having a look through the. Let's start with. Well, you start us off. Come on, because you've thought about this for a few days. You start us off.
Well, I think the obvious one will be Bugard. He's raced elite before, hasn't he? He's an obvious choice. Obviously, it wasn't elite move. It wasn't an elite move on lap 1. That was a less than elite move.
No,
elite whopper. When I was speaking to him, he did not. He did not have the
What
face.
we're trying to work out, I think, more than put a fantasy team together, is who's dropped down into pro that we think are.
Yeah, what they've done, they've taken an available seat, haven't they? Because there isn't a full team to go at.
Yeah.
Maybe drivers that have come, let's say, out of retirement this year after taking a sabbatical. Jack Morris.
Teesside Stig?
Yeah, definitely an elite level driver. Raced in the 42 last year here at Teesside.
Max Shields.
Shields is for a lad who's 15 is well above the curve.
Yes.
For me, in terms of a driver,
and we're big fans of his as well. Lennon French as well, a young driver.
Yeah.
Would you put him up there in the elite class?
I think he might need a year, but I think he's definitely on the right trajectory for it. Particularly for Lennon French. Who else are we looking at?
Monroe Renard.
Yeah, doesn't do a lot of pro karting, I think, but with a bit of time. George Ludwell's come on no end as well. Let's give him some credit because last year he won the novice championship here in the owner sprint series here at Teesside.
Got Jack Grinsell,
but also he won the final at the last round outright as a pro runner.
Yes.
He won the outright final to George Ludwell, the first driver to do that since Gracie Mitchell, I think, round 2 of 2022. ETL have got some good drivers as well, haven't they? You've just pointed out.
Yeah, you've got James Marshall in there as well, James Aldridge, Alan Lowes, Harry Nottage, of course, and Costa is in there. The Greek god of speed, of course.
Can't off at Hep in one with
in a cloud of smoke.
Dust. Yeah, dust.
Dust? Look like smoke.
Yeah.
So you've got Costa in there, the Greek god of speed, who's actually out on track at the moment, I think, as well, for them.
Easy spot, that car. It's like a turquoisey colour. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Who else have we got? Seb Pereira as well. Thomas Braid.
They race Super Pro in BPEC.
What we're saying is there's plenty of drivers that could well form a team that would.
Yeah.
And then of course you've got TTM3, you've got Mark Tate, you've got
exactly.
Brandon Jennings,
Before that,
you've got David Brewis.
You've got Jack Grinstall doesn't do a lot of sprints anymore, but has raced elite level with MSJSR in the last couple of years.
Got Jacob Cardani and Arthur Lowthian in Clubman. Of course, very quick drivers in their own rights, normally racing two-stroke. Lots and lots of names that could potentially form elite squads. As the 722 has had a little trip around, it looks like. Hairpin 1.
Yeah, just into the live chat, Martin Webster saying it's typical the 1 year that they missed doing the British 24, it's not raining. No, it's been
apart from this morning, it's been glorious.
This morning it was a bit wet. Since then, my bald head's got a bit of warmth to it. So yeah, all good on that front. The weather is nice. Catherine Potter's been in touch saying, "Come on, top with what a drive back to P4 after having to pit early." Tom. They were the only team I couldn't find out really what their problem was until about 4 hours afterwards, and it was that the fuel cap came off on lap 1 and had to pit to replace.
Couple of shout outs for there's pedals on screen now. That's your that's the world record attempt for 20. I'm going to get this right one time I announce it. It's the longest distance solo in a go-kart in 24 hours. That's the record. Thanks. Sorry, it takes me about 3 attempts, but I'll get there in the end. So he just sweeps in front of the commentary box, and we say goodbye to him for another lap. Right, so...
But he has just made up a place as well. He's up to 22nd overall.
He is indeed. Now, so, speaking of people making up places, EDPKT, the English Deaf Pro Kart team, as they are now, Pro Kart team, moving from the higher class over the last few years, have invested in their own machinery and have gone Pro Kart owner racing.
Running on the Haas chassis.
And they were really, really struggling in the early stages of this. I believe they were last or near last.
Yeah, they had a bent track rod, then they were back in a few laps later with an issue as well.
Lots of mechanical issues. But huge shout out to them, because since they've gone back out, they've got their heads down, they have just gone about their business quietly, picked their way not only through the higher karts, but unlapping themselves with the higher karts multiple times, unlapping themselves, and they're now past all of the higher karts and up into 24th place overall. So huge, huge respect and appreciation for that effort. To get themselves all the way up to 24th overall is massive. And also, a few people recovering from earlier incidents. First of all, we'll focus on the other owner kart that's had a lot of issues, which is the Boneheads, and they are, I believe, in the pits again at the moment. Can't see for how long, but they are in the pits again as it stands at the moment. However, they've climbed their way up to 83rd. It might be dropping, in fact it was 82nd, but they might be dropping back down again now, having been in the pits. So that's been sort of no end of issues for the number 200 Boneheads, but they are still circulating. And a final proper shout out for Race for Ruben, the 95 kart that's in 43rd place. They were near last at one point, and they are currently 8 laps off the lead, the overall lead. In the higher class, but they have again been picking their way through, quietly going about their business, and they have climbed around about 40 places.
That's what happened to Boneheads. That's a complete failure of your Kelgate. The Kelgate being the brake.
Yes.
The stoppy bit.
Yes. What are these bits?
Well, they're the bits that shouldn't be like that.
No, I gathered that, but I'm trying to figure out what actual part of it is.
It's a floating brake.
So that basically it's a floating brake disc. So they sit above. They hold the disc and the caliper sort of in place over the axle, rather than having it the brake caliper, Tom, attached to the chassis in the same way. Okay,
Right.
so normally you'd think, okay, well, you'd have it bolted to the side of a bearing carrier. You don't on a floating tailgate. It goes off on two arms up the top, so that's basically what it was.
Right. Okay. So the arms are kaput,
So-
and therefore the brake is kaput.
Yeah. So they had that bearing issue earlier on, and now they've had a brake issue. Hence why they are back in the pits, Tom, at the moment. So they're updating me live. Clearly, they've got enough hands on deck because Stuart Gardner is messaging me to tell me what's wrong with it.
Okay.
Unless you're hitting it with one hand and texting me with the other.
Yeah, there was something else that I was going to bring to your attention as well, and I've lost my train of thought now that we've been talking about brakes. And I can't even see what it is. Never mind. I'm sure it'll come back to me at some point. Oh!
It's come back to you, hasn't it?
No, but
Oh.
something else has that we need to mention. Hashtag cake chat.
Cake chat. Oh, we've got a warning for 066. I think that's A66. Who are one of our most localist teams, because they're based like literally
100 yards away.
Yeah, about 100 yards away behind the trees.
Yes, in fact, the trees that you're looking at there on the right-hand side of the shot, yeah, about 100 yards to the right of the shot.
behind the right-hand side of that shot is the A66.
If you can hear us on the screen, David's broken out the Haribo. But I was going to bring to your attention...
They've already been broken out, because even Kat was tucking into them earlier.
No, I meant on the stream. We haven't broken them out on stream yet. However, hashtag cake chat.
Oh yeah.
I have. You had. What did you have earlier?
I had lemon cheesecake from the cafe. It was sensational.
Okay.
They make the cheesecake ready to go, and then you just choose your topping.
And you had a lemon syrup. Delightful.
It was the perfect accompaniment to my chili chips.
Do you know what I had?
I'd left before then, and you hadn't bought.
I had, and I brought it into the commentary box. I had cinnamon bun loaf cake.
Ooh.
Honestly, it's a good thing that the mics were off at the time I was eating it, because people would think I would be what Jeremy Clarkson would call having a crisis.
Zach's still in the commentary box. What are you tucking into? Mac and cheese, I think.
Mac and cheese? Oh, and he's got a cinnamon bun loaf cake. In fact, let's see if we can get it on camera, on the commentary box camera. Where we're going to interrupt his mac and cheese. Here's Zach. Hang on. That. If I could get my orientation right.
There he is.
That's Zach. That's David. That's not. And there is, get it up close to the so you can see the frosting and everything on it.
If it breaks, though, I'm going to
That
catch it.
is cinnamon bun loaf cake. And it's, honestly, it's ridiculous.
Here are our Haribos, what we're tucking into.
Yeah, don't be taking them away from me.
I'm
I'm only just getting started.
Don't be showing them. We'll have a queue at the door.
Also, we have received bribes.
Oh, loads.
I don't think you can see them. Oh, you can see them on camera.
Yeah.
So we've had bribes from TRX Racing.
Paul
Big
White,
shout out.
Race for Ruben.
Paul White, Race for Ruben. We've had Team Bonato dropped us off some muffins. We've had Cole Clark Racing dropped us off some donuts.
Yeah, and Armstrong Nard Racing have sent us on some pick and mix from Pick Me Eat Me. That's where they're from. Pick Me Eat Me.
Pick Me Eat Me.
Yep.
Ooh, okay.
So they look superb.
They do. Some flying saucers in there as well, which I
there
love.
is. I might hide them and take them home for my children.
You will have to fight me for them. Final thing as well that I didn't mention, but I've just remembered, is that for all the people who are here in the paddock, because of course we're out on the circuit PA as well, but all the people who are in the paddock, if any of you are able to donate anything at all to the British Heart Foundation to support pedals in his world record attempt, there is a bucket going around the paddock, big red bucket with a big white lid, and you can just chuck some money in there, whatever change you've got in your pocket, anything like that. Anything that you can spare is hugely appreciated, and that's just for anybody at the track as well.
Absolutely. Just drop your wallet in hole.
Yeah.
That's fine. Don't even take your cards out of it. We'll scan them for you. It's fine. We'll send you your driver's license back in the post as a thank you.
But whatever you can spare is hugely appreciated. If you do want to donate and you can't find them, they are right at, and this is going to sound confusing, they're at the top of the bottom paddock. So where the dummy grid is, if you walk down to the lower paddock, they're right at the top there. There's Bobby's Motorhome is the first thing that you come to, and then next to that is the awning, and they're in there. It's got a big sign outside it that says for Ange. You can't miss it. If you can go to them and donate anything that you can spare, it would be hugely appreciated, and it will only help motivate Pedals even further.
He's going well at the moment, Tom. Emma Butterworth's been on. I don't know if you know her.
Never heard of her.
No. Into the live chat. She says, Haribo Hearts for the win. Bring me home some cinnamon bun loaf cake.
Not a chance. I'll have eaten it by then.
Where Emma says Haribo Hearts for the win, if you have a favourite confectionery to tuck into whilst watching the British 24-hour race, you probably had your tea by now. It's 7:30. Let us know what you've been tucking into. I'm currently tucking into the Haribos that look like a key.
I'm quite literally bagsying all of the purple crocodiles.
All the ones with the white bits on the back.
Just the purple crocodiles. The purple crocodiles in the Tangfastics are the best ones, but they're so rare that you don't get a lot of them in there. So you have to get them first before anybody else does, and then you work your way around the rest.
They're like shinies in your Panini sticker book.
Exactly like that.
Rare.
Yes. No. They're like not just club shinies. They're like Messi or Ronaldo kind of levels of rarity.
I've put 2 in one, and it's caused all sorts of carnage with me ability to talk.
Yeah, but I mean that's what we do. We're doing our night shift now. This is what it's normally like at about 2 o'clock in the morning.
If you think this is carnage, folks, you wait until we're on the midnight till when are we together? 2 till 4.
Are we 2 till 4
2
in the
till
morning?
4 in the morning.
Wow. Strap in and hold tight, folks.
We are way past the watershed. In the same way that driver's way past the apex of hairpin 1.
Yeah.
He's gone off there. Rachel Mallard's been in touch. She is from English Deaf Karting. She said the issues at the start of the race. They ended up with the second issue was a bent steering column. But huge thanks to Apollo, who are next door to them, Tom, in the paddock. They're not running together with EDKPT. Running on a hash chassis, but Apollo, who were next door, helped them out and helped change that steering column in a decent amount of time and get them back out on track. So that's a great effort from them.
I'm just checking the weather for later in the race.
Yes.
And I would like to say that according to the Bubka weather,
yes,
which is BBC weather, because we're not trusting the one that's accurate because it isn't, as was proven a couple of weeks ago, if you joined us on the stream then. The BBC weather is saying now 0% chance of rain between now and the end of the race. Now 0%, I mean that's confident for this area, isn't it?
It is. It's got a little bit tight there on entry into the D chicane. Alec Mallard now in the 36-Motorsport entry, which is leading the club class in 9th overall. They've got a 1-lap advantage over SKA Racing, and Mallard clearly wanting it to keep it that way as he scythes through some hires at the D. Oh, in the same way, Scott Tate whacking the exit curb there. And it is very tough, Tom. If a cart goes in front of you and he goes offline, naturally you follow the line and then you find that there's a big curb in front of you.
Wow!
What?
That's my James Brown impression.
Oh.
Because Josh Mercer's been in touch to say that James Brown is out in the 67
Is he?
SKA Racing.
How's James feeling, Tom?
He's feeling good.
He's feeling good, is he?
He's feeling super good.
Super good.
That's a whole different song. But yeah, he's James Brown is out at the moment. He's the godfather of karting. Hardest working man in karting. Yeah, shout out to him. But the reason I was looking at the weather, there is method to my madness, because we had an overall lap record set earlier on today, which was a 1:11.713 on brand new tyres in the owner class for Nexus Sport, set by Asher Blythe.
Yes.
The reason I was looking at the weather is because I wanted to see what the temperatures were going to be like during the night for when they strap on the fresh rubber.
Well, they'll probably do it, first of all, about 8 o'clock.
At night?
Yeah, and then again...
So in about 25 minutes?
Yeah, but the main thing is, at about 1 o'clock in the morning, 2-ish, when it's a lot cooler, the motors don't half go a bit quicker down that back straight.
And with although the wind has calmed significantly from what it was like this morning, yeah, you're going to get a good tow down there. You're going to get plenty of waft, and you're going to be on good tyres as well. And I'm wondering, I wanted to see whether we could speculate as to whether that lap record will be further broken here this weekend. There has been talk that because there's been a change of tyres, that the hire carts are now running, a change of brand for this weekend and possibly Le Mans. I wasn't really paying attention to what brand we were running at Le Mans, but there has been talk that the track this morning was in pretty much peak condition because there was a lot of rubber had gone down. And what's happening is that this particular brand of tyres isn't really matching with the Dunlops that they run in the owners. So what's happening is the Dunlops are laying lots of rubber down, and the hire carts are then
picking it all back up
literally
again.
picking it up and running it on their tyres, which is why we're seeing quick times in the hire carts, because they've now got stickier tyres.
Do you know who could have, if we've got a lot of tyre pickup, do you know who could have done with a lap round the Teesside circuit? George Russell. He could have done with a couple of laps around here to pick up some additional rubber on his tyres.
Yes, he could. We've got a slow owner cart coming into hairpin 4.
Yeah, we had a...
Is that Tockwith? Possibly? No, it's fluorescent yellow and blue. So it could be one of about 3.
That's
it's the 24.
EDKPT, yeah.
So they had a bit of an off at hairpin 4.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, and a contact warning to go with it.
Yeah. Again, I will add that in that 36 car, Alec Mallard is driving it like he's in second place chasing down the leader.
Yes.
And he's not. He's in the lead by a lap, but he is carving through. And he's another driver, Tom. He's just... Every time we've seen him here, we see him at the British 24-hour every year. And he gets better and better and better.
You can't see me, folks, but I'm nodding in the commentary box in full agreement. There's not many things that David and I fully agree on, but that's definitely one.
No, that and that I am the more handsome of the two of us.
Well, we definitely argue over that one.
We've had our first one in of what they've had for tea or what they're enjoying. Jaden Lyford's been on saying a cup of tea and a chocolate digestive. Chocolate digestive is one of the best biscuits going, up there with the Bourbon. They're my two favourites. Do we agree, Tom?
Not on the Bourbon side of things.
Bourbons are brilliant. They're just solid and robust, and you can and you can put them in. Oh, that is an owner facing the wrong way.
DWS?
No, that's Team Keen.
It is Team Keen, but they came together with this one here with the 1.8
Barrier 108. Barrier, and he almost ended up in the Barrier.
Well, Team Keen did. And a contact warning they picked up as well.
Yes,
for their troubles.
Keen. Trying to try and figure out who's in it at the moment for Team Keen. Could be Will Jones.
Yes, could be. So what you've got on the left side of your screen is how many laps they have currently completed. So MS Soko Select leading the way.
Slow-moving kart, Tom, down the back straight. Sorry here, Tom, we've got the number 6 of Badger's Best. They've got a problem. His arm is up, and he's going to move off the racing line now. He will be back in the pit lane. What piqued your interest with you? Ooh.
Well, we haven't done a rundown.
We haven't. We were going to, but then we got sidetracked with something.
As we usually do.
Martin Joyce has been in touch of SMJC.
Martin,
He's
where are you?
He's the J.
Where are you watching from, Martin?
In SMJC.
And why are you not here this weekend? But yes, Martin Joyce, no doubt he will slow down and take some breaks, but he's got 6.5 hours in hand at the current rate. Martin Joyce has worked out. So, yeah, we're keeping track on Pedal's progress, definitely. We've got a warning gone out for second place, Red Graphics as well. So let's give you a rundown of, rather than do the full order, we'll give you the top 3 in class. Is that a better idea, since we're a bit behind?
Yeah,
so
you do the owners, and then I'll prep for the hires.
Okay. So owner elite, of course, there's only 3 in the class anyway, and they're 1, 2, and 3 overall in the race as well. So Soco Select leading by, on our timing, a lap from Red Graphics, from Nexus Sport, who are 17.3 seconds behind them. Then we've got Max Plant, who are 4th overall and leading the second of our owner classes, the Pro class. 5th overall, 2nd in Owner Pro is Team Keen, and 6th overall, 3rd in Owner Pro is MS Urban Pink. Then we go down to 9th place overall, and the first of our Owner Clubman class, which is 36 Motorsport, and I believe they're off schedule with 11th overall, 2nd in Owner Clubman SKA Racing. So the 2 of them to and fro through the pit stop cycle. So we're literally going to need to wait to the end of the race.
Sorry, Tom.
To figure that out.
MS.BE onto the grass at hairpin number 1 and rejoining.
Okay, and then 3rd in Owner Clubman is Rethink Racing International, the 104. Finally, sorry, just because he's in a class of 1,
he is.
The world record attempt by Pedals is he's on 339 laps, 25 laps off the lead, but by our reckoning and our maths, he's currently quite a way in front of schedule, so he's got some time in hand at the moment.
I think he's, at the minute, I think he's about 25 minutes up. Personally,
which he's exactly where he needs to be.
He's got to do 984 laps basically. So at 1/3 race distance, he's got to be, I think, about 124 laps or something like that. He's well in front at the moment, but again, needs to get them in the bank. And as long as Pogson keeps driving him, then I think he'll be okay. At the moment, just tucking in behind the team take cart there as well, so that will help. Into our higher class then. Core Blimey Racing, the elite team, run overall leaders, last year's champions, defending their crown, are 26th overall, first in class in the higher elites. Kartevents.be and Advantage by Contact are 2nd and 3rd. Kartevents.be only 8 seconds behind the overall leaders at nearly the 8-hour mark. In higher pro, the second Core Blimey entry, the 213, is leading from a very strong Lockwell Hill 1 outfit. They are 1 minute and 11 behind, so they'll pretty much be with them on track. But they're a lap down. JS Racing, the 3-driver team that we spoke to earlier on, one of which was Connor Botting, they are 3rd in that class. In the club class, for our highest track limits, the French team racing under the tricolour lead that class from Teesside Academy and the 30 of Dr. Vapes. And then we go down to our rookies, our first-timers, the more novice drivers for our higher kart class. Les Petits Bouchons 2 lead that class from Test Tees, and the 121 of Wacky Racers are 3rd in that class. They are under a little bit of pressure, though, to hold on to that. They're only a lap in front of Lockwell Hill 2.
Yes. So, Kart Events Belgium are, I believe, 9.5 seconds now off the lead of Core Blimey 113. Is that
just quickly? It is. It's the reason I want to draw this to attention is because that's Paul White in the race for Ruben, and at Le Mans, he was in the kart that's in front of him. Circuit breakers are off on the outside of Happy One. So he's racing the British 24-hour as he usually does for Race for Reuben. The kart that he's currently trying to catch up to at the moment there, going through the shot, is
the number one.
Is the number one of Teesside Tigers. The kart in which Paul drove at Le Mans to the Pro Class win in the higher kart class, alongside Ian Nielsen and Lewis Jolly. There was somebody else in that kart as well. I think was Harry Roddis in that kart? No, he was with Mad Motorsport, wasn't he?
I'm just looking at the.
It was he was with Teesside Tigers the year before here at the British.
Down the log here of laps and things like that of how they've. I can't hear myself now, David. I'm looking down the log of what the lap times have been for Race for Reuben, and it's just green as they've gone +1 as they overtake karts and just move up the order. They took on lap 57, they took 2 karts. Then 186 they made an overtake, 188 they made an overtake, 191 they made an overtake, and then 192 they took 2 on the same lap. And it's just like that all the way back up to what position are they in now? It's somewhere in the 40s, but they were near enough last at one point. They're 41st at the moment. They're half a second off 40th place Teesside Tigers. So that's for position, that battle. Overall, not in class, but it's for position on the road. And then they've got another 8.5 seconds, and then they're inside the top 40 in 39th place.
Yes, they are. And here they are on track, and there is Paul White going down the inside of the Teesside Tigers machine into Barbecue Bend, and Paul White makes up another place in the 95 Race for Reuben. Their charge back through the field.
And that's 40th position now for them. And as I say, around about 8.5 seconds to catch up 39th place of A66 higher, and then it'll be Newmarket Hornets. I mean, he's lapping 2 seconds at least a lap quicker than both of those, and again for Scenario 77. So, yeah, I reckon possibly even top 30 maybe into the top 35 is doable.
Yeah, I think we are due the leaders in the pits, Tom, sometime soon. They've been 295 for that, and if they are due, I get the feeling they could probably change tyres, so we may well get a chance to use the pit lane camera and pick up the tyre change. There's a lot of activity going on down ready, waiting, Tom, in the tyre change area. If we can get that camera up, that's this here, Tom. Here we've got the tyre change area being prepped on the right-hand side, and
We've
we've got
Apollo t-shirts and lots of Lucas ones, and in fact you can see Howard down there as well.
And then it looks like Alessia in the background as well, because the driver in the yellow suit, is that Jordan Beamish? It could well be.
So you got the
ready for them.
The MS Lucas guys on the right-hand side. You've got the Apollo Karts guys on the left-hand side as well. Lots of prep happening as we head towards 1/3 distance, and of course they get 3 sets of tyres, so it's about the right time.
I would expect Lucas in first.
What's the temperature at the moment? Do you reckon we might see some super fast lap times early doors in this one? We're currently at 19 degrees, and it's very sunny out there.
Could well be.
No pressure, drivers, but you know you're going to be on fresh boots.
There's the 61. That's Alessia in, and I get the feeling they're coming around here into this tyre change area. Are they, or are they going down to
I think they're going
pits?
down the bottom.
Into the they're going in
oh,
there.
No, they're there.
Yeah, they're there.
The
Up onto the trolley. That's your tyre change area there. They'll have people on each corner of that car. It's not one guy going round. They'll have 4 wheel guns on that. There's three wheel nuts on the rear. Sometimes there's either 3 wheel nuts on the front, generally what they'll have. So they don't have to change the nuts on the front. They'll have a wheel with a hub already on it. They'll take the wheel and the hub off and then put another wheel with another hub on it, because it's a quicker change on that front end.
Yeah, a lot of them are using single nut front front wheels as well.
Yeah.
So, it's personal preference, I think, as to what you're running. But yeah, you can see that one going on down there for Alessia, still up on the jacks at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that one. I think that's is it Jordan Beamish in that one?
Engine's being started. It wasn't Jordan Beamish in it, but he will be going out in it. So engine's just being started now that them rear wheels are done. That cart will then be lifted up. They'll put 2 people on the rear bumper, 1 in each corner. It looks like they're making a change to the front end as well, are they, Tom? That looks like they're doing something with the steering wheel.
It might be a new battery going in the lap timer, depending on what they're running.
Yeah, possibly.
There are certain lap timers
or
that
even
won't
they
get
may well be
24 hours.
putting the lights on ready for the night stint. They might be attaching the battery, because there's no point carrying a battery around, even if it's 300-400 grams, for the first 8 hours of the race when you're going to be stationary. That's the 66 MS Scorchio getting ready, I think. They're brand new tyres. You can even see the barcode still over the top. They're just running through. They're being set out. They'll have tyres on the back end, tyres on the front. Alessia are down, and looks like the cart's going to be heading back out.
Who have we got here in the white helmet and the MS suit?
If it's who is it? I don't know. We'll pick it up. There's Jordan Beamish heading out in the 61 Alessia machine. And going across the screen there is that's Rachel. She hasn't given birth yet, Tom.
No, I saw her earlier on, and she was standing quite literally with her legs crossed, and I tried to keep them crossed until the end of the race.
Rachel there, the lady with the double plaits on the back, she is due to give birth today.
Yes, now.
At this race, not actually physically here, hopefully not, but her due date is today.
Yes.
So we may have a 24-hour baby. So that would be great. So, you know, if
apparently she said to Kat that she wouldn't mind giving birth here.
No, that's fantastic.
I mean, it's going to be a bit messy, isn't it?
If she could take one for the team.
There's plenty of paper towels kicking about. Plenty of paper towels.
Blue roll to the top, Paddock, please.
and Bella's training to be a paramedic apparently as well. So yeah. Yeah, we have got medics here, of course, on circuit. What happens if the medic is tied up with the birth of a baby? Do we have to go full course yellow while that happens? Could be a long full course yellow. Can you imagine if we don't do a world record attempt because we've gone full course yellow for 3 hours while a baby is born on track? Anyway, we digress. So we wish all the very best, of course, in that regard to Rachel and Connor. As the camera pans back round to the left, a little bit too far left. There we go. Right, so now we can still see the tyre changing bay and also the driver change area on the left. So that's sort of where we're up to at the moment. We've got a track limit warning going out for 19 of Cole Clark Racing. Let's have a look at some in our clubman class. We've got RAF Vulcans are going very well up in 17th. They are 6th in class at the moment. We've got Tockwith Motorsport 4th in class.
Right,
and
Tom.
MS Window Doctor as well, 5th in class.
Just quickly, Tom, MS Scorchio are in, and we know they're going towards the tyre change bay because that's the team waiting for them there. Keep an eye out on the left side of the screen. They will go through the timing on the left. And
Lennon French walking across the shot there with a Nassau panel.
Yeah, that's the 115. That's the team that he's with, and I think that's how they're signalling for them to come into the pits.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
They'll have radios, but it's always good to have a secondary backup.
I just wondered whether they were going to do a nose swap while they were there as well, as in a panel swap.
Well, no, because Bugard's been doing exactly the same for the 111.
Right.
Walking around with the 111 nose panel just to wave people in. So in your fuel bay up there, the cart will come round and it will come into shot around about now, I think, on the left-hand side of the screen, that 66 Scorchio cart. It's just being pushed through. Yeah, it's being pushed through and will appear now, and it's coming here. Look, Howard Lucas with the hat there. He's ready to go. There'll be other members of the team as well And that kart will be brought round and lifted straight up. Steve White on the front end. Straight up it goes. And here we're going to see the team changing the front tyre. Single bolt on the front, 3 on the rear, and it looks like at the back they're doing chain lube as well. They may even do brake pads, Tom, if it's up there, but you can see.
I think they are, yeah, that's what, just what's pinged onto the floor there. So new brake pads going in for that one as well.
So front right done, front left done as well. Just a quick check of the rear end. Driver getting ready. Could well be Dan Tidwell, I think, potentially getting. Is he in the? He is in the 66, isn't he, Dan?
He is, but he's got a white and Union Jack helmet.
Yeah, let's see whether it's on there. I don't think there's anybody else with a solid white lid. I'm absolutely certain that's Dan Tidwell. Engines being started, and whomever it is
back out already
has been sent on his way with a new pair of boots.
Pretty amazing, really.
Yeah, rejoins the fray. So what we've had there, we've had four tyres changed, brake pads as well at the same time for that number 66 machine, and he's been sent back on his way. Oh, JK Racing, Tom. I can see that we've got a problem for JK Racing. In the live chat, they're saying the driver keeps ignoring them and he's not coming into the pits.
That's what I was just trying to read what it said.
That's brilliant. Where is the 55? How long's he been out, I want to know?
JK Racing?
Yeah, if you're listening, and obviously you are because you're commenting in the live chat, how long has he been out on track?
I don't think he can hear us, the driver that is.
No.
Trying to find them in our timing. Oh, there they are, 64th.
Yeah.
In the novice car. So they last came into the pits.
Oh, yeah, we can look, can't we?
Oh, no, we've got a 3-minute 55 stop on lap 310, and they're currently on lap 327.
Yeah, so...
and then another 3-minute stop on 247.
Ooh, sorry, Tom. Newmarket Buzzing Hornets were squeezed onto the curb there on the inside. What I was thinking, no one saying you can't hear us. Is that... That's a tyre in the middle of the Bob Pope Straight on the exit of Barbecue Bend in the middle of the circuit.
Yes.
Someone's been in the tyre wall on the outside, and there is a tyre. It's offline, luckily. However, it's in the middle of the track on the exit of Barbecue Bend. And there's not a huge amount of marshal coverage on the backside of that.
Whoa! Has that got very Larry down there? I nearly called. Was that the 181 coming through? Was that Max Plant, leader in Owner Pro? I think it is.
Yes, it was. It was Thomas Braid who is using the final. Let's say he's using the final threads underneath the rubber that is left on those tyres.
Yeah,
he is using every little bit of them. As you can see now, this is where it starts to get difficult for our teams, Tom. Where the sun now is starting to get low in the sky.
The sun is setting in the sky.
After the sun has been in the sky all day.
A 3-minute 19 lap, in-lap tyre change and out-lap for MS Scorchio.
A standard pit stop is about an extra minute.
Yes.
And that means that they've done that. They've done the tyres and the pads in a minute.
Yes.
And they're
just a further minute. Yeah,
they're just getting warmed up though. That pit crew, aren't they? Because there's 12 teams in the Lucas awning, so they've got to do this 24 times. If everybody uses their full complement of tyres, that's how often they have to do it.
Got Kim van der Volk has been in touch and said, let's go Cal Speed crew switching to driver Ian Enns for the Sunset stint.
Yes. They're an American team apart from Ian, who lives in Amsterdam.
Okay. Mark Stevenson's been in touch as well. Hi, Mark. He's saying go pedals. Number 4, of course. World record attempt. Thanks for having, thanks for joining us, Mark.
Jonathan
Hope you're
Lister,
well.
he's
bought a
donated
car
as
off my
well.
cousin Mark Stevenson. Did you know that?
Did you?
No, he did.
Oh, he did.
He bought a car
Oh.
off my and not the one that Andy Fox Whiteley knows. A different cousin.
Oh,
I have a lot of
different
cousins.
Tom and his extended family.
In fact, my cousin Mark got a shout out in the Paddock show earlier, or did he? Did he? I can't remember.
You're looking at me like I know your cousin Mark. Everyone else does. I've got no idea who he is.
My cousin Mark is, well, he's going to get a shout out on the live stream now anyway. My cousin Mark is named after 2 motorbikes.
You did mention him.
Right.
Yes, you
so
did. Very early on as well, actually.
His middle name is Vincent, of course, an old type of motorbike, and his initials then are MV. So my uncle was a motorbike fan.
Was he a motorbike fan?
So yes, he's Mark Vincent. True story. So there you go.
Well, I wouldn't have expected you to make it up.
Fun facts all round. We just spit bare facts, don't we, David?
We do. It's almost time for me to stop spitting bare facts, Tom. My shift is very quickly heading towards its end. Shift 1 of 3. Dan Crosley in the 43. Almost certainly has got to be heading towards pit lane shortly.
Almost certainly he'll still be there at about 8 o'clock in the morning, still pounding that thing
having
around.
said that, it looks to have pit no. He did a 2:08, Tom, about 10 laps ago.
That's a regular pit stop.
Yeah, for whatever reason this year, in the previous years we've had how long drivers have been out on track since their last trip to the pits, and we don't have it on the timing screen at live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. Yeah, including the ability to highlight individual teams on the circuit tracker.
Yes.
So yeah, that's made it a little bit tough for us to sort of track when the leaders are due into the pit lane. There is only 5 seconds between them now. There's your leader on screen, and in the shot in the background is the number 1 kart, the red graphics kart with Scott Tate in. So when pit stops seem to sort themselves out, it does look like SoCo Select have got the best part of a lap at the moment, an advantage over the 0-1 red graphics. And as you mentioned, Tom, if he's been in the pits in the last 10 minutes and that's a standard stop, is there a chance that they're going to try and do it on 2 sets?
No, but I think I don't think there will be, but I think that they're going to go long on a set while the temperatures start to come down, and then potentially 2 shorter stints, maybe even two long stints, and bang some fresh tyres on at the end if needed.
Someone's been
towards the end
off on the outside of Rib, as there's a smattering of dust up on the outside of that corner.
We had a 2:23. That's not long enough for a tyre change, is it? 2:15.
Who was the 2:20? Yeah, I'm adamant they haven't.
No, I don't think they've changed
haven't tired yet. I'll head off in a few moments and make sure.
I don't think
the
Red
case.
have either.
No. Tim has been in touch via the live chat, just saying shout out to BPR's BPEC drivers, Connor Botting in the 111, George Watson, who's racing in the 213 Core Blimey racing kart. They're currently leading their class, or at least were in their class. I'm just having a quick look where that second Core Blimey racing kart's gone, because it seems to have dropped down the order in the last 10 minutes or so, Tom.
The CBR 113?
No, the 213, because that was class leading earlier on, and I don't know where it's gone. Down there, they're in 57th place. What happened there? Because they've dropped down. I'm sure they were leading class, but I may well be wrong.
They dropped 3 places on lap 200.
They did, but on lap 334, they've just exited the pits and it's just tripped over. They had a 13-minute and 50-second pit stop. And that is detrimental to speed.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, it does tend to ruin your race. But yeah, they were up there. So that means now in Higher Pro, Lockwell Hill 1
are your new leaders in Higher Pro from JS Racing, and that promotes Scenario 77 up into the top 3 in our Higher Pro class as they go 3 wide up towards South Bank. It's time for me to end my first stint on commentary here at the 2024 British 24-hour race and hand the headset and microphone back to Ewan O'Leary.
While David does that, I'm going to have a little tickle here with the headset so I can hear myself, because every time David mutes himself, I lose my ears. For some reason, I can't hear myself. However, I'm back now. Ewan's just plugging himself in and about to get going. And I'm going to ask him what he... Oh, no. No, you did have it right.
They're the wrong way round.
Oh, they're the wrong way round.
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder it's confusing. I wonder what was going on.
I know.
Right, okay, well,
that's a mistake 8 hours in the making.
I'll sort that out in a minute and then not tell anybody, and they'll all be muting the wrong ones now.
Oh, God.
I'm just wondering what you're thinking about the amount of cherries that are in these Haribo Tang Classics. There's a huge amount of them.
Are they not a fan favourite here?
Oh, not wrong with the cherries. There's just a lot of them.
Oh, I see. Oh, right, okay. I might start to, how would I say, decrease the amount. I might start to tuck in. But
don't be shy.
Yeah, I certainly will. One thing I want to point out when while I'm coming back, by the way, I've just been noting down some, when everyone's been pitting and what's been going on in the race and so on. Something I've noticed that I didn't quite pick up on actually, and something that's clearly developed while I've been away for the last 4 hours, it's the battle for the higher rookie class lead. It's the lowest class as far as the overall positions go. It's for 42nd and 43rd overall between Le Petit Bourgeon racing team and the Testes team as well. They've been locked together for the last couple of moments, and there's a couple of other cars in their, or not in their class, but fighting with them for overall places only a couple of seconds further back. So it's very interesting. It's still very close, even 8 hours in, and we're about to enjoy a lovely sunset over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, it's always gorgeous here when we get the weather for it.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful finish, and it won't be too long either before announcements go out as well to say that tinted visors are no longer permitted on circuit, which means, of course, that you need to be planning well ahead to make sure that you're not having to make an extra pit stop just to come in and change to a driver who doesn't have a tinted visor, because if you do have a tinted visor, you will be black flagged.
Yeah, can't see where you're going effectively.
For safety reasons.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that'll be one. That'll be one driver. I've just seen one driver flying through with a big flash. So
we have a quick check of the weather to see what time
I think
sunset actually is.
I think it's 8:45 tonight.
Is it?
Based on what I saw earlier, everywhere's got a minute here or there. Yeah, sunset 46 minutes past 8 down there. So
yes.
We are 40 minutes away.
Yes, and sunrise at 5:33.
I think that means this morning.
That was this morning, so it'll be
probably won't be much
5:34 or something, won't it? 5:35. Look, in the morning we shall see our first rays of sunshine.
However, having done these before, I'm aware that it is going to start to feel. I often feel it feels like it's sunrise already before actual sunrise. You can start to see the light in the sky, probably from about 5, to be honest. We'll probably start to see a little bit of light in the sky, and you'll start to see a little bit more of where you're going. So we won't have to quite wait that long. In that case, it will be about 9 hours in darkness, maybe a little bit less.
And because of my shift pattern here for this particular race, I will be seeing sunset and sunrise.
With me.
With you, yes, indeed, yes. We'll do it together. We'll hold hands and go for a skip.
What romantic.
We'll go for a skip along the pit lane, shall we? Yeah, 22 has just received a contact warning. Is it contact? Track limit warning for play kart.
Not the first of for those, I've got to say.
No, it's not their first warning either. No, and please do keep your comments coming in on our live chat via YouTube. Once again, if you haven't subscribed yet, that's how you leave a comment. subscribe to the channel. And about 5 minutes later, you'll be able to leave us a comment and join us here in the commentary box. Another push as well for the just for the world record attempt for Chris Pedlingham, racing for Ange Hutchinson here, who a huge member of the Teesside family, much beloved lady here, passed away in February, raising money for British Heart Foundation, world record attempt, still well underway, still on schedule as well. In fact, I think he's quite significantly ahead of schedule at the moment, which is exactly where he wants to be. Banking time, but you can donate to that effort by going to justgiving.com and searching Racing for Ange, and it should come up straight away. And you can make a donation that way, and we'll keep those doing them ourselves during the night as well.
Yeah, it's still going well, even despite a flat tyre, which we both saw when we were on pit lane earlier on.
Yeah.
Slightly, I didn't quite pick up how he managed to pick it. Was it someone in the road that he couldn't avoid?
Yes, basically, yeah. I think there was
Right.
a higher cart that spun in front of him, and he didn't really have much of a choice. But I believe what it did was just knock the tyre off the bead.
Okay.
I don't think, from what I saw when Bobby was trying to, was re-inflating it.
Oh dear, sorry. In the Wiggles, we've got a big off.
Oh,
and
yes.
Tyres on the track as well.
Yeah, we've got a fluorescent yellow helmet. I mean, how is it?
It's a spin.
Like, genuinely, I don't know how they've done that.
It's a spin on the. I'd imagine hitting the very first curb, just as you take the first right-hander at the chicanes there, and gone straight right. Yeah.
Yes.
The tyres are barely on the circuit. I mean, they slightly are, and they will need rearranging. But the driver is now out doing some of the rearranging themselves.
Yeah, the driver's now currently digging the car out of the tyres, quite literally. As they lifted the tyres off the car. So they'll need replacing. It doesn't look like we're going full course yellow, which is a bonus in that respect. But be warned, just in case that we do, all teams and drivers here on circuit. It looks like we're going to be okay. They're going to get that back up and that little snake of tyres, but they do need to slow right down,
dear me.
and they are doing. But there was a bit of a concertina effect over start finish, as some braked more than others.
Some people take slowing down for yellow flags in a different way to others. I've noticed.
Yes.
And so that was pretty. And don't forget that. Oh dear! There's a crash on the other side of the circuit, right in front of one of the marshals, as they were all slowing down for the other yellow flag on the back straight.
Coming in the other direction.
Yeah,
yes.
That tyre wall is protecting, of course, the back end of or the middle end of the circuit. Sorry, and the very start finish line here. So there's yellow flags both on the back straight and here on the front straight at the same time, and a couple of carts ran into each other as they were slowing down.
I mean, you know, there's a yellow flag out on circuit, and if there's then an incident because there's a yellow flag out on circuit, that's just not clever, really, from the drivers that are all involved in that. It's there needs to be a lot more common sense applied to your surroundings and the situation, really.
So it looks like it's pretty much repaired. Just need to get the marshals back into positions where they're
looking for a gap in the traffic, and then we might be able to lift that yellow flag.
Good luck finding one. It's pretty busy out there still. We've not got a retirement, thankfully, in the first the first third of this race. Although I've noticed Bonehead's number 200 is back in again for a fairly lengthy stop.
Yeah, they've been. I think they've been in for about an hour now.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I might get David to go out and possibly do some investigating on that one.
Yeah. There's been a lead change, by the way, in that higher rookie class that I was talking about earlier on. Test T's are now back in the lead again and are pulling an advantage of just over a second, because High Road Motorsport Academy have now been put in between themselves and the 25 who they're fighting with for the lead in rookie. The last time those two came down pit lane, by the way, was quite a long time ago, so A, they'll both be in soon, but B, the two pit stops were only 3 laps apart, so they're not only close on circuit, but they're close on strategy, and it's a good race so far in higher rookies.
Yes, it certainly is, as it is throughout a lot of our classes as well. So just to give you a rundown of the gaps as well. So in the owners, we've got Soko Select around about a lap in front of Red Graphics, who I think might be in. We've got a car off on the right-hand side of the Bob Pope straight, down the very back straight.
Yeah.
Well, there we are on the right-hand side.
Just about a sign of a driver. I can see a leg and a visor, but not much else.
It's blue.
This might need a full course yellow, and we've gone full course yellow.
We have gone full course yellow. Okay, so allow me to add that onto the tally chart.
You sure we're on
now up to
sure we're on
9.
I would have said 7 or 8. But
no, we're on 9
okay.
Because we had a couple in a row in very quick succession. Around about 6 o'clock-ish.
Driver looks fairly like they've been in an accident, actually, but they don't. The cart doesn't appear to have been an accident. Maybe it's just the way they're sat on the wall, but driver looks to me to be almost winded. I don't think they are, but they're just sitting on the wall, the tyre wall, which is not a very firm place to sit. I think Red Graphics were just in while that full course yellow was out. That wouldn't. That would make sense actually, because they've
2 minute 56 laps, so that could well be tyre change.
Yep, I would say so. 69 laps on the stint then. That is usual. That is normal. And so Red Graphics have benefited a little bit, but will MS Soko Select decide to come in as well under this full course yellow? I'm not sure where they are on the circuit, because the time screen is not telling me at the moment.
They only came in 20 laps ago. Yeah, so yeah, they're not going to be pitting. It's not in their window. They'll just hang it out.
David thinks it's SKA on the back straight, number 67. That would make sense, would it?
I didn't think it looked like the SKA, but they are stopped at the moment. They're not tripping the timing beam.
No, they're not. Well, one reason why I will go along with that theory for the moment is because SKA haven't been in for a good, how many laps is that? 67 laps now. Surely you'd think they'd be able to go that amount of time on fuel, but maybe they've run out. Not entirely sure.
We're back underway and racing now, so that's been recovered. We'll see if we can get an update on what the situation was with that one. But we've also got there's a few that look like they've pitted. I think Pedals is in the pits at the moment as well. The number 4, the world record attempt. So we'll keep an eye on how long this stop is and keep you updated there.
Yep. So the reason why the SKA kart stopping is so important, number 67, is because they were running second in the owners club class to 36-Motorsport, who have really started to pull an advantage, and that advantage is only going to get bigger now. Rethink Racing International are the ones in second now. They are over 2 laps behind 36-Motorsport.
I think we need to maybe get a shot of the pits. And yes, right, so there are a number of karts in at the moment. That's the 171 of MS Window Doctor.
They've had issues earlier on today. In the first 2 hours, I think it was, that they had their first problems.
That's our fuel bay, which is currently empty. And there's a 303, so that's GrabX 303. They're now in for a tyre change as well. So all of these are on schedule, we believe.
And it was
the one that was pulled over at the side of the track. It wasn't the 171.
No.
Just looking at the guys on the left as well in the British Heart Foundation T-shirts. That's the Pedals crew. That's the world record attempt crew. And there's the cart on the left-hand side, and it looks like Pedals is just about to get back in that. So, go on, son, have it. Good luck, lad. And I'm sure he can hear us over the PA. Good luck, Pedals. Keep going, lad. We are very, very proud of you. You're doing a great effort. I'm sure he can hear us over the PA. We've got a technical defect flag, and the mechanical flag has gone out to Tockwith 2, the 126. That's in Hires.
Okay.
So not sure what that one's for. Yeah, David's just texted in and said there's loads going on in the tyre change area. That's what we've just seen, yeah. So we've got 3... Oh, that will be the problem with Tockwith 2. It's completely lost its Bigfoot panel. I'll say it's completely lost it. It's completely shifted to the side. It's not the most aerodynamic way for turning left. for turning right, they're going to have loads of grip as it hangs off the side of the car.
It's like one of those dirt oval sprint cars you see set up in America.
Yeah.
Just completely biased in one direction.
Exactly,
and
yeah.
not decided to turn right at all.
Have you seen when they do short track oval racing in NASCAR?
Yeah.
Have you seen how they set up the geometry?
Yeah.
So the car doesn't drive in a straight line.
No.
It crabs.
You drive it like you've got suspension damage all the time. Yeah. Basically.
Well, yeah, the car literally crabs down the straight,
Yeah.
and then it goes round the corners very quick. It's very odd.
It is, yeah. It is.
That they're able to do that for a start. But yeah, they set up the suspension geometry in a very odd. I mean, it obviously clearly works.
Although with the new rules in the last couple of years, I'm not sure that happens anymore. It certainly used to, but with the new cars, I'm not sure it does.
The next gen cars.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure they do.
Feels weird to call something next gen when it is actually here, doesn't it?
Yes.
Anyway,
it was the 67, I think, of SKA Racing that's now back out. David was right. It is the 67 that was pulled over on the side of the track, but it's now back up and running again. So whatever it was, it's not held them up. I want to say it hasn't held them up too much. However, let's have a quick look. 6 minutes 23. So they've lost around about 4 minutes overtaking and 4 or 5 minutes over a normal pit stop. So yeah, that's put them back a fair way. They've now dropped to 4th in class.
Yes, behind TSK-Motorsport, the pole sitters for this race. So that's a bit of a setback for SKA. Do you know, by the way, why Alethea are all of a sudden down in 5th place? I suddenly noticed this when I was just come off shift, and
let me have a quick look at their laps. I think they did. Look, they came in and changed tyres. They had a 4-minute 50-second stop.
Even before then, though, it seemed weird. Anyway, David's just messaged in to say that the number 1 pitted for tyres and pads that time round, and that was going on while the full course yellow came out.
Yeah,
so that's
really
why they
ideal
had
that 2-minute 56.
I don't think the 43 has done tyres or pads yet.
No, we haven't had the 43 in for, as far as we know anyway, for a
no tyre change.
Yes, that's the words I was looking for. I was just looking at the meatball flag is still out for 126. I thought they'd come in. Yeah, no, they went back out about getting repairs. Oh, and then went back out still with the broken Bigfoot. Well, that's in the list of silly things. That's definitely right up there.
It is.
Is come in for repairs to the broken Bigfoot panel and then not actually do the repairs and go back out on track.
It's a bit awkward, that. So.
Yes, awkward.
Next time they come past this start-finish line, they see that flag still up, they'll be furious. And there you go. I can see that he's coming in now. The driver's saying, what's wrong now? And the answer is the same thing, because you didn't fix the thing that was wrong before. So they're looking confused, but they'll have to... I mean, someone will have to tell them, I suppose. I can't believe they didn't notice it themselves.
Yeah. It's just going to get pushed around now, and they...
Oh,
there
he
it
is.
goes. In fact, it's not getting pushed around.
That's quite
It's
quick.
getting driven.
That's quite
through.
Quick. Now, what's he going to do?
I'm going to see it go through...
It's not a drive-through penalty. So
it's going down.
Oh, it's going in the garage.
Down to the mechanics bay. Right.
I don't think it needs that, does it? Really?
We've got teams waiting still. We've still got the Apollo guys up there, ready for changing tyres. But Red Graphics are now out there on fresh rubber, so it will take a couple of laps for them to come in. And yeah, immediately into the low 1-minute 14s as well. So lap 392 and 393, very, very quick laps relative to pace around them. Nexus Sport doing a 113.7. Let's see if they've been in for tyres yet. It doesn't look like it at the moment, certainly not recently.
No, I wouldn't say so.
I think Nexus was a tyre stop. Soco Selector was a tyre stop, but Red Graphics are now out on fresh rubber. Max Plant leaders in Pro. Don't think they've stopped for new tyres yet. 2 minutes 30 was their last stop.
That's pretty normal.
Yeah, not rocket pace, but certainly would be if they had changed tyres.
Yes, yeah.
And then we've got Team Keen and Team Tate, the top 3 in Owner Pro. Owner Club and 36 Motorsport, then it's Rethink Racing International and Topquith Motorsport. Let's have a look at how the... Oh, we've got 443, which is the MS.BE is in doing tyres now. CBR 113 still leading higher elite and the higher class overall from Kart Events Belgium, but that gap now 9.3 seconds. It's sort of toed and froed a bit through pit stops and things like that. It's been out as far as, well, since I've come on back on air about 2.5 hours ago, it's been out as far as about 30 seconds. It's back down to 9.3 seconds now. Track limits leading higher Clubman, Lockwell Hill leading higher Pro, and Test Tees leading higher rookies as well. There, I think there's been, oh no, in fact, they are about 3 seconds in front of second place LPBRT2 in higher rookies. But they've now got High Row Motorsport in higher Clubman sat in between them on track, as we've got one has gone off here on the exit of hairpin 1 as the sun finally dips below the trees here and has put the full circuit into shadow. Yes.
South Bank is, the bank itself is in sunshine, but not actually the circuit anymore. So,
which means that, in fact, I'm just going to have some clarification from our race director of when the tinted visors are no longer allowed. 9 o'clock. Okay, so from 9 o'clock, so in 35 minutes time, if any drivers are still out on circuit with a tinted visor, they will be black flagged. And in fact, I can see that Pedals in the world record attempt now has a clear visor on.
That's what some of the change will have been about.
So that's what part of the change will have been, yeah, because he hasn't clearly changed his helmet, but there'll have been some time taken to change his visor for him while he puts his hands probably in a bucket of ice.
Well, you say that, but his kart was still on pit lane, so last time he did that when we were there, he took his kart right behind the wall and into the garage area somewhat, but didn't do that this time. It was still laid on the apron, so I'm not sure he really did take on many fluids, or he certainly didn't go to the toilet, that's for sure.
No, he'll have had they've got a big bucket thing that they've got with loads of drinks and stuff.
Couple round at hairpin 4, couple round at hairpin 4. I think the 43 might be one of them. The Teesside Academy second place kart. It certainly looks like a similar front end.
It does look like a front end of a Teesside Academy kart.
I think it's still stuck. Oh no, that's a different one.
It might be Oscar War that's in that one.
Yeah, I think it was, and they've got a tinted visor as well. So not only have they spun around, but they've got problems with the visor to fix very shortly as well. They are second in class now. Track limits are leading the race by about a lap and a third. A bit more than that, actually. A lap and a third.
Might not be Oscar War, actually. It was Teesside Academy, wasn't it?
It definitely was, yeah.
But we haven't got them on our list. It's a black suit and a black helmet. And maybe David can hear us and can help us out with that one. We've got MG Motorsport has been back in touch. He's watching from Australia. So it's 5:30 a.m. now. Any retirements as of yet, or are we still at a full 89 karts? Well, let's see whether Boneheads are back up and running yet.
Not yet.
No, they're not. So they've been in for a significant amount of time, as David tells us that if we can cut to pit lane camera, we've got the leader in Owner Pro is in and just being pushed down into the tyre bay now and being followed at walking pace by Bella in the orange vest, making sure that nobody's going too fast. But Owner Pro leader is now in the pits for a tyre change.
So this is a good opportunity for Team Keen. Will they get anywhere near the 181 here? This was scheduled, by the way, 68 laps on that stint for them. They were expected in. Next to be in, by the way, will be the 96 if they haven't already in that class. But Team Keen are just making their way into the final sector right now.
I'm just having a look at whether this chap who's getting in here, who I should know, because I see him all the time, and I've just forgotten who it is.
Scrolling through our notes.
There
are 89.
Oh, is it Jack? Is it Jack Morris?
Started the car, quite possibly. It is, yeah, Jack Morris, yeah.
Yes, it is Jack Morris, yeah. So Jack's going in, and who might have a tinted visor on? I'll say it quietly.
I mean, they can literally hear us in the PA down there. It's actually one of the clearest places for the PA, actually.
You see, that's the joke, Ewan.
Okay, very good.
I'll say it quietly, but yeah, I know that they can hear me over the PA. But yeah, so it'd be interesting to see whether he's just out for a quick stint or what's going on. But of course, they're leading the Owner Pro class when they came into the pits. Kartevents.be are dropping back slightly from CBR 113. The gap's now 10.5 seconds.
Well, yeah, I mean, the gap shot down on one particular lap about 6 or 7 laps ago to 9.1, and then steadily, yeah, it has been increasing by a tenth at a time.
Race for Ruben are now back up into the 30s. They're in 39th place at the moment, 27 seconds behind Teesside Tigers, who we saw them overtake earlier on. So whether that's just a pit stop cycle thing or not, I'm not sure. Keep an eye out for them on circuit and see who's driving for Tigers at the moment across the local team.
We've got the gap coming back to... Testes have been either into the pit lane or off. Because they've been in the pit lane. I think we've had pit stops in the higher rookie class battle. Not quite on the same lap, but nearly. And it was a longer stop for Testes, who did have the lead. And they've lost it again after that most recent pit stop.
David has texted in and said, Boneheads are our first retirement. Total brake failure and no backup. Thanks to all the families who supported us, gutted this will be our first ever non-finish. So Boneheads, unfortunately, become our first retirement, and we are down to 88 runners.
Yep, unfortunately.
So I shall get out the big black
pen of doom.
The black pen of doom, the marker of doom.
Yep. For the first time, unfortunately.
And put them out as retired.
Big
shame.
Yeah, big shame. Speaking of owners class karts, by the way, the pro lead has just changed. Tim Keener are now ahead of Max Plant after the pit stop that we just saw for the 181 and the tyre change, of course, which will have taken even longer. That will still, in theory, put the 181 back ahead again later, because they we're expecting a pit stop in about 40 laps time for Team Keen, but still, it should put Max Plant back ahead again. It shows it's still a close race, though, in Pro. We've got plenty of class leaders now who can afford to pit and still come out in the lead.
Yeah, there's 36 Motorsport leading Owner Clubman,
for example,
now quite comfortably, but again, Rethink Racing 2 laps behind. Pit stop for tyres, and that's going to change again. So Pedal's back out now with the clear visor. 23rd place overall, 376 laps completed. I meant to check about half an hour ago how he was doing on pace, but he needed at a third race distance, he needed 328 laps. So he's around about I think he's about 25 laps ahead at the moment.
Yeah, over the last half an hour he will have completed about 20.
Yeah.
Maybe more. No, well, he stopped for a while, didn't he? So we'll call it 20, just because it's a round number as well. So he would, if he didn't have those over, he would be 50 over target, but so he's 30 over target effectively. I'm not entirely sure. We were talking earlier on about how much rest this actually gives him over the course of the race. You were mentioning that 50-lap target so that he could get 4 hours. I don't think that's going to happen as of right now, because if he's on a 50-lap target, he's still not hit his target for hour 8 now, even though we're half an hour into this next hour. So he is behind that target, but I still think he's still fine as far as the record goes.
I've just been handing a little bit of paper as well, so a bit of a public service announcement to all at the circuit. Could a member of 369, that's the Circuit Breakers team, 369, if you could make your way to see Nigel in the pit lane. I don't know why, but there's a public service announcement for that to happen. So 369 circuit breakers, if you could please make your way to see Nigel in the pit lane.
Can't be good news.
Well, I'd imagine
maybe
not.
it will
no.
be. Maybe say, well done.
Maybe they'll be getting something like an exhaust cover back or something like that.
I don't know what will be going on down there. So
Could be anything.
It could be anything.
Literally anything.
We'll look into it.
So the gap now extending still at the front of this one, CBR 113 to kartevents.be. They are, well, it was 11 seconds over the line. It's now at 11.3, so another quarter of a second quicker for CBR 113. Le Petit Bouchon RT1 third in the higher elite class. They are around about 5 laps behind Kartevents Belgium now.
Yeah. Shall we do a rundown, by the way, since we're at the bottom of the hour?
Sure.
Yeah.
How do you want to do it?
Where do we want to start? I was going for higher carts on the odd hours and owners on the evens.
Okay, well you run us down the owners on the evens. So we're at 8:34. So that's an even
I meant
hours.
time to go. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Odd hours to go. Yeah, I probably should clarify that, shouldn't I? Really.
So what do you want to do? Hires or owners?
Hires.
Right, you do hires. I'll do owners. Let's do
good
them
idea.
both.
Yeah,
Let's do them both. Right.
Good
So
idea.
MS Soco Select lead and lead owner elite as well. Red Graphics second on the road, second in owner elite. Nexus Sport third on the road, third in owner elite. Team Keen currently lead owner pro in fourth place on the road with Max Plant, fifth on the road and second in owner pro. Then it's sixth on the road for Team Tate and third in owner pro. Then we've got MS Urban Pink and MS JSR. Then in ninth place we've got 36 Motorsport. They are your owner clubman class leaders. Then it's DWS in 10th place. 11th place is second overall in owner clubman. That's Rethink Racing International. Then we've got 12th place for ETL, so that's exceeding track limits. Then we've got MS Urban Blue. 14th place and third in owner clubman is Tockwith Motorsport number 78. Then we've got 15th for SKA Racing, 16th for Alessia, 17th for MS Window Doctor, 18th for RAF Balkans, 19th for Grabex 303, 20th for MS.BE. Then we have MS Scorchio 21st, ED PKT 22nd, 23rd place overall for Racing for Ange, which is the world record attempt. Then we have 24th place for Shenby Racing and 25th for RAF Spitfires. We've lost the Boneheads who have retired, and that is the completion of your owners.
Deep breath now.
Yeah.
The hires, because we've got, still 62 of them left in today's race. It's quite remarkable, somewhere around there. So in the lead of it overall, we've just had a pit stop actually for Corblimey Racing CBR, so this is not the best time to run through the highest elites class, but we're doing it anyway. They drop behind Kartevents Belgium, who take the lead, although that team were losing a bit of time lap by lap in the previous stint. Well, it remains to be seen what CBR actually did in that pit stop. We'll update you when the rundown has finished. In the rest of that class, the Petit Bouchon Racing team are now third, ahead of ABC Racing, who visited the garage for, as I told you earlier, to chuck some small black box out the back of their engine. And
it was a hot exhaust.
Okay,
that's what it was.
Oh, fine.
Yeah,
okay.
we got told it was
by the way,
it was an exhaust.
I wasn't joking, by the way. They did throw it.
Yeah, and David and I said that. Yeah, the reason they chucked it is because it's red hot.
Okay,
you just want it as far away as possible.
I did think it was a bit weird, but it does make sense now.
Yes.
Okay, a bit further down, race for Ruben, a 38th overall. That's in the Hires Elite class again, and then that is it for that class. You've got to go a bit further up though to find Lockwell Hill. They're having a good race in the Hires Pro. They are now second of the class leaders at least, and so the classes are sorted out how they should be now, because they are just ahead of track limits. In fact, those two classes leaders are running right together at the moment with Pro and Club. Teesside Academy are second at the moment in that Pro class, ahead of Dr. Vapes, who are third. I Won This team are fourth in the higher club class, with Newmarket Hornets rounding. Excuse me, where am I now? I've lost my place in the order.
Newmarket Hornets.
Newmarket Hornets. So there they are. Yeah, number 9. Then you've got High Road Motorsport Academy, A66 Hire, and Cartwheelers to round out the 42nd position, and then to round out the top 10 in the class, Barrier Racing and Apex Twin Racing, 44th and 45th. In the rest of the higher pros, JS Racing are second there, ahead of Scenario 77 and Teesside Tigers 1 lap behind, and that Scenario 77 car is also 1 lap behind the one in front of that, so big gaps there. XLR 8 Kent Brewery Racing are even further behind. They're 45th overall. You've got to go even further back to find CBR 213, who I think must have had problems to end up in 54th. Top with 2 at 74th. I think we've seen them have problems as well as Badger's Best Racing, who are 80th, and TRX Motorsport Pro, who are 83rd. Then for the rest of the higher rookies, we just mentioned the Petit Bourgeon Racing team ending up in the lead of that class, just ahead of Testes, but the gap is only 3 seconds. Wacky Races are third, but a couple of laps further behind. Ledyard GP are fourth, ahead of Lockwell Hill 2. Then it's CBR at 313, who are sixth, ahead of JK Racing 7th. Then Random Racing in 8th, in 64th overall. Kenty Racing are in 9th, ahead of Armstrong Nield Racing. And then we've got JC Motorsport just outside the top 10, with JJH Motorsport in 12th. Metro Plum, Allroads Asphalt, Racing Veron and Circuit Breakers rounding out the higher rookies. So that's where we stand with 15 hours and 22 to go.
And I'll give you a rest for around about a minute while I give a couple of shout-outs. First of all, just walking along in front of the in front of the start-finish line, Nigel Moore walking past me with what I'm assuming is a cup of coffee, but it could well be a cup of tea. Walking along the start-finish straight. As we've said before, the guy doesn't rest. He's probably the hardest working of all the marshals, but we thank all of our marshals here on circuit who are doing a stellar effort.
Yeah.
Not only to keep us racing, but keep us all safe, keep everybody warned about incidents, etc., etc. They're doing a brilliant job. Second big shout out goes to a young man who's watching from home and cheering on his dad, who is still going strong for his world record attempt as well. So Thomas Pedlingham, great name, Thomas. Strong name, manly name. Thomas Pedlingham, great having you with us. Your dad's doing great. We're all cheering him on. We're raising a lot of money for him as well, and so is everybody else that's here at the circuit and people watching at home as well. Your dad's doing great. He's just coming past us in the commentary box now. His head literally looks like it's about to roll off its shoulders because he's very, very tired and he's still got a very long way to go. But he's doing great. He's well ahead of schedule, and it looks like, hopefully, if everything goes to plan, he'll be bringing you home a nice shiny certificate to say that he's the best in the world at something. Well, at doing this.
Or the most durable.
Yeah, well, no, as far as I'm concerned, you're the best. If you're a Guinness World Record holder, there is no one better than you in the world.
In this field, yeah, absolutely.
At that particular thing, yeah. So, he's...
And he's not picked up one of those easy records either.
Do you know what else he's not done? Picked up any warnings.
No.
Of any kind.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And that's the way he needs to conduct himself going forward as well. So, yeah, we're all very proud of him here, as I'm sure you are, and we're cheering him on very much so. We're probably his biggest cheerleaders here. Just a final thing as well. On the left-hand side of the screen, obviously you can see the running order, and it'll tick through, so you can see all the way down to 19th place at the moment, but it'll tick through for all of your runners, and the numbers that you can see on the left-hand side of the screen is how many laps completed. So the magical number for the one that's just coming through now in 23rd place with that white background, the magical number, I believe, is 986.
Where did we write it down?
Hang on, I've got it here. It's on my calculator still. 984.
Okay.
I think.
984. need to verify that before we get towards the end of the race. But
and Thomas, if you are still watching, Uncle Poggy's been in touch, and he says that your dad's not tired. He's still fresh as a daisy, and there's loads left in him.
To be fair, when I saw him, I mean, admittedly, this was a good few hours ago. He did look pretty fresh, actually. Just needed a bit of ice cold water and a few drinks, a few snacks.
I think it might be worth possibly not. Well, probably during the night as well. He's getting like I want to say a towel, something along the lines of a towel, getting a load of ice in it,
right,
and then he can wrap it round his neck, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like a collar kind of thing filled with ice to keep him cool, or stuff that they can put down the back of his suit, a load of ice to put down the back of his suit to keep him cool, keep his skin hydrated. So he's still looking fresh. What I mean is to keep him cool, keep him hydrated that way, because your skin not breathing in these suits and you expending huge amounts of sweat, it's going to take a lot out of him. He needs to quite physically refuel at every stop as well. So they're going to have to start really piling liquids into him as well, so that he can maintain this pace. And genuinely, this is the I believe at this point in the race he's done the most laps of any record attempt for his start. He's well ahead of schedule.
Yeah, he is. You were saying earlier on to divide it by 3 and what he needs to be on. I believe, based on that, he's 30 laps ahead of, or was 30 laps ahead of schedule at the 16 hours to go mark. So that's good going. By the end, to be 90 laps ahead, for example, give you a couple of hours off, maybe.
Well, it's a couple of hours in hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
For any problems and, to genuinely have a bit of a rest. I'm assured that it's not just going to be the we're going for the record and then 1 lap. It's going to be
put it out of reach.
Not so much no, but if there's 2 hours in hand, they're going to take it a lot easier if they've already broken the record. There's no reason to go miles and miles further and push himself into a point of massive overtiredness and unsafe and all that kind of stuff. But it's not just going to be a case of, right, well, we've done the record, so now we're going to park it.
Okay,
They are still going to keep going.
Yeah, and don't forget, if this record were to come off, he'll have to do about 1,000 laps, but he'll certainly have to do roughly 4,000 kilometres of this track, based on the maths I was doing earlier on. I was thinking about the overall record, actually, and what that might take in terms of kilometres, what we might have to travel. And so it will be a very, very long way indeed. 2,000 kilometres is roughly what he'll need to go, just over, in fact, to get there.
Poggy's text me and he says 960 laps times 1.64 kilometres is 1,574.4.
Is it 1.64 k's around here? Oh, I've been doing a different calculation. Fine.
According to the laser scanner.
I'd say that's more accurate than me.
So 1,000.
Yes. Okay.
That would make 1,574, and he says the record is 1,000. Do you know what, Poggy? Just come instead of texting me. You can just come into the commentary box and we'll have a little chat, and we can go through it all rather than you
get rid of me.
You text it through. Just walk up it. He's about 50 yards away. I can see him. Just walk up, sunshine. We'll go through it all. It's about time we had an update on everything anyway. So. He might be busy, in fairness, on the radio, but he's obviously not too busy because he's texting me. Will Murdoch is asking, is that Mr. O'Leary on comms?
It is, yeah. I don't know what Will Murdoch's doing watching this.
Who's Will Murdoch?
What do you mean, who's Will Murdoch?
I don't know who Will Murdoch is.
It makes sense, actually, with your dismissiveness about online racing earlier.
It wasn't dismissive at all. I was just making light of the fact that they're not real cars.
959 off the road.
Oh dear, yes,
Racing.
well off the road.
Turn hairpin 2, is that? Yeah, it is. And that looks mechanical.
That's over here.
Yeah, I can just see his head from this.
He's looking down in the front right. Has it snapped throttle cable?
We've already seen one of those today for... I've started that sentence testing myself and I don't have the answer. I definitely saw it. It's MS Scorchio, not the first issue that they had today, but a snapped throttle cable, even easy for me to say, was the latest in their trouble of woes, and that car is not going to be moved based on the reaction of that marshal.
We may be under another full course yellow if this one needs recovery. We'll keep an eye on. I mean, we're not going to miss it because there's a giant digi-flag that's going to be right outside of our commentary box window, and it might actually give us chance to that's the problem. The right-hand wheel won't point in the right direction. It's either the track rod has snapped completely or the stub axle's broken.
Full course
We've
yellow.
gone full course yellow. Right, so we did have a Battenberg flag
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Now we are full
Yeah.
course yellow. Full course yellow.
Yep.
So everybody's going to slow down. I'm going to back the pack up, and at some point, I'm sure Anthony Pogson's going to come and join us back in the commentary box. He did say he tried the door and he couldn't get in.
It's a hard door.
It is a hard door. He's just got to give it a bit of welly, and
Yeah,
I'm sure
you do,
he can come in.
Interesting opportunity here for anyone with a dark visor to come in, because there's only 12 minutes to do so. And so we may see a lot of pit stops here. We may see a lot of driver changes. The tyre changes is what I meant to say. The 43 race leading MS Soco Select kart is not far away from pit lane. Just looking for them here. Will they decide to come in?
It'd be in their window as well. They last came in on 369.
They did not come in.
Now on 417.
They did not come in. They did not come in. So number 43 did not come in.
Okay. So we'll just keep an eye on that one.
Just getting some word through about what happened to the Shenby Racing.
Yeah, I've just seen the cart here with the pink lights on going very slowly. I think they must have overtaken, and then they've let the higher carts back through, which is exactly what they need to do, and that's how you avoid getting penalties for overtaking under yellow flags. Is if you do make a mistake like that, just let them straight back through, and everything's fine and hunky-dory. So the 959 definitely front right issues, and is now being recovered back to the pit lane. So you were telling us about Will Murdoch.
Oh yeah, he's a sim racing driver for a team that's not here, so I won't mention them. But he is a sim racing driver. No, I suppose I can if I want to, but
as long as it's not branded.
I'm not going to give him free publicity.
We're not the BBC.
He can do his own.
He can do his own.
Other brands are available.
Yeah.
Other sim racing teams are available.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, sim racing driver has been for a little while now.
Is he any good?
Oh, yeah, I'd say so. He went to the, I don't know if you've heard of this, the Olympics Esports Week. That happened a few years ago now, maybe 2020, 2021, something like that.
Right.
And did all right in that. I think he got a medal, silver or bronze. He didn't win, but he definitely got a medal. And so started on Gran Turismo. That was his thing to start with. Now on iRacing and other popular sim racing places. And I interviewed him once for a university project earlier this year. So
oh, okay.
So that's why he knows me a bit more than usual.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, that's who Will Murdoch is.
That's too much background really for Will Murdoch, but we're under full course yellow. So
yeah, it looks a little bit dark on our screen as well at the moment. So we'll see whether we can do something to lift the brightness a little bit from our South Bank camera. But you can see just how dark it is getting out on circuit at the moment.
Red Graphics are catching MS Soco Select under this full course yellow because of the train that they're in, but they are still a lap behind. Don't forget though that 43
I
needs
think
to
we've
stop.
got Soco Select are possibly in the pits.
You think? Okay.
They haven't triggered the timing beam.
Oh, they've triggered mine. They're halfway around the lap on mine.
Oh, okay.
And I think they're in there. I think they're in the train through the Wiggles.
I'll refresh mine.
Let's have a look here. It's a very big train.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah,
yes,
there they
you're
are.
absolutely right.
They're right in the middle.
So
and
they haven't pitted during that time.
That's a bizarre call for me. I don't understand. And the one is there as well. There's about 10 carts between them, but roughly half the field, maybe more, is in this one group.
So about to go racing, I think.
That's side by side under yellow. I don't think there was an overtake, but people getting a little bit itchy.
Track is now clear. So we're just awaiting a green flag.
It'll be any moment. Not too far away, just confirming that the track is actually clear. Do with all the other small work while this full course yellow is out as well. And more pit stops coming in as well. Will the race leader be one of them?
Not if there's two of them have pitted in front. In fact, there's three now pitted.
And look,
so
they wanted to.
Yes, exactly right, Ewan. Carry on, please. I interrupted.
No, they wanted to, but I don't know if you would have seen it on camera, but the left arm came up from the driver as if to say, "Oh, for goodness sake, I can't get in the fuel bay." So they didn't decide to come in there. Although, but to be honest, even if the fuel bay's not free, for me, I'd go around and just change tyres.
Well, he's done 2 laps in the 1 minute 50s.
Yep.
because of the train that he was in, has Dan Crossley. So 2 laps in the 1 minute 50s, and a pit stop is a 2:05. So even if they had pitted, and if they got a clear fuel bay, they'd have only lost 10 seconds by doing a pit stop.
And they'd still be in the lead, which is the most important thing as well. At the moment, they're almost exactly a lap ahead of Red Graphics with a tyre change to make, and that would concern me, to be honest, if I was them. This race is closer than it seems at the moment.
It certainly will be by the time that Soko Select come in and make that tyre change. Yeah, it's definitely going to put them right back under pressure once again, as if they haven't been under enough throughout the race. Nexus Sport currently circulating, it says 45 seconds down, but we'll again wait on Red Graphics, that is, but we'll wait for that to trip over the start-finish line at full speed. And good news as well for the world record attempt for pedals, for racing for Ange. He was at the front of one of the trains. He's now got about a third of a lap of completely clear track before he catches the next train, as the 61 of Alessia gets airborne through the wiggles in front of the commentary box, hit the curb on the right-hand side, the second right-hand curb, and got the back end up in the air, but or ended up pointing in the right direction, so that's a good thing. And what else have we got going on? So yeah, big train of carts coming around South Bank. We're looking at the entry to the wiggle, so you can see the first curb on the right-hand side as they move through that now. That's the second curb that they hit, that Alessia hit. And Crossley's just going down the back straight as well with an arm in the air for the leader. Not sure what that was about.
No, I'm not sure what that was about. Look how busy it is. Goodness me, on your screen there. Through hairpins 1 and 2. Quite remarkable. One other thing I was going to mention from that full course yellow, by the way, I'm still working through the pit stops, but from the owners, we did see, I think, a full tyre change for 36 Motorsport. So not only are they laps ahead of the rest of their field, they managed to get their tyre change in, I believe, under that full course yellow. It was a very long stop in any case.
Well, it was a 3:45, which is a good stop under with a tyre change. Yeah, that's pretty good going. But of course, if they're doing 1 minute 55 laps for a couple of laps in a row, you've not really lost a huge amount of time by being in the pits, have you? So they have exited the pits, still well in the lead of the owner clubman class. You are absolutely right, Ewan. There's something wrong with my timing screen because it keeps not showing me where everybody is. There we go. Where everybody is on circuit.
Another change that we've had, I've just stumbled across, is a lead change in the higher club class, where track limits came in again. So I think on that they initially came in at lap 341 and decided not to tyre change then because we were under green.
Oh no, they won't tyre change because they do the service stop.
Of course, they're not an owners.
So don't worry about that one.
Sorry. So in that case, I'm even more puzzled as to why they come in and made a 3 minute 20 pit stop under that full course yellow or just before it, because they've lost the lead as a result of a very long stop there.
It could. We've got a curb warning for the 25 of LPBRT2, which was battling for the lead of higher rookie. But yeah, a 3 minute 20 stop could have been a mechanical. Could have just been a very slow driver change. Yeah. I mean.
Or waiting in the fuel bay, or
yeah, if they've not got radio communication, it could be something as simple as the next driver to get in the cart wasn't ready.
Yep.
It genuine. I've seen it happen.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen how even I spent only an hour or so in the pit lane earlier on. I saw how rushed everyone was in terms of the amount of people running around down there as if the driver's not ready, or the amount of people with helmets on and race suits on that you see in a rush is quite astonishing, really. And you're absolutely right. It could be something as simple as the driver not being ready.
Yeah, David's been in touch to say the 959 had a bent track rod, as we thought was the case. We thought it would be a track rod issue. Also got a bent rear bumper as well. But they're going to be getting back out fairly shortly, I'm sure.
They're now last of the owners who are still running.
Yes. But they'll be back up and running, and they will make their way back through the field, I'm sure. What have got Race for Ruben now up to 38th on their continuous march forward in this race. They're now only 3/4 of a second behind I Won This Team in 37th. So, yes, possible. I think they could crack the top 30, you know. Race for Ruben, if everything goes their way for the rest of the race, they could crack well inside the top 30. That's overall. We'll put them around about where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're about 5th or 6th in the higher teams, even with their initial problems, such as the pace that they've got in that car.
To put that into context, by the way, they had an issue in the first hour which dropped them 60 places down to 86th.
Just want to point out that we're now ticking over to 9 p.m. So if there are any drivers out there, as the leader comes in, the leader now pits. MS Soko Select, the 43. See Dave Falkus down here at the bottom of the screen.
Josh's dad?
In pit, yes.
Yeah.
In pit lane, giving instructions, drive straight through, turn the engines off, get the fuel cap off, jump out the car, and Dave will do the rest.
And it is quick down there.
It looks like that was an effort for Dan, doesn't it?
And he'll run on the way out with it as well. You can see him with the fuel cap ready to screw it back on again.
No running allowed in the pit lane
there's
this
a
year.
lot of running going on.
Yeah, they're used to.
There you go. There's the running.
Is brisk walking? The brisk walking is fine.
It is, yeah, okay.
Brisk walking is fine, not a problem at all.
I'm just saying, I've seen a bit of running.
And well, that's why Bella was there earlier. She was policing that to make sure that nobody was running down pit lane. But it looks like they are ready here on the right-hand side. You can see Howard Lucas with the apron on, ready to change tyres for the leader. And here we go. It's up. It's onto the jack. Onto the stand.
And we've got the potential new leader coming towards the line at the moment, the number 1 Red Graphics kart. There it goes, crosses the line now with just over 15 hours remaining.
They're back on the same lap.
The 69 stopped. That's a hairpin 4.
That is the Racing for Ron entry. We may need another full course yellow to recover that one.
Red.
No, it's fine. Battenberg, we're okay. We're on a Battenberg flag. It was
now
fine.
This helps.
All fine. Paddock over. Everything's fine. No problem. We've also got one off here on the inside of hairpin 1.
I can't see.
No, it's just recovering. It's just recovering here and underway again. So we've got full course yellow now.
And there goes the 43 back out. Where is Red? We need them both.
Well,
to come over the line
they're
again.
back on the same lap, and you can see. That's Josh Falkus now back into the kart, and you can see him working the tyres hard because they're not scrubbed, these tyres. They're brand new. They've still got the releasing agent on them. They're going to take a couple of laps just to wear that off.
And look at him weaving around there, sliding way. This is ideal, actually, for him to get, because he can do this without losing time.
And get a good amount of heat into the tyres and get them up and running. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so... this would be, I mean, you don't really want to leave it that much later than this. The temperatures will start to cool. I mean, everyone will have noticed the air temperature going down, but that temperature is going to go out of the track, not at the same rate, but at a rate. And so you don't really want to leave your first tyre change too late now if you're the owners. I think we've had so many full course cautions recently, you must have made your tyre change by now.
What I would say as well is for all other drivers, don't start doing this. Josh is extremely experienced. He knows what he's doing. He can handle a car very, very well. What we don't want is higher team drivers putting new sets of tyres on during the mechanical stop and then going out and weaving like crazy on the outlap. Josh very much knows what he's doing. You just drive it in a straight line.
and he knows the areas as well. I mean, when he was coming towards us here, there's a marshal nearly on the track. He certainly wasn't weaving around trying to warm up tyres then. Just,
no, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Incoming for that. Meanwhile, Red Graphics have taken the lead.
I thought they would, yeah, because of that 9th full course yellow, they gained so much time relative to MS Soko Select that they were actually nose to tail pretty much. So while Red Graphics were a lap down, it was
yeah.
pretty much exactly 1 lap down. And so by the time they'd even got to the fuel bay, they'd unlapped themselves.
Let's see where Red Graphics are on circuit. I think they should be coming across the line fairly soon, possibly in this next train or the one after.
Okay.
And we will let you know where they are relative to. Josh Focus has just come out of hairpin 2. He's heading down the back straight now in the 43. Here.
There, yep, there.
No, yes, there. Just coming across the line with the white lights on it.
And there on your screen is
our
at
leaders.
Southbank. At
Yes.
Southbank there on the screen is the second place. So that's the gap.
About a third of a lap
Yep.
of the national circuit, about half a lap of the about half a lap of the national circuit, about a third of a lap of the international circuit, the one that we're running at the moment. So they would actually be not very far apart if we were running on the short circuit, but we're not. We've got the full track length here this weekend, 1.64 kilometres of it. Green flag, and we're underway and racing again here. Red Graphics now taking the lead away from Soko Select. The gap at the moment, 26 seconds as they come over the line. But once we get up to speed, as you can see, I think that's the leaders coming towards us now with the white lights just flashing through the shot there.
And this is all the stuff that they'll have to negotiate in towards hairpin number 1, diving immediately straight down the inside of one of the hires. Oh, and a big chaos. 4 carts around, all hires, 2 of them stuck as of right now. I think one will be able to drive out again.
Yeah, both
one
on the
driver's getting
inside
out.
of the track.
One driver's getting out, and need to be careful here because the biggest group on the circuit's coming up on them now.
And they're back underway again. I think that might have been one of the top quit efforts that was there, and it looks like Nigel's just going to do some barrier repairs and get them back underway again. I think one of them involved in that was, I think it might have been the 24 of the ED PKT team.
Yeah, you get it.
I'm getting there now, yeah. It's taken me how many hours? Yeah.
It's not taking that long, really. It's been fine. Barrier repairs going on the outside at hairpin 1, by the way, as well.
Yeah.
So yellow flag will remain there.
So once they come over the line at full speed, is that Focus just coming around hairpin 4 now?
I think they're at the other end. I think they're just coming onto the back straight now. I think we've missed them come over the line. That's 17.
Yes, that's the 17. So that's Nexus Sport in 3rd. Yeah, so the gap, now that they're back up to full racing speed, is 15.8 seconds.
Yep.
And also Nexus Sport now on the same lap as well.
Wow.
19.6 seconds behind.
Okay.
So that's your battle for the overall race lead and the the owner elite class, all on the same lap once again.
Now, the thing with Nexus is we are on lap 429, if you'll agree.
Yep.
Now, I've not seen a pit stop from Nexus for 63 laps now, so that might be why they're on the lead lap.
Yeah, they owe us a stop, I would imagine.
And a tyre change, I think. I haven't seen them make a very long stop yet.
No, I think you're right as well that they owe us a stop and a tyre change, so that will balance itself out, shall we say. However, what I would caveat that with is Josh Focus goes full send around about 4 carts between hairpin 4 and the D chicane. He is on a flyer now to try and retake the lead here. The gap to down by 0.8 of a second, even as he worked his way through the traffic. Gap down to 15 seconds for the lead of this race as we've got Marshals crossing the circuit. Again, I think they're just heading back to post after the full course yellow. So all fine there. You've got Josh Focus now just coming down and through the shot there and into the wiggles and hairpin 1 as he moves past. I think that was the 19.
We did see a number of pit stops, by the way, under that full course yellow in other categories, and just before it as well. Teesside Academy lost their very short-held club lead in the hires class, and an equally short-held lead for Team King came to an end as they pitted under that full course yellow as well. They've dropped to 3rd behind Team Tate in 2nd in that class.
Excuse me. Red Graphics are obviously leading this race, but they've got Max Plant, the leaders of Owner Pro, right in front of them. Oh, David's just texted us and said Nexus took tyres about an hour ago.
Okay.
So
well, in that case, good work.
That was one that
yeah.
we missed. But Red Graphics have now got the hair, if you like, of the rabbit in front of them of Max Plant, leading Owner Pro. They're doing 1:12.9s. Jack Morris is out there at the moment in that Max Plant car doing 1:12.9. Red Graphics are 1:13.1. Soco Select, of course, Josh Falk is making his way through all that traffic at 1:14.3. The gap out to 16.1 seconds. But I think that'll balance itself out as Josh clears through the train of karts that he was working through.
I mean, it came down to 15.0 as he was getting the better rub of the green with traffic compared to the number one, which really had to come through. But now you can see, just as it's coming over the line here, number one now, there you go. Only one owner in front and no hires around. So that will really allow him to put the pace down, and Just Focus is going to have to still continue to work through traffic, although there is a limited amount of it at the moment.
Yeah, he's just going to come across the line now, 14.9 that time around. So even with actually what looked like a clear run on that lap for Red Graphics, still following Max Plant around of Jack, the Max Plant car of Jack Morris around. And Falkus was 1.2 seconds quicker, so that new rubber really helping them at the moment.
Yeah, so darkness very much falling, although as I mentioned earlier on, sunset was nearly half an hour ago. We can still really see quite a lot from the window, so it's far from full darkness. That's a similar thing we're going to be having around 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, so the darkness should only be around for 8 hours or so. The proper pitch black darkness should only be around for 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah, if that really, it's always quite good here, and of course we've got floodlights up at the circuit as well, as you would expect. But yeah, as you can see them actually now working away. As the camera pans around, we're looking at the 303, and I think, is that Rethink Racing? It is Rethink Racing as well. You can normally tell Rethink Racing because they have had traditionally these pink LEDs down the side of the car, down the side of the Nassau panel, so you can see them from wherever you are on track. And I can speak from experience that lights on the car at night time are a godsend when you're trying to find it. If you're having radio communication with your team and they're chatting to you, they can see you a mile off.
So what about for the, I can just spot a hire at the moment with sort of blue LED lighting almost around its bigger shell. What's the sort of story with that in terms of them putting, do the teams arrive and put them on themselves?
Yeah, and they can put whatever colour they want, so long as it's not yellow or red, I believe.
Or green.
And no flashing.
Yeah.
Although we had green on our one, and we were we were told it was fine. It was the red ones we got told to come in and turn off. But yeah, you're not allowed green, red, or yellow for obvious reasons. So if they're white, blue, pink, you know, you can have whatever you like.
How many other colours can you do?
I think there was an orange one. I think there's one out there that's got orange.
You think?
I'm sure I saw one earlier that got orange. Maybe a figment of my imagination.
I think it might be.
But yeah, anyway, yeah, they are an absolute godsend. There's no rhyme or reason as to what colour people, you know, there's no, people aren't forced into anything. But so long as it's not flashing,
like that kind of was,
maybe, then yeah, you're okay, and yeah, no problems at all. We've even seen over the years, we've seen them on people's helmets as well.
Oh yeah,
we've had light up helmets, which have been quite interesting to see.
Yeah, yeah. I can't say it's helpful for us. I mean, to have the number one with a white light on the front, very helpful for us as we're following this leading battle, which is, by the way, coming down in favour of MS Soco Select. 11.8 seconds the leading margin.
Yes, coming down once again, under 12 seconds now. We've had Emma Smith in the comments on YouTube who has said, just want to say an absolutely massive props to the guys on Team Shenby Racing, number 959. Came off with a bent track rod, as we saw, and a bent bumper that had bent into the rear right-hand tyres, and they're back out again and racing, as we thought that they would be.
Yeah, great news for them. They are 25th overall, by the way, 39 laps down on the overall lead, but 38 laps down, excuse me, but still on the circuit racing again, which is what we want to see.
We've got a black flag for 4th place in Owner Pro for MS Urban Pink.
Overtaking under yellow.
For overtaking under yellow. Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Which would that have been during the full course yellow?
The most recent one, I would have thought so. Yep.
There must have been a change of position somewhere. Not necessarily a position on for overall position. It could have been that they just overtook a higher car under the yellow flags. And what we saw as well was, of course, we saw some, a car. I don't think it was MS Urban Pink, but they did overtake higher car and then immediately spotted that error as a 61 of Alessia almost went so far off circuit, overtaking a pair of hire carts that were side by side in front of the commentary box. It almost went so far off circuit that they were in the pit lane. Well, they nearly joined us in the commentary box. They were that close. Oh, there is one with orange lights on. Look, I didn't imagine it.
You didn't imagine it. Well
there
done.
we go.
Yeah,
don't know who
very
they
good.
are, but they're heading round. Yeah, so there are orange lights on that one. But yeah. Yes, overtaking in the yellow. Yeah, they overtook one of the higher cars and then they let them immediately straight back through. They admitted the error. Sorry, held my hands up. You caught me out a little bit by braking a little bit too quickly, or I didn't expect you to be there. Blah blah blah. Let you back through, and everything was fine. Yes, looking at the leaders just heading through hairpin 2. There they go, lit up nicely in the white. You can see them. That's them. The other car in front also lit up with white LEDs as well. It's going to make them easy to spot. But yeah, the leaders heading round now into hairpin 3, and we'll get them across the line. The gap, 10.5 seconds to Josh Falkus. Last time around, he was a 1.5 seconds quicker.
Yeah, I was going to say it's coming down 13.4 last time around for Falkus, which is only about half a second back from the best lap so far all race. His best lap, that is.
Yes, yeah. And it's gone out again, 11.5. I think they must have been working through traffic. We've got
hairpin 4, yellow flag.
Yeah, can't see
a couple
why.
of carts.
Still out.
There's a couple of carts.
Oh yeah, well off in the darkness. But yeah, we've got the
free off. Oh, and a couple. Well,
and
this is awkward.
Are they having a fight?
Not well. I think they're trying to get. I mean, stand up and take it off yourself. There we go.
Keep your arms and legs inside the car at all times, please.
I mean, it would help for the other lad to get out too. This is a bit weird.
Oh dear.
This is not these two's proudest moment, and they're stuck together. They are quite literally stuck together. I mean, this lad with the green helmet
he
needs
to get out and help.
There we go.
Don't just sit there.
Go on, pick it up.
Come on, man.
There
we go.
Goodness me. That was a comedy of errors.
And then, go on, get going. And is it?
Oh,
Is that ABC?
Stalled. Now he's stalled.
Is it ABC? Who were?
Oh my goodness me!
Right at the front of.
Now he's going again, and the front end is
ruined.
ruined.
ABC have just tripped over the line. I'm trying to see who it is.
The front end is ruined on that.
Is that?
It's completely out of whack. Oh dear! It's about to fall off. That's going to have a.
Yeah, he's coming
in
straight into the pits. Okay, so
good idea.
Because it was sticking off to the side, I couldn't even pick up a number of who that was.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can pick them up on the other camera on pit lane when they've come through the fuel bay. We'll see if we can pick up some numbers of who that is. That's a 1-2-1, is it?
Looks like it. Yep.
Have a quick look. Wacky races in the higher rookies.
Well,
that explains that situation with the. Okay. Let's put that down to a lack of experience. So we've got 2 more coming together at hairpin 2. The darkness has descended as it has the madness. Can we possibly get the pit lane camera up and see? So that's the 1-2-1.
Yep.
Haven't seen the other cart though.
There
it is. It's coming through now with a very dented Bigfoot panel. I'm trying to see what number it is.
The number's ruined. I can't see. I think the number's scraped.
It's got a big black tyre mark over the top of the number.
I mean, I guess hence why they couldn't detach themselves from one another.
See if we can dispatch our 2 seconds,
reporter.
Ted.
Yes. Very much so.
And MG Motorsport's been in touch in the comments and said, here we see 2 hire carts in the wild in their mating ritual.
Yes.
Yes, very much so. And as much as the driver was trying to separate them.
Well, not really. The lad in the green helmet wasn't doing much.
No, that's what I mean. He
was just telling the other guy
as
to
much
do
as
it.
the other one was trying to separate it. The guy in the green was just like, yeah.
Lift me.
When a daddy loves a mummy very much.
Yeah. Lift me and my 200-kilogram cart off the ground, please. I need to get on with my race. Anyway, goodness me. That was... I don't think we're going to top that, actually.
It was a bit of excitement.
It was. Just under 10 seconds now, the leading gap while that was all going on. I think, rather amusingly, for me at least, I think the 2 leaders will have passed that as they were going along.
Yeah. I mean, they were there long enough.
I wonder what you think. Wonder what you think as a driver, just seeing that on the side of the road. I think, what is going on over there? Because it's got to be a weird sight, hasn't it? Really, just driving past that. It's not a very well lit part of the circuit, I suppose, especially from here. But yeah, it was odd. Didn't see how it started, but we saw the aftermath, and that was enough for me. Goodness me.
Yes. When a daddy car loves a mummy car very much, what they'll do is they'll meet at hairpin 4.
Oh dear.
And this was the result.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's.
Do you know what it was like? What it just reminded me of? When 2 dogs go for a walk, and one, like, with 2 different owners, and one dog really wants to meet the other dog, and the other dog's going, no, and the owner's pulling it away. It's a little bit like that.
Yeah, it was a bit, yeah. The certainly one cart more willing to stick to the other than the other, if you see what I mean.
Ooh, that was DWS getting crowbarred out the way at hairpin 1 by, I think, Team Keen. There was no contact, but it was about as close as you can get without contact. It certainly surprised. I think it's Steve Nichols that's in DWS at the moment. I'll try and have a look at who is in Team Keen as they come over the line from their helmet colours. But yeah, that certainly surprised Steve a little bit down the inside at hairpin 1.
It certainly will have done.
It is, I think, who started for 115? I think it's Will Jones. I think it's Will Jones in that one at the moment.
Will Jones, okay. I mean, they're on the charge at the moment, Team Keen. They are chasing Team Tate. 12.6 seconds is that gap, and it has been coming down from what I've seen, gently, but it has been generally trending in the direction of the 115. So we may have a battle for second in that class within the not too distant future, because Team Tate have not long been into the pit lane at all, just under 30 laps ago, and Team Keen are really fresh out the pit lane just only over 10 laps ago.
Just trying to get our notes up to date as well. Yeah, so it was 10.5 seconds, the gap for the lead at the previous lap. It's now 9.3 seconds, so another second for Falkus that lap. Eating into it in chunks. Relatively speaking, of course, these teams are extremely evenly matched for pace. Who's out there for red graphics at the moment?
I'm going to get a view of them next time round. I couldn't work it out either.
Who we said it was.
I think it looked like Jake Richardson or Scott Tate to me, but I mean, see what you think when they come past the line here.
I don't think it's Scott Tate because he was out previously. It's
in a whiter suit with a darker helmet. Maybe Marcel Phillip. Not sure.
It's not Jess. It's not Sam.
Relying on your knowledge.
I think it might be Jake Richardson out at the moment.
Okay.
I'll have a look at his suit when he comes across the line.
I think it's a whitish suit.
Yes, it might be Jess, of course, but I don't think it is. It doesn't look like Jess's helmet.
It's a bronze helmet.
It's Marcel Phillip.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
there we go. That's who's in your leading car of red graphics at the moment. It's Marcel Phillip. We've got Josh Falkus in the MS Soco Select as well. The gap now down to 8.9 seconds. It was another half a second that time around.
Yep, and that is coming down at quite a rate now, actually, compared to what it was previously. It's an interesting battle that we're starting to see develop now between those front two teams. 14 hours, 38 minutes remaining. Still loads of traffic to go through, and another cart in the wall at hairpin 1. Two, apologies.
In fact,
A
yeah.
lamppost in
So
the, and really loose bodywork for one of them as well.
Yeah, that's a flattened Bigfoot panel. It's fairly simple. So long as it's still attached, that's fairly simple to fix because you can just lift it up. And the driver needs to be aware of that. And we're now having some engines restarted under yellow flags at hairpin 1. And back underway again. And they just need to lift that panel up. So long as it's still got the clips on it, it'll move on the hinge.
The race leader goes through, having avoided that yellow flag.
And here comes second place. Now, there goes Josh Wilkerson, 43.
Traffic.
7.8 seconds. Yeah, a second quicker that time around. But he's now going to work through the traffic that Red Graphics have been working through for the last few laps.
I think Red Graphics have had just heavier traffic. I don't think Focus has had a clear run at things at all, and he's still in traffic. Look there, Marcel Phillip, as he goes round the outside of Barbecue Bend.
Yeah.
So much about. But I mean, what can we say about it? You know,
It's
when
a
is
really
there a clear
tricky
lap?
corner, that.
Yeah.
Genuinely, it's really, really tricky
difficult.
corner. The biggest accident I've had in racing was coming off that corner as you entered the Bob Poach Straight about 6 o'clock in the morning.
We've very close to an accident there.
There was an accident. There were three at hairpin 1 that came together.
Apologies, yeah. I mean, the one was very close to being involved in it.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I see what you mean. Yeah, the leader was,
very
just
close.
Dodged their way
Very
through it.
much
Yeah.
so.
But no, there were 3 came together, all back underway again. I think one of them was the one with the yellow lights on it. I'll try and get a number for that. The orange lights, I've got to say orange lights because they're not allowed yellow ones. But and they are orange, in fairness. They are orange lights. Let's see see if we can get what number it is. How good are your eyes in the darkness?
313.
Okay, there we go.
Need those
Pretty
binoculars
good.
back. Yeah, some binoculars here if you need them.
Core Blimey Racing 313.
Yes. That's the more delayed one than the 113, isn't it? Which has been having a good race. Still running second.
I forgot to add
41
a tally for
seconds.
Our full course yellow. I think we've had another one. I think we're up to 12.
I think
now.
you're adding.
I think we're up to 12.
Okay.
Genuinely, I think we're up to 12.
Okay. Okay. We're starting to lose count as we suspected we would.
Ray Sniper has been in touch and saying, watching on while making egg fried rice. Well, thanks for your input, but it's not welcome here. Making us jealous. Making your egg fried rice. We're the ones working hard here in the commentary box.
Working hard. We're just chatting. Chatting rubbish. Yellow flag at...
You gave me the filthiest look then. You were like I'd said something horrendous.
No. I thought it was the egg fried rice you had issue with.
No, it's
in
all
terms of that as a food.
It's the bants. It's what we do.
Okay.
Here. It's what we do. We abuse our audience.
Abuse our power.
Yeah. I mean,
376. That looks to me. Spun at hairpin number 1. Do they have the turning circle? Yes, they do. Just about. So, what did I say? Oh, I've forgotten already.
376 is TRX Racing, who brought us in some Mars bars and some Grabex 303. Now they're on their fresh tyres.
Wow.
Have just set a personal best lap time. That's the first one we've seen in a while.
That's the first owner's best lap time we've seen in over 370 laps. We've seen better higher laps, personal bests, but we haven't seen a better owner personal best lap since lap 56 of this race.
Wow.
That was hour 2.
Yeah. But
hour
now
10.
they've got some fresh rubber on. When did they take fresh rubber? Around about...
not a million miles ago.
4 minute 33, so lap 376.
50 laps old.
Yeah. So they've taken a while to come in, but come in they have.
By the way, battle for 11th place overall as well. There's ETL, who ran out of fuel earlier on in the race, trying to defend from MS Urban Blue, number 15.
That's for the final spot in Owner Pro as well.
And number 15 is, absolutely, number 15 has already got through and away. So that battle's pretty much over before it began.
Gap for the leaders is down to 5.6 seconds.
It's all going on.
How are our higher leaders getting on? It's Kart Events Belgium have cycled back into the lead of that one, and they're in front of CBR 113 by a lap.
It's not a lap, it's just
no,
updated.
it's going to tick over, you're right, just as they come over the line. 42 seconds.
Yep.
So when are Kart Events Belgium due into the pits next? When did they last stop?
They were last in on lap 371. They'll be in another 40 laps or so, I would say. CBR were last in 369. They're on a very similar strategy, by the way. So there's actually no strategy difference, I don't think. There.
So that could
that's
well
a pure
be net.
battle. That's a pure battle.
So kartevents.be, you think currently lead overall in the higher class?
I think so. Yeah. By 40 odd seconds. That gap's actually been growing too.
Okay, because CBR 113 at one point were pulling away, and the gap was about this equidistant, but in the reverse of that.
Yep, I'm not really sure where they've made this time up, to be fair, Kart Events Belgium. I can't tell you that much, but I do think that's a net.
Could have been under the full-course yellow.
Yeah.
Of course. They could have got the rub of the green and a full-course yellow. Of course, they wouldn't have overtaken, but they could have certainly benefited that way. ABC Racing still third in higher elite. Lockwell Hill won, now third overall in hires, and first in higher pro. Track Limit still leading higher clubman. Race for Ruben up to 35th place now for them as they continue their recovery drive. Teesside Tigers still holding 39th. LPBRT still just holding off Test T's by 0.3 of a second.
Wow.
42nd and 43rd. That's the higher rookie class battle. I'm going to see if I can pick them up on circuit. So we're looking for the 25 and the 411.
If we can possibly get them.
So we look at the leader. So we look at MS Soco Select. That's Force of Habit, that one. 26.
Oh dear, 26 is absolutely mangled.
Yes, it's come in under a technical defect flag.
I'm not surprised.
It's got a flat Bigfoot panel, and it's got the rear bodywork was flipped up in the air as well. So definitely not the quickest way around this circuit with that sticking up in the air.
That might have been it. Was that them over the line there? No, it wasn't. Sorry, they're around the first sector at the moment. The 25 and 411 gap up to 6 seconds. It's doubled, but it's still not very much at all.
No, they're pretty much nose to tail on circuit at the moment.
You were speaking earlier on, by the way, about a leading battle. It's not a battle actually in higher pro, but you were speaking about Lockwell Hill being a lap ahead of JS Racing. Well, actually, JS Racing are nearly 80 laps into their stint now. They're well over 70 laps into it, so they should be in soon, and that will give Lockwell Hill an even bigger advantage.
Yes, just bear with me a second while I perform a bit of in-commentary admin. Bear with me a moment.
I'll keep chattering away while that's going on. I'm going to try and find the leaders in rookie hires as well, because they must be coming over the line pretty shortly. And it's a leading battle. It's very interesting indeed. And there they go, over the line now to complete another lap. So with 4 hours 30 minutes remaining, the Petit Bourgeois Racing team just ahead of Test T's. They're on lap 400. They've just gone into the first sector and into battle between the two of them as well. It's a very, very close race indeed in that rookie class, and has been actually for the last hour and a half.
Yeah, so we'll just see if we can try and pick them up on camera. That's a little bit ahead of where we need to be.
They'll be coming through.
But we're looking for the 25 and the 411.
Yeah, somehow. There they are.
There they are, just coming into hairpin 1 now.
Yep.
And then hairpin 2. There's a bit of a gap, and then they're the front of a group of 3. They're heading down the back straight now, and they're about to come into South Bank. There they are!
Well done, camera team.
Yes,
well,
there we go. Right, so there they are. They are our 2 class leaders in higher rookie. They are currently 42nd and 43rd overall.
We don't have suit colours or anything for any of them, by the way, so we're just purely guessing on who's in the respective seats. But
Team Keen split the difference there and forced a way through.
So they're split apart now. The two of them are apart by one hire card as well.
They are
Williams Esports,
but they will. They'll use the slipstream and pull themselves back towards each other. We've seen that, well, very often here that happens. A gap will appear, and you can still use the immense power of the slipstream, especially down the back straight here at T-side, to pull yourself back towards them.
So out of the barbecue bend they go onto the back straight. The 25 has just got itself a small advantage now. It isn't very big at all, actually. It's 6/10 of a second over the line. It's something like that, and there they go through.
There
the
they
wheels.
are. Hairpin 1 and then into hairpin 2. It's the one in the black suit, I think, is the 25, isn't it? Yeah. Let's see if we can get some names of drivers.
We haven't got any, unfortunately.
Have we not?
In terms of suits and helmet colours yet.
Have we got anything for the 411?
No, no, I don't think so.
Well, that's their own fault then, isn't it? They're not going to get talked about.
I know.
No, nothing for test tees, so we can't talk about who is out there driving for them at the moment. Their drivers are Chris Fuller, Oliver Fuller, Wesley Cart and Jordan Emerson, and one of those four is driving. We don't know which. You could have let us know. We did put
but
out.
You didn't.
No, David did send out requests for information, and they didn't return it.
Exactly, they didn't.
And we've got a track limit warning for the 13.
Yep.
That'll be UTR, I think. Is it UTR? I've got it here on my messages. It is UTR.
Well
up the rear.
Yep.
They're gonna. They've received the track limit warning.
So, still that lapped car splitting them. I think it is Williams Esports, so I can't quite make out the 17 or whatever other number it is so clearly from here in the darkness now. But it is. Oh, there was a look at the dive down the inside. It didn't quite work.
No, it didn't. It actually probably helped the.
And on your screen at the moment, by the way, the overall leaders who are now embroiled in a battle as well. So there's two class-leading battles going on at the same time. One for first overall, one way down for the last class leader in terms of position, 42nd, the last class leader in position for now.
Yeah, and our overall leaders are now only separated by 3/4 of a second. Yeah, we've got them on screen now. So there is the number one, and immediately behind them, the 43. So it's Marcel Phillip and Josh Falkus now heading through hairpin 2 and onto the back straight. There they are on screen. That is the battle for the overall lead of the British 24-hour 2024, and it looks like it's about to change once again.
It certainly does. MS Soco Select got put behind a little bit after their tyre change and after that pit stop strategy, which worked really well.
I knew that was going to happen.
There they go. They split the difference, and through goes the 43.
Falkus, so experienced, knew that he could beat those two karts to the apex. Marcel Philippe, extremely experienced here in these 24-hour races, but chose the wrong option there. Tried to go around the outside, should have cut to the inside, didn't do it. Falkus took advantage. Massive amounts of experience here for Falkus. He's done that move on the top-level drivers here in the Sprint Series many, many times. Very experienced at it. Knew he could do it. Knew he could pull it off cleanly. Executed. Job done. Lead returned to MS Soco Select.
And so now can he drive home this advantage? Can he begin to stretch out a margin and immediately puts a kart between himself and his most dangerous rival here? It's especially good for them because they're heavier on fuel at the moment. This shouldn't really be happening as far as MS Soco Select are happening or expecting in terms of this race. Red Graphics should be the ones pulling away at this stage with less fuel on board, but they're not. It's just Falkus, I think, making the difference.
It is, yeah, he's obviously hugely quick here, multiple champion here in the Sprint Series, and just eking away now. He's got 3 higher karts between him, in fact 5 higher karts now between him and Marcel Philippe, so that gap has instantly ballooned out to 1.8 seconds.
Yep, and that's what traffic will do for you immediately around here. The number one just not getting as good run through traffic at all here. And so this margin is going to continue to extend. By the way, Nexus Sport are no longer on the same lap as these guys. They have made their pit stop. That happened a fair while ago now, back on lap 435.
Just to keep you up with what's happening in the higher rookies as well, they are still, as they were, separated by 3/4 of a second. The LPBRT team ahead of the Test Ts. I have to say that very slowly.
Yes, just to make sure it's two different words.
Yes, exactly. I mean, all for a good cause. It's not just a joke name. It's all for a very good cause as well, raising money for the testicular cancer cause.
Absolutely. So,
just seeing pedals go through in front of the commentary box once again, onto lap 427 for him. He's got about another 2 hours to go to break the longest distance record here, or time record here. For I don't think his lap's completed. I think he'll comfortably beat that in the 2 hours. For longest, most amount of laps complete, but the furthest anybody's gone solo so far, they've made it to about 11:30 at night before they've called it quits. So, yeah, about another 2 hours to go for pedals there, and then we're going to have a massive push around about that time, because he will then become the furthest that anybody's really gone solo. Here we've got two off at hairpin 1, two drivers off here. Was one of them just heading onto the back straight now? Was that...
Wasn't the 43?
No, I thought it for a second. It might have been...
It's the right colours.
The Test Ts.
Okay. Well, we'll have a look at the gaps next time round.
I could be wrong. In fact, they've just overtaken LPBRT on the previous lap. So they'd gone through. It wasn't. It was LPBRT2 went off. They were involved in that.
Wow.
So they've now, Test Ts overtook them on the previous lap, and then that time around had a coming together at hairpin 1, and they're now 6 seconds behind.
Wow.
With Hyro Motorsport Academy, who've been in and about that battle as well. They're now splitting the two leaders in higher rookies. And Hyro Motorsport have been in and around that sort of 40th to 45th kind of area. We've got another one off now at hairpin 1.
That pillar's making me miss everything at hairpin 1.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and someone's gone very wide in avoidance.
Ducked around the outside. Need to get going.
Go,
Need to get going.
Okay.
There you go. Right, okay.
Bit slow.
Panic over. Sorry, everybody, but yeah.
I'm not sure everything's well there.
There's nothing quite as scary as pointing the wrong way as carts come at you out of the wiggles.
Only one engine was on. That was why.
That was why it was struggling to get moving, but up and running again now. But there will be a long lap for that one.
Number 31. It looked like maybe in the on the front bumper there, though couldn't really see because it's so dark now. But
I've lost what page I'm on now.
Happy that they're back going again. Confident it was 30 something, but
30 would be Armstrong Neild racing in higher rookies.
I'm not really sure whether that would fit or not, but anyway.
Well, we're going to find out in a moment, because here it comes. It is the 31 Armstrong Neild racing. Well spotted.
Very good.
You've had your carrots, haven't you? What position in class is race for Ruben? Simon Russell is asking. Race for Ruben are...
Fifth.
Yes, fifth in class of 5. But they had what can only be described as a mare of a start. Dropped all the way down the order to near enough last place, and have climbed their way steadily up to now 35th.
Yeah.
I reckon they're going to crack the top 20 by top 30 by the end of the race as well. So they'll be in and around the podium, providing everything still goes to plan. They're going to be in and around the podium here, even in higher elite, even by losing as many laps as they did.
That's your big prediction, if you like, for this race. Just to put that into context, they dropped to 85th at worst. That
of 89.
Of 89, yes. Yeah, so that's worst but 4, if you like, last but 4.
So they lost 14 minutes on lap 41.
Yep.
So that's how far they gave themselves a 14-minute handicap.
Effectively,
Let's yeah.
We've also had the red graphics cart into the lane. By the way, lap 457, that was 68 laps after it was previously into pit lane. So the very end of the stint there for red graphics, and disappointment, of course, towards the end of that stint as they lost the lead. About 35 laps later, the MS Soco Select Kart will do the same, and we'll be able to find out who will be leading at that stage.
Oh, it's Dave Cyrus, apparently, who isn't Simon Russell. For some reason, he's using an alias. Is this your, like, journalist name or whatever it's... What's the words I'm looking for there? Whether you... A pseudonym.
Pseudonym,
A pseudonym. Dave Cyrus. Nice to have you back with us, Dave. We miss you here at the track. Miss the bants between us. Should come and have another go, mate. Yeah, been part of the kart force effort as well as Dave Cyrus. I think, or it might have been Chris. Can't remember. One of the Cyruses, anyway. But yeah, get back out.
Just around 14 hours 17 to go in the race, and darkness is very much upon us now. It is pitch black, pretty much, in this race. At this point, MS Soco Select are leading by just over a lap, and will remain doing so for around 35 laps. Down in that battle for the higher rookies lead, it's Testes who are leading ahead of Le Petit Bourgeois Racing Team. That is 6.6 seconds between the two of them after that incident down at hairpin 1, which resulted in a spin for number 25. So that's why the gap is out at that stage there. Kart Events Belgium have extended their advantage over Corblammy Racing to 49.4 seconds now. It's a very, very big margin indeed. And only 7 laps ago, we got a new personal best from Kart Events Belgium.
Oh, did we?
We did, yeah. Only 7
on
laps
the old tyres
ago. Yes, 1:21.3. To be fair, their fastest lap isn't actually that fast compared to where they are on the field. So maybe it's not unexpected.
No, but that's what they do, though, is they'll just be banging in those consistent lap times every single time. Metronomic would be an understatement for Kart Events Belgium. And that's how they've won more 24 hours than they can actually remember. Not taken part in, won more than they can remember.
Absolutely ridiculous.
And Dave Cyrus has been back in touch to say actually it wasn't Chris or Dave that raced for Kart Force. It was both of them.
Oh,
so it wasn't one or the other. It was both.
It's better than neither. Then you would have really been in trouble,
Yeah.
doubting everything you've ever seen.
Yeah.
So, close battles out on the circuit includes the one for 5th overall. Team Keen are closing on Team Tate, and that's been happening steadily for some time.
Red Graphics have pitted.
Yep, I've...
oh, did you cover that? Sorry, I was doing
I know you
some
weren't
admin.
listening. Sorry, you weren't listening.
Doing some admin at the time. My apologies. I actually had my headphones off for a minute.
No, that's all right.
So I must have missed that one. But yeah, Red Graphics have pitted.
Yeah, it was 3 laps ago now.
Yeah, so that's
they're
fine.
a lap down.
And then Max Plant still leading. Now a lap clear of Team Tate. 3.
And that's
because we don't have Team Tate 1 and 2 here this weekend.
That's a legitimate lap, by the way. Team Tate only come in 12 laps after Max Plant, and then Team King come in, to be fair, 27 laps afterwards, nearly 30 laps afterwards. So there's a little bit something to play with there maybe for Team Keen later on in the race, but in terms of beating Team Tate, Max Plant are certainly legitimately a lap and a bit ahead, and a half ahead.
Yes. Not sure who's out there at the moment. We did see Jack Morris going out earlier.
I think it's still him. I think that was the last stop when we heard that.
Hashtag T-side Stig.
Very experienced about going around here. 36 Motorsport still leading in Owners Club. that's a legitimate advantage that they've got as well, ahead of Reflink Racing International, who are just ahead of ETL by 7/10 of a second for an overall class battle, but not an individual class position.
Yeah, we've got Top with Motorsport 78, with 14, the Lesia 50, 15th. SKA recovering from there. We think it was possibly them run out of fuel. Certainly stopped on the Bob Pope straight for SKA.
I think they got less fuel into their car than they thought they would have, and so run out of fuel.
Us, didn't he, and said what the issue for SKA was. I'm sure he did.
I thought he just said that it was SKA. Yeah.
He did. Okay. Never mind.
So we don't quite know where we are in terms.
I'll have a word with Josh.
Okay.
When my stint finishes in a few minutes, and I'll hand over to Zach.
What's the plan? No, not a plan to get a nap in before you're back overnight.
I think it's definitely a plan to get a nap in.
Okay, it's a good idea. I think
yeah,
you've got a pretty rough stint.
The 2 a.m. till 6 a.m. stint is going to be horrific.
It's maybe the worst.
So, yeah, we're going to need lots of entertainment and lots of banter from people who are still with us on the stream. Please keep it coming in. Keep your comments. It keeps us entertained as much as anything, and we'll start putting things like polls and questions and starting arguments in the stream, because it's going to entertain us. And the thing is as well, what David and I always say is that if we're having a laugh in the commentary box, then generally speaking, our viewers are having a laugh with us, and so are people at the circuit. And if they're not, then at least we're having a laugh and we're having a good time. And really, we're not bothered. But yeah, it does help. It keeps us entertained if everybody else is having a good time as well. But, if they're not, then they're welcome to take their business elsewhere.
Oh dear. Well, let's hope that they don't have to. And it will be an
You can see how non-corporate we both are. We just,
well, whatever.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just enjoy yourself while you're here, Ewan.
Exactly.
So that's what we're here to do. There's a lot of people out there working very, very hard.
Harder than us.
Yes, and so we're just trying to make it as light and as enjoyable an experience as possible, and particularly for our viewers as well. Rodney's been in touch, says great event, done it last year.
Nice. Should do it again.
What a plonker. He's not here.
Well, you don't know that.
Well, yeah. Well, he said he did it last year. I thought he'd have said I'm doing it this year as well.
But he might put the least important information first.
Yeah. It's not doing it this year isn't Rodney by the looks of things. But yes, it is a great event. It's the one that David and I look forward to from about Tuesday of the event finishing.
2 days away.
Yeah, 2 days afterwards. We're looking forward to the following year and can't wait to go and do it again. The Monday, you can. The air is pretty blue with we're never doing it again. We don't like it. David goes on holiday. Traditionally on the Monday,
Wow.
He's doing it again this year.
That's pretty brutal.
Just go straight on holiday.
Holidays, I would say, are almost as exhausting as 24-hour races, if not more.
Well, that's he goes straight on holiday, so
that's mental.
He's doing that again this year. So but it's the one that we look forward to the most. We love it here. It's genuinely a festival of motorsport here, because there are so many people here. It's like a music festival. You've got all the tents, all the camping going on. You've got big gazebos. You've got hundreds and hundreds of people milling around constantly. The only difference between this and a music festival really is that the music is 4-stroke engines coming past you about every 3 or 4 seconds.
And it's not that much quieter than the regular music, really. It's just a different type of noise, shall we say, compared to loud music. So it's been great. I've really enjoyed it so far, and there's still more than half of it remaining.
Exactly, and the more that you go out and about in the paddock, and you'll go up on the banking here, I'm sure, and you'll see people during the night and they're fast asleep in lounges and camping chairs and things like that. And they'll just be in their sleeping bags sat outside, fast asleep on a footpath, and you'll be like, this is a bit of me.
Yeah.
I'm actually enjoying it, yeah.
Have you worked out a good sleeping strategy for 24 hours races now with a few in the bag?
No.
Have you got it down?
No.
Okay.
No, I should have by now.
Yeah,
really.
I was going to say.
But no, I just go to sleep on the back, or try to sleep in the back of the car. It doesn't usually work out too well, but you do what you can. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to try at least, because otherwise you'll be really in trouble in that case. Gap continuing to actually go out for Team Keen. They were closing on Team Tate, but 8.7 seconds now the margin. There are some of those smaller gaps, but actually as we're approaching 10 hours in now, a fair amount of the gaps between different carts are laps in between.
Red Graphics came in not that long ago, didn't they? And they must have changed driver. Who is out for them now? Have we spotted that? Let's have a look out.
Have a look. It was Marcel Phillip.
It was.
Is it not a bronze helmet anymore?
I don't think it will be, no.
Right. We'll watch them come
curb
through the
warning
wiggles
have gone
here
out for
next.
Badger's Best Racing.
There
they are.
That looks
Oh,
like
it
a
is
bronze
still
helmet
Marcel
to me,
Phillip.
yeah.
It is. You're right. My apologies. 2 seconds, Dad.
He'll be going to bed after this, I would have thought.
Yeah,
double stint.
Double stinting during the night, yeah.
And it will be about 11.
I say during the night. I mean, we're not even at 10 o'clock yet.
Well, for normal people, this is when they go to bed.
Yeah,
or start thinking about it anyway.
This is the night. Yeah, no, this is going to be hardcore now. This is where the as we got, who was that coming in, flying in? Was that the 181?
Don't know. It might have been
2, 3.
Might be 1,
Thanks,
2,
Zach.
3. Yeah, it might be 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
With his semaphore.
I think it was 1, 2, 3.
Holding up
ETO.
fingers at me. Yeah, exceeding track limits. That would be James Marshall, James Aldridge, Alan Knowes, Harry Nottage, Costa Karitzis. It definitely wasn't Costa, because I know his helmet. It might have been. Didn't see the MS suit. Might have been either James Aldridge or Alan Lowes. We don't have helmet information on those. Isabel Shortland has been in touch to say shout out for Lockwell. Lockwell Hill Karting were leading class earlier. They are, yes, still leading class.
Yep.
RAF Spitfires have clearly had an issue because they're dropping down the order in the 1-2-1 owner class. As I've just clicked the wrong button.
I did see them
to find Lockwell Hill. So Lockwell Hill 1 are leading higher pro.
Yep.
Sorry, Ewan, carry on.
So I did see RF Spitfires going slowly out of hairpin 2 a little while ago. I didn't think much of it, but looking back to that now, that's where their problem came from. So it's clearly a power issue.
And LPBRT1 have overtaken ABC Racing because it looks like they are currently in the pits as well.
I think that's generally happening, flip-flopping after that trip to the garage for ABC Racing.
They're definitely dropping down the order. We've got curb warning going out for all roads asphalt. Lockwell Hill 1 are currently leading higher pro and are third overall in hires. Not that we give trophies out for overall, but they're on an overall podium if we did one for hires. But they're leading their class by a significant margin. They've done 422 laps. They're 2 laps in front of JS Racing. Then we've got, I'm going to have to scroll down a little bit for Lockwell Hill 2 in higher rookies. They are 54th overall and 4th in their class. But they are 4 laps off the lead of that one.
Yep. By the way, while you were on the subject of Lockwell Hill 1, the higher pro class leader, which they are, that's the biggest class lead of any class in the field for now.
Yep. So they're doing a good effort there. As I said, 3rd overall in hires as well. So flying along. RAF Spitfires, it looks like, still in the pits.
Big spin at the D chicane, couple of carts off, 3 carts off. Someone's in the grass, way off in the grass.
Yeah, someone's gone so far.
Where are they going?
They're going to have to pay to come back in.
Yes. Back on again. No chance of identifying the number. Apologies for that, but miles off the track. Absolutely miles off.
Yeah, so far off they nearly ended up on the Bob Pope Straight,
Yeah.
going in the wrong direction. They went round the back of the electronic scoreboard.
Yeah.
That's how far off they went.
And the scoreboard is not that close to the circuit
Yeah.
for obvious reasons. So that was a very long trip wide, I'm afraid, for whoever that might have been. We'll try and look for some slow last lap times, but that's going to be pretty tricky.
So bad news continues for RAF Spitfires, who are still in the pits.
Okay. We'll try and get a view as to how that's happened, but maybe tricky. What was the other thing we wanted to try and find out when you were going to leave? I've forgotten it immediately.
When I was going to leave?
Yes, as in exit commentary. A spin at turn 3. Looks
down,
very
down
similar.
at Rib Bend, yeah. Is that Rib Bend? No, that's on
Just
the
after.
exit to the mountain. The
Yeah.
the mountain S's. the mountain S's.
Yes.
Down there. Yeah, just as they come up towards Barbecue Bend, and when you spin there, that's probably the better of the two corners to spin at, because when you spin at the end on the second part, the left-hander, it's like the north face of the Eiger going up the the hill there up to Barbecue Bend, and it takes forever for the kart to drag itself up there.
Yeah.
Still monitoring RAF Spitfires, who are still in the pits. They've dropped down now to 34th overall.
We've seen, haven't we, when someone's down on power, especially one of the hires, a bit down on power, stopping at the bottom of the mountain, it can be even difficult to get up over the top. So, yeah, it is steep up there, and a difficult place to get back going again. But it looks like that kart did, and so we are clean and green all around the circuit again for all 88 karts that we believe are still running, hoping that RS Spitfires doesn't become our second retirement of the race.
Just as well, if I'm just monitoring the situation for the world record attempt just before I log off. So they think 960 laps is the record. Oh, I just had a panic then that we got 2 cars stopped on circuit, but it was actually our monitor in the commentary box is frozen. So the offline guys think that the Racing for Ange effort needs to do 960 laps. So we're currently coming up on 10 hours into the race.
441 we're on at the moment.
So he's 39 laps away from doing half of that.
Yep, with 2 hours to spare. So he's going to have more than an hour to spare, I would have thought.
At the moment, he's got probably about, or by the time he gets to half the distance, he's got probably an hour in the bag.
Yep, I would agree.
So yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that. Of course, amazing effort from Pedals as well. And just a final push from me before I go, just to say, you can donate to that effort. This world record attempt, it's raising money for the British Heart Foundation. If you go to justgiving.com and search Racing for Ange, A-N-G-E, it should be the first thing that comes up there. You'll see a picture of Ange and Bobby Hutchinson, and a little picture of Pedals in his cart, if you can donate anything, that would be hugely appreciated, and we'll do nothing but spur him on even further. So yes, anything that you can do to help, anything that you can spare to donate would be hugely appreciated. And I'm going to hand over to Zach.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tom, for being alongside me for the last couple
You're
of
welcome.
hours. It's been a pleasure. Thanks very much. It is 14 hours remaining after 10 hours, and it's 10 p.m. So we are going to do a quick stream change here on YouTube. If you're watching along, make sure you get the link in the description, because we'll be moving stream, otherwise it's going to run out because we're 10 hours in. So make sure you come join us on the second part, as racing will continue here from Teesside in the British 24-hour for 2024. It is just past 10 p.m, 14 hours remaining. Please come join us in part number 2 starting